Now Yi Qingyun has been suppressed by him. All the people from the Tiandao Palace who were able to go out were killed by him, in addition to Yi Zi, who was killed by him. The will of heaven will definitely awaken ahead of time, and the eternal Yi family will also send out stronger beings to target him. Thing gets far from over. Just as Guhan was about to lead his men away, but he suddenly paused and a system broadcast sounded beside his ears. Bite. Special reminder: the destiny of the protagonist Yi Qingyun has been deprived of his luck, and his life and death are completely the master controls bound by the master. One of the special shackles on it has been broken, and the number of shackles remaining is 2. Chapter 522. Walking out in the final round, the will of heaven awakens. The sudden system broadcast made Guhan stunned. Unexpectedly, the system report this time was not the villain point reward, but it is the so-called special prompt. What does this special prompt mean? What do the special shackles on the body mean? Moreover, now recalling the previous time in the Demon Emperor's abyss, heard that got off what the child said to himself. Mr. Guhan, I realized that my awakening system in this life is also arranged. Perhaps the system involves some other unknown dimensional power. Tonzi, what are the special shackles on the body? Can you untime? Guhan, who couldn't figure it out, gave up thinking and started asking the system. However, he didn't get a response for a long time. Just as Guhan thought that the system was pretending to be dead again. When he still couldn't get an answer, the system's voice sounded unexpectedly again. Master, the first shackles to be unlocked are the shackles of luck. It was a very simple answer, but it made Guhan think of many things. The shackles of fate? Guhan subconsciously used its special means to view its own the power of destiny. Originally, like that god what the sun said, there is no luck blessing on it, as if it is really dead, the general desolate luck. There was actually a ripple of real luck. But according to that goddess, Z said he seemed to be cursed by an extraordinary existence and was rejected by the whole world. Why is it lifted now for no apparent reason? But the change was too subtle. Subtle to there is no way to detect it. In a sense, it is still like death, there is no difference. However, this does represent some kind of change. Maybe I can get out of the so-called death, transform into a real normal life that can absorb luck. The burial ground is deep. Always in the silent, Sangshu Yu slowly opened a pair of deep dark eyes as if he had sensed something. I don't know when. A completely blurry fog condensation, the illusion film. If Guhan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize it. This person is the one he saw in the Demon Emperor's abyss, met the unknown sun. I'm here to tell you that the first shackles on the road have been broken. The episode was over. He had truly walked out of this situation that no other living being in the world could walk out of. Return of the game. Our countless years of waiting were worth it. The cold voice echoed for a long time. Zhang Suyu just remained silent and did not respond. It was not until a long while had passed that he slowly smiled. I have always believed in him because he has always been synonymous with miracles, right? It won't be long before I can sleepy. Those 5 guys won't be so proud for long. As he spoke, Sangshu Yu slowly raised his head deep into the sky. The so-called supreme being will unlie. It's just a stepping stone for my brother to ascend to a higher throne. Fairyland. The starry sky where the eternal Yi family is located. Guhan, you are so brave. Terrible energy wave IV open. Leave the entire starry universe is buzzing. Countless stars flickered brightly and darkly, and some even fell in the universe. This voice was made by the ancestor of the eternal Yi family. As the most powerful among the immortals. His original strength is not comparable to that of the projection of his will, which is greatly restricted. At this moment it was just pure anger which caused the entire starry universe. In fact, there is no need for the eternal Yi family patriarch to emphasize too much on what happened in the lower realm. The contemporary head of the eternal Yi family, Yi Tian, the father of Yi Qingyun and Yi Zi, also guessed what was going on. The truth. In the lower world there is such a monster. The core hall is engraved with the 4 words eternal Yi family and is magnificent and contains the vast Taoist rhyme. Fairy mist rises, colorful circulation. Yi Tian sat upright on the seat of the patriarch. His face was obscured and his thread. But obviously from his surroundings, judging from his extremely suppressed breath, his heart at the moment it wasn't as calm as his tone indicated. Exhaust yourself. The offspring that the family has cultivated in the lower world with all their strength have not yet in less than 3 years completely destroyed by a new monster from the underworld town. Now I even have an excellent son. Gu-han. Interesting. Then I will see if this newcomer can stand above me or even regard me and my eternal family as your stepping stone. Time passes by. Overtake the source of seeds after it came into Gu-han's hands. Gu-han is about what will happen next. Lost interest. Direct closed door. Study the relationship between the source seed and the evil god seed. Also following his retreat. The war between the demon world and the human world also ended temporarily. After all, the demon world also completely obeys Gu-han's orders. Whether to fight or not depends entirely on Gu-han's thoughts. Since Gu-han didn't give any further orders, it was naturally difficult for the demon emperor Tu Ling to lead the demon realm to continue the attack. Of course, this does not mean that the world has returned to stability. Instead, the storm. Meanwhile, even more terrifying storms are about to sweep across the entire Xianhuang world. The extreme point of the sky where the will of heaven itself sleeps. Boom boom. Without any sign, the sky was filled with thunder like the end of the world, and the exploding lightning snakes roared and crisscrossed the sky. Wrong direct form, a piece, a collection of thunder forest. Every burst of lightning contains a strong will of heaven. In the area closer to the sky's top, countless creatures arrived there from the depths of the Sulaforce. Involuntarily terrified, I crawled to the ground subconsciously. Click, click, click. In the meantime, the thunderous and exploding ocean, a sound similar to a barrier being shattered, was heard. The sound grew louder and louder until it was as loud as the thunder and finally drowned out the thunder, echoing in the ears of countless living beings. This is. Whether it is Tai Ching sword immortal or other human strongmen at this moment arrived there, transform into the tangible power of heaven. Heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao that has been sleeping for countless years has awakened. This thought subconsciously emerged in everyone's mind. Different from the demon world and the devil world. Long ago a seed was planted in the hearts of human beings, and that was faith in heaven. Like ordinary emperors always hanging on the side, God has given you a life long and prosperous. Among the monks it is always said that those who are destined by heaven will gain eternal life. The seeds of faith in heaven have been planted in the bones of human beings. At this moment the true will of heaven awakens, and all human beings get there from the soulful stepfathers. In the eyes of countless shock watching, the sky at the top of the sky was torn apart by the thousands of thunderbolts as split mirror. Then the entire human world was covered by the extremely dazzling heavenly thunder. In thousands of in the center of the vast ocean of thunder, countless gold in the divine pattern of heaven circulated and finally slowly condensed, a majestic statue bathed in the thunder of heaven film. From its every breath that flows out carries the supreme will between heaven and earth. At this moment the entire Xianhuang world roared. The will of heaven has fully awakened. However, what happened next shocked countless humans. A stunning scene happened. Gu-han, get out here. Chapter 523. Whoever kills Gu-han will be granted a lifetime of destiny and become the enemy of the whole world. The boundless power of heaven carrying with it an irresistible supreme will reverberate it throughout the Xianhuang world. Countless cultivators and living beings became dazed and stunned. I don't understand why the supreme will of heaven, which has just awakened, would inexplicably produce such great hatred and even produce such hatred towards a younger generation. Gu-han. Now this name is known to everyone in the Xianhuang world. No one treats him as the so-called young generation anymore. In terms of influence he is even comparable to the legendary emperor. After all, many top masters have learned through their own means that when they were competing for the battle for the source seed, no matter which detail it is, it makes people feel terrified. The will of heaven has just awakened and it is already so angry. This made them wonder if Gu-han was too outstanding and had incurred the legendary jealousy from heaven. But Gu-han had long anticipated that the will of heaven would fully awaken soon. Therefore those who are related to me, even the latter forces, moved into the misty fairy island deep in the void. Even the will of heaven cannot detect it. Therefore, even if the will of heaven is extremely angry, it is difficult to search for the traces of Gu-han and others through the power of heaven and earth. This immediately made the will of heaven even more angry. This was completely different from the scene he had imagined where Guhan would pay a heavy price right after waking up. The might of heaven seems to be gathering a devastating tsunami everything in heaven and earth. It was not until a long while later that the doomsday-like vision gradually subsided. I who have been sleeping for countless epochs have awakened today. Control yourself. Breath is not what I want. The reason is that my Shenhuang world has produced a selfish and despicable person like Guhan who subverts the stability of the world rules and prevents billions of lives in my Shenhuang world from ascending. In the eyes of countless people, God, the voice of the will of heaven, echoed for a long time, once again causing countless cultivators and living beings to be stunned. Especially the many human races. What's even more confusing is that Guhan is at most a gifted person, so how is he related to subverting the stability of the world's rules? I think you all have a lot of doubts. But it doesn't matter. I woke up today to judge Guhan for his numerous crimes. The will of heaven did not allow the many cultivators and living beings to guess for too long. The deep thunderous voice came back again. World turn luck. There will always be someone, the one who ushered in the era of destiny, blessed by the luck of heaven and earth. His appearance is a new world. It is an opportunity for a higher dimensional plane and also an opportunity for the creatures in my world to become stronger in the future. Coincidentally, such a person also appeared in my Shenhuang world. Many cultivators and living beings were stunned again. But almost without exception, everyone thought that the so-called person who ushered in the era of destiny should be Guhan. After all, if even such an enchanting genius is not a destiny-era person, it would be too exaggerated. However, the voice of the will of heaven once again left countless people dumbfounded. My Shenhuang world's destiny era is named Yi Qingyun. He is the opportunity for my Shenhuang world to ascend to a higher dimensional world. But because Guhan repeatedly targeted the town, let its luck loss, which eventually leads to his destiny, was taken away, and now he is imprisoned, causing my Shenhuang world to completely lose the opportunity for advancement. However, Guhan's crimes are far more than that. Before this, in order to make Guhan return to the right path, I had sent my messengers and even connect with. But he did not repent but insisted on his own way and killed several of my emissaries, and even after that they even colluded with the demon world to start a war between humans and demons in an attempt to overthrow the human world. This person is despicable, cunning, and extremely selfish. If such an evil demon is not killed, it will definitely overturn my entire Shenhuang world. In the future, countless lives died tragically. Among these tragically dead souls, perhaps there were your relatives and friends. Therefore, I am born this time to issue the will of heaven to kill Guhan. I will use the power of the origin of heaven and earth to condense the destiny to him. Gods will help him, the most powerful emperor. I was still shocked by Guhan's weirdness, actually had the courage and ability to kill the heavenly Tao messenger and even kill the heavenly Tao will countless living beings. After hearing the final words of heaven's will, he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What? If you kill Guhan, you will gain destiny in this life. Destiny, that is, it is the most basic prerequisite power that the emperor needs to master. Throughout history, every time the mandate of heaven appears, it will cause a storm rain. Countless powerful monks even sealed themselves for countless years. Quasi-emperor monsters will participate in the fight for destiny. Destiny is the will of heaven and earth that has been condensed over countless epochs. It is a special power and the purest natural power. Want to break the shackles of the quasi-emperor and make a complete leap forward? The emperor category, even he is the most powerful among the emperors. It is nothing more than the process of baptism by pure natural force. And destiny is undoubtedly the best choice. For the will of the world, a special life symbolized the will of heaven, can also be accelerated through certain special methods and even condensed into destiny. However, this is also a huge loss to the will of heaven, which usually takes countless epochs to complete. Today, the will of heaven proposed for the first time to use destiny as a bargaining chip to specifically offer a reward for Guhan's head. This reward is not to be underestimated: rich. However, after the words of the will of heaven fell, no one dared to respond for a long time. The will of heaven is hard to defy. But Guhan is not easy to mess with. Especially the many powerful people who have already stood at the top of the Shenhuang world. They have learned report more. After learning that more than 20 quasi-emperors had died at the hands of Guhan and his men, everyone was shocked to the point of chilling fear. I hope that by the time comes, I fail to bring back Guhan's head and instead lose my own life. That would be really painful. Why do you always I feel like this scene is different from what I saw in the prophecy before? Same hiding in the dark watching quiet Shu Wei. After seeing this scene the thought was deep. Because in the previous prophecy, in the future my brother will become the enemy of the whole world because the true will of heaven will be born and a decree will be issued to hunt him down. Even countless old monsters will all appear together because of the will of heaven in this life, one after another like dogs. The son agreed with the will of heaven and promised to suppress his senior brother arrest. But now dozens of breaths of time have passed. But no one responded. The whole world was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 524. Today, standing on the top of the Xianhuang world. Guhan's current terrifying strength is far beyond yours and even beyond the imagination of the world. Even if that guy takes action himself, it may not be enough town at the grasp of. Moreover, he will also be on guard against me. Not too much try to deal with Guhan. Moreover, now that you have inherited Yi Qingyun's eternal destiny, your first task is to break through as soon as possible. God, try to restart the past. The former heavenly will appeared in Shu at some point wayside. But his eyes were flowing with gold. The eyes of the divine pattern are now staring at the current will of heaven on the horizon. There should be no. The eyes are deep at this moment, filled with a kind of hatred and anger. It won't be long before he will be able to take back all the authority he has lost. Damn thief! After using his things to bully others for so many years, it's time to return them. We are willing to go through fire and water for the Lord of Heaven. Guhan is the evil demon that brings disaster to the world. Just at this moment, a sound like a huge bell rang out, finally responding to the will of heaven. Buzz. In front of the shocked eyes of many monks watching, there's a sudden color in the sky lingering. Around began to appear bright cracks like spider webs. The next moment a magnificent illusion appeared, as if countless heavenly runes were condensed. The huge palace in the crack of time and space deprise from the ground. On the huge palace plaque there are 3 golden ancient characters engraved, Tiandao Hall. At this moment there are 9 of them, and it is even suspected that the projections of the wills of 3 great emperors are emerging among them. In front of countless stunned eyes watching. A few are enough to stand on the sky. It can cause the whole world to boil. Shadow all bowed towards the will of heaven. It seems to be a show of respect for the will of heaven and obedience to the laws of heaven that he has bestowed. Tiandao Temple. It's the legendary Tiandao Temple. Recognized. The monk of unknown origin was full of disbelief. The Tiandao Temple is a superpower created by the will of Tiandao himself, as recorded in the ancient books of all major forces. Although strong men from the Tiandao Palace had appeared before to arrest Guhan. But because his master has not yet appeared in the world. Also because the power of heaven and earth is incomplete, he acts in a relatively low-key manner. Now my master has completely awakened from his deep sleep. As his loyal dogson, naturally also have to express your position. 6 top-level quasi-emperors and even projections of 3 great emperors. The heavenly Dao Palace really has a terrifying foundation. The strong men were shocked and heart-pounding. Although Tiandao's behavior has a bit of the flavor of Huangpa selling melons and boasting about herself. But it must be said that the appearance of the strong men of the heavenly Dao Palace, and all of them expressed that they would obey the will of heaven, which also played a role in setting the pace. A demon like Guhan should not exist in this world. If this man is not killed, our Xianhuang world will never be at peace. Since Lord Tiandao is taking the lead today, I, the ancient emperor, is willing to serve Lord Tiandao and make a contribution to the peace and stability of the Xianhuang world. At this time another extremely majestic voice spread out. Everyone saw thousands of streams of light above the other sky converging and finally slowly forming a film. That person was none other than the Will Master that Guhan had killed earlier of Ancient Emperor. But the one who appeared here was still not his real self. After all, the world's rules are still incomplete. He originally, if one wants to be born into the world, one must learn from the demon emperor Tu Ling and destroy the fruits of one's cultivation. I am also willing to accept the will of heaven and make a contribution to the stability of Xianhuang world. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Soon there is another god. The ancient powerful ones emerged to respond to the call of the will of heaven. People die for money and birds die for food. There is never a shortage of ruthless people in the world who are willing to fight hard to reach a higher level or to gain more wealth. As long as they have a chance to kill Guhan. That's like picking up a destiny for free. For those who have reached their potential limit and cannot break through to the level of the great emperor. The old monster who can only wait for his lifespan to run out and die on the spot. For us, isn't this a chance to survive? Since you are destined to die, you might as well give it your all. The will of heaven truly awakened and issued a decree of heaven to arrest Guhan, completely pushing Guhan to the opposite side of the human race, and soon swept across the entire Xinhuang world like a storm. Even the powerful ones in the demon and monster worlds know about it. There are even some. The fence sitter also developed some little thoughts about Guhan. After all, even if they are not human, destiny has great benefits for them. Drama. The direction of the situation was similar to what Guhan encountered. Because the true will of heaven and the true self of heaven have officially appeared in the world. No, the fence sitters and powerful people set off a campaign in various major worlds to find Guhan and the traces of people related to Guhan. Of course, the foundation of Guhan's several major forces is not weak now. During this period, he often clashed with the powerful people in the Tiandao camp and even start a war. Guhan is at the center of all this storm. But it remains silent for several months without any appearance. The demon realm void is deep. The huge fairy island hide in it. Over the past few months, Guhan has been practicing in seclusion in the immortal burial ground, constantly improving his cultivation level, while constantly it means entering the funeral path. In just a few months, Guhan's strength has once again undergone earth-shaking changes. His destiny frost sword, the immortal demon sword that he had successfully devoured and refined, the sword spirit transformed again, even surpassing its master Guhan. It became the real imperial soldier. Moreover, it is an imperial weapon with extremely terrible destructive power. Combined with the meaning of burial, it can even compete with some ordinary imperial weapons. Guhan's own cultivation also underwent earth-shaking changes. He explored a path that truly belonged to him through the meaning of the burial path at the peak of Quasi-Emperor, and only one step away opportunity you can, the realm of the great emperor. If this scene were to spread, it would once again cause a sensation in the world. In just a few months he had just broken through to Saint King. Opportunity can break through God. What kind of terrifying talent does this require? Certainly. This is not Guhan's biggest gain. During this period he also continued to use the meaning of the burial path to cooperate with the evil god seed to absorb and refine the super. The power of the source seed allows you to undergo a greater transformation. Pity. Overtake. The power dimension involved in the source seed is too high now. I can only absorb a little bit of it. There is no way to completely power shift. Use it for my own benefit. Guhan slowly opened his eyes and sighed. The seeds of the evil god and the super, the source seed, is emitting waves of energy at this moment. Although only a little bit was refined. It also indirectly helped him master some of the seeds of the evil god as well as the super, the power of the source seed. This also allowed him to reach the threshold of another dimension. Even if he is only a quasi-emperor now. But he also has the confidence that he can compete with the emperor himself. If the will of the ancient emperor is projected here and he can knock out. Just so that the ancient emperors, it seems that because of the super I am very resentful of the incident with the origin seed. Guhan narrowed his eyes, his pupils deep. There is cold flashing. He didn't care whether the other party was the emperor of the human race, whether he had made contributions to the human race or whether he had ever made any contributions to the human race. Since you have to go against him. Now his strength has just transformed. Then take this ancient emperor works. People come to establish your authority, and by the way, kill the arrogance of those guys of heaven's will. Otherwise, do you really think that Guhan is someone that anyone can mess with? Chapter 525 is comingly seal the 4 origin places. Judging from your current strength before the rules of heaven and earth are fully revived. Perhaps nothing can rival you. But I have a premonition it won't be long before the rules of heaven and earth become completely complete. Before that, you'd better accumulate your resources to deal with the crisis that may come next. The burial ground is deep. Suddenly came the reminder of Zhang Shuyu. Yeah, I know. Guhan nodded. To be honest, he felt a little embarrassed after facing Zhang Shuyu again. At that time my brain had to learn some strategies before logging off. The attacker should tease the villain boss for the last time. But one never expected that less than a year would pass. I am here again and I appear in my original form. Compared to when I first came to this area. He was drifting the law of burial in the air have to can't breathe. He has completely mastered the laws of burial and can control them at will. Completely ignores the impact of space. You can even use the special rules of the immortal burial ground to continuously hone your skills from. And during this period, he also understood a doubt in his heart. Why did the first-generation demon emperor also master power similar to the way of burial? Listen to what Zhang Shuyu said. The first generation of demon emperor obtained a heritage separated from the peak period before being sealed. Are there any similar inheritances in the heavens and myriad worlds? Every inheritance is actually similar to a seed of consciousness. When someone in the heavens and myriad worlds absorbed the inheritance of the Undertaker and refined the rules of the Undertaker to a certain extreme, even becoming infinitely close to a true Undertaker, the consciousness of the buried moon will be in them reappear on. Achieve rebirth through replacement of the power of consciousness. It can be said that the Zhangshu moon is immortal. As long as the concept of passing away and extinction exists in the world, it will not disappear. It will eventually be reborn one day in the future through the reshaping of similar energy. This is why was he sealed but never died? Originally Guhan was also worried. I have cultivated the meaning of the way of burial to the extreme. Will I be possessed by the consciousness of the buried moon for no apparent reason one day? It is another burial ruins month. But at that time Zhang Suyuyu seemed to see what he was thinking and said something that still left a deep impression on him and puzzled him to this day. You are special. My power cannot affect you. Because you are one of the origins. But the burial ruins moon seems to have some intention. No matter how he asked, she refused to say anything more. This made Guhan speechless. Be careful not to get struck by lightning if you don't finish your words. Shaking his head, he put all the inexplicable thoughts in his mind behind him, and after thinking for a moment he raised his hand and took out a magical thing from the space. Senior Zhang Suyuyu, you are the source of the immortal burial. Perhaps you sleepiness will help. The source of burial of immortals. This is Guhan's first a special reward obtained when signing in at the land of immortal burial. Detail tip: when the owner is confident in his own strength, he can integrate at the place where immortals are buried the burial assistance out of the seal. Yes, I understand. But it made Guhan confused. Yes. I didn't hear it from the Undertaker's tone, no surprise or joy at all. Some are just as calm as ever, no ripple. It's as if I already knew it. Guhan, there is such a thing on it. When leaving, Guhan was a little confused trance. Sex drama, the development was different from what he had imagined. Can you at least pretend? Although he has lost a lot of memories, he is actually not stupid and can easily guess some things. Just in Guhan, when the shadow disappeared completely, there was a distortion in the place where immortals were buried. The one who once was in the demon emperor's abyss, the Holy Spirit, the child, reappeared. Weak, surrounded by the hazy and brilliant fairy light, the whole person looks extremely pure. With Zhou, the funeral ruins moon, which is filled with an ominous and strange atmosphere, is a sharp contrast. Zhang Daoyue just looked at the direction where Guhan left as if he was somewhat disgusted. The arc is usually longer and it takes more than 10 breaths before answering, but it seems to be trapped. I muttered to myself in some kind of memory. In the beginning it was he who gave me this power and helped me to usher in a new life and transformation. If I had been stronger as the seventh supreme being, perhaps my brother would not have to go through such a long journey. It's all my fault for being too weak. The sacred standing aside the sun did not respond. Deep eyes, there are special forces circulating as well. About that strength is also filled with some kind of supreme power. The speed of time flow in the burial ground of immortals and the outside world is completely different. 4 months passed in the outside world, but 4 years passed for Guhan inside. In just 4 years he broke through from Saint King to Quasi-Emperor perfection. This can also be considered an extremely terrifying feat. After all, the higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to cultivate, and it requires years of accumulation. Guhan completely relied on the excessively foul power of the burial Dao, meaning in his own the terrifying enlightenment in such a short time breakthrough to this level. After walking out of the burial place of immortals, Guhan raised his hand and waved it. Ripples suddenly appeared in the void, and the human emperor banner, which was surrounded by thick black air, suddenly flew out from it. Over the past few days he has consumed more than 50,000 villain points. The merit has upgraded the grade of the human emperor banner to that of an imperial weapon. Although there is still a gap from the ultimate imperial weapon. But the difference is not that big. It is equivalent to the highest grade imperial weapon below the ultimate imperial weapon. Book the power has also undergone tremendous changes. For example, the current human emperor banner can through his will in the soul space a realm similar to the 9 nether hell was opened up. During this period Guhan had been making Yi Qingyun's consciousness constantly experience various kinds of pain back. Of course his purpose was not just to make Yi Qingyun experience the pain he had experienced before. Another purpose is to indirectly deduce and search for Xian Ningbing's whereabouts through Yi Qingyun's residual soul. After all, Yi Qingyun and Xian Ningbing were suspected to have signed a contract. Only when one party is completely annihilated will the contract between them disappear. Yi Qingyun is now a prisoner as the first-generation demon ancestor of the demon world. Xian Ningbing seems to have no means of saving his life. Previously, while he was with a big fight between the ancient emperor and his group of guys, Xian Ningbing is suspected to have escaped through special means. Now he finally cracked this god contract. If he wanted, he could use the contract to locate Xian Ningbing and even use it to directly cause Xian Ningbing to suffer backlash. Teach the other person a hard lesson. This guy actually came to the demon world. And there is the rich and inexplicable power of heaven helps avoid my investigation. Through some existing information, Guhan has roughly guessed Xian Ningbing's purpose. Most likely he wants to borrow the power of the current will of heaven to regain control of the demon world. Now the demon world has been developed by him, the base camp. He naturally wants to develop the demon world, the base camp. Besides, the previous will of heaven had told him it won't be long before the rules of heaven and earth in the Shenhuang world will gradually revive. And he predicted 4 places that seem to be the origin of the revival of the rules of heaven and earth. The entire Shenhuang world will eventually revive gradually and completely with these 4 original places of origin. Chapter 526 on Lyasov. For these 4 so-called original places of origin, Guhan already had some guesses in his mind. The demon world, the demon emperor Yuan. The human world, the ancestral world, and the sea. Demon world, demon palace. The place where the will of heaven was born, the pinnacle of heaven. The former will of heaven, an entity with incomplete power, had predicted these 4 locations. Not to mention the current will of heaven, which possesses relatively complete heavenly authority. The other party must have anticipated a lot of things, so they established cooperation with Xian Ningbing in advance. Later drama, it became increasingly confusing, and even his experience from his previous life became less and less useful. After all, Yi Qingyun, the protagonist of the book, has already been defeated by him, the villain, for the little mouse that he could play with at will. Next, his primary task is to deal with the will of heaven, the eternal Yi family, and other fairyland forces. There was an unknown fairyland family who wanted to use Hua Jieyu as a furnace lord but also suffered great losses at his hands. If the eternal Yi family unites with the strong men of this force, what can he do with his current strength? It's still a bit difficult to carry. The situation may be in line with the blue star dog I saw at that time, like a novel. Invincible in the world, but enemies come from the sky. Just came out of retreat. Guhan saw Axi Dahong, beautiful figure. Ahan. Seeing Guhan finally come out after months of seclusion, Hua Jieyu was overjoyed with joy. He leaped into the air and pounced directly on Guhan superior. As for whether Su Lun Yue and Xia Bingli would hold a grudge against him? But he calculated the time exactly when both of them were in seclusion. Worth it after waiting outside for so long, caught with Guhan alone opportunity. How did the quality change so much? Just received Guhan. Now that Hua Jieyu has arrived, the quality is wrong. The quality seems to have undergone some unimaginable transformation, and it is even suspected to have an even more terrifying feedback effect. I have always had 2, now I will use 2. The qualities are combined. I originally wanted to use this to break my limit, shape something more powerful. The result may be God's will, or it may be some other reason. Qualitative results change, a stronger feedback quality. Hearing Hua Jieyu's answer, Guhan was frowning. So all his efforts were in vain? Hua Jieyu suddenly stepped forward and took Guhan's hand for a moment and then suddenly moved closer to Guhan with a voice that carried a certain charm. Ma, do you want a test? I have completely transformed myself. Quality can definitely give you unprecedented novelty test. Hua Jieyu came very close. Of the peaks are completely in Guhan's. On top of that, coupled with this makes some a numb and enchanting voice. Guhan couldn't help but feel angry upwelling. It's really not his fault that he lacks self-control. Not to mention that he has been in seclusion for so long. The realm of cultivation has made another great breakthrough. Qi, the power is so strong that it is about to overflow. Today there is a way of repaying one's parents' kindness that even exceeds the records in ancient books. The quality is right in front of me. This is really. He didn't even give Guhan a chance to refuse. I'll take you to a nice place. Hua Jieyu pulled Guhan walked towards the empty palace. Just entered palace. Hua Jieyu casually cast a system. She threw herself into Guhan's arms. Her white jade-like arms hugged Guhan. Her eyes blurred in red. She exhaled a little snow orchid. Actually I also know some things. Without you I wouldn't be where I am today. Now I have awakened again and I am giving back. Maybe it is fate. Rather than continue to attract the attention of others, I would rather dedicate everything to you. Akan. At the end Hua Jieyu's face was red. Exhaled like Akan, will you take me? Guhan was slightly stunned. Head subconscious towards your own flowers. Speak. Move your gaze downward. Saw the wide open red under the jade-like clavicle. Two towering mountains are slightly where. The sight is full of dazzling white and one look at it makes people. The breath is hot to the point of being almost fry. Afterwards Guhan's eyes gradually became firm and he directly picked up Hua Jieyu and walked towards the main hall. Go to the couch. Not long. A suggestive sound was heard in the hall. This process lasted a whole day. The two of them were in the huge hall. Almost all of them left their own traces and smells. It is worth mentioning that Hua Jieyu is different from her fiery and unrestrained appearance. The whole process was led by Guhan, the little yellow man. No matter what Guhan said, then do it. But what no one knows is, when the two were making love passionately, not far from the main hall there appeared a film. Looks like it's been set up. The main hall. Nian Shixian. There was silence. Finally a little bitered. There is a mist of grievance in the eyes. Hua Jieyu lied to me. We agreed to find an opportunity together. You sent me away and now you're doing it alone. The human race is all dirty, especially these people. Nian Shi also has a mission off. After all, whether it is or maybe the current Sanglong clan all follows Guhan. The father wanted to bring them together with Guhan. In addition, he had an experience with Guhan in Taihua Immortal Dynasty. There is also some admiration in good. Because returning to the demon ancestor is also Guhan's, he was also afraid that his behavior would offend the demon ancestor. So I've been hesitating lately. Finally Hua Jieyu, who has the same idea as me after agreeing on cooperation. I didn't expect that we were still good sisters and good girlfriends a few days ago. Hua Jieyu, you are going to sell yourself today and eat alone. It's so shameless. Still cheating this little dragon. This hatred noted. Until another half day passed. Main hall. Guhan raised his hand and waved. Ripples of Ming's law flashed by and the slightly polluted air in the air was instantly purified. Flowers speak. At this moment in Guhan the bed, the mouth was still rising and falling violently as if it had just been moved violently over. During this process Guhan also used some kind of dual cultivation method. While the clouds and rain, he also had some harvest. I felt that I was one step closer to the opportunity to become the emperor. Similarly, although Hua Jieyu was sighed, but the gains were greater than Guhan himself. After a double repair, not only did he receive great rewards, his strength continued to rise and reach the peak of the saint of the quality changes again. It can be said that Hua Jieyu can become stronger now as long as she practices dual cultivation. This even Guhan couldn't figure out what it was quality. If I had to say it, I would probably call her the innate succubus saint. Guhan originally planned to leave. But he was grabbed by Hua Jieyu's sleeve. Don't go, I want more. Do this kind of thing we have to queue up to, okay? Su Lingyue and Xiaobingli are not here now. Don't miss it. Even if Ison, but Guhan is still very power, isn't it? Guhan make a slight pause. Des flower interpretation. The waist a wicked smile appeared. Everywhere, yes, on lies right? Chapter 527, Take the Emperor to Establish Authority. 1 Sword for Quasi-Emperors. Another full day and night passed. Finally it was confirmed that Hua Jieyu was completely exhausted. Even as a cultivator he would need several days to recover. Gu Han left the hall. I just pushed open the door of the hall. Gu Han saw Nian Shi, who had been squatting nearby for several days and nights. Nian Shi? Are you here to catch the second half? Without waiting for Nian Shi to speak, Gu Han's slightly teasing voice sounded. As soon as these words were spoken, Nian Shi's pretty face turned red and she was a little at a loss. Even the dialogue above my head, smoke was coming out of the dragon's horns. Although the lifespan of dragons is much longer than that of humans. But if we convert the lifespan of human beings, at this moment Nian Shi is actually still an unknown year. Although having sex is not immoral, it is legal. Nian Shi, where she was at a loss as to what to do when faced with Gu Han's words, and her pretty face turned even redder. Wait until you grow up a little bit. Gu Han at Nian Shi's head. To be honest with Nian Shi, it is indeed far inferior to Hua Jieyu. I know that the other party might have come with some purpose from the Canlong clan. Of course, the most important thing is that now the reign is over his, the quality is not great. Nian Shi, who was standing by, murmured softly, I'm very big, okay? I'm bigger than you. Gu Han didn't care and thought of something else. The ancient emperor has been use your own strength to saddle the will of heaven flat, submit to his power. Now he has been intoxicated for so long, it is time to move on transport. You can also take advantage of the breakthrough to practice with an emperor and establish your authority. Be calm in your mind. Gu Han breath surged surrounding Spaceland, inch one step forward in a special space channel. The force where the ancient emperor is located is called the Tiangu clan. Located in the northern part of the human world, the Biming region is the richest central area. Thanks to the reason why the ancient emperor was such a powerful ancestor. The Tiangu clan has never declined for countless years and has thrived for the superpower of the human race. Tiangu tribe territory. Various magnificent ancient buildings are lined up one after another. Today the Tiangu tribe seems to be holding a grand family banquet. Many powerful people from the Tiangu clan gathered here and the place was bustling and extremely lively. Boom boom. However, in the next moment something unexpected happened. Deep sky, suddenly there were bursts of thunder, dark clouds overturned, and a terrifying might had immediately enveloped the entire Tiangu clan. This is. Many Tiangu clan strongmen were shocked. Other monks with weaker cultivation may not coming out. But they are know it clearly. This is a terrifying existence that has crossed the void and descended upon their Tiangu clan with great force, and there is a high probability that it has come with ill intentions. This made many high-ranking and powerful people of the Tiangu clan shocked and angry. Their Tiangu tribe husbeat the ancient emperor, the ancestor in charge. How dare any villain come to their clan's territory and cause trouble? However, without waiting for the strong men of the Tiangu clan to take off, they directly blocked the oncoming people. Boom! Countless people looked at the sky. Only the world that had suddenly become dark was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling white light cover. A stream like a stream from the darkness, the sword at dawn passed by. Wrapped in the blazing colorful fire, it was like a falling star. The power has not yet been received to the crowd. Many Tianguzu strong men were already sweating profusely, and they felt that their end, the soul, will be fire annihilation. This is just the only thought they have in their life. In addition to the several strong men who relied on their powerful cultivation and awareness to react, were able to resist. Most of the Tiangu clan strong men were in this sword that came out of nowhere down. The body, soul, and the entire clan's land were all engulfed by the raging flames. Boom! The sword energy roared. That explosion turned the previously prosperous and cheerful Tiangu clan into a living hell. Earth, the ground collapsed and billowing flames shot up into the sky. Countless people of the Tiangu clan may be directly wiped out by the terrifying sword energy ashes. Or they struggle and wail in agony in a roiling inferno of flames, gradually losing their lives. Until then, in several days ago, the strong men of the ancient tribe were split. Eyes watch down. The sky slowly takes shape, a vortex. Wearing a white Gu Han holding the Hanshao sword slowly emerged from it. His dark eyes, the eyes are calm as if nothing happened. The gods are so condescending. Looking down, he was chopped by a sword in the fiery purgatory. More than 100,000 people of the Tiangu clan died. There is nothing good off doing things. You need to think about the costs and risks beforehand. Since the great Emperor Gu is determined to get involved and bring the Tiangu clan to be his enemy, he should be prepared that one day he will retaliate against him or even exterminate his clan. You are Gu Han. The Tiangu tribe leader who reacted recognized Gu Han. I was shocked and horrified. Because my ancestors, because of Emperor Gu, he has been investigating Gu Han's information, so naturally he knows what he looks like. But in his previous, according to the report, Gu Han just broke through to the Saint King level a few months ago. What is going on now? Now the powerful aura he exuded had clearly reached that of a quasi-emperor, and an extremely terrifying quasi-emperor at that. Just standing there, even he a veteran top quasi-emperor, I felt a palpitation in my heart and didn't dare to compete with him at all. But so what? Not to mention they have the top ancestor Emperor Gu is in charge. Besides, this is also the territory of their Tiangu clan. Besides him there are 3 other top quasi-emperors. Moreover, they have not been able to find Gu Han recently. Shadow now the other party. No, on the other hand, if you can capture it, you will gain the appreciation of your ancestors. They can even use Gu Han's head to exchange for a lifetime of destiny from the will of heaven. By then their Tiangu clan will have another extraordinary emperor. Let's do it together. Suppress this thief. In the end, greed prevails. The Tiangu clan leader roared and he unleashed his cultivation power, and together with 3 other top-level quasi-emperor realm masters charged towards Gu Han. With 4 top-level quasi-emperors, even ordinary emperors can fight against them. In their opinion, even if Gu Han is very powerful, he will definitely be defeated. Normal drama. This is how development should be. However, the next moment, after Gu Hancheng, there was suddenly huge A circle appeared like a star ring. Among them is a power far beyond their imagination. This is also what Gu Han has been doing these days to repair the chain fruit. He will refine the power of the source seed is the real oneself, and even turn it into vision completely for your own use. From the star ring, the brilliant super of born to be interested in ordinary creatures, there is a huge system. Several Tiangu clan ancestors had just approached, and before they had time to attack, they were already under the illumination of some can breathe. But the strong for a forward victory or defeat is often decided in an instant. Not to mention that several powerful members of the Tiangu clan made such a fatal mistake. Gu Han did not know Drag Supera, bless him, on instantly sword she all hair. Boom. Just one strike of the sword. The brilliance of the sword is like the sunite started from the sky, carrying with it surging strange fire runes like a meteor shower of sky fire. Including the Tiangu tribe leader, the 4 top-level quasi-emperors were directly swept into the rolling meteor shower. In the painful and unwilling wails, the 2 weaker quasi-emperors were directly, the sword energy and the soul were destroyed together. The other, as the rolling flames burned countless large holes in it, and it fell to the ground like a tattered sack. After struggling for a moment, it died miserably. The only remaining Tiangu clan leader originally wanted to abandon his getaway. But the soul was halfway through escaping when it was suddenly a big handlive. The expression on the face of the only remaining Tiangu clan strongman all frozen. I felt that all my faith collapsed at this moment. Defeated. Their clan leader and 3 top-level quasi-emperors attacked, but they were all defeated before they could even last a single round. Chapter 528, Tell the world that even the emperor can kill him. Gu Han Yu. The voice of the Tiangu tribe leader was obviously filled with fear this time. He hadn't expected anything will Chanjizo. It should be a grind. As a result, the 4 of them ended up in a miserable defeat. Strange. This guy is really weird. Moreover, the current laws of heaven and earth are not complete. Even if the great emperor of their Tiangu clan took action, I am afraid that this monster in front of them would not be able to the opponent. Gu Han. How dare you come to my Tiangu clan and be so presumptuous? I think you are courting death. Let him go quickly. Otherwise I will make sure you die without a burial place. Such a huge it was so quiet that even the soundest sleeping pig would be woken up. In the Tiangu tribe, sleeping the ancient emperor himself was naturally awakened as well. The reason why he didn't let the projection of his will take action. Also because Emperor Gu knew very well that Gu Han was extremely terrifying now. Using his will projection to fight is absolutely no different from going up to deliver food. He also didn't want his original body to take action. After all, in an era with incomplete laws, if the emperor takes forceful action, he will have to pay a heavy price. But he had no choice. If no action was taken, the Tiangu clan would definitely be slaughtered by Gu Han today. He spent countless years. The family that had been established was completely destroyed. Senior, you shouldn't ask for help in a threatening tone. If I get scared by your threats, I'm afraid I will. Gu Han chuckled, and with a little force on his palm, the remnant soul of the Tiangu clan leader in his hand let out a miserable cry. Instantly broken. The sky is full of fragments. I'm afraid I won't be able to control my own strength. Look, the people who were once savable are now completely hopeless. You're looking for death. Emperor Gu was immediately enraged. Boom. At the same time, the Tiangu clan, a terrifying force has emerged. One, the imperial power far surpassing the aura of a quasi-emperor descended like a storm from the depths of the Tiangu clan emerge. The emperor awakens off the silence is shocking earth sky, dark cloudy change. No, the human race or other forces are here. A terrible smell. Is this the direction of the Tiangu clan? The Tiangu tribe hazes the ancient emperor in charge? Someone actually went to the Tiangu tribe and caused trouble. Many powerful people were surprised and suspicious, but curiosity prevailed in the end. Many strong men could not hold back their curiosity and headed towards the strange go to the place. Of course, it's not just other strong ones. Also notice this, the quiet will of heaven. He is also sending his will to the Tiangu clan. He is not stupid. He knows that now he dares to cause such a big commotion in the human world that he influences quiet. Even the Tiangu clan led by Emperor Gu took action, and it was most likely Gu Han. The other side. Gu Han also knew that the human world within the scope of influence and control of the will of heaven. Follow here, it was an extremely unwise choice for the ancient emperor to fight, and he might even kill himself. Gu Han directly chose to fight at full strength. Then let the hard-earned hope. The remaining strong men of the Tiangu clan or even Moria scene appeared. Gu Han, several gaps appeared in the space behind. 4 pieces of imperial weapons show their aura. The soul-slaying demon emperor, guardian of the abyss shadow, also from another. They emerged one after another from the gap in space. Gu Han hunts with his own strength the ability of the ancient emperor. But it takes too much time. Once the ancient emperor was exhausted, and when the will of heaven came, his plan was completely unsuccessful. Therefore we will use our advantages in numbers and imperial soldiers to quickly end the battle. You damned fellow! How dare you plot against me? It took a huge price to let my original body come out of the sleeping place. Emperor Gu's eyes suddenly turned red. As early as Gu Han, the Tiangu clan leader, and the 3 top quasi-emperors, when he touched his hand, he had already woken up. He had plenty of opportunities to take action at that time. But he hasn't taken any action yet, which means he is actually just waiting. Waiting for Gu Han. Later, other powerful men appeared, especially the Demon Emperor Tu Ling and the Abyss Guardian. These 2 existences even he found difficult to deal with. With these 2 people combined with Gu Han, who had just awakened from a deep sleep, even if it was his real body, he would most likely die. But after confirming that Gu Han did not seem to bring any helpers but was arrogantly and confidently planning to destroy his Tiangu clan on his own, only then did he dare to let his true self come out from his slumber. Unexpectedly, Gu Han, what a dangerous guy. This guy has been trying to trick him from the very beginning. Not only did he bring 2 powerful helpers, but he also brought several imperial weapons. But what is going on? Why didn't he detect anything in the void when he explored it several times? Milliliter Tebetanquiet. There is no reason why he couldn't detect such a terrifying aura. The reason is actually very simple. Gu Han, I used the foul thing called Pyomyo Fairy Island. As the Zhangzuxu moon continues to awaken, the aura that was emitted once again changed the entire Pyomyo Fairy Island. Now lingering around the misty fairy island, that the fairy mist is now filled with a special power that can make the entire Pyomyo Fairy Island outside the laws of the Tao. The laws of the Tao naturally also include the laws of space. Pyomyo Fairy Island is independent of the laws of space, so it is naturally difficult to be detected by people. This is the ancient emperor had just failed to detect the cold several times back, the reason for hiding the helper. Misty Fairy Island professional people more fight profit. A quick battle, a quick decision, other human race warriors, and even the will of heaven should come here. Zone is coming, don't delay. Guhan did not hesitate. Muddy cultivation, direct controlling several imperial weapons. He was the first to kill Ancient Emperor. Demon Emperor Tuliang and Abyss Guardian. The work is not slow. With power infinitely close to that of the Great Emperor, the Ancient Emperors were strangled. Guhan. The remaining Tiangu clan strongmen white. Their strength is too weak to participate in this world-class war. Every time the collision will make the whole world slightly shake. The magical power that emerged was like a passing storm. The strongest under the Emperor. It is impossible to approach, and it will be the terrible energy storm hit the mouth and made it spit out fresh or even lose consciousness. Rather than being beaten to death, the Ancient Emperor died of frustration. Not to mention he was forcibly awakened from his slumber and needed to bear the backlash of the original rules. Just facing the self-destructive Demon Emperor Tuliang, but the guy who has the combat power of the Emperor has already consumed half of his force. Add to that the Abyss Keeper, this unreasonable guy who can borrow the power of the Demon Emperors of all generations. And Guhan Laolu is around, control the Emperor's soldiers and attack him from time to time. This war, it didn't last long. Finally the Ancient Emperor roared with reluctance and anger. The Ancient Emperor ended in a disastrous defeat. Boom! Guhan, Demon Emperor Tuliang and the Abyss Guardians launch a killing move. Ancient Emperor Hun, the breath rises. The Emperor's might and withstood the attacks from the Demon Emperor Tuliang and the people guarding the Abyss head-on. But it was Guhan's during the attack. The sword energy came across his. The mouth was pierced by the Hanshao sword and the head was smashed by the Pyomyo Fairy Belvague. Emperor, the 3,000 miles were dyed red and a Great Emperor fell completely. The Great Emperor fell and the whole sky was filled with the solemn and sad mood, even caused a gurgling rain. Although there are strong and weak emperors among them. But there are only a handful of people who can reach this level in the entire Xianhuang world. Every death is a loss to humanity and the world. But Guhan doesn't care about that. Directly select waste, use Ancient Emperor first, take it away directly. In progress before Pyomyo Fairy Island left this place. Guhan run, infuriating. The sound comes back, the entire human world. Today Guhan killed the Ancient Emperor, wanted to tell the world, don't mess with me. Otherwise, even if you are the Emperor, I can still kill you. Chapter 529, Human World Shock. 1 year, scatter your ashes. Guhan's voice spread for a long time in the hearts of countless powerful people. The whole world seemed to be trapped at this moment's silence. Even if not, there have been some guesses about the powerful human race. After seeing the heavy rain over the Tiangu Clanyu and Guhan's words that were still shocking. Suddenly I felt like I was falling into an ice cave. My scalp was numb and I was terrified. Great Emperor. He is the strongest person who truly stands at the top of the pyramid of the Xianhuang world. But it's not some cabbage on the roadside that you can just run into. It is truly possible to change the world pattern by one's own efforts. But such an extremely terrifying existence died today. Moreover, he did not fall at the hands of an emperor of the same level, but died at the hands of Guhan, who was just a disciple of a declining sect more than 3 years ago and was just a saint king a few months ago. At this moment, the entire human world seemed to be hit by a meteorite. Countless monks and living beings were extremely shocked. My worldview has been overturned. Especially because of the many good things that heaven has always promised, and wanted to unite with him to deal with Guhan's cultivators. They were so scared that they started to back out. Even I dare not get involved anymore. At this moment, the fear in the hearts of many cultivators and living beings completely prevailed. This is a very simple truth. Since Guhan has the ability to kill the emperor, he can naturally kill all of them. And Guhan's last words were also very clear. If you continue to be his enemy, you will only die. Guhan. At this time the sky is deep. There was an angry voice of the will of heaven, and waves of thunder roared as if doomsday was coming. Guhan's move was not only to enhance his own prestige, and it is also a slap in the face of his heavenly will. This time he was not sleeping, in awake state. But that in this state. A powerful emperor who was the first to surrender to him was killed right under his nose. Who now dares to respond to his will of heaven, and who dares to openly become Guhan's enemy? You bullshit. Before leaving, Guhan raised his middle finger in the direction of heavens. Well, 1 year later I will definitely scatter all your ashes. As soon as these words came out, everyone, it seemed as if the will of heaven was about to explode with anger. Terrible power, like the end of the world constantly raging in the sky. One in the world. I just finished a few months of retreat and want to come out. The tone is Chu Wei. By chance I also heard Guhan's full of energy, which resonated in the entire human world for a long time. Words. Brother Gu, are you now able to kill the emperor? Chu Wei was a little dazed. During this period I have also been in seclusion to cultivate my practice. With the resources of the previous heavenly Tao will and the entire return to Tao Zong's chain repair resources, his cultivation has also achieved an unprecedented improvement, and he broke through to the Supreme Saint not long ago. Even so, the speed can still be called extreme. But in terms of combat power, there is no comparison with Guhan at all. They were clearly from the same sect and their cultivation levels were similar more than 3 years ago, but now there was an insurmountable chasm between them. Moreover, because the reason Hui Dao Zong Yi, when the will of heaven comes, the ancestral land collapsed and had to turn in the dark. Now another heavy burden has been laid on my shoulders. Don't just try to go back in time. Also lead Hui Dao Zong rose again. That's right, back to the past. I no longer intend to restart the so-called past. During this period already research on the immortal stone thoroughly. Even if true preaching God, you can never restart the past. This requires too much energy. No, after the emperor the power of return can be completed off. Moreover, it is very difficult to truly go back to the past. But even so, still want to risk everything to try. After all, no, it's like having nothing left. Master is dead. Junior sister Ruyan is dead. Hui Dao Zong collapsed. Senior brother can no longer save it. Now only junior sister Baiji is left to depend on. Go back in time, change everything, create the one I really want, good future. Chu Wei Mu determined. I just finished a few months of retreat. After taking a breath, he returned to the special space opened up by the predecessor's will of heaven to continue his retreat. This is not a solution, will be crazy and may not be able to break through to the emperor. In Chu Wei Jin, after continuing the retreat in a special place, Mu Binghuang didn't know where appears Chu, the direction where Wei disappeared, as if she was talking to herself. Don't look at Chu Wei, only stayed in seclusion for a few months. However, in the special space opened up by the will of heaven, the flow of time is different from that in the outside world. A few months outside is equivalent to several years inside. Chu, how old is Wei? Not to mention the need to be closed for several years. His cultivation level was also accumulated by taking elixirs, so this behavior was tantamount to draining his own potential. Not only is it ruining one's future, but drugs are also poisonous. Taking drugs and secluding oneself like this is not only a way to, for the sake of the emperor, he will definitely be a short-lived emperor. People in the world want to break through the emperor. Not only for greater strength but also for a longer life. Chu Wei seemed to have abandoned everything, gambled her potential and lifespan. Just be the emperor and make use of your remaining energy for a moment. Mu Binghuang's voice had just fallen. The void was rippled and the former will of heaven, a shadow, emerged from it. But this is the path you choose. Besides, haven't you always hoped Chu Wei becomes stronger and proves the truth? Empress borrow again, can the power of resurrect Mu Bailing? Mu Binghuang remains silent. Sudden, I feel that I am a little selfish and even useless. If I had discovered my sister's abnormality earlier, think maybe it wouldn't be so bad and my sister might not die. Now everyone is dead. Thinking of reversing life and death and resurrecting his sister, he even has to rely on a junior. Shin, after a moment, Mu Binghuang seemed to have made some kind of decision. My current cultivation has already broken through to the Saint King level. By practicing in seclusion in a special place for a few months, he might be able to break through to the quasi-emperor level. I will sacrifice my essence, my soul, and everything I have. Can you find a way to make Chu Wei absorbs me as nutrients? You want to sacrifice yourself, all Chu Wei? The former heavenly Dao was somewhat surprised, as he had never expected Mu Binghuang to do this. This kind of self-sacrifice even cuts off everything. The possibility of returning to the afterlife is used other people's business. Even the closest people won't do it casually. Not to mention that the process will be extremely painful and worse than death. Moreover, after cultivating to the realm of quasi-emperor, he can be regarded as the supreme existence in the world of immortal cultivation. Not to mention Mu Binghuang and Chu Wei doesn't exist either fate relationship. Sacrifice yourself for others, what is the point of repairing the chain? I think this is the best way. Mu Binghuang laughed at herself. In terms of talent and potential, I am far inferior to Chu Wei even if I use all my strength, so what if the solution has broken through to the level of emperor? I have mastered the power of ice. Can it help me revive my sister? Can it help me go back to the past and change everything? I can't do anything, but Wei can. Being able to go back to the past and change all destiny. Even if we can't go back to the past, we can only go back to a so-called parallel time and space, but if we can make a time and space realize a perfect past from millions of parallel time and space, the ending. If my sister can find a good home, I will die without regrets. I'm not a good sister, I'm terrible, but in the end it's my fault for not taking good care of her. He wanted to atone for his sins before he died, so don't I want to atone for my sins too? The previous agreement is void. Mu Binghuang turned serious. The former heavenly Dao, will I need you to after Wei absorbed my nutrients. She fully cooperated with Chu Wei breakthrough emperor. The former heavenly Will was slightly stunned. He did have an agreement with Mu Binghuang. The originally agreed reward was that he would cooperate with Mu Binghuang to resurrect Mu Bailing. Anyway, the difficulty of these two is about the same. Can it be completed? It is not about him but about Chu Wei? Although the human world is booming incomparable. It set off waves and countless monks and living beings were shocked. However, the demon world, which had always been under the rule of the demon ancestor, did not receive the news quickly. I just did a big job and got a great emperor. Guhan was just thinking about how to get this emperor refining puppet. Guhan. Damn it. You haven't been answering the message yet, have you? A cursing voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was a special message from Xiao Haizi. Xiao Haizi had also sent a message to me before, but I was busy with the ancient emperor was busy with a war and had no time to pay attention to it, so he ignored it all the time and only reacted now. I found news about the Xianning demon ancestor. Should I lead the attack and reason with him, or should I just talk to him directly? Can you give me a definite answer? Chapter 530, The Whereabouts of the Demon Ancestor. The arrival of the two major families in the immortal realm. Su Lingyue has been in seclusion these days trying to recover more of his skills. During this period, all the forces in the demon world unified by Su Lingyue, and all the powerful people in the demon world obeyed Guhan's orders. In order to open the Demon God Palace as soon as possible. Unlock the Demon Clan and hatching Fairy Egg. He has been collecting clues about the other two first-generation demon ancestors in the demon world. I didn't expect that the first person to get the news about the first-generation demon ancestor would be this unreliable little black guy. Something happened before just say it directly. Guhan responded quickly. Then the Xianning demon ancestor is suspected God after the world is revealed. Xiao Haizi changed the subject again. In fact, I not only found the trace of Xianning demon ancestor but also found the trace of Yunni demon ancestor. Guhan was slightly stunned and his face suddenly happiness. I thought my plan would be completed soon. Sure brother, I didn't expect you. Awesome. Guhan was about to praise him, but Xiao Haizi changed the subject and said, however, there is bad news. Xin Ningbing seems to have received the order in advance. The demon ancestor was destroyed and no one knew how to pull the demon ancestor to the place where he was destroyed, guys. This news made Guhan slightly surprised. He really couldn't understand. Why would the demon ancestor choose to cooperate with Xian Ningbing? If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it for now. Since we already have news about the Xianning demon ancestor. Now we just have to find a way to get the key from him. Now he and Su Lingyue have 3 keys. Xian Ningbing also has a key. The last key of the Xianning demon ancestor is extremely important. Because these 5 special keys have a special quality. That is, when more keys are gathered together, you should go to where the remaining keys are, helping holders accurately find the remaining keys. It can be said that as long as the key in the hands of Xianning demon ancestor is taken in the bag, even if Xian Ningbing could hide again, it would be meaningless. The power will be entirely in their hands. Moreover, within a few months his strength increased dramatically. Even Su Lingyue, who had just come out of seclusion, might not be his opponent. Not to mention that after he teamed up with Su Ling Yue, it emits a force far greater than 1 + 1 2. At the same time, a certain demon above the void. Two are gathering their breath, the shadow is breaking through the air. One man human-headed snake has flowing white hair upper foulage. The man has a pair of curved horns on his head and his whole temperament exudes a kind of cold unknown. They are Xian Ningbing and the demon ancestor Yunmi. At this moment they also learned the location of Xian Ning demon ancestor and were heading towards the area rushed to. Xian Ningbing, the entire demon world has already fallen, it was under the control of Su Ling Yue. The demon ancestor Yunmi said, although I am confident in my own strength, I still have a lot of the one after strength is still extremely difficult. Rest assured. Xian Ningbing smiled disdainfully. Su Ling Yue has helpers, don't I? Xian Ningbing have any? Before leaving I had already contacted the Heavenly Will. He also promised that if I needed anything he would send strong men to help me. God's will? The demon ancestor frowned even more. Back then it was the 5 demons who united to set up the demon ancestor's true words. They made countless demon tribes in the demon world believe in the 5 demons. In this way they directly snatched away the opportunity for the will of heaven to harvest the power of faith here. Now cooperate with the will of heaven. Isn't this a violation of their original oath and even trampling on their fruit? Pity. From the moment he decided to cooperate with Xian Ningbing he had no choice. And he wants to resurrect those who died in that war. Man, the power of heaven is even Moreno. Several months passed. The Xianhuang world has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The will of heaven has completely awakened and the power he possesses also helps him further grasp and control the pinnacle of the sky. The point of the sky is not only the place closest to the higher dimensional world as stated in the legend. It can also be understood as the channel through which the powerful people from the immortal realm want to descend into the Xianhuang world. Boom! At this time, there was a roar in the area where the sky's top was located. Chestnut. Countless dazzling divine patterns of heaven, they complement each other, slowly outlining a vague line as if standing between reality and illusion. As the portal slowly opened, like a torrent of immortal 7 streams of light rushed out from it like fallen immortal's shadow against the fairy and slowly walked out of it. From them the scent it emits can be confirmed. They are from the Eternal Yi family. After all, the source seed is related to the Eternal Yi family's grand plan and is of great importance. Now that it was taken away by Guhan, the entire Eternal Yi family was furious. In the past few months they have been trying their best to send more powerful family members to the Xianhuang world to take back the supersource seed. Today the laws of the Xianhuang world have begun to recover. To prevent this guy Guhan from continuing to grow stronger, they immediately used the power of heaven to send more powerful people to the Xianhuang world. They are. Because of Guhan, the original body of heaven's will was also in a state of panic and extremely angry. At this moment we can only send one will of heaven. Wait here. After seeing the person who came, the will of heaven was divided. I was stunned. Those who have come this time include not only the strong ones from the Eternal Yi family, but also it seems that there are strong ones from other fairyland forces. The 3 of them are from the ancient Zhang family in the immortal realm. The leading strong man from the Eternal Yi family explained. Once the statue of the Lord's faith was suspected to be used by Guhan in the Xianhuang world attack and smash. So that their family made the backlash was severe and has not been fully recovered to this day. This time these people from the ancient Zhang family are here with my Eternal Yi family to help you kill Guhan and bring peace and stability to the Xianhuang world. The person who spoke was the leader of the Eternal Yi family. The breath was like a deep abyss and a prison, and the tone was full of energy. By the way, he compared Guhan to the devil who subverts the world, and they are the righteous army that comes here to kill the devil. The will of heaven was overjoyed upon hearing this. Although he is now fully awake. But because the former heavenly Tao will has been released from the seal sleepy. This also led to the fact that he could not targeting Guhan. Once you do this you may be caught by the previous will of heaven. Eventually his authority over the way of heaven was taken away, and the matter was it gets worse. Moreover, now Guhan has the weather has changed and it is suspected that he can fight against ordinary emperors. Bukit's enough to be powerful. There are also the two traitors Tuliang Demon Emperor and Shou Yuan who have changed the entire demon world his base camp. His own power cannot affect the demon world. Moreover, even Su Lun Yue from the demon world is involved with Gu Han. This resulted in Gu Han being able to jump back and forth between the two worlds. Whenever he has time, he comes to the human world to show off his fame. And he could only stare blankly, not to mention how aggrieved he felt. What made him even more angry was many powerful people responded to his decree some time ago. In the past few months, Gu Han, the last few major forces were destroyed. In addition, Gu Han killed the ancient emperor, shocked countless powerful people. Even some humans have faith in him shake. This indirectly caused the power of faith he harvested to decrease now. Now, with the help of strong men from the two major families in the immortal realm, let alone Gu Han, he might be able to take this opportunity to directly deal with the threat of the former will of heaven. Chapter 531, Trick Forest, the same dimensional power. What? Another group of strong men who appear to be from the immortal realm have arrived, and there are several of them. In the demon world, Gu Han, who was about to set out for the place where the Xianning demon ancestor was slightly stunned. He received a reminder from the previous will of heaven. After obtaining a portion of the heavenly Tao's authority, the former heavenly Tao's will can also be reflected through the feedback between heaven and earth to some special condition. For example, the powerful immortals who descended into this world through special means. A little annoying, but not a big deal. After 4 years of hard training in the immortal burial ground, his burial path had already undergone earth-shaking changes. The more terrifying laws of the Tao are not a big problem either. Besides, the burial ruins moon will soon, the power breaks the seal. With Sang Suyuyu as his great backer, he doesn't need to worry about the Yi families. The North Prison Abyss and the Demon God Mountain are known as the two great district. These two, the place involves the original origin and final catastrophe of the demon world. It is said that before the first intelligent demon was born, the Demon God Mountain already existed, hiding an ancient palace. Their palace, hidden between the virtual and the real, it seems to require a special opportunity to open. The origin of Jisun is also extremely strange. Rumor has it that in the demon world soon after, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above the demon world, and dark clouds covered the demon world for billions of miles. A dark meteorite from outer space hit the strange and ominous power emanating from the demon world eventually gave rise to the Trick Forest. Through the investigation of Xiao Haizi and others, Xianning demon ancestor is suspected to be hidden in the deep forest. After becoming the strongest under the great emperor, Gu Han's spatial attainments also underwent a great transformation, and it didn't take long for him to approach the level of a strange forest. However, just as he approached this area, Gu Han, there was something fundamentally wrong with this area. The sky and the earth became increasingly darker, and gusts of black wind howled in the void like the roar of an evil ghost. It is different from other areas in the demon world that are beautiful with mountains and rivers and filled with natural elemental forces. The moment a living being sets foot in this area, no matter what race it is, deep heart, there will be a reaction off thread. It seems that the moment you step into this area, you have arrived at an unspeakable deathland. The air was filled with the creepy smell of death. After marching for a while again, Gu Han finally came to the edge of the forest. You're finally here. The flowers I've been waiting for are all withered. This damn place is really not a place for a demon to stay. As soon as he saw Gu Han, Xiao Haizi started cursing. Although he recovered most of Pulse possessing the ability to devour the laws as his own power. But strange, he really didn't want to come to Jisun. This place is not only extremely weird but also there is no demonic aura at all, and this is a place that even dog demons don't want to come to. In the history of the demon world, there were two demon ancestors go explore, but it's gone quiet. One of these two demon ancestors is the Netherworld demon ancestor, one of the 5 first-generation demon ancestors. The other one is a new generation demon ancestor like him, being that ancestor of demons. Gu Han landed slowly. Strange, the purpose of the forest extremely solemn. The whole weird, the forest was all the death miasma enveloped the place, completely blocking his detection. Even if using the burial rules, he could only explore a few dozen miles into the area. And I don't know if it's an illusion. This trick the breath of the forest gave him, it feels like a place where immortals are buried. I felt a supreme power coming from the core, like an unknown force that was completely different from this place. No wonder whether it was the demon world in the past or Su Lingyue recently, even with his own strength he was unable to find the trace of the netherworld demon ancestor. This guy Ren here, even he finds it difficult in the area. So what should we do now? Not only Gu Han, the fallen demon ancestor, and Xian Ningbing also came to the strange place from another direction near the forest. What else can I do? Of course I have to go in. Xian Ning, I see eyes flashing. Finally he gritted his teeth and said, according to various reports Xian Ming is here in the forest. It doesn't matter if he's dead or alive, but we have to get him, reclaim the key on it. Otherwise we won't have any chance of winning against Su Lingyue. There is an old saying among the human race, to seek wealth and honor is a risky endeavor. You will die sooner or later, so you might as well give it a try. Furthermore, he had already communicated with the Heavenly Dao Palace. Cooperate later, God will come to the rescue. It's possible to explore the forest. It was almost shortly after Xian Ningbing and the demon ancestor Yunmi arrived. Also ready, Tisli Gu Han from Jisun was slightly stunned. Subconsciously raised his head towards Xian Ningbing's direction. A detail after knowing the corners are slightly upturned and the face is flowing a pleasant surprise. It seems that the little snake that has been hiding for a long time finally comes out. Little Blackie, it seems that you have been holding a grudge for countless years. Maybe today you can finally get your revenge. I was still cursing Xiao Haizi, who didn't want to follow Gu Han into the adventure, was stunned for a moment and then he suddenly realized. What did you say? Xian Ningbing, that stinky loach, is here too. Although his strength has been initially restored because Xian Ningbing came to cheat. As a result, his appearance has been frozen in this state and it will take a long time to recover. This made Xiao Haizi particularly vengeful. But Xian Ningbing hid too deeply and he had no way to report it. I didn't expect that the other party is now the master delivered to your door. I previously refined Yiqing Yun. The little power on the earth broke the contract between them and my, knowing that there will be no mistakes. Let's go. It seems that the plan that originally took a long time can be completed in a few days. After making some necessary preparations. For example, after ordering more powerful people from the demon world as well as powerful people from several major forces such as Piaomio Fairy Island to come here in advance and set up an ambush. Gu Han then brought Xiao Haizi in the trick forest. Xian Ningbing is now suspected of cooperating with the will of heaven. Maybe there will be a strong person from the Heavenly Dao Palace hiding in the dark, the demon world. Set up an ambush first, then surround the point and attack the reinforcements. This can be used as a backup plan, and if you are lucky you may even get unexpected gains. Anyway, his main goal is not to suffer any loss. In Gu Hanjinsli forest, catch to Piao, the moment the smell of death was in the air. The meaning of the funeral path naturally emerges. Instantly it turned into a special law barrier, dilute and offset the extremely strong aura of death. Among them Gu Han had no impact. What the hell? What are you doing? Oxa. Brother Han, please protect me. It takes a lot of original power to resist. The little black man who was corroded by the aura of death was also killed by Gu Han. Sakura was shocked. At this moment my eye shining, wanting to run over to Gu Han, touch Gu Han's. Don't come over here. Gu Han, he palmed the little black guy away. You really can't blame him for doing it on purpose. After all, Xiao Haizi's appearance at the moment was really a bit wretched, just like the villain Sasame. But considering that he was the one who brought Haizi in to explore, he was still the main. Through the meaning of the burial path, a barrier is formed in Xiao Hei Superior. But to be honest, the current situation was completely beyond his expectations. Because floating that in the air, the strong smell of death gave him a feeling that was inexplicably similar to the meaning of the burial path, sleep. It was as if it came from a dimension similar to the meaning of the burial path. Chapter 532, The Supreme Apostle of Death, Xian Ming, Demon Ancestor. What no one knows is that when Gu Hanta, a moment in this world. Sly Deep Forest. The place where the aura of death originates. The death mist that had been silent for countless years now seemed to, as if it was exciting. Strange ripples appeared. At the same time, a hoarse voice in the deep talking to oneself opened. This the source of the breath. Why is it so similar to the power God gave me? It seems that some kind of breath attracted me, hidden in the mist of death, a certain being interest. accompanied by a rolling mist of death. One slightly blurred the shadow came closer and closer, slowly emerging from the deep fog of death. Get out. That's 8 has dark red scales, walks on 2 feet, and its lower limbs are particularly a huge creature that is strong and powerful with a lizard-like head and is tens of meters tall. The most striking thing is that this and has a pair of black wings. The scarlet shield wings carry a strong smell of death. No. It should be said that he seemed to be completely dead. It was filled with the breath of death. At this moment this huge creature seems to have become a puppet of some power-controlled line. If Su Ling Yue or other first-generation demon ancestors were here, you will definitely recognize this huge creature offshare. This is none other than the Xianning demon ancestor, one of the 5 first-generation demon ancestors. I didn't expect that there would be several of them just after I woke up. Food delivered to your door. If I completely devour their lives, the power bestowed upon me by the god will transform again, and I will even be able to create a few more who can the body of the control. Xianning demon ancestor smiling coldly, approaching Gu Han and others. The other side. Maybe it's fate. Or is it the way to the strange deep forest? There is only this one way. From different directions, Li Gu Han and Xian Ningbing from Jisan met each other by chance. Let me explain it in more detail. It should be Gu Han who first discovered Xian Ningbing. Float that in the air, the breath of death, although it can completely isolate the living, no. But for Gu Han, who has the intention of burial, the influence on him was minimal. We didn't find the Xianming demon ancestor, but we did get some unexpected gains. Gu Han stopped walking the corners or slightly tilted, looking towards direction Go. What do you mean? You mean is it Xian Ningbing's turn? Xiao Haizi was slightly stunned but quickly reacted. After all, sly before the forest. Gu Han was sure that Xian Ningbing had also landed in this area. How about we just try to catch the Oriole behind us? That's what I said. But Xiao Haizi suddenly became a little cowardly. After all, according to his investigation report, Xian Ningbing is suspected to have met with the fallen demon ancestor to cooperate. Although he is also the ancestor of demons. But they are still a new generation after all, and a new generation whose strength has not yet returned to its heyday. Furthermore, on this, in terms of power, he is far inferior to the first-generation demon ancestor. In addition, he didn't know about Gu Han's breakthroughs in the past few days. I haven't even heard from Gu Han that he killed the story of the ancient emperor. Subconsciously I felt that even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be a match for the 2 first-generation demon ancestors. However, Xiao Haizi had just finished speaking. But only Gu Han, with his horns slightly raised, he walked towards the direction where Xian Ningbing and the others were. What are you afraid of? I have always been weak, and same, the head is still stubborn. Now the strength has recovered more than half. How can the whole? Are you starting to get scared? I am invincible. You can do whatever you want. Follow me, just pick up the loot later. While making fun of him, the Hanshao sword appeared. The next moment the whole person was suddenly enveloped by the sword energy and his pupils were deep. It was filled with surging sword intent and the whole person's aura became extremely sharp and fierce. The moment he grasped the hilt of the sword, Gu Han is already developed strength. The first move is the best, and he slashed a dazzling sword like moonlight across the sky in the direction of Xian Ningbing and Yun Miaozu. It's not his fault that he's reckless. Let's not talk about it. Firstly, after the forest, Gu Han felt uncomfortable, as if he was being watched by some kind of existence sleep. Furthermore, Xian Ningbing and the demon ancestor Yunmi are both tough opponents and are extremely difficult to deal with. He was not absolutely sure and bet that the other party did not discover him and Xiao Haizi. What if the other party has already discovered the traces of him and Xiao Haizi? Let's use the opponent's trick against him. If they were to set up an ambush directly, they would be completely trapped, and there is no power to resist. So compared to gambling, there are accidents that may happen. It is better to take control of this accident and potential risk in your own hands in advance. Boom! The brilliant sword energy rose into the sky. It is even filled with Gu Han Rome, a little bit of the funeral meaning. Dazzling sword in a world filled with the breath of death. It was like a comet that cut through the long night, bringing with it a dazzling brightness. Oh no! Someone attack! At the same time, Same, I felt like I was being watched by an unknown entity, so I was always careful and restrained myself. The breath of Xian Ningbing and the disappearance of the demon ancestor. Also suddenly arrived there quickly towards yourself, the terrifying sword energy approaching. But when the two of them reacted, it's too late. The sword energy that came from out of nowhere was only a few dozen feet away from them. The terrifying power released shattered the space and the sharp air wave rushed towards them, making them it hurts. Two demons, I didn't expect this either. In this world filled with ominous death, even Ben the law is they even had to condense their original power to counter it and prevent the aura of death from invading place. Still, and he not only detected other existences but also discovered them in advance and attacked them directly and forcefully. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Let me. The demon ancestor of Meteorite was the first to react. After all, he and Xian Ningbing are both the first generation of demon ancestors. But that war also made him. The injury was serious and his essence had not fully recovered. What's more, Xian Ningbing is now close to the will of heaven and he needs help from the will of heaven. Now that I have finally encountered an opportunity to demonstrate my strength, I will naturally not miss it easily. Boom! Facing the terrifying sword energy coming straight at him, the demon ancestor was destroyed without dodging or avoiding muddy Chi-Ji, intending to defeat them head-on. The demonic energy in the sky was added to his fist, transforming into a huge fist shadow that reached the sky and the earth, and it rushed towards the surging sword energy wave, smash it. However, facing this ultimate sword destroy the demon ancestor, the energy emitted seemed a little dim in an instant, like a firefly against the bright moon, appearing insignificant by the background. In an instant the rolling evil spirit was cut off by a sword. The sword energy remained undiminished and it smashed the fist print made by the fallen demon ancestor with great force and hit him directly superior. Just a moment. The right hand of the demon ancestor was like paper. Along with the wailing of the demon ancestor, his right hand was cut off and then was destroyed by the sword energy. From the one splash, fresh fill the space. Chapter 533, One person dominates the two first-generation demon ancestors. What happened? Xian Ningbing, who witnessed the whole process, was stunned by the sudden scene. After coming to his senses, his eyeballs were so shocked that they almost fell out of their sockets. Although it is just a simple forward. But the demon clan was defeated head-on in an instant. This is enough to illustrate the terrible gap between the fallen demon clan and this sword. But how is this possible? Although the demon ancestor Yunmi is not the strongest among their 5 first-generation demon ancestors, but on strength and also with the past, the strongest original demon ancestor is not much different. Now his arm was actually cut off by a sword energy. Moreover, the sword just now was too fast. Almost before he could react, the demon ancestor's arm had been chopped off. At the same time, that the sword energy is far from as simple as its plain appearance appears. Just that moment the sword energy emitted is really like a star explosion. Excitement, the terrifying power emitted even pierced both eyes, felt blinding and stinging. But that's not the point either. Taste the lingering sword energy. Xian Ningbing suddenly realized that this breath, I feel an inexplicable all. I seem to have seen it somewhere. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here again. No, according to my long use words, you should be a stinky maggot that is not presentable, right? Stinky maggot, we meet again. A faint laugh came from far away. Until this moment, Xian Ningbing's pupils shrank slightly, and finally came to my senses. He is the pretty boy whom Su Lingyue values so much and even has an unusual relationship with Guhan. How come he is here? And it's been a while since we last met. Before I only stood at Su Lingyue, after that not even the opponent can be random, the dead human gigolo. How can he possess such terrifying power? The death mist rolled. Holding a long sword, Guhan with a faint smile on his face came closer with Xiao Haizi. The other side. Used the life energy, restored the injuries. But the whole demon is still in a state of palpitations. The pale face of the demon ancestor was now wary of Guhan as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Seeing this scene, Xiao Haizi, who had previously thought that Guhan was a bit reckless and insisted on using force, was also dumbfounded. Damn it! It seems that Guhan has made a major breakthrough during this period. Even the demon ancestor can take it at will. It's done. In just a few months he not only broke through to the quasi-emperor level but also for the best among the quasi-emperors. Is this guy taking drugs or cheating? Gu-Han. You're looking for death. As one of the first generation of demon ancestors of his pulse level is not much inferior to Su Lingyue's. What I hate most is hearing people insult me awful cespecies especialissimile stinky maggots. I really thought I had just dared to despise for the dignity of the demon ancestor? I relied on my previous I took advantage of the situation and thought I had a little right in front of me. Are you making a fuss? Today I will let you see the gap between you and me. The demon ancestor is not someone you can insult at will. Xian Ningbing took a step forward. By with the sky as the center a field of laws suddenly unfolded. The surrounding environment changes instantly in the icy and snowy land with the biting cold wind blowing for Xian Ningbing's home court. When a living being breaks through to the great emperor, the power of the laws controlled will transform and take shape some kind of field. Although Xian Ningbing's current strength is not complete. Probably just the quasi-emperor realm. But as one of the strongest demon emperors in the demon world at this level, it is not too difficult to use previous experience to apply the law field. The next moment Xian Ningbing decisive Limudi, the demonic energy and the power of the surrounding ice and snow law domain seemed to have transformed into a world merging Garaivan the giant claws. In Gu-Han's eyes it was as if a world filled with ice was crashing down. That is not an ordinary world but an absolute 0-degree cold current that combines the ultimate power of ice and can freeze all the laws of the world. This guy is not as simple as he seems. Be careful. Don't let your carelessness lead you to the boat capsized. The demon ancestor of Meteorite gave a reminder. Although his arm was cut off earlier, Gu-Han took the initiative to divide in. But there is no doubt that the sword energy that the opponent slashed out was powerful. Furthermore, Gu-Han doesn't seem to have give it your all. If you do your best hair. Although things it would be very ridiculous, but Gu-Han could also confront Xian Ningbing head-on collide. Xian Ningbing is actually on taunting. But his attitude pays special attention to the current Gu-Han. Even without the reminder of the fallen demon ancestor at this moment, use all your strength. Law domain. Then see if you can block my sword. Facing the icy wave coming head-on. Gu-Han's the shadow disappeared instantly. When Xiao Haizi and the demon ancestor met when Gu-Han was captured again. He already held the cold sky sword in his hand, slashing out a brilliant sword. Will he be a rival? The little black boy who was watching the game couldn't help but he was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. After all, if Gu-Han was not his opponent there, the situation might be dangerous. Sly the death field naturally condensed in the forest is extremely special. It is basically difficult to get other strong people to come in for support. Without waiting for him to think about it. The next moment. The hissing of the air and the whistling of the sword energy have completely hair. With a loud bang, the incoming sword energy instantly shattered Xian Ningbing's ice field. The blazing and dazzling sword energy is like the sun spreading directly. The ice wave annihilate and disappear. Scored twice. Xian Ningbing's death was just like the previous demon ancestors, even more miserable. The sword energy that continued to ripple out hit him hard, superior. The powerful demon ancestor, and under the dumbfounded gaze of Xiao Haizi and the fallen demon ancestor, most of it was chopped into pieces. Accompanied by wailing, Xian Ningbing was like a kite with its string cut, with blood splashing from its broken wounds. It's dripping hot. The whole monster was in an extremely embarrassed and miserable state and smashed fiercely on the distant. At the same time, the field of laws opened up by Xian Ningbing also dissipated and disappeared like snowflakes. The demon ancestor cannot be insulted, is that it? Gu-Han swung his sword and put away the Han Shao sword, steadily looking at Xian Ningbing, who was chopped away by his sword. The whole world seems to be falling at this moment, the silence. Especially the little black one. I was so shocked that my brain crashed. Damn it! Gu-Han has become so awesome now? Now he can actually face the demon ancestor head-on hit to gain advantage. Although Xian Ningbing's strength is not complete. But that was also the first generation of demon ancestors. Their power is definitely stronger than that of the new generation and future generations of demon ancestors. But even so, he is still no match for Gu-Han. What shocked Xiao Haizi even more was Guhan didn't seem to have any what powerful magical skills are used. Instead it was Xian Ningbing. He used his most powerful killing move, the law field skill. Put yourself in their shoes. This is equivalent to Guhan just using his sword to crush its Xian Ningbing, who has displayed the most powerful magical power. Chapter 534, The One Blessed by God. The three demon ancestors join forces. This scene suddenly made Xiao Haizi feel a little depressed. Although he was doing well with Guhan during this period. But he has always had a dream, which is to surpass Guhan, truly stand above Guxing and let him manage himself boss. Later he called himself Welder Brother. Guhan's your little black guy. He always complains to Guhan all day long. But now seeing Guhan showing such terrifying strength, I feel like my dream is over. The name of Xiao Haizi won't follow him for the rest of his life, right? Koriko, didn't you awaken some devouring magical power? It is also a great supplement for you, Bar? Would you like to try it? Guhan raised his hand and scattered the things belonging to Xian Ningbing between heaven and earth, collect them and condense them into one pure drop. Xiao Haizi's head is full of black lines. I thank you. You are a very nice person. You're going too far. On the other hand, by consuming vitality and absorbing the power of the elemental laws between heaven and earth, he has recovered. Xian Ningbing was shocked and angry at this moment. After all, he is the first generation demon ancestor when can take at will supplements. Me, dear. Join forces with me to kill this brat. Xian Ningbing has completely let it go at this moment for the pride of the demon ancestor. He planned to join forces with the demon ancestor to kill Guhan. This kid is really weird. It's only been a few months since we last met, and yet he has become so powerful. Even now it is possible to all pose a huge threat. Would you like to come together? Okay. Guhan didn't care at all and didn't even plan to go with Xiao Haizi hand, intending to fight the two demon ancestors alone. However, at this moment something unexpected happened. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that shook the space. The surrounding death mist suddenly rolled. Guhan and Xian Ningbing are about to fight. The work stopped suddenly and they differentiation place of origin. I saw the death mist in that area began to boil like boiling water, accompanied by the waves of vibrations coming from under my feet. There seems to be a huge approaching the direction where Guhan and the others were. Guhan frown. Towards this, the strange creature coming from the direction seems extremely unusual. After all, he who possessed the power of the way of burial was actually very sensitive to the surrounding aura, very keen knowledge. But the other party seemed to be completely integrated. It was like being in a death fog until it was extremely close to him, he knowing that in space different. Soon a statue several dozen feet tall appeared. The body is dark and gloomy. Then a giant dragon with a pair of dark red shield wings walked out from the rolling death mist. The dragon's eyes are deep and empty, as if it could devour all life in the world. With his appearance, Guhan and Xian Ningbing both I felt the smell of death in the air become thicker, filled with silence and solemnity, as if all life was about to come to a complete stop at this moment. Compared to Guhan, look at this statue again. The shadow of Xian Ningbing and the demon ancestor of Yunmi are God. Suddenly my brain is in a state of panic blank state. Almost subconsciously he exclaimed, "It's you, Xian Ming." The two monsters had faces full of disbelief, their eyes filled with disbelief. Something was very wrong with the Xianming demon ancestor at this moment. There is absolutely no life wave on it, traces of existence. It seems that he has been dead for a long time and now he is just like a puppet to some unknown off control. But he not only has the power not diminished, it seems to have become even more terrifying. What exactly happened? Why did Xianming Yaozu die in the strange the forest even for the weird puppet? This guy. Guhan frowning. It was not to shock the other party Xianming demon ancestor share. But shocked he know that and the origin of the meaning of burial and even the original, the source of the aura that is extremely similar in status comes from the Xianming demon ancestor superior. While Guhan was observing the Xianming demon ancestor, Xianming demon ancestor is also in some unknown place's control and was also looking at Guhan. Guhan to his special power. He can certainly to Guhan the special. No doubt about it, the aura cannot be faked. This kid is definitely related to the existence that the god wants to find. However, after extracting the necessary information from him, absorbing and refining the life energy above is definitely a great tonic for me. Xianming demon ancestor looking at Guhan's pupils deeply flashing with greed off on. After all, in his opinion, Guhan the breath of life on it is even stronger than Xianningbing and Yunmi Yaozu. However, Guhan also possesses the same power bestowed upon him by the gods. This made him a little apprehensive. Plus Xianningbing and the demon ancestor Yunmi. This makes him, it feels, more difficult. Xianming. This kid is an enemy of our demon clan. If you want to attack him, we too can help you. As if she had seen what the Xianming demon ancestor was thinking, Xianningbing quickly spoke. Although the Xianming demon ancestor is very strange at this moment, it can even be said that he has been dead for a long time. But it is possible to use the opponent to kill Guhan. Furthermore, you can also look for opportunities in the next war. If you are lucky, you might be able to get rid of this slightly weird Xianming demon ancestor at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. What the hell? The little black guy exploded. Senior Xianming. Do you know who this person is? He is favored by both big sister Ling Yue and the senior of the original demon tribe. If you become our enemy, you will be digging your own grave. Why don't you join forces with us to kill this stinky snake and that stinky goat? This somewhat weird-looking Xianming demon ancestor seems to be even more terrifying than Xianningbing and Yunmi demon ancestor. What if the three demons unite? Even if Guhan has extraordinary abilities, he will probably fail here. Therefore, he must not allow the cooperation between Xianming demon ancestor and Xianningbing and other demons' achievement. Okay, I'll cooperate with you. Let's kill this guy together first. However, the opposite happened. The Xianming demon ancestor still chose to agree to Xianningbing. After all, in the eyes of the Xianming demon ancestor, Xianningbing and Yunmi Yaozu are just two little guys. Guhan, who is far less difficult to deal with than someone who possesses divine power and is even not weaker than him. First, join forces with these two guys to kill Guhan. Then the best option is to kill these two guys and maximize the benefits. Chapter 535 Three-Hair Slay Demon Ancestor. Although everyone present had their own thoughts. But it must be said that Guhan has already become the target of public criticism. Whether it is the Xianming demon ancestor or the Xianningbing and Yunmi demon ancestors, their primary goal is to get rid of Guhan first. Brother Han, do you have any tricks? If you want to make it, hurry up, use it. Xiao Haizi's scalp was tingling and sweat was pouring down his back. During this period of time, I have finally recovered most of my strength. He originally thought he could call the shots in the demon world, regain his supreme power, and live a life of idleness and waiting to die. But I never expected that things would go against my wishes. The happy life hasn't even begun, but I'm going to fall here with Guhan. The three first-generation demon ancestors unite. Among them, the Xianming demon ancestor is extremely terrifying and weird. Just one of them, how can we compete with it? Roar! There was almost no time for Xiao Haizi to think carefully. The Xianming demon ancestor let out a roar and took the lead in attacking. The huge death shield wings behind it were fully stretched out, and the solemn and silent breath of death flowed from it, covering the sky and the earth, making people suffocate. Boom! Except Guhan. Even Xianningbing and Yunmi demon ancestor, the two first-generation demon ancestors, could not see clearly the purpose of Xianming demon ancestor's attack. Do just listen to a drum with a roar. The ground in the area where Xianming demon ancestor was located collapse. The terrifying force that emerged even shook the area. The sky completely turned into a vacuum zone. Other beings cannot be seen clearly. Thanks to his hard training in the burial ground of immortals these days, Guhan could see it very clearly. In his sight, Xianming demon ancestor instantly attracted the whole trick, the resonance of the forest. Countless scarlets filled with a strong breath of death between reality and illusion line, like being pulled by some kind of force. Quickly towards Xianming demon ancestor, gathering together, it became an extremely terrifying force that blessed it on let it emits a power infinitely close to that of the great emperor. No. That the breath coming towards me. Guhan can guarantee that the power has even reached that of an emperor. Other beings below the great emperor might fail in the face of such an attack, but can be suppressed. Do you want to know the meaning of burial and the myriad laws of the universe? Line soldier in the word that Guhan had spent 50,000 villain points to exchange for some time ago and was urged by Guhan to the extreme. Line walking on the road of time at an extremely fast speed, unstoppable top time. Soldier 10,000 for can seize thousands of treasures, can breed thousands of soldiers is the top refining. All words open the door of gods and demons rising, the combat power doubled, it is the top hair. At this moment 3 combined with Guhanban strength. He instantly, the force of the explosion has even completely crushed. He passed by the Xianning demon ancestor whose cultivation level was higher than his. Use line characters. Guhan's speed was much faster than that of the Xianning demon ancestor, as if he had melted into time. Soldier blessing the Hanshao sword instantly made its the sword energy surged again like a star. All words and then make him angry in conjunction with this together with the strength of cultivation hair. Boom! Neither Xiao Haizi nor Xian Ningbing the demon ancestor understood what had happened. Only when they arrived at the area where Guhan was issue a storm of energy beyond their imagination. Then, the 3 demons all saw a scene that overturned their worldview. Only 2 terrible energy wave bang collide. But it is another energy wave the gesture ends. Scarlet energy wave filled with the breath of death and dissipated in an instant. Then the aftermath of the brilliant sword energy continued, sweeping away the scarlet death wave. It was immediately defeated and hit the Xianning demon ancestor hard. Superior. A sword that is extremely bright and hot directly split the Xianning demon ancestor, who was even more terrifying than the 2 of them, into 2 from head to toe. But even so, the power of the sword energy still did not subside. Like a flood that broke through the gates and come out. Even shattered the long-standing mystery. The aura of death above the forest cut an extremely eye-catching huge hole in it like a natural moat across the sky. That the silence is great. Whether they are the powerful demon clan members waiting outside or awaiting the orders of Guhan and Xiao Haizi. Or maybe he was a powerful man from the heavenly Dao Palace who was dispatched by the will of heaven to support Xian Ningbing. Even other demon forces that are very far away from here. Everyone saw this sword rising into the sky. What on earth is going on here? Countless monsters of the demon clan all were shocked. Jaw-dropping, even though they are miles apart. The sword that can capture people's hearts is still a powerful demon clan warrior who is more powerful than most people who make shocking attacks. For example, the powerful races such as the Tsanglong clan, who knew that Guhan had descended upon the demon world, guessed it almost instantly and slashed out with this sword. It must be Guhan. After all, only human monks can emit such a rich and pure the power of sword energy. It's just been a short time. Guhan's strength is so terrifying. As expected of the one chosen by the true ancestor. It's hard to imagine that we have come to this point in just over 3 years. The leader of the Tsanglong clan, Song Bei, looked at Chengxiu's sword, was also shocked to the point of dry mouth. Ask yourself the reason why he surrendered to Guhan before. In fact, the main reason is because they are afraid of Su Lingyue, the first-generation demon ancestor. For Guhanban the strength does not matter. But now, even without Su Lingyue, Guhan is definitely a rare rival in the entire Xinhuang world. At the same time, because this sword energy is too terrifying and vast. It wasn't just the people in the demon world who noticed this. Human world. Especially the strong men from the Eternal Yi family and the ancient Zheng family who had just descended into the Xinhuang world through a special method, were extremely keen at this moment, knowing this sword of the sky. How is this possible? There are people in the lower world who have honed their sword will to such a level. The one who gasped and exclaimed was a young man from the Yongheng Yi family. His name is Yi Chen. Although it is only a branch of the Eternal Yi family pulse. But his natural strength is extremely terrifying. Look at the fairyland where the Eternal Yi family is located. Talent, especially his talent in swordsmanship, is extremely outstanding and terrifying. The Immortal Realm's proud swordsman who was defeated by him. This time the Eternal Yi family used great means toe strength to the extent that the Xinhuang world can bear the category to hunt down the leader of Guhan's team. It's Guhan. At this moment the Heavenly Will suddenly uttered a voice filled with anger. This I was not mistaken about the breath, it was Guhan. That guy actually ran to the demon world. Chapter 536, on par with the Supreme God. As soon as these words came out, Originally Yi Chen and the others were in shock, their faces full of disbelief. What the hell? Sen, this is it Guhan who has the sword energy? They had previously obtained. Yes, didn't Guhan just break through to the Saint King level not long ago? But how long has it been? Even if he was a genius with invincible talent, how could he break through to such a level? They had just arrived in the Xianhuang world not long ago. Because I want to temporarily let my with this, the laws of the world are in line with this, so we are also collecting and understanding this world report. I also know that Guhan, that the power is definitely far more than just that of a Saint King. He has definitely reached the level of quasi-emperor. No, he is even not far from becoming an emperor. This monster, what on earth do you eat to repair your chain? How to break through the realm of cultivation is easy as eating and drinking. Even those famous geniuses in the fairyland can't repair the chain so quickly, right? This guy is very powerful. He is not as easy to deal with as we thought. The speaker is Asen. The child looks pure beautiful material working in a seat to the elegant colorful dress with wide sleeves, while the temperament is more extraordinary common like the mysterious nine heavens. Her name is Zhang Wange. She is a top genius of the ancient Zhang family and the current leader of the ancient Zhang family. The Lord's followers are his right-hand men and women. After hearing that someone in the lower realm dared to hurt off Lord Zhang Wanji is even more suddenly he was furious. He volunteered to go down to the mortal world and wanted to kill Guhan for his family. The Lord regained his position. But at this moment get thereafter the terrifying sword energy. Very rare face of solemnity. Although he is not a sword cultivator, he cannot be as indifferent to this as Yi Chen's sword. She know that there is a keen exploration. But I also know that strength made circumstances. Dealing with Guhan, whose strength was beyond their imagination, plus the forces behind him, was definitely an extremely severe challenge, and it was even very likely that capsize. It's okay as long as we are careful and recover some of our strength first, then we can attack together. He is still relaxed. Yi Chen took a deep breath as if to comfort himself, and it seems to be outlining some facts. Sly Forest. Xiao Haizi, Xian Ningbing and Yunmi Yaozu were shocked and terrified, and their expressions were puzzled down. Guhan, the force beyond their imagination and cognition, was released, which directly split the death barrier that was causing them headaches and was extremely difficult to deal with, creating an extremely conspicuous gap. As foreign, the sword stormed the Xianming demon ancestor in the center. First health and the sword is down, they have completely disappeared. Only the cutting half wound still bubbling out black, the lower half stands still. Xian Ningbing and Yunmi Yaozu's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, their hearts were beating wildly and were about to jump out of their throats. If they had full strength, they would definitely not have used Taishu to face Guhan's attack just now. But their current strength is incomplete. If Guhan had just sent them that blow, definitely took more air in than out, in an absolutely dying state. They never expected that Guhan's current strength would be so terrifying. Even the Xianming demon ancestor was in some strange state and couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. Although this may be due to Guhan's full efforts because of hair. But this did not stop them from retreating and completely losing the desire to fight. The demon ancestor even felt a little regretful. I regretted being too hasty at that time. I believe Xian Ningbing indecisively joined the group before I had even investigated thoroughly the opposing camp. Now he is the enemy of Guhan. I feel like I'm going to flip over. Destroy the demon ancestor, glancing at Xian Ningbing. Should we suppress this guy, and then presented his keys with both hands as a token of his allegiance to Guhan? Guhan ignored the retreat. The two demons Xian Ningbing and Yunmi Yaozu each have their own thoughts. Not to mention he had already taken a step ahead and arranged other powerful monsters in the outside world and set up a dragnet. If these two guys run out, they will be trapped and killed. Moreover, he was so full of he slashed with a sword cut to his upper half. The Xianming demon ancestor, who had been completely annihilated, was not dead yet. In his eyes watching. The Xianming demon ancestor's body was clearly rotten and even emitting black smoke. At this moment the severed wound started to crawl for no apparent reason. One smelling rancid buds like little worms twisted out of the wound, constantly weaving overlaps trying to reconstruct the Xianming demon ancestor. To win the eyes of Xiao Haizi and others, this is condition. But in Guhan's eyes it was a completely different scene. He saw a strange space between reality and illusion. There is a millipede-like creature in the space, but by bright red dot the giant insect was twisting and turning in that illusory space. What's even more terrifying is countless thread-like worm-like from this strange insect extend out. Prikshwanming demon ancestor. It seems that this method is used to connect this worm with the Xianming demon ancestor connected up. The Xianming demon ancestor is the puppet and this worm is the one behind all this controller. That led Guhan to 10. Even with him, the meaning of the upper burial road seems to be a breath from the same dimension. It seems to come from this worm superior. Through certain special connections he can even to the insect Sobo seems to be scolding him at this moment. This damn human race. I actually took away the puppet cutting like this. But fortunately with the power bestowed upon me by the gods I can still heal myself. Damn it, wait till I finish this, repair it, I will let you for my new puppet. But it seems that suddenly to Guhan's sight the cursing sound of this strange scarlet insect suddenly stopped. There were more than a dozen compound eyes on the ugly and ferocious head, all of which were a hint of shock and doubt purpose. He seemed a little doubtful, wondering if Guhan saw him. But this shouldn't be the case. The area has been completely transformed by it using the power bestowed upon it by the gods and has become a land of pure death. And he hidden deep in dead space without its permission. There's no way anyone would notice it. Even if the other party also possesses divine power, it is impossible for him to see through the barrier formed by the power of the god of death. Unless this human being in front of me very high status. There are even persons who do not belong to the Lord of Death. But how is this possible? Such a great god is not a stray dog on the roadside. It can be seen that there are only a few of them in the entire universe. How could there be a being here that could rival the supreme god? Chapter 537, an apostle who inherits the will of death and searches for traces of other gods? Just as the deathworm continued to overturn and deny his own guesses. Swish! The next moment Guhan suddenly raised his hand and slashed out a sword that pierced the sky again. However, a sword that can destroy a mountain in an instant. I couldn't even react to that weird bug, no impact. To be precise, Guhan's sword just like passing through a phantom that space. But not the strange bugs hidden in the deeper space have an impact. Boom! Sword falling far and suddenly spread a torrent of sword energy came out. Such a scene frightened Xian Ningbing and Yunni Yaozu greatly. I thought they were trying to escape quickly while Guhan wasn't paying attention. His idea of leaving here was seen through and Guhan drew his sword to warn him. Guhan still ignored Xian Ningbing and the demon ancestor Yunni. Head staring straight at the scarlet bugs hiding in that strange place. But in the eyes of others, Guhan seemed to be looking at the air. The work is a bit inexplicable. You have indeed discovered me. How interesting. You are the first one who has discovered my existence in countless epochs. Seeing that things have come to this, Hong the bug stopped pretending and continued to emit a special wave of consciousness, as if to mock. So what if you find me? With the power God has bestowed upon me, you can't hurt me even if you have great abilities. As for that useless puppet, you can chop it however you want. Even if you chop it into pieces, fragments, I still have a way to restore it. As long as I am alive, he will be immortal. I have also memorized your breath. The puppet is restored. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will definitely kill you. Will you do me, new puppet? Seeing Guhan staring at him, more than 10 breaths passed without him saying anything. Red the bug became more and more proud and began to threaten and taunt. Of course, it was also delaying time and trying its best to restore the Xianming demon ancestor that was previously chopped into pieces by Guhan. However, after a few more breaths, Guhan the corners slowly curved up. He really had no way to deal with it before, hidden deep in the unknown space-off insect. But now he has a solution. The attack he launched could not hurt. That the reason for the bugs is also very simple. Their cultivation level is still not high enough and they can't completely break through the space-time barrier hidden in the deepest space. The bug. If your cultivation level is not high enough, you can make up for it with some skills. Line when the chain is cultivated to the extreme, one can travel at the speed of time or even go upstream along the long river of time. Although he has not cultivated to this level. But if you pay a little price, you can temporarily enter to this state. Even if it's just for a moment. It's enough for him to be direct across that time, directly hidden in the depths of time and space. Red, get the bugs out. He can hear that red insect's book. The power is not strong and it is pitifully weak. After all, if he was really strong, he wouldn't be hidden in the depths of time and space control a long dead demon ancestor as a puppet. As for killing it, he wouldn't do that. After all this, the god mentioned by the insect's mouth aroused his great interest. Be calm in your mind. Guhan did not hesitate at all and urged, start your own, even burning part of one's own essence. The pulse is used as energy to fully promote starting character. Buzz. In an instant, special runes containing rich time power surrounded Guhan. His whole body seemed to merge with the time and space of this world. Xiao Haizi and the other three monsters couldn't even see what was happening. Only it seemed as if time was frozen for a moment because of Guhan's current state. When they came to their senses belatedly, I saw that Guhan had a red hand, about 3 inches long insect. Red the bug was also a little stupid. From its perspective, it didn't understand what was happening. Feel yourself the hidden time and space. Suddenly there was a moment of. Then it was like a huge hand. Wait, it was safe a moment ago, hidden in the depths of time and space. The next moment it was in hands. You're very proud, aren't you? Now do you want to continue being proud? A smiling voice sounded. Red insect somewhat stiff. When he looked up, he saw Guhan's handsome face with a cruel smile. Red Chong's mind was suddenly hit as if by a heavy hammer and his soul was about to jump out. How is this possible? It clearly hidden in the deepest space and time. Even the strongest person here, the one at the level of the great emperor, would find it difficult to catch it. How on earth did this guy in front of me do it? Before it could even react, it was caught. Help me. Please save me. Originally there is no fighting power at all. Now it is in Guhan's hands again. If the other party wants, he can take it away at Wolfog. The strong Crisis Zone subconsciously wanted to ask for help from Xian Ningbing and Yunmi Yaozu. After all, although he is not of the same kind as these two guys, but at least they had the idea of joining forces to deal with Guhan together, right? However, where were Xian Ningbing and Yunmi Yaozu before the film? Not far. There were still waves of rolling death fog. It seems that there are two guys just now. He exerted all his strength and ran in that direction. Damn it! Red insect, it started. My mentality collapsed. I don't know when these two bastards just abandoned it and ran away. Tell me, who on earth are you? Why are you here in this strange place, Jisun? Why did the Xianning demon ancestor die in your hands? Also, what is this god you are talking about? However, regarding Xian Ningbing and Yunmi Yaozu, who had already fled, Guhan I didn't have the desire to pursue. Only he used his special divine consciousness to order there are many powerful demons outside the forest. When I see Xian Ningbing and Yunmi Yaozu again, I will use all my strength to suppress them. Even if these two guys have great abilities, they can't escape today. Moreover, he cared more about the red in his hand than those two guys. What exactly are insects? You'd better not play any more tricks on me. I have a bad temper and limited patience. As he spoke, a strange fire of heaven and earth condensed in Guhan's other palm. Colorful flame jump. The scorching heat that permeated the air made the Rita whole group of insects burning pain. To avoid being roasted worms. Red, after thinking for a moment, Chong answered Guhan's question. I don't have a name of my own. I only know my race, which is called the Deathworm. It is the first deathworm in the Xianhuang world. Our race is also the top-notch worm in the entire universe. My clan is the apostle created by the god of death. We inherit the will of death of the gods and let all the souls in the heavens who are sinking in pain find eternal relief in death, preaching the supremacy of the god of death. If you blow me again, I die to you. See the worm of death in your hand. Emotions are getting more and more excited and even began to mindlessly praise a certain existence. Guhan was immediately, it cooled down and the palm began to gather strength as if it wanted to kill the deathworm directly broken. Calling himself the worm of death, the bug immediately became timid. He began to answer Guhan's previous questions. It's different from what Guhan thought. The deathworm did not come from another world. World comes. And this, it was born in the Xianhuang world. To be precise, it was created by a being called Death, who was worshipped by their death insect tribe. When the deathworm was just born, it received a special will. Try to search for clues about the power of other gods in the Xianhuang world as much as possible. Chapter 538, Weird. The treasure of the forest made a lot of money. Hear this. The god on Guhan's face suddenly stiffened. Seeking the power of other gods? Various in mind, the lines come together. Guhan suddenly figured out something. Just entered to the strange one in the forest. He arrived. The meaning of burial comes from the same power of the cosmic dimension. Don't think too much. The power must be the power of death obtained by the death worm. The worm of death can to him. It is because of him the meaning of the burial path. So the burial principles he mastered actually belonged to the power of some so-called supreme god? But his power was gained from Zongshu Yu. Put yourself in their shoes for a moment. Doesn't this mean that during its heyday the Zangshu moon was comparable to a supreme god? After realizing this, Guhan's face was full of disbelief. In this way he still greatly underestimated the Zangshu Yu in person. But why did Zangshu Yu choose him? Even buried one of the pass all the marrow to him? There is a saying, there is no such thing as a free lunch. All the gifts from fate are secretly marked with chips. Could there be any fraud involved? Am I being swept away in the invisible, caught in a turbulent whirlpool of the times? Seeing Guhan trapped, lost in thought, temporarily neglecting myself. The death worm also began to have some thoughts. I feel this is also an opportunity for me. Guhan is definitely not simple. His personhood is even comparable to that of the supreme god. If Guhanan, in this case it is reported to the god of death through special means, and it is also considered complete the mission of the god of death. Afterwards the god of death brought down his divine power to mark this guy, and he was doomed. Who knows, I might even be able to impress the god of death and get the chance to serve him. This is not until it has by Guhanma. Suddenly he was startled. You dead bug, are you in such a hurry to die? Boom! Guhan to the little of the deathworm. As soon as he did so, a scarlet flame burned fiercely in his palm, gradually covering the worm of death. This is Guhan's usual method. Through this special flame he burns the soul of the living being and finally reshapes the other party's consciousness and soul, changes the other party's beliefs and completely changes them own controlled puppet. But a strange scene appeared. His tried and tested method was ineffective against the deathworms. It's not his skill nor practice. But the deathworm seems to have no soul of its own. Just like its name, it is just the so-called death, it's just an ordinary shell. Although he still has many questions he wants the deathworm to answer. But this deathworm is not honest at all. To avoid rollover and thus cause greater trouble. You might even be targeted by the unknown god of death. Guhan did not hesitate. His palm suddenly a colorful flame condensed from several groups of strange fires from heaven and earth was emitted, wrapping the entire deathworm inside. Following a strange and sharp hissing sound, the deathworm was completely ignited, and the bloated and disgusting skin it was slowly burned by the flames and gradually turned into black ash and dissipated. At the same time, because of the loss of the deathworm control, the Xianning demon ancestor has recovered half of his and completely stopped growing and crawling. He fell to the ground with a plop and finally seemed to have lost that. The influence of an unknown force began to turn rancid and gradually turned into a pool of black. In the black among them a handful of emerald green Mang's special key slowly in the dark emerges in it. This is the key held by the Xianning demon ancestor. Fortunately it was not taken away and hidden by the deathworm. Go pick up the key and see if there is anything wrong with it. Guhan directly ordered Xiao Haizi to do this slightly disgusting thing. As for how the Xianning demon ancestor died, Guhan already had some guesses in his mind. It must have been the hands of the deathworm. Even though it seemed like he dealt with the deathworm easily, it was actually not easy at all. Let's not talk about him. First, have several large quality and also has the blessing of the burial path that is naturally resistant to the breath of death, and finally overload use-line characters. Only then it was solved. These three elements, whichever one he chooses, he has a high chance of rollover. Not to mention this area has been completely changed by the power of the god of death, land of death. The deathworm has an endless supply of power which can constantly call upon the power to restore the Xianning demon ancestor. Furthermore, if you are not able to over time, ignoring the barriers of time and space and driving the worm of death from the deepest part of time and space, if they are caught they will be consumed to death by the deathworms. As for wanting to run, that is even more difficult. Because before the deathworm dies completely, Guhan can be sure that the death barrier in this area in a state of lockdown, completely deathworm control. It is equivalent to entering the trick. Being trapped in the forest is equivalent to being completely trapped. If you cannot kill the deathworm, you will surely die in it. Now that the death worm is dead, the death barrier in this area has become chaotic. If I get up, I will have a chance to go out. Guhan, according to the ancient books of my demon world, the powerful demons in this area are not, none of them got out alive. At this time Xiao Haizi said, "The superior left many treasures. Maybe this red the bug has hidden itself, so why not go look for it now? We can't leave it to other monsters, right?" Guhan originally wanted to go back. Along the way he came to see if he could catch Shen Ningbing and the demon ancestor Yunmi and outflank them with the people from the outside world, but after thinking about it he agreed to Xiao Haizi's request. After all, the demon world has now almost become Su Lingyue's territory. The star demon ancestor and another heavenly wolf demon ancestor both chose to submit to Su Lingyue. Shen Ningbing and the Yunmi demon ancestor would definitely not be able to escape. Continue to go deeper, explore it. Soon Guhan and Xiao Haizi found a relative Eliav cave. Deep among them Guhan and Xiao Haizi saw mountains of treasures. There are even 2 imperial weapons among them. A handful of Rita divine halberd that exudes immense power. And a small moon among which the phoenix cried, but it exuded a biting coldness. Basketball-sized beads. That seems to be the Xianming demon clan's natal imperial weapon, the Xianming skybreaking halberd. Fuck. Ice. The demon ancestor's natal imperial weapon, the Ice Phoenix Divine Pearl, is also there. There are several more as the demon ancestor's natal tail feathers. Xiao Haizi's eyes lit up. Ice, the demon ancestor, and he are actually from the same origin. They are both the Phoenix race, is just because pulse variation, there's just a slight racial difference. If you can ice after refining all the things left by the demon clan, his strength will be greatly improved, make progress, or even break through the previous life. Brother Han. That blue, can you give me the beads? The basketball you made for me before is no longer able to keep up with my current strength. That bead is the perfect size for the basketball in my hand. This bead can for my new basketball. I can give it to you, then more hands not. Hearing what Xiao Haizi said, Guhan, I can't help but twitch. You used to be a little black, just play basketball. Later, Wan Wang still going to play basketball? That picture, just think about it, it's 2. At the same time. In an unknown alien world deep in time and space. This space was completely shrouded in a deep dark aura of death. Time and space are here under the erosion of power. It became solemn and silent. Even the time that never stops rushing has become dead silent in this space, into the abyss called death. The deepest abyss. A pair of huge eyes like stars suddenly opened slowly. Those were a pair of eyes that contained only death. Just a glance from them could cause countless worlds and even time and space to become completely silent and dead. Ha! An apostle I created died in that place. It wasn't a natural death due to the end of life. It seems that he was killed directly by a certain existence. Interesting, it can actually wipe out my power. Could it be that this is done by another inheritor related to that guy? Humph. This damn guy, even if he was completely sealed by us, he still couldn't rest. He really thought that he could rely on his own. Broken is the inheritance resurrected? You are still stubborn, but never mind, it won't be long before the 6th supreme throne no longer exists in the heavens and you will eventually become the dust of time. Chapter 539. Today the 2 great demon ancestors will fall. Not only death in an unknown land. It was almost at the moment when the deathworm was killed by Guhan. Xian Ningbing and Yunmi Yaozu both have. As Guhan guessed, after the deathworm completely disappeared, the death barrier of the forest suddenly became chaotic. Stand up. This also allowed Xian Ningbing and Yunmi Yaozu, who had been constantly spinning in the death field and even a little overwhelmed, to finally have the chance to achievement opportunity of hardship. Damn it. I almost thought I was going to die in this damn place. Xian Ningbing, who finally saw the light of day again, breathed in deep gulps of fresh air. But whenever I think of Guhan when the terrible power is released, I couldn't help but feel my scalp tingling. I definitely can't stay in the demon world anymore. Even if it's embarrassing. Now the best way is to submit to the temple of heaven and ask for the protection of heaven's will. A good death is better than a miserable life. But just when he was preparing to leave this place quickly and leave the demon world with the demon ancestor, something unexpected happened. The evil demon Xian Ningbing will perish and be executed immediately. Boom. The next moment, Several terrifying demonic auras suddenly appeared and enveloped them from all directions. In an instant the void was blocked and their way out was completely blocked. What on earth is going on? Xianningbing and the demon ancestors must got the same time sudden change. I had never expected such a sudden change to happen. The most important thing is that among the powerful demon clan members who participated in the blockade of the void there are several quasi-emperor realm masters. This made Xianningbing, who was always quick-witted and active-minded, react instantly. How could she not know that this was a direct attack, arrived in a trap that had been set long ago? But how violent is it? Obviously there will be traces all the way very well hidden. He. A sneer sounded. Xianningbing, are you thinking that you have been? It was hidden very well. Why did it suddenly reveal itself? Since you have fallen, you are about to die in my hands, so I will show you my mercy. At this time Guhan also slowly walked out of the death fog with Xiao Haizi, who had returned with a full load. Now there was a faint smile on his face. Playfully was Xianningbing, it relies on the aura of the contract that Yi Qingyun signed with you. Of course I haven't killed Yi Qingyun yet. After all, letting him die too quickly would be too easy for him. I used some tricks to break the contractual relationship between you and him. In fact, I was aware of your presence when you first arrived in this area. Xianningbing's mentality collapsed immediately after hearing these words, and she even cursed Yi Qingyun's ancestors several times in her heart. Since meeting Yi Qingyun's journey of rebirth can be described as not going smoothly at all. Now that Yi Qingyun is dead, he has left such a big hole for himself. Then I should have woken up earlier and stayed away from Yi Qingyun, this useless person. Although she felt hatred in her heart, Xianningbing was also very decisive. He knew that even if he begged for mercy with all his might, Guhan would never let him go. If I fall into the hands of the other party, I will definitely end up miserably. Guhan, do you think you can take advantage of me just by tricking me? Since you won't leave me any chance to live, let's fight to the death. As soon as the words fell, Xianningbing appeared. My own demon ancestor. The huge scales comparable to the mountains glitter in the sunset. Huge, the power of ice was flowing on the surface, and even the temperature around it was dropping rapidly. The demon ancestor Yunmi had already begun to retreat and even wanted to defect to Guhan. After all, Xianningbing seems to be at the end of her strength at the moment, and continuing to resist will only lead to death. However, Xianningbing seemed to have anticipated what the Yunmi demons were thinking and angrily shouted in a voice transmission, Yunmi, don't be naive. You and I are now on the same side of the same rope. Now that things have come to this, do you really think you can and retreat? Do you really think Guhan and the others will let you go? If you turn against them now, they will only die more miserably. Also, don't forget that you need the power of the will of heaven to help resurrect your brother. Besides, I had expected this, so I have already requested the Heavenly Dao Palace to send strong men to support me. According to the time estimate, we only need to hold out for less than half an hour before the strong men from the Heavenly Dao Palace descend upon the demon world and join forces with a successful breakthrough. I have to say, Xianningbing's words are undoubtedly insightful, which touched the heart of the demon ancestor. Now that things have come to this, he can only go down this path till the end. Boom! Destroy the demon ancestor. Thick black fog rose up and enveloped it in an instant, accompanied by the black fog rapidly expanding. The demise of the demon ancestor also showed your own truth. It was a huge black goat horn on its head, hair standing upright. It flows with ultimate destructive power. Especially those vertical pupils, which were filled with extreme violence and ominous aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. The two first-generation demon ancestors appeared together real, even if it is not fully recovered. But the extremely high-level demonic aura it exudes also carries with it immense power. It can even have a primitive effect on many monsters' pulse system. Stubborn. Guhan chuckled but didn't care. He just raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the top warriors from several major forces such as the Shouyuan people and Piaomiao Fairy Island arrived one after another. A few months later, several major forces later also produced several top-level quasi-emperors. The three strongest ones are even close to the threshold of the Great Emperor. They only need a glimmer of opportunity to break through Emperor. Of course, the most important thing is that has strength. The human emperor banner, the frost sky sword, the misty fairy bell, the dragon soul palace, the mountain and river heaven seal. There are quite a few imperial weapons in total, including some extremely powerful imperial weapons. Even if he can't fully use this, the power blessing is enough to crush the front Xian Ningbing and the demon ancestor Yunmi. At the same time, just as Rushuan Ningbing imagined, the moment I received Xian Ningbing's call for help, the strong men from the Heavenly Dao Palace had already arrived, immediately trying to sneak in the demon world. Xian Ningbing is rescued forcefully. After all, once all 5 keys are lost, if it falls into Guhan's hands, the control of the Demon God Palace will surely fall into the hands of Su Lingyue and Guhan. For the Demon God Palace, the will of heaven is very interesting. How could we allow it to fall into the hands of Guhan, who stood on the opposite side of him? Therefore nothing must happen to Xian Ningbing. However, several powerful men from the Heavenly Dao Palace had just arrived in the demon world, and before they could start though, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly appeared in the depths of the sky. Return open. My demon world never welcomes a bunch of disgusting lackeys of the Heavenly Dao. Since we are here, let's all die here. Chapter 540, we are at the end of our rope, let's die together. A moment. Time and space seemed to be frozen. Then, before several Tiandao Palace masters could react, Li's graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of them. That was a weak, pure white pack, beautiful full-set beauty and holiness in one foxen. Slowly walking towards the end of time and space, the last 9 fluffy white foxtail without wind, as if holding up different worlds, and every sway can create ripples in space. Demon world, back to the demon ancestor Su Lingyue. The powerful man from Tiandao Temple who was leading the group had just uttered a voice and had no time to call on other powerful men to attack together or retreat at the same time. But all he saw was Su Lingyue's deep eyes flashing, and the 9-tailed fox became even bigger. Then the 9 waving long tails gathered together directly and lightly touched the void, as if lightly touching the moon in the water. Buzz. Then a god-white dots appeared above the heads of several Tiandao Palace warriors. By the time they reacted, the white spot had already released an extremely bright white light, like black general directed, emitted a terrifying suction force, causing ripples in the air like water waves. In an instant, a large space is here shattered under the terrible suction. Countless fragments. The fragments in the sky are like pieces of white meteorites, continued to gather towards several powerful men from the Tiandao Palace. The huge space around breaking in traction. Even if it is blessed by the power of heaven, half a step, the top Tiandao Palace masters of the Great Emperor were completely unable to resist, as if they were rights generally under control. There is no way to resist, they couldn't resist at all, and they could only stay awake to your own along with the surrounding space. They were forcibly pulled that in the white spot. Back exile. Gorgeous fox demon facing several Tiandao Palace warriors who were howling in fear. Z just spoke calmly from beginning to end. As Su Lingyue finished speaking, there was a roar in the sky. Finally, amid the unwilling roars of several Tiandao Palace masters, a large area of space separated them. The shadow was wrapped in it, exile to the depths of purgatory, where there will never be light of day. In the consciousness of pure white, before completely destroying the package, several Tiandao Palace warriors regretted it. Regret the choice. As a lackey of heaven, he walked out of the Heavenly Dao Palace for the first time and met a strong man. He didn't even make it through a round before he died here inexplicably. Unlike what Guhan had previously said, the hair can shake. The forces in the world are different. Su Lingyue, the power of hair is extremely calm. Even the whole world has not discovered this. Several top Tiandao Palace masters died inexplicably in that place. Of course, except for the will of heaven that is related to them. What's going on? The will of Heavenly Dao noticed the death of several powerful men from Heavenly Dao Palace the moment they died. The will of heaven was also completely confused at this moment. What about the strong men he sent out? There are 4 ordinary quasi-emperors and 1 top-level quasi-emperor. How come it all disappeared in an instant? Demon world, strange forest. Boom. Guhan, who was standing in the sky, held the Hanshao sword in his hand. The last few great emperors were blessed, and they did not need the support of other strong men or even show magical powers. Just a simple sword strike, the terrifying sword. It was like the falling Milky Way smashing directly onto Xian Ningbing's head, which was as huge as a star. In the face of such a terrifying force, Xian Ningbing was unable to withstand a single blow, and her head was also damaged, fall slamming deep into the ground. Is that all? I thought you were so arrogant before. You would be very strong. Guhan chuckled and shook his head. His actions and tone were full of sarcasm. The scales on Xian Ningbing's head were completely shattered and blood was flowing out. Well, mostly white scales are dyed its red. But compared to Xian Ningbing felt more angry than the pain on her body. What is it only to this extent? If you have the guts, why not use a few imperial weapons to bless you? There is a kind of comeback for a one-on-one duel after you recover to your peak. And those guys from Tiandao Temple, it's been almost half an hour, why hasn't anyone come to support us yet? Keep dragging it on, and the demon ancestor who was about to be destroyed was really going to be beaten to death. The condition of the demon ancestor was also very bad. The hole was so big that even the huge horn was broken. At this moment Yang Jiao was used by Xiao Haizi with some special magical power. Xiao was playing with it in his hand. The horn of the fallen demon ancestor is also a rare tonic. Take it home and grind it up to make tea later. You're looking for death. Destroy the demon ancestor, but he got angry. Just wanted to continue. Use the remaining. The corner directly hit the little black guy to death. Boom. You know, at this time led at the same time as Xin Yuan Bing, the overwhelming evil spirit that makes one's heart palpitate, comes from far away and spreads deep into the sky. Capsize. Many powerful people present raised their heads at the same tin ego. Snap. The sky is changing rapidly and dark clouds are gathering. A shape out of thin airspace crack it slowly open like an eye pupil filled with the powerful power of the demon ancestor. Next, give it to me, Ahan, and you can rest. After the huge pupil appeared out of thin air, out of the 9 jade hui jitong, among them are no, the sound came out. Su Lung Yue. Feel Xian Ningbing, who was aware of the situation, was both shocked and angry. Instead of waiting for reinforcements, the Su Ling Yue that I least want to face is here. Moreover, the opponent's strength has become even more terrifying, even closer to the original. The peak state is only a few steps away. Xian Ningbing, are you waiting for reinforcements from the Heavenly Dao Palace? With a smile the voice sounded again. Don't wait, the reinforcements you've been thinking about have all been dealt with by me when they first arrived in the demon world. As soon as these words came out, Xian Ningbing and demon ancestor Yunmi's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Only 2 words came to my mind: it's over. Especially the demise of the demon ancestor. What a regret. After cooperating with Xian Ningbing, I regret not seeing these days. Su Ling Yue, wait a minute, Su Ling Yue didn't give demon ancestor Yunmi time to finish his words. The pupil of return began to linger with different of return. Gorgeous, magnificent, between the weaving the accumulated power roared hair. Otherwise I just arrived, why would I say all this to Xian Ningbing? The purpose is to delay time and accumulate strength. For now, just trying to seize the opportunity. Boom. The terrible power is completely by then. Guihan had already evacuated with other powerful monsters. The place where they were originally located has completely turned into a back to the force group off rotating galaxies. Various magical powers blooming in it. Just folding the little power it released was enough to move mountains and fill the sea, and it could flatten a large area around it. And under such a terrifying attack, the 2 demon ancestors, it was already powerless to resist, and it was like being hit by a meteorite heading deep into the ground sink. The spreading power even made the ghosts who had been shrouded in death for many years in the forest. There was a brief moment of light appearing after the clouds cleared. I don't know how long it took. The bright after the light gradually dissipated. The 2 first-generation demon ancestors are now all over. His body was covered in bruises and his breath was extremely weak. They are both demon ancestors, but at this moment they are in a strange shape, with Su Ling Yue, who is still standing elegantly in the sky, a sharp contrast. Su Lung Yue. Xian Ningbing's heart was pounding with fear and her face became extremely hideous. You damn fox, you damn number of people, mine all yours, mine. At this moment Xian Ningbing went completely crazy. As the first-generation demon ancestor, he was once a top figure in that glorious era, and was even able to fight against the real immortals of that powerful era. But now the situation has changed. Not only has his strength not recovered, but he was easily suppressed by Guhan, a rising star. Now he was pinned to the ground by Su Ling Yue, his old rival. Not only has he failed to regain his former glory, but he has now become a prisoner. Xian Ningbing was both angry and unwilling and screamed hysterically. Since we are going to die, let's die together. Chapter 541. Only one of the 5 first generations is left. When a person goes crazy, he is much more terrifying than a man. At Xianning Ice Peak, the moment of roaring, Guhan, Su Lengyue and others almost all arrive. Terrible way immediately form. In particular in Xian Ningbing, the fallen demon ancestor beside him was even more sudden change. Xian Ningbing he was seriously injured, but now he still dares to be so reckless. Let out the breath. This guy is absolutely crazy. Your own origin takes Su Lengyue and Guhan with you on the road. The demon ancestor did not dare to stay and turned around and wanted to run away. However, just as he took a step forward, Xian Ningbing directly wrapped her snake tail around him. The falling demon ancestor roared angrily, "Xian Ningbing, are you crazy?" Xian Ningbing laughed sarcastically. "Do you think I don't know that since I fell when the wind is down you want to secretly attack me? Do you want to use my head as a token of your allegiance to that bitch Su Lengyue? Ha ha ha. Let's die together. Don't even think about leaving, let's die together." Xian Ningbing laughed crazily. The next moment after the words fell, Xian Ningbing did not hesitate to lead the origin that has already reached its peak. During this period, no matter how the demon ancestor struggled, even Xian Ningbing's snake tail was shaken, collapse oozing out. Xian Ningbing still did not loosen her grip, and the broken snake tail became more and more curled. The demon ancestor Yunmi is going crazy. Are you crazy? If you want to blow something up, go blow up Su Lengyue and Guhan, who have put you in such a situation. Why drag him along? At this moment, the demon ancestor Yunmi regretted so much that his intestines turned green. Why do you want to be with this crazy people cooperating? All of you go to hell. All of you go to hell. Ha ha ha. The twisted and crazy laughter in the ever-expanding in the group hair. After a moment, the whole strange, suddenly a loud noise like the collapse of heaven and earth came from the forest. Really, Xian Ningbing is ready. Tote that time Guhan and Su Lengyue had already urged, cultivate your skills and quickly get away from this place. But even if he had escaped several miles away, but they still seem to have underestimated the demon ancestoress, the terrifying power generated. Boom boom. This moment, Sly the forest seemed to be hit by a huge meteorite and suddenly burst into a blazing flame wave. Overwhelming energy wave. Wherever he passed, the sky and earth collapsed and space broken. Everything and even the rune laws were swallowed up and crushed by the ever-expanding energy storm nothingness. For countless years the forest, even the strange, the dead silent area for hundreds of miles outside the forest, was suddenly shaken by a devastating explosion. Countless demon creatures began to move away from this area like crazy. Even I can't grow a few more pairs of. The Devil World. Immortal Demon Emperor Trace. The original demon ancestor raised his mighty head that was hundreds of feet tall, his eyes shining like the sun towards the demon world, deep eyes as if to see everything. After a long time he murmured in a voice like a trance, "Xian Ming is dead." Xian Ningbing, those two guys seem to be the origin. Of the 5 first generations, there are only 2 left now. No, I'm afraid that in the future only Su Lengyue will be left. We are the same life. Why are you so anxious to hurt me? Why? Ridiculous and sad. The original demon ancestor sighed. In the trap before he fell asleep, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. The world was created. 5 statues with obvious demon characteristics. The shadow stood tall above the demon world. They unified the entire demon world on that day and vowed to bring the demon race to glory in the Xianhuang world. Even towards a higher world, towards the legendary fairyland. However, as time passed, some of the monsters lost their minds due to greed. Of the 5 legendary demon ancestors, only one was left. Sly Forest. The deathworm that had been spreading the law of death had been strangled by Guhan. Sly the forest had already lost its energy source, and now it was facing Liao Xian Ningbing's and the self-destruction of the demon ancestor. Once known as the demon tribe, the guile of the district, the forest has now completely become a thing of the past. The strange and bizarre forest disappeared completely and was replaced by an extremely huge deep pit. There is still some power of death in the sky, as well as the power of the demon ancestor himself, the power of the law of destruction left behind. Of course, such a huge the silence also made countless creatures in the Xianhuang world aware of it. But considering the special characteristics of the demon world, but it doesn't exist, view out of bounds. A long time passed again. There was an ups and downs in the collapsed rubble. Gu Han crawled out covered in dust and dirt. Xian Ningbing, this stinky female snake is really crazy. Gu Han cursed and swore. Juhan, my bones felt like they were falling apart and I felt like rolling on the ground in pain. Fortunately, he broke through to the quasi-emperor level some time ago. There are also many protective magic weapon, otherwise I would definitely be killed here today. Spit out the dust from your mouth. Gu Han hands in the ruined search caught a foot. He lifted it up with all his strength and the unconscious man whose body was blasted black and blue all know the little black guy was pulled out. Quick, send me some life energy. Little Blackie is angry, so opening words. Gu Han raised his eyebrows. Although Xiao Haizi's combat power is no, it's rubbish, he totally despises it. But I have to say life is Rayala. He thought that Xiao Haizi was going to be completely defeated this time. Long Yu. Are you okay? Leaving Xiao Haizi aside, Gu Han checked Su Lingyue's condition. I'm fine. Key, see if there is any key damage. Hearing this, Gu Han remembered this and hurried over go to the fried center to check. Although Xian Ningbing has died, Su Lingyue was still a little unsatisfied. This guy died so cheaply. No matter what, he was trapped in the demon locking tower for countless years. Originally I wanted to free Xian Ning Bundletail, cut it off and soak it in wine. Wait till after they have grown well they are cut down and soaked in wine. This cycle repeats over and over again. Xian Ningbing is useless, disgusting, but the innate talent I possess is infinite devouring and I have been coveting it for a long time. If you can get with my devouring talent, my strength will surely rise to several levels. Su Lingyue was angry. But the little black boy who heard this one, he was not dizzy at first, but now he chose to play dead. After all, he also possesses a talent similar to devouring. Xian Ningbing is dead. Su Lingyue is crazy. Will people settle for the next best thing and set their sights on him? Go up? But whatever you think comes true. Su Lingyue seemed to have thought of the same thing. To the black guy the thought was deep. If there is such a special bowl of soup, should I also be able to awaken the devouring talent? Chapter 542, Tianquan Mountain Ancestral Sea. Cold Moon. This is the Xianning demon ancestor. All the keys, including the one that killed the demon ancestor, have been collected. At this time, Gu Han flew into the air and landed in front of Su Lingyue. There are 2 more keys in my hand. To be honest, he was also very surprised. These 2 keys in the 2 great demon ancestors' center. But it is still well preserved. But the only weird thing is, the 2 keys had already been slightly broken and the smell emanating from the broken pieces made him feel a little confused. It seems like a supreme power that is very similar to the previous power of death. This gave Gu Han an inexplicable bad feeling. Don't tell him that this key was also left by that so-called supreme god, and a different supreme god at that. I am increasingly suspicious. Gu Han decided to first what happened in the forest and told Su Lingyue the key points. There is such a thing. After a while I heard the whole thing, the original story of Su Lingyue dignified. Whether it was the mysterious death of Xianning demon ancestor or as puppet driven. Or maybe it was the deathworm that called itself the Apostle of Death. All of this was far beyond Su Lingyue's expectations. I just know. Many years ago a special meteorite that seemed to come from outer space had arrived in this area. Eventually, as time went by, this area gradually became today's weird forest. As for what Gu Han said about this key to that unknown supreme power, I don't understand some of them. If you want to find out the truth, you must Demon God Palace. Okay, let's not think about that for now. Then the subsequent things to other powerful demons after treatment. Su Lingyue pulled Gu Han. The shadow disappeared in an instant. My cultivation has improved recently and I have recovered to the level of Demon Emperor. I have already reached the limit of the Demon Emperor, so now I don't need to get any special opportunity to calm myself down. You just need to restore your own cultivation. Akan, you seem to have reached the limit of the Quasi-Emperor, right? Perhaps you will gain something else by practicing with me. Hearing this, Gu Han horned Witch. Are you sure you haven't been in seclusion for so long? Big fortune? Moreover, looking at Su Lingyue, whose strength is already superior to his. I originally thought that I would be able to occupy the main right turn Guhan singing. Now I feel my dream has changed again, just think about it. His strength was inferior to Su Lungyue's and he was afraid that Su Lungyue would gain the upper hand again downwind. 3 days and 3 nights later. Previous chi exuberant, even able to lead Guhan, who was surrounded by the humming void, felt as if he had been drained of energy, pale, holding his waist from walk out of the hall. He also understood it. No wonder some people say that foxes are an enchanting. Not to mention the transformed fox that King Zhou encountered at that time. I can only say that I understand King Zhou for King Zhou. He doesn't want this either. We can only blame Su Lungyue for being too good at playing. Look at you, could you please give me some details? As soon as I walked out of the hall, Xiao Haizi appeared from nowhere and said in a mean voice, "Roll." Guhani, he slapped the little black guy who was approaching and blew him away. "Damn you, you've been living comfortably for the past 3 days and 3 nights, but I've been working so hard to help you investigate the Demon God Palace and collect information for you." The little black boy stood up cursing, and continued, "There is a problem with the Demon God Palace, it will take some time to open it. But compared to the Demon God Palace, I want you might be more interest. The will of heaven has taken action. The human ancestor temple and the many forces you previously recruited seem to be in chaos because of the violence it was involved with you and was completely destroyed by several extremely powerful beings." Guhan frowned slightly. This result is not surprising. He had expected that those forces would eventually be exposed between him and then it was completely destroyed. After all, the human world is ultimately within the sphere of influence of the will of heaven. But he had already made preparations. For example, top powerhouses from various forces like Pei Siye had already been transferred by him and incorporated into several major forces such as Pyomyo Fairy Island. Those who stayed in the original territory were just some dispensable ones doing odd jobs for him, integrating more chain repair resources and collecting reported work people. But in order to conceal their tracks, there are also some strong ones among them. But in one day all destroyed. Wait, you just said that several powerful beings took action. Guhan asked, "Are they the powerful men of the Eternal Yi family who are suspected to have descended from the immortal realm?" "Maybe. But there are 7 of them. And each of them possesses extremely terrifying strength, especially 2 of them. Although they are not great emperors, they are indeed able to emit a power comparable to that of an emperor or even more terrifying than an ordinary emperor. Although the laws have initially revived, the sleeping emperors are still unable to appear, use power shot. Now a terrifying existence comparable to the great emperor has appeared in the world. Do you know what this means?" Hearing Xiao Haizi's voice, Guhan was suddenly there was silence. This means that if these 2 people want, they can use their fists and absolute strength to drive a large group of fence-sitters to work for them. With the support of the will of heaven, once the other party takes shape, the climate, if they launch a full-scale crackdown on him, will be an extremely difficult problem for him. Instead of being waiting is worse than the Lord attack. Anyway, he has a battle with the will of heaven and the Eternal Yi family. Moreover, he must find a way to return to the human world and he can enter the Demon God Palace later. As for the remaining 2 egg-hatching locations, the Ancestral Sea and the Sky's Peak, he had no idea at all. Maybe we can gain something from this incident. Human world. Zhengzhou Tianquan Mountain. Looking down from the sky, the area where Tianquan Mountain is located looks like a paradise on Earth. Wakamoto, being blessed by the power of destiny, descended upon this area and could even clearly knowing that which fills the void, the power of rich destiny. Everything in the world has its own luck. There is also the natural world. The center where the luck and fortune of the entire human race converge is in this mountain called Tianquan Mountain. According to ancient records. Because it carries the power of human destiny all year round. Tianquan Yamamoto, it has become very special. At the bottom of the mountain there is a suspected a different time and space. In this strange space and time, the rich power of destiny has become real and even takes shape, a piece of pure luck, the ocean. This vast ocean is also recorded in historical books as the Ancestral Sea. This day, there is a continuous rainbow above the sky. Many powerful auras gathered towards Tianquan Mountain. It seems that the human race's high-level officials and the will of heaven have reached. We have some kind of cooperation and are going to launch some plans here. And in a piece that no one noticed in space, ripples appeared in the void. Wearing a white Guhan walked out slowly. Chapter 543 The Inheritance of the First Three Emperors of the Human Race. Just walked out of the space channel. Guhan saw several long rainbows flying across the sky towards the directions converge. Seeing this scene, Guhan's dark and deep pupils a hint of cold. A bunch of fence-sitters really looking for death. According to the information he has investigated these days, the human race also has a large group of strong people who want to get involved in this mess. And there are no powerful invite to attend. Perhaps it was due to the will of heaven and the threats posed by several powerful beings who descended from the fairyland. But most of it is because of one word: greed. After all, as long as the side of heavens will offers enough chips, there will naturally be a large group of people charging forward for it. But he doesn't care. In his previous life he was alone and dared to make the whole world his enemy. Not to mention that in this life he has the support of the demon world and the monster world. If anyone dares to interfere, all disputes between him and the will of heaven will be buried. He chuckled and shook his head. Guhan puts on the magic mask, took a step forward, and the whole person suddenly changed the image of a middle-aged man with good temperament. With his current strength he wants to get an invite. Getting an invitation to Tianquan Mountain is not difficult at all. Soon, Guhan and many invite the strong men who come to attend this banquet merit the boundary of Tianquan Mountain. Although Tianquan Mountain has the word mountain in its name, it is a completely different world. The ancient building is located between the green mountains with rolling clouds and mist. A powerful aura surged out from it, and every building all have a being at the same king level is in charge. But the most eye-catching thing is the magnificent golden and blue floating among the countless mountains under the fold debut Doxia, a building that looks like a heavenly palace. Due to the so-called shackles of luck broken, Guhan was now there is one more luck. Cooperate with the previous book. Guhan could clearly see it was known that the power of destiny between heaven and earth was converging towards that building. Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the most divine in the human world, the ancestral sea, is located deep in that building? Fellow Taoist, please stay. At this moment a young man from the same king realm, the man came flying in the air and landed in front of Guhan with a gentle smile on his face, seemingly without any ill intentions. You look unfamiliar, fellow Taoist. Would you like to accompany me and enter the Tianquan Mountain? Green. The reason why the man came to say hello was because he found that Guhan, like him, seemed to be a casual cultivator without any sect or school. The Tianquan feast held at Tianquan Mountain this time is for those who stand at the top of the Xianhuang world, jointly organized. Most of the invited guests are powerful figures, leaders, and even ancestors from major forces in the Xianhuang world. Although he was a casual cultivator, due to his strong talent and aptitude he had been practicing steadily over the years and had finally broken through to the Saint King realm. He is considered to be a very famous and well-known person among the independent cultivators in the Xianhuang world. Although he didn't know Guhan's cultivation. But yes, from the man's aura he knew that the man in front of him was stronger than him. However, he has all the top independent cultivators in the entire Xianhuang world said also met. But I have never seen Guhan. This makes Qing, the man felt that this person might be very unusual. If you can invest, it's also a great opportunity. After all, compared to fighting with others for those useless inheritances, some big, on the contrary, it is more direct and efficient. No need. Guhan had no interest in strangers and continued walking without looking back. Green. The man seemed to see what Guhan was thinking. Then I thought of Guhan staring at that, looking at the grand building. He immediately decided to follow Guhan's interest. Fellow Taoist, are you also against Tianquan Palace? Interested? To be honest, I have something special here. Report can be divided to you, fellow Taoist. Guhan still ignored it. The survey, he reported that he had almost finished his investigation on Pyomyo Fairy Island. What value can a casual cultivator provide to himself? Report? Fellow Taoist, you don't know that the top people in Xianhuang world, the reason why he invited the strongest people in the world and even invited us, the independent cultivators. In fact, I plan to start a special trial to inherit the legacy of the first three emperors of our human race. If you are interested in the inheritance of the first emperor, maybe I can help you. After these words were spoken, Guhan, who was about to leave, stopped. Surprised and suspicious of Xiang Qingman. not shocked by this report. He also found out some of the truth through some of his own special channels. Just this report extremely even with the power of Piao Fairy Island we still couldn't figure out much. I only know that the will of heaven and the top powerhouses of the human race have joined forces to come up with some kind of trial. He didn't know what the trial was. But this guy, who was obviously just a casual cultivator, actually knows the details of the trial details and even the so-called first three emperors of the human race? The demon race, the monster race, and the human race are the three races with the strongest comprehensive strength in the Shenhuang world. Naturally powerful beings were born many years ago. There is the first generation of demon ancestors in the demon world. There is the first demon emperor in the demon realm. Naturally, the human world also had its first emperor. The three first emperors of the human world are the Time Emperor, the Space Emperor, and the Destiny Emperor. Especially the Emperor of Time during the era when the demon race was at its peak. Relying on his powerful fighting ability, Shengsheng carved out a place for the human race in the Shenhuang world. A saying often circulated in the world of immortal cultivation: time is respected, space is king. Master the magical power of time and cultivate it to the extreme, or even attain enlightenment, the existence of God. Just think about how evil it is. The following history is that the Emperor of Time is about to die. He used all his original power to open up a special space. Gathering countless luck forces in the human world, it finally formed the prototype of the ancestral sea. Afterwards, the Space Emperor emerged and became the Time Emperor for the Emperor of the human race. Once again, it defeated countless enemies of the human race and established the human race's top position in the Shenhuang world. After that, it is Siming, the Emperor, with his powerful life power, has the power to bring the dead back to life, the power of bones. I heard some the weaker emperor, they can completely heal their injuries. In this destiny, with the help of God, the human race has completely consolidated its status as the supreme race in the Shenhuang world. These three were the most powerful at that time, and they were also the first three people of the human race to succeed each other the existence of the great emperor. Therefore, they are also honored as the first three emperors of the human race. Only Guhan did not have any special feelings towards the first three emperors of the human race as he did towards other human races, even in awe. It's not that he has a rebellious nature. But these first three emperors are suspected to be involved with the will of heaven. He is now in great conflict with the will of heaven. Now the will of heaven is suspected to be cooperating with the descendants of the first three emperors, intending to jointly open the ancestral sea. This naturally indirectly led to him standing on a certain opposite side from the first three emperors. Put all the thoughts in your mind behind you. Gu Hanxiang Qing, the man, looked her up and down, corners slightly raised. You seem to know so much about this so-called trial. Don't tell me that your ancestors are related to the first three emperors. The next moment I saw only Qing, the man nodded seriously. Almost my ancestors were followers of the Time Emperor. Before the Time Emperor rose to prominence, they served as his horsefeeders. Gu Han was full of questions. What the hell? He didn't ride a horse until he had cultivated to this level. The great Emperor of Time still want to ride a horse? But then Qing is for men, it is much more normal. His ancestors used to be horse feeders for the Time Emperor before he rose to power. Divide in. The Emperor of Time gave his ancestors some pointers. Who would have thought that his ancestors were so talented and rose to prominence? As a general of the Time Emperor, he started a legendary life. Later, the Time Emperor disappeared. His ancestors served as guardians of Tianquan Mountain. But because of the big mistake, the punishment, countless people were beaten, had to leave Tianquan Mountain. Green men are the few remaining members of their tribe pulse, and also with the casual cultivation, his cultivation reached the level of Saint King. Want to take advantage of this opportunity? Strive for progress. Realm trial recognized by the spirit of the Time Emperor once again to protect people, gain supreme power, and restore the glory of the family. But I know that I'm not strong enough. Green, the man continued, with my current personal strength I want to realize my wish absolutely impossible. So I want some reliable companions to complete the mission with me, such a great undertaking. Fellow Taoists, don't rush to refuse. In fact, if you want to enter to obtain the inheritance of the first emperor, one needs not only great strength but also pulse. But you are obviously not the descendant of the Time Emperor. Pulse power is impossible. But there are always exceptions. My ancestor once followed the Emperor of Time and made great military achievements. He left a special letter to my ancestor. This letter you can ask the Emperor of Time to fulfill a wish. If you can enter Zujihai show this special thing, not only will it save you a lot of trouble, but you will definitely obtain the inheritance of the Time Emperor. Chapter 544, Rushing to Deliver Opportunities. New Villain Mission. Guhan is not stupid. I guessed it quickly. The man offers these benefits, but he has to pay a price. So you give me these goods, you want to help you get the position of guardian after I obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of Time, right? That's pretty much what I mean. Green, the man said seriously, as long as you promise me and swear an oath to the heaven I can for you. Guhan narrowed his eyes again. There was a faint arc on the corner of his mouth. The last question: why did you choose me to help you complete it? The plan? This kind of thing, wouldn't it be better if you did it yourself? After saying this, Guhan's aura suddenly became extremely captivating, making Qingmen can't help but feel a palpitation. A feeling thoughts are hard to be hidden. Sleep. Green, the man could only use a wry smile to hide his palpitations, a hint of bitterness that seems a bit far-fetched. Smile. If I can, why wouldn't I want to? Let's not talk about it for now. I am already a casual cultivator now. If I ask other noble families to help me, do you think they will get good results? Will he fulfill his promise to me? Besides, there are only a handful of independent cultivators who can reach my level in the entire Xianhuang world. I have seen other powerful independent cultivators, but I can see those guys. Only you I can't see. You gave me. It is also very difficult to feel. Moreover, I also believe that you fellow Taoist will definitely keep your promise after making the Heavenly Tao Oath. Rather than wasting this precious opportunity by trying it myself, I'd rather pick someone I can trust, and even someone whose chances of success are much greater than mine. After hearing these words, Guhan understood and wanted to laugh at the same time. Why couldn't he understand what this guy meant? He was afraid that after asking those powerful people for help, they would regard his agreement as bullshit. Because the powerful people who were invited here were more or less it is related to the will of heaven. It only costs a little to make a heavenly oath, and it doesn't matter whether you follow it or not, as there is a risk of breach of contract at any time. But it's different for independent cultivators. They have no sect or school. It has little to do with the will of heaven. Taking an oath to the heavenly Tao means that one is bound by cause and effect with the heavenly Tao. Without the help of a powerful force, it is absolutely impossible to breach the contract. No matter how strong your fighting power is, it's useless. This guy's brain not bad. But he picked the wrong person. He may be the person in this world who least regards the way of heaven, a person who has something. Refining the previous town after being blessed by a ray of heaven's will, and the meaning of burial. The will of heaven is nothing but shit. He can swear and break his promises at will, and the will of heaven cannot do anything to him. Guhan wanted to laugh. These days are becoming more and more interesting, and some people are rushing up to offer opportunities. Can Die cooperation symbol. He sent a message that was completely irrelevant to him. The useless oath of heaven from the young man named Xiao Chunman received special letter back. Guhan continued on his journey towards the core area of Tianquan Mountain. Although this area looks unremarkable from the outside, it is a special square opened up by using the power of space in an area surrounded by mountains. However, as soon as the warriors landed on the square, they were able to several destinations turned into a terrible. The pressure was coming towards them as if to explore their share. Guhan is also here full purpose of force. Others may not. He realized it instantly. The owner is likely. It is the will of heaven. This also made Guhan more certain of his guess. The descendants of the first three emperors may have some py with the will of heaven. Easy. Simple use of symbol. After the banquet, many powerful people gathered on the space square again. This time Guhan saw many new faces in the crowd. Especially the few who stood at the head of the crowd. The shadow attracted Guhan's attention. The descendants of the first three emperors are very proud and usually wear something that can show off their percent. Guhan could easily recognize them. Share. What attracted Guhan's attention was the two people who were also standing on the lineage of the descendants of the first three emperors' side. It seems that they are going to connect together. The monk being tested. Perhaps it is because of the absorption of super, the power of the source seed. Guhan has a keen sense of immortals and mortals know. Instantly it is known that these two people may not be from the Xianhuang world but are most likely from the fairyland. One of them, the young man in the red gold battle robe, frowned, turned around and looked at the man who was watching him go. Just a glance is filled with great force. What he saw made many powerful people in that area feel palpitated and horrified, and they didn't dare to look at each other at all. Zhang Xian, why are you so startled? Standing on it, another young man's hand ring raised a disdainful arc. Just a bunch of bastards, and it can also let you arrive force? Make such a table? The person who spoke was named Yi Finga from the Eternal Yi family. He was considered the strongest person in the Eternal Yi family except for the leader Yi Chen. Zhang Xian from the ancient Zhang family and Zhang Xian from the ancient Zhang family were both awarded this promotion because of their good talents, the opportunity to explore the ancestral sea. But in Yi Finga's opinion, the opportunities in the lower realm are just so. How can they be compared with the fairyland? Zhang Xian just frowned, still relying on his feelings, searching for the eyes that are watching me. However, he didn't notice anything, as if it was just an illusion. This made Zhang Xian, who was always vigilant, even more vigilant. Be careful, there is a weirdo like Gu Han in this world. Maybe there are other monsters that are not weaker than him. It's always better to be cautious. Hearing this, Yi Finga still didn't care. Come on, you think too highly of this world. You might as well just say that the person who just spied on you was Gu Han. Gu Han is now hide among us. Strange it seems that in addition to the strong men from the Eternal Yi family, there is also a strong man who was suspected to be from other forces in the fairyland. With just a casual glance, Gu Han saw that these two strong men share. Slightly dandy youth, the man is from the Eternal Yi family. When he killed Yi Zi, he was very angry about the Eternal Yi family. Pulse has a deep impression. So it can be very clear no Yi Finga's share. But the man in the red gold robe had no feel it. Bite. A new villain main quest is now released. Master, please kill the powerful people from the Eternal Yi family in the lower world. Current progress 0/4. Ancient Zhang family strongmen from the lower world. Current progress 0 of 3. Please note, every time you kill a strong man you will be rewarded with 15,000 villain points. Chapter 545, The Projection of the First Emperor, a person from another time and space. It must be said that the system is still those who pamper him can always answer his questions through tasks. The ancient Zhang family in the fairyland? He suddenly understood. Isn't this the force that hunted him down in his previous life because of Hua Jiu? I didn't expect that because of the drama, because of the collapse. This family actually joined forces with the Eternal Yi family to deal with him. I feel that all the crises are coming from Yi Qingyun. This guy is completely suppressed by him after that one all of the brain scent. Fortunately, he had made sufficient preparations. Otherwise I might have to start this life all over again. But then again, killing a powerful underworld being will earn you 15,000 villain points. 7, that's 105,000 villain points. But the potential talents of these guys seem to be only slightly weaker than Yi Zi's. There are 7 of them this time. After all, they are all from the two major families Rui Tianzhou. Gu Han suddenly thought of something. The corners are slightly raised, dangerous smile. You have been my enemy time and again, and I have to obey you. Charge a little interest? Don't rush to kill these guys, destroy their town first. Then try to blackmail the two major fairyland families. If you can blackmail, if he succeeds, he can pick up a lot of resources for free. It's no loss if I can't blackmail him. Almost at the time when Gu Han regarded the powerful men from the lower world of the two immortal families as when the chips are down. The 7 warriors all felt a chill in their backs for no apparent reason and had an ominous premonition. You are invited to gather here. All have excellent. If you want to really get into Ancestral Sea, inheritance still needs to be improved. 3 trials. If you cannot pass the trial, it means you have no destiny with the Ancestral Sea and you can leave now. Soon ripples appeared in the space. A cloth with an ancient and vast breath. The old man walked out and explained the next rules to the strong people present. In fact, those who can gather here are all top people in Xinhuang world. I already knew the trial rules and stuff. From the beginning to the end, the rule is nothing more than instilling one word: strong. As long as you are strong enough, you will have the last laugh. Finally waited for the cloth. After the old man finished his long rambling, the trial officially began. The 3 trials are also very simple, testing the monk's heart-mind. The first trial, the test, is actually testing potential. Each monkeyable, the potential for development is different. Next, as long as the monks who participate in the trial use the transcendence, use your maximum strength to deliver the strongest blow, leaving a special mark on the trial statue. As long as you pass, you will pass. Soon Guhan and others were teleported to a special space. This space is completely condensed by the power of heaven and earth. Here it is completely less time than the passage of time. In the center of the field of vision, 3 huge statues made of special materials with Joshin's aura and mist rolling stand tall. 2 men and 1, which just corresponds to the first 3 emperors. Next, you just need to attack the 3 statues in order, leaving your marks on them. The traces can be left. Cloth, the old man continued to introduce. Isn't this a bit bad? When many human cultivators heard this, they felt that attacking the statues of the first 3 emperors was extremely disrespectful. No problem, the old man continued to explain. With your attacks, it is very difficult to leave a mark on this statue, so just attack. After hearing this, Yifinga looked disdainful and walked out of the crowd. I'll go first. Although he looks no different from humans. But as a creature of the fairyland, he never thought of himself as a human but a fairy. There is a difference between immortals and mortals, and in his eyes the human race is too weak. How could he possibly admit that he and such a weak race were of the same race? Guhan didn't care about Yifinga's arrogant behavior. But look up, the 3 statues narrowed their eyes slightly. I feel that these 3 statues are endowed with Shinyan, especially that the eyes hidden in the mist seem to be looking at him, vaguely glancing up. Certain Godin, the space. 3 statues, the shadow was blurred and it completely merged with the rolling force of destiny around it. The humanoid being is passing through a special the curtain, watching the outside world condition. From the perspective, it is the 3 huge statues in the outside world. Alas, the human race in my Shenhuang world has really declined. Even people who are not of my race are invited to participate in the trial. A voice full of vicissitudes and helplessness replied. Those 2 guys, there is a strong breath of heavenly Tao on him, and it is very likely that he is a person of heavenly Tao. Although we have always had an agreement with heavenly Tao, it was also based on cooperation. We were able to fight against the heavenly Tao on an equal footing. When discussing cooperation, we also borrowed the power of faith from the human race. A slightly lonely the voice sounded again, but I never thought that after our death the human race would fall into such a state. Don't even talk about continuing to stand on the same level as Tian Dao talk. Even most of the existence believes in the way of heaven. In the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult for our human race to produce another one. It is the supreme existence of the great emperor. Kong Yao, that guy who is not of my race, you have to hold on to your hands. It would be too embarrassing if you left too many marks on the statue. Humph. Do I need you to remind me? The Space Emperor responded. That kid seems interesting. I can't see it at all. He is as if not same as in this timeline. The Emperor of Time suddenly uttered a questioning sound, which immediately attracted the attention of the Space Emperor and Siming Emperor. Finally, the afterimages of the 2 emperors followed the direction of the Time Emperor. Finally, they all fell on Guhan Superior. No, in this timeline? The 2 emperors were incredible. As the first 3 emperors of the human race in the Shenhuang world, they may not be the strongest in human history. But I learned definitely the most. According to their lifetime experiences. This can happen. There are only 2 possibilities. A time traveler or a reborn person recorded in mythology. This one which they obtained from a higher dimension, that is a historical record in the fairyland. In the history of the fairyland. It once caused an extremely terrible disaster. Made the source of this terrible disaster seems to be the time travelers and the reborn people. Later, because of this terrible catastrophe, it affected countless worlds and indirectly led to the collapse of their Shenhuang world and the road to immortality in the fairyland, leaving only one. Over time, the laws of heaven and earth in their Shenhuang world began to degenerate and gradually became incomplete. Until the last road to immortality disappeared, the world fell into complete silence. Chapter 546, the status is too high in time and space cannot affect the memory. Let's get back to the topic. The time traveler and the reborn, they don't know what the definition is or why it came into being. But they are very clear that these 2 existences completely violate the laws of time and space. It clearly exists in reality, but it is completely independent of the real timeline. Are you sure this guy is the traveler or reborn person recorded in the history of the fairyland? However, the Space Emperor and Siming the Emperor still had great doubts about this. Not sure, I'm just guessing. I just wasn't in him superior, he just knew the traces of time that belonged to him. Seeing that the Time Emperor shook his head directly in denial, the Space Emperor and Sema the Emperor's face was suddenly filled with black lines. What the hell are you talking about? What a waste of their watches. I think you are too sensitive, it's done. You seem to have encountered a similar existence in your lifetime, right? In the end they only carry one thing which can block your time, a special magic weapon for knowing, the Space Emperor complained speechlessly. The Time Emperor shrugged and said, anyway, this kid there must be a big, and it is not simple at all. Perhaps I can let him pass the trial directly and let him come to me, then I can more accurately determine whether he exists in the real timeline. By the way, Kong Yao, how much did you spend? Strength to resist that guy who looks like he is from the fairyland? This guy who seems to be from the fairyland is quite powerful. The Space Emperor smiled confidently and said, strength, but it can barely hold off my 3 strength. After hearing these words, the Emperor of Time and Sima Ming Emperor Horntwitch. He's been dead for who knows how long and you're still pretending, right? Moreover, you also know that his original strength was made? If the real person came, I'm afraid he would be able to knock me down with one punch, your idol. Boom! Yi Finga punched the statue of the Space Emperor. Energy shock open up, make the space shake. When the energy of rolling after the tide subsided, there was nothing abnormal about the statue of the Earth in space except for some signs of damage. Moreover, the traces of broken visible speed recovery. Yi Finga glanced. If his cultivation strength had not been, even if he didn't have the true immortal cultivation before he could still knock out, how could this statue have such little killing power? However, Yi Finga was unhappy. But the other strong men were extremely shocked. Even the descendants of the first 3 emperors were shocked at this moment of solemnity. Yi Finga's strength is not weak. Looking at this group of people, they are definitely the best ones. Just now the punch he threw could definitely kill most of the people present. What shocked them even more was that such a powerful punch only left some damaged marks on the statue. Of course, perhaps it is also because the rich power of human destiny continues to gather here, providing the statue with a constant supply of power. Compared to many other strong people, it is difficult for him to pass the first level of the trial. Gu Han on the side seemed very calm. He was confident that he could smash the 3 statues with one punch. But that is meaningless, it requires the consumption of original power and is too ostentatious. What's more, I felt that this 3-point statue was alive and even moved towards me. Shanto has come to take a look. But he quickly put this thought out of his mind. What's wrong with being alive? This time he brought along several imperial weapons that he had received as sign-in rewards. If worst comes to worst, just shout Sangsuyu, you save me. It is true that the first emperors of the human race were very remarkable, but they were not the strongest in human history. Even worse than that bastard Yi Tian who walked out of the Xianuang world after crossing the astral sea, they arrived at the legendary fairyland and established the eternal Yi family. In response to this, the first 3 emperors just wanted to say, are you polite? Many strong men moved forward one after another. Soon it's Gu Han's turn. Originally, the first 3 emperors were expecting Gu Han to have a brilliant performance. The result was just one punch which barely left some marks on the statue, barely meeting the standard. Others didn't care. The first 3 emperors were very surprised. It shouldn't be like this. Like this existence that seems to not exist in the real timeline. Either don't blame reincarnation. Either he has a very terrifying origin and his strength must be very strong. How can one perform just barely enough? This kid is deliberately hiding his abilities. The Emperor of Time chuckled when he saw the truth. The first trial ended quickly. In an instant, nearly 4 person. Next, let's proceed to the trial of the heart. Accompanied by Cloth the old man's words, the whole special world got up. Everyone around, I felt the overwhelming force of destiny wrapped in a certain force of time and space surging over, pulling everyone in an instant into an unknown place. The trial of the heart is a test of the soul, a test of the good and evil in the soul. As the first 3 sages of the human race, the power of merit and virtue, naturally I don't want to give up my inheritance to an evil person who brings disaster to the world. So the Time Emperor and the Space Emperor use your special magical power to make everyone pull arrived in a fantasy world of time and space. In this special time and space, everyone will temporarily forget part of their memories and have no idea of their own in a fantasy. Everyone will see clearly in this space-time fantasy out of your own deep heart the purest good and evil. Come and let me see. The Time Emperor gave birth to a rare expectation and curiosity. What are the true thoughts of this little guy who seems to not exist in the real timeline? The 5 monks who participated in the trial opened their eyes in the illusion of time and space. Their memories were completely changed and they only knew that they were now heading to Tianquan Mountain to participate in a trial. In this fantasy world of time and space, the 5 of them came from the same village and had grown up together as childhood friends. But on the way to the appointment, a god suddenly appeared in the sky, falling a treasure exuding a strong immortal will, and fell in front of several people. The 5 people who had been chatting happily all the way suddenly turned against each other after seeing this top opportunity revenge fight. The world is really going downhill and good people are hard to find. Seeing this scene, the Emperor of Time sighed. Focus towards the space-time fantasy where Guhan is. The Time Emperor and the other 2 were stunned for a moment. Because a very strange phenomenon occurred. Everyone else's memories were reset. They regard each other as their childhood sweetheart or childhood friend. But Guhan's memory did not derive no impact at all. He still knows the origin and even purpose. It seems that Guhan, when the specifications are too high, even the laws of time and space cannot affect it at all. It can even be said that it is not worthy of affecting his memory. Chapter 547, He is evil to the core, a true villain. What is this condition? Simon the Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. It's the first time I've seen such a strange thing in a million years. Condition. You know, even the 2 guys who seemed to be from the fairyland had their memories affected by their power and completely forgot their own identity and origin. But Guhan, who was obviously not from the fairyland, could not be affected. Is it possible? In terms of status and origin, Guhan is much more terrifying than those from the fairyland? This guy is really not simple, or maybe he is more complicated than I thought. The Emperor of Time said it doesn't matter, this space is an independent space anyway. He is completely independent, can't feel our eyes. Next, I can indirectly observe his mental state through his behavior. It just takes a little more effort, but the essence is the same. Guhan didn't know he had fallen a time and space fantasy. I thought I was teleported to a special trial space. Especially when I see someone not far away. After seeing Yifinga and Zhang Xian, his eyes suddenly wide and shiny. Why was he worried before? Where are your hands? Now he and the 2 of them were actually teleported to the same trial space. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. As for the other 2 guys, never mind, let's suppress them together, that is. Han Pao Pao, we brothers are going to participate in the trial this time as long as one. When we have achieved success, don't forget each other. When we become rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Yifinga was completely affected, recalling the memory. He treated Guhan as his childhood friend and greeted him with a smile. That's right. Zhang Xuanye, a slightly honest expression at the beginning. We brothers swore to each other under the peach tree and vowed to share happiness for the rest of our lives. We share the same difficulties. Idiot. Guhan cursed softly. Muddy the breath is roaring. He raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. Brilliant sword, it crossed the void and directly chopped off the heads of the 2 people who were caught off guard. The sudden scene made the Time Emperor and the other 2 stunned. No. Are you so decisive in your actions? People come up to you and greet you with a smile. The next moment you chopped off the person's head with your backhand? Do you have to be so ruthless? But then. Everyone sees Guhan's hand again, a change. The Time Emperor thought that Guhan regretted it. Guhan suddenly slapped his head, his face full of pain. Zhao. I was thinking about suppressing these 2 guys, to blackmail them. After making a lot of extra money, he would kill the family behind them. I accidentally acted too quickly and killed both of them. Guhan's face was filled with regret and he kicked the 2 headless statues twice. Who knew you 2 were so useless? You couldn't even block my sword. What a waste. See this scene. The Time Emperor and the other 2 were completely dumbfounded. No. Not only do you want to kill him, you also want to extort a large sum of money from the family behind him? This is both taking and robbing, right? Also, how on earth can you do it so naturally? This guy is definitely not a good person. He is definitely a cold-blooded maniac who will overthrow the world in the future. The Space Emperor was shocked. You just looked at his watch. God, this is totally like a big villain. And it seems like this isn't the first time he's done this. Zuazian, it's like a light car, a habitual offender on the road. This guy failed the test. Hurry up, kick him out. They have conducted many assessments during this period, but this is the first time they have seen Guhan like this. Evil, it's evil to the extreme. If this when he grows up, he will definitely be a supervillain. Moreover, Guhan seemed to be afraid of what happened today. The news spread and he wanted to kill the other two innocent people as well. I only keep the dead safe. Ignoring the two people's pleas for mercy, Guhan's sneer appeared on his face. Just as he was about to strike, then there was another sudden pause. Then he realized it belatedly and headed towards the direction of the Time Emperor and the other two come. At the same time, because the time and space illusion was discovered. The space-time fantasy began to collapse. Guhan finally came to his senses and realized that he had just in the illusion. The thing he had just killed seemed to be just a projection. Originally, the Time Emperor was shocked. Why did the space-time illusion that they had painstakingly constructed collapse instantly after Guhan only took a glance? But what Guhan said next made him feel very upset. Fortunately, those two guys are not dead. I can continue to implement my plan. The space where the first three emperors lived suddenly fell. There was dead silence. Total. I felt that there was a strange guy sneaking in during this trial. The three of them are all meritorious. The existence of this person taking in such a guy with a dark aura in his bones as his own inheritance, this shouldn't be a good thing, right? I really don't want to let him pass against my conscience. The Emperor of Time made a very decisive decision. Because he is getting more and more curious now. Guhan been the origin of. Not in the real timeline. Book, the status is higher than those from the fairyland. Just take a look. The illusion of time and space created by the heart collapsed, but it could not bear the cause and effect from Guhan. Not only him, Simon the Emperor and the Space Emperor also had a difficult decision in their minds. They always felt that if Guhan was judged to have failed the trial, he would be expelled. They might miss something very important. At the same time, Guhan and other cultivators who participated in the trial of the heart were teleported to the space square one after another. Guhan has been keeping an eye on Yifengge and Zhang Xian. While observing the other party, he might have thought of the scene in which they were killed by him and the time and space illusion. But it seems that each space-time fantasy is relatively independent and each person is a relative projection. The death or killing of the projection does not affect the original. It seems that all people can remember is what they experienced in the fantasy world of time and space. This also prevented him from attracting the attention of the two in advance, and then he could make a move. The attack instantly suppressed him opportunity. Soon the space began to buzz again. Several are like starsoft bundle from the deep sky falling down, covering some people present. Superior Cloth. The old man reappeared and said in a deep voice, congratulations to everyone for passing the second trial of care. Those who have not passed may leave now. Many powerful people already know about their previous performance in the time and space illusion. He knew that he had behaved too ugly because by chance he killed his childhood sweetheart. Slightly at this moment he felt guilty but had no complaints and left in a hurry. The same Zhang Xian and Yifengge were shrouded in glory. Guhan was slightly depressed. He was deep in thought. In fact, he had already guessed the purpose of this test. It's to test people good and evil in the heart. Look at the face of the great one. Can we be firm, heart? He was not surprised that Yifengge and Zhang Xian passed the trial. Surprisingly, how did I pass it? If he remembered correctly, he killed everyone in the time and space illusion. If it is a test of good and evil, he himself thinks he is a bad person, so how can he pass it? Maybe he guessed wrong. This level should test the purity of your original intention. He just showed the purest heart. Be worthy of yourself, be worthy of heart, so it is qualified. Yes, the first three emperors are indeed worthy of the name of the first generation. Vicious, really good at judging people. Guhan's heart sighed. Seeing Guhan's arrogant look, the three emperors of the first generation were all frowning. Total, I feel like this kid seems to have misunderstood something. Chapter 548, Defeat everyone and enslave the world. The final stage of the trial of intention has officially begun. Please relax and don't resist, otherwise you will fail the trial. There is only one last step left. If you fail because of this, it will be too unfair. Cloth. The old man spoke again, emphasizing something that was rare. Head especially fell on Guhan Superior. That actually also speaks for the consciousness of the first three emperors. Because the next trial is also similar to a special environment. The first three emperors were also afraid of what would happen next. Guhan still wouldn't. This ultimately led to errors in the trial. Guhan is not stupid and knows that the other party is talking about him. The test seemed to have affected everyone else's memory except him. This makes him feeling a little strange. Maybe it's because of the ninth reason for returning? After all, the ninth, yes, he was also reborn with his memories. Reality, even the return can't affect his memory, let alone the false woolen cloth? However, if he is the Lord, let go of your mind and don't resist it at all. The power should be short-lived to a little impact. Maybe not. Oh, malice and threats. Maybe I want something new. Test. Guhan did not resist and even took the initiative to cater to that, similar to space and time, the power of returning to oneself. Fortunately, this kid didn't resist, stubbornly cooperate with my strength. Hope this time I will get a decent assessment result. The purpose of the first three emperors I have already completely focused on Guhan Superior. Others, even their descendants, they no longer care about their bloodline and offspring. They actually have no regard for their so-called offspring. Not to mention that they have dedicated their entire lives to the human race. Compared to their so-called small families, they naturally care more about the entire human race. Moreover, they are now just pure consciousness and have no. It would be best if their descendants could pass the trial, but if they cannot, they will not leave any way out. As for Guhan, who made this guy so hard for them to see, which completely aroused their curiosity. The final stage, the trial of will, tests the cultivator's will and thoughts. The first three emperors mainly wanted to use this trial to explore the relationship between the many trial takers and the entire world and nature. And what is the purpose and ideas to treat the world? Alien, the world is in ruins and there is widespread grief. Will you, as the guardian of the world, fight to the end? Still becoming a lackey of an alien race, escaping from reality, betraying the world? The Emperor of Time murmured. It seemed that he had forgotten Guhan's performance in the previous time and space illusion. But the one who cares most about signing a bad premonition emerged in the Emperor's heart. Guhan doesn't seem like a good person, so it seems unlikely that he can protect the world. But the other party seems to be a very, it is unlikely, that being a running dog of a foreign race. What will he do? Trial space. Guhan returned to the Xianhuang world again. He soon made his mark in this world, at once one of the most powerful ones. But suddenly one day the world changed and a powerful being from a higher dimension descended upon us, hiding the big great opportunity. This powerful man wants to divide up the Xianhuang world together. At this time Guhan was wearing a white flying muddy. The breath is like an abyss or a prison, the sound is like a rainbow. Jiotian, fuck your mother. Xianhuang world belongs to me, Guhan. How dare you, a bunch of bastards, snatch it from me. In the end, Guhan led his several major forces and a group of younger brothers to counterattack and directly drove away the cultivators from other civilizations who wanted to descend on the Xianhuang world. In order to become the master who dominates the countless creatures in the Xianhuang world, he has to rule the entire Xianhuang world himself. He sent all the guys he disliked to mine a lifetime of hard labor. The trial ended again. The space where the first three emperors lived, there was dead silence again, and everyone stared at each other in bewilderment. They didn't expect anything it will develop like this. Guhan did not for the running dogs of foreign races, there is no for the protector of the world. Instead, he chose the third way, to become the master of the world and enslave everyone else. What is this? The Space Emperor uttered a question from his soul. Whether it is the previous illusion or this one, there is something wrong with this kid. He is not a hero. It is confirmed that this guy is definitely a supervillain. The last level was passed very. There are only two besides Guhan. One is the descendant of the Time Emperor, the other is the descendant of the Space Emperor. Two people for the sake of the guardian of the world he never compromised until he died in battle. They would rather die standing than live on their knees. This is in line with their expectations. But Guhan. Forget it, let's just let him pass. Although the process was a little bit off, he was able to resist the alien strongman invasion, helping the world avoid disaster. The other two emperors were speechless. The Emperor of Time will calm himself down, self-pua. But what can we do? We cannot deny others' achievements just because they have taken a different path. Fruit bar. Furthermore, they were really becoming more and more curious about Guhan's background. Because Guhan was the one whose illusion ended the fastest. Even if Guhan did not resist the invasion of their power. But Hadip, it seems that there has always been the strength is gradually recovering. Along with that, the revival of power, the power gathered by the three of them is like ice being proudly, the scorching heat quickly dissipated and disappeared. This also forced them to use more energy to maintain the illusion and even accelerated the passage of time to end the illusion early. Otherwise their power will be in Guhan, that the counterforce of power, the invasion was suppressed and their remaining consciousness will disappear. At this time Guhan slowly opened his eyes in the space square. Subconscious it is all around. In addition to the strange man and besides, the others have disappeared. Yi Fengge and Zhang Xian seem to have failed the test and were teleported away. Guhan has already remembered what happened in the illusion before. Know what the test is. These two guys are from the fairyland and they are not from the Xianhuang world at heart. How could he possibly sacrifice his life for the Xianhuang world? But they are not eliminated. He probably won't leave in the short term. Wait until his strength transforms again and he leaves the ancestral sea, and then he will kill these two guys. The descendants of the Time Emperor and the Space Emperor were also filled with incredulous expressions looking at Guhan. They are not in Guhan Superiorito the same as oneself pulse. The other party can actually get the recognition of their ancestors? But then, the two were dumbfounded. Happened. A deep voice sounded in the ears of the two. This time I can enter. There is only one person in the ancestral sea. Although you have passed the test, you are relatively ordinary. Not enough to enter ancestral sea. This source of luck will serve as your reward for this trial. Before the two descendants of the first emperor could come to their senses, two special groups mist melts they. Then ripples appeared in the space, shooting them out directly. Before they left completely, they were still a little confused. No. Why should Guhan, who was not a descendant of the first emperor, be able to stay? They don't accept. It is obvious that they are the descendants of the first emperor. Shouldn't the back door be opened for them? Chapter 549. The destined person dominates the ancestral sea. You have a very bad conscience. The Space Emperor said, according to normal procedures, these two little guys are in line with our expectations, right? The Time Emperor rolled his eyes. Why don't you take them back? Yes, if this Guhan's little one didn't show up. They are in line with expectations, but luck is often part of strength and it's also their own fault. Bad luck. Although I was joking. The Emperor of Space also agrees with what the Emperor of Time said. After all, he also sent his descendants away. At the same time, a certain main hall. Those who failed the trial were transported here one after another by special forces in the main hall. Soon the hall was filled with many people sighing in regret and looking disappointed. The monk. It doesn't matter, the ancestral sea was also created by the first great emperor of our human race. It absorbed the power of the destiny of the heaven and earth and our entire human world. Such a special place as a very people can pass. Aren't there several descendants of the first emperor who also failed to pass the level and were teleported here because of their failure? Some ambitious monks didn't care at all and even made fun of the descendants of the first emperor. Snort. A middle-aged man snorted coldly. He was the descendant of the Time Emperor, so what? My brother hasn't come out yet. He has much better talent than me. He hasn't been teleported out yet, so he must have passed the level. His words had just fallen. Another powerful breath. The sun also smiled and said, my little sister has not been teleported out at the moment. It should have passed the test as well. Ta Kingzi's origin is also extraordinary. He is the descendant of the Emperor of Space. But Sima Ming, the Emperor's descendants, seemed to be weak. Both of them were eliminated and stood in the corner without saying a word. The man who opened his mouth and said, although the sky is clear and the wind is light. But there is a certain pride in it. It's like saying that it's natural for us, the descendants of the first emperor, to pass the level, and it's not something you random people can compare to. Although everyone was unhappy. But he didn't say anything. After all, the ancestral sea has a close connection with the first three emperors. If we have to say that there is someone among them who can pass the trial, it is most likely someone related to the first three emperors. If even they can't pass, I'm afraid no one can pass. But just when everyone's thoughts came to an end, a vortex of void that connected to nowhere suddenly opened up. To a shadow fell out a man and... Aren't these the two people who were talking earlier? The younger brother and sister? Ah, this. I used to be very confident and felt that the two people whose pulses were higher than everyone else were suddenly stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't their younger brother and sister have already cleared the trial? Why was I teleported out suddenly? It seems that neither of us meets the expectations of our ancestors. Two people were teleported out better of. I was also very confused. They have clearly already passed the trial. Why doesn't it meet expectations? But the others who heard this were even more shocked. So besides them, someone else passed. But the descendants of the three first emperors are all here. Could it be that the person who passed is another cultivator who has no connection with the first emperor? After a brief silence, the entire hall suddenly roared. Those who can participate in this trial are all top-level experts in the Xianhuang world, and they are not stupid. You know, there have been other monks in history who met the requirements. But the final performance expectations will definitely not be as good as those of the descendants of the first emperor. But this time the result was the opposite. Just when everyone was shocked who was the one who passed the trial, Xiao Chun, who had been eliminated long ago, scanned the crowd for several times but didn't see Gu Han. After watching the film, she was even more shocked. Could it be that Gu Han passed the test? He actually just looked for someone he liked luck. As a result, I met a big boss who was beyond my imagination. Gu Han didn't know about the outside world quiet. At this moment he opened his eyes. We have arrived in a whole new world. A group of people composed of pure luck world. However, Gu Han did not have time to look around. The sight quickly became blurred with the three figures standing in front of him. The shadows looked at each other. Three-way shadows are just residual projections of consciousness. His power is extremely weak, and now he may only need a simple just emit a breath and it can be completely shattered. However, thanks to the blessing of the rich power of destiny of heaven and earth, these three consciousness projections seem to be in a state of immortality. As long as their luck continues, they will never perish. You little guy Gu Han, we have always been paying attention to you. The Emperor of Time in the center smiled and spoke. Although his voice was deep, it carried a certain affinity. In fact, logically speaking, your performance in the trial did not meet the requirements and you should have been eliminated. You should have noticed this. But because you special, we made an exception and allowed you to pass the trial just to see you. Because you are very special, aren't you? Existence in the real timeline. Hearing these words, Gu Han subconsciously became alert. What's the meaning? Could it be that his ninth rebirth was discovered by the three emperors of the first generation? I don't quite understand what you mean, senior. Gu Han simply chose to play dumb. At the same time, prepare. As long as the situation deteriorates slightly or exceeds his expectations, he will use several imperial weapons. What's the matter? I originally wanted to go in the ancestral sea, hatches a fairy egg. As a result, he inexplicably appeared in front of the projection of the consciousness of the first three emperors. I don't know what happened to the letter Xiao Chen sent me. Does it work? Can it help me turn the situation around? Just as Gu Han was thinking when thinking, the voice of the Emperor of Time sounded again. Little guy Dan Tijing, I'm just curious about you and I have no ill will towards you. Moreover, I can to you, it carries a special letter I gave you when I was alive. Let's not talk about it. I didn't intend to hurt you. Have my letter. You can also ask me to do something within my ability. Original awareness. Gu Han, who was in a somewhat tricky situation, was slightly stunned. Totally unexpected such a reversal occurred again. Little guy, what the Time Emperor said is right. We are just curious about you, the phenomenon above. The Space Emperor spoke again. After all, we old guys are sealed here and can't go out now. Our only pleasure is to go with you outsiders talk. You are the most special person we have ever met. Let's be frank, we strongly suspect that you are the one who can break the impasse that we are waiting for. If you really are, you can take away all our heritage and everything we have accumulated over the years. Even the entire ancestral sea and even the forces left by our descendants will all be destroyed. You dominate. Chapter 0 Investment of the first three emperors for leader? The words fell. The three first-generation emperors looked at each other in tacit understanding. Raise your hand and wave. The whole space is made up of the power of destiny. The world is buzzing. Soon a void crack appeared that led to an unknown place open up. This is. Through this void Guhan saw mountains of natural treasures. Of course this is not the most important thing. But there are three things among them which at this moment exude a strong the breath of power. Those were three vague groups as if condensed by the power of rules. Special group. Fine, you know Guhan can be in these three special in the group to the rich force of spacetime and life. This is what we have spent our whole lives on, condensed into a special source of power. The Emperor of Time said, you can also understand it as our final inheritance. If you can absorb these three special original forces, you will definitely understand the true meaning of the avenue of space, the avenue of time, and the avenue of life. Of course, this is just what we think is the truth. After absorbing these three groups of original power, you will be able to go further on these three avenues, even surpass us. After hearing these words, even Guhan, who was used to big scenes, began to breathe faster. This can't be blamed on his lack of knowledge. The avenue of time and the avenue of space are both the top avenues among the 3,000 avenues, and the avenue of life can also be ranked among the top among the 3,000 avenues. Although he possesses the power of burial, who would complain that he has too much power of the great way? If you can cultivate time and space to the extreme, you might have a chance to see the long river of time and space recorded in mythology. Guhan soon controlled the various thread. The world is bustling with people all seeking profit. He didn't think that he could rely on the letter of a so-called time emperor. He could let the three emperors of the first generation give all the final inheritance opportunities to himself. It seemed that he saw the vigilance in Guhan's heart. The Emperor of Time smiled and shook his head. He seemed to be unprepared. Conceal. In fact, the three of us set up this special trial in order to screen and find that special person. A person who can lead the human race of Xianhuang world to true glory, break the threat from other alien civilizations, and make the human race no longer a leader controlled by the world's laws of nature. Guhan captured one of the key points. Information according to historical records. Shouldn't the three predecessors be cooperating with the will of heaven? Now it seems that the three seniors do not have such a good relationship with the will of heaven. The Time Emperor and the other two didn't seem surprised that Guhan would say this. Who said that the relationship will be good after cooperation? The Emperor of Time spoke again. Not to mention the Heavenly Tao has always wanted to completely dominate the human race and use the human race's tools to supplement their faith. The reason why the three of us as the earliest group of emperors of the human race did not leave the human race to pursue more powerful power in the fairyland is not because we did not want to, but because we could not. We rely on the power of human faith to prove our truth. The emperor gains the faith of his clan and becomes immortal. I'm waiting. Although there is a limit to its lifespan, it will decay one day and turn into a handful of earth. But our consciousness and soul have long been bound to the beliefs of the human race. As long as the human race still believes in the three of us, one day we will be immortal. Guhan paused again. How I feel that the first three emperors. The situation seems very similar to the way of heaven. It seems like you've thought of something. The Emperor of Time nodded slightly, a look of appreciation. This little guy understands. That's true. It's scary. Just a little bit of information can make you think of many things. That's right. In fact, we have always been competing with the Heavenly Tao for the power of faith between heaven and earth, especially the power of faith of the human race. The reason we cooperated with Tian Dao back then was because the power of faith gathered among the three of us had reached its peak and in a sense could even truly compete with Tian Dao. We can't do anything to each other, so we can't some kind of cooperation. The human race can worship the way of heaven and give back a portion of the power of faith to the way of heaven. But the way of heaven needs to be strengthened by the demons, monsters, and even other world civilizations invade. Protect the human race. The remaining strength will help the human race of my Shenhuang world so that they will not suffer a huge disaster. Guhan nodded again. Understood many things. No wonder when the human race was so weak in the Shenhuang world it was able to. They are the third supreme race after the demons and monsters. Or maybe the first three emperors also pulled the Heavenly Tao onto their boat. The Space Emperor continued. Our plan is very but this kind of wolf-inducing the behavior of the room is tantamount to laying the foundation for the subsequent weakening of the human race and even its domination suffer. Since the three of us passed away, the human race has produced more powerful emperors and even crossed that sea of stars to the fairyland. But none of them relied on the power of human faith. It belongs to the great emperor. So in a sense they have absolutely no chill towards the Xianhuang world. Even if one day the Xianhuang world is completely destroyed and invaded by the civilization from the fairyland, they will not blink an eye. Over time the way of heaven gradually took over all the power of faith of our human race. He treated our race as a chess piece on his chessboard, and no one in our race could compete with him in terms of faith forward. Stop right there, I already know what you are going to say, Senior. Guhan directly interrupted what the Time Emperor wanted to say. So Senior, do you think I will become the leader of the human race in the Xianhuang world and wait for the human race in the Xianhuang world to achieve glory? Guhan, there was a playful smile on his face. Senior, am I the kind of idiot who selflessly sacrifices everything for the so-called glory of the human race? I find it a little funny. This kind of high-sounding thing when toys it his turn to be a villain? Furthermore, even though he said that the whole world was his enemy, not everyone was calling for his destruction. But most of the powerful human forces have basically been in these few generations. Hu Weizhong attacked him. Want him toast the leader of the human race leading those guys who once stabbed you in the back to glory? You are just dreaming. He won't let any of these guys go. Wait for him to prove Emperor, destroy all these forces and force all their descendants to dig mines for the rest of their lives. The Emperor of Time is very calm. Space Emperor and Sima Ming the Emperor frowned. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Guhan's attitude. But they also knew that Guhan was indeed not a good person. After all, in the previous trials Guhan showed himself to be a perfect villain. Only the victors can set the standard for measuring good and evil, wrong and right. The Emperor of Time spoke again. When you are not strong enough, anything you do may be labeled as wrong or even evil. But one day you will be stronger than everyone, so strong that everyone will be trembling with fear and everyone will be in awe of you. Even if you do something that is outrageous, others will find excuses for you and even praise you as a hero, saying that you represent justice. These words made Guhan stunned again. After 9 reincarnations, this is the first time I have seen someone as omnipotent as the Time Emperor, even extremely a person with charisma. What he said actually made him unable to refute. Heaven's way is heaven's way. After all, he is not a human. 7 For humanity. 6 Desires. For self can sacrifice everything in the world, and the human race is just one of his pawns. But you are different. I don't know how you will change in the future, whatever, but now you are human. There should be people you care about around you. So you can understand that we are investing in you now. Hope we will establish a good relationship with you through this investment today, and you will owe us someone. We don't expect you to completely consider the human race in the Xianhuang world. It doesn't matter whether you repay a favor or take revenge. But one day in the Xianhuang world the human race will be destroyed of disaster. Hope will you take action to protect the human race in my Xianhuang world, to pass on the incense that is enough. Chapter 1 Today's Sermon. Emperor. The Demon Ancestor returns. Guhan fell into trouble again. Silence. But in my heart generous. They are worthy of being the first 3 emperors of the Xianhuang world. This style is different from that of ordinary people. This is the demeanor that a real protagonist should have. See things, see clearly, make concessions when necessary. Never use so-called justice or human nature. Their lives morally blackmailed him and even attacked him. If He Qin Yun and the will of heaven were like the first 3 emperors. Even if Guhan wins in the end, he will definitely send the other person to his death out of admiration. But having said that, he is not the protagonist. He will only consider the interests. I can agree to your request. One day in the future, if the human race of Xianhuang world encounters a disaster of destruction, I will take action to preserve the human race of Xianhuang world incense. Anyway, myself, the power behind is also the human race of Xianhuang world. Bless them with your own reasonable. Even if the first 3 emperors didn't say it, I would do it myself. Don't miss the opportunity that comes to your doorstep. As for the Xianhuang world, he definitely wants it too. His pursuit is in the sea of stars and in the fairyland. After going to the fairyland, he will regard the Xianhuang world as his base camp. Xianhuang world will only for all his from now on your surname will only be Gu. All the fairyland forces like the Eternal Yi family and the ancient Zhang family should get out of the way and don't even think about competing with him. But Guhan changed the subject and said, there is one thing I must emphasize clearly, my relationship with the heavenly Daowell of the Xianhuang world and even some human forces is very bad. Soon I will start a war and kill all those human race strongmen who disobey me and are hostile to me. After all, I have always been clear about gratitude and resentment. I will repay hatred when there is revenge and repay kindness when there is kindness. That group of guys mixed with the will of heaven and had murderous intentions against me many times, even against me. If the people behind me take action, there is no way I will let them go. The consciousness of the 3 first-generation emperors was trapped again. Silence. Shen, after a moment, he nodded. Although they were sealed in this area, they also knew that many of the human race had already the control of heaven. There are even some human emperors among them. They are willing to become running dogs of heaven and even think that they are superior to others and have lived as long as heaven and earth and do not belong to the human race at all. Cut off the rot, scraping the bone to heal the wound is also very necessary. Even though this will kill many people. They had taken the wrong path before. I always feel that as long as we gather the power of faith of the entire human race in the Xianhuang world and unify the human will, we can make the human race in the Xianhuang world move towards true glory. But this is just too good ideal. Perhaps only someone like Guhan, who has his own true principles, is ruthless when necessary and acts like a villain most of the time, can better enable the human race to develop gloriously. After the agreement, the first 3 emperors did not hesitate either. All the treasures accumulated in life. 3 imperial weapons along with 3 groups of original power and countless natural treasures, all by Guhan. Guhan wasn't polite either. Prepare to absorb and improve yourself in the ancestral sea. His current cultivation level is very close to that of a great emperor opportunity. The inheritance of the first 3 emperors is extremely terrifying, involving the 3 top avenues of time, space, and life. If you integrate it into your own burial philosophy, you can use it as an opportunity to break the shackles. He might be able to prove it emperor. In addition, the ancestral sea is the place where the luck of the human world and the heaven and earth converge. Compared to some Anatayan feudi, is also suitable for chain repair. Guhan also asked, taking advantage of this opportunity, try to break through to the great emperor realm. This kid is really not polite at all. He treats this place as my own home. Looking at the person sitting in the distance absorbing the rich power of destiny with Guhan surrounded by origin runes, the space emperor was speechless. This kid has other ideas. The 3 of them were the first in human history to break through to the level of great emperor. After so many years of accumulation in the realm of the great emperor, he has many unique insights. Combined with the various top-level chain repair resources here, as well as the original power left by the 3 of them group and personal guidance at any time. If Guhan can't break through to the level of the great emperor, he's really no different from a pig. Only monks with brains and a heart can go further. A monk must learn to seize opportunities no matter what means are used. Besides, it seems that our self-proclaimed overestimation is actually an underestimation. The Time Emperor finished speaking. The purpose of Emperor Siming and Emperor Space again to another position. There is luck. The tide was surging, even more terrifying and majestic than where Guhan was. A giant golden egg is suspended in the center of the tidal vortex, as if absorbing an endless supply of energy. And it conveyed some kind of immortal will that made them all want to submit to it. This is definitely a fairy that breeds a very terrifying life egg. I don't know where this guy Guhan came from. I'm afraid it's really some old monster from some fairyland reincarnated into their Xianhuang world. What, the inheritance from our ancestors was only from a casual cultivator? Even if it has been a while. But the monks of Tianquan Mountain became more and more shocked and more shocked. They also figured out who had snatched the opportunity from them, the descendants of the first 3 emperors. Their mentality is really about to collapse. He clearly passed the test but was eliminated by his ancestors. And he lost to a casual cultivator. Are all independent cultivators so terrifying these days? Even surpassing them, the descendants of the first 3 emperors? Compared to the shock of others. Zhang Xian and Yufinga in the crowd looked at each other and noticed something unusual smell. The two looked at each other. I feel that this casual cultivator is most likely Gu Han in disguise of. In fact, they come here not only to pick up the main purpose of the so-called first generation of emperor inheritance is actually to prevent accidents condition. For example, Gu Han, who received the news in advance, might also to the ancestral sea and even with the first three emperors. Now that Han Peapeo's independent cultivator made them extremely suspicious that he was Gu Han. Time passes by. Nearly 2 months passed quickly. 2 months is just a blink of an eye for a monk. But during this period many major changes occurred in the entire Xianhuang world. For example, because the will of heaven declared Gu Han to be a lunatic who subverted the world, he was likened to the minions of the demon world. The war between humans and demons, which had just subsided, broke out again here. But just a few days ago a terrifying demonic aura suddenly emerged from the demon world. The demonic aura was so thick that it turned into substance and covered the entire sky like an ocean. Countless monsters in the Xianhuang world, all heading towards the demon world, bow to show submission. And countless great demons in the demon world gathered in one area shouting worship, shout loudly, welcome, the demon ancestor returns. As soon as this news came out, countless races and creatures in the entire Xianhuang world were in excitement. Even the human world and the demon world, which were engaged in a brutal battle, temporarily stopped the war. Because all living beings in the Xianhuang world know it. The one who was known as the greatest demon in history, Taboo Exists, once led the demon tribe into the glorious period for the first clan of Xianhuang world. That ancestor of the evil spirit has finally returned. Chapter 2, 6 Paths Become One. The Supreme Being casts his eyes. The demon ancestor returns and the world is shocked. Both the demon world and the human world sent strong men to try to find out the news. This is not a good thing for the countless races in the Xianhuang world. After all this, when the demon ancestor was at his peak, he was famous for his overbearing behavior. At one point he wanted to conquer the demon world and even the human world, the territory of the demon clan. Even almost let success. The extreme point of heaven. Naturally, the contemporary will of heaven also received this news as soon as possible. Although as the way of heaven he has no. But after hearing this news, an unprecedented fear and dread arose in everyone. Thread. Damn it, how did that damn fox recover his cultivation to the level of demon emperor so quickly? Xian Ningbing is really useless off. I support you so much, but just entered. He was trapped there shortly after entering the demon world. What a waste of my resources. The heart of heaven's will, it was so bad that the area near the top of the sky was thundering, flashing as if the end of the world has come. After all, he also knew that Su Lung Yue actually had some relationship with Gu Han. Gu Han is already, the climate is extremely difficult to deal with. But thanks to his support, the human world can control the demon world and indirectly restrain Gu Han. Now Su Lung Yue has also recovered the cultivation level of demon emperor ahead of schedule. If Su Lung Yue directly used your own authority control the demon world to cast teamed up with Gu Han, he certainly couldn't bear it. Fortunately, he also has allies. During this period of time, the laws of the Xianhuang world have been recovering and becoming relatively complete. The strong men of the Eternal Yi family and the ancient Zheng family who descended into the Xianhuang world through special means have gradually recovered some strength after settling down for several months. It won't take long to reach the semi-immortal realm, which is the realm of the great emperor. And he is not just an ordinary emperor. Because they are immortals from the fairyland, completely different from the creatures in the Xianhuang world. Even if the cultivation level is only restored to that of the great emperor, his strength is far beyond that of the powerful emperors in the lower realms. The 7 top emperors joined forces, combined with the foundation he had accumulated over the years and the assistance of many forces such as the Heavenly Tao Palace. Even if he was facing the entire demon world and the devil world, he would not be powerless to resist. Boom boom. The demon world, beware of the return of the demon ancestor. The storm has not passed yet. The next day the entire Xianhuang world suddenly hummed, violently shake. At this moment countless strong men could even clearly see until has been silent in the void. The laws of nature at this moment began to boil and roar like boiling water. This is an extremely spectacular and shocking scene appeared. Countless runes rose up throughout the Xianhuang world, converging into ancient and vicissitudes of life, divine patterns above the sky. Countless divine patterns radiating each other and at the same time moving towards the direction extends and surges away. Many curious warriors followed the source of the divine pattern go. It was discovered that the source of the disappearance of the divine patterns was actually in Tianquan Mountain. Countless divine patterns seem to be absorbing the power of heaven and earth, and the Xianhuang world, the region, is constantly infusing convergence. What's going on? There is actually an unknown force is forcibly suppressing even take the power of heaven and earth. Such a huge Jing was naturally also noticed by the will of heaven. But he couldn't figure out what was responsible. At the same time, with Tianquan Mountain as the center, the area of countless miles was covered by dark and terrifying calamity clouds. Even if the thunder of the Great Road has not yet taken shape, the terrifying aura emanating from it made countless cultivators and living beings feel their scalps tingle. This is the Great Tao Tribulation Thunder. Are you kidding me? How is it possible that there is such a large-scale and terrifying great thunderbolt? Many old monsters all awakened from their slumber. They all survived from that long-gone era and had seen the world, but this was the first time they had seen such a terrifying thunder. The ultimate destructive will contained in it can really destroy everything in the world. There is still a chance to survive the disaster. But this is definitely not a calamity, but is aimed at obliterating and destroying a certain existence. What's even more outrageous is that the thunder of the Great Road has been gathering for some time, but it is always brewing and dissipating. It gives people the illusion that they can't find the target and that the thunder of the Great Road doesn't know where to strike. Actually, it's not an illusion. Anyone who is not blind can see that the huge eye of the thunder vortex floating above the sky has taken shape. The center of the eye of the vortex is usually where the person who is undergoing the tribulation is located. The eye of the thunder vortex is facing the sky above Tianquan Mountain. But unfortunately, no one in Tianquan Mountain can survive the tribulation. We can't say that the entire Tianquan Mountain lets overcome the tribulation again. But compared to the speculation of people who don't know the truth, the descendants of those who had participated in the trial and the first three emperors were already feeling their scalps tingling and had guessed something. That Han Pao Pao, the independent cultivator, has been in the ancestral sea for 2 months. Could it be that he is undergoing a tribulation? Moreover, the ancestral sea is the place where the first emperor of their human race remained in silence. Not to mention the sacredness of this place. Moreover, the residual souls of the 3 first-generation emperors would never allow anyone to be so cruel as to undergo tribulation in the ancestral sea, right? But what everyone doesn't know is, the first 3 emperors not only cooperated, and he is also doing his best to help Gu Han break through emperor. This kid is really a pervert. If it weren't for someone in the fairyland, don't blame, I would never believe in it even if I die. I checked his bone age, he can be no more than 22 years old. The Space Emperor was a little uneasy. He broke through to the Great Emperor at the age of 22, and he did it in such an unprecedented way. It's simply not something a human can do. Ancestral Sea. Countless pure forces of luck. The vast ocean is constantly boiling and roaring, setting off waves of luck that soar into the sky. But it is absorbed and pulled by some force, and it is constantly integrated to an area. And in the center of the boiling ocean of luck was Gu Han, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Nian, she made the barrier of laws outside the demon god palace disappear. A terrifying and ancient evil spirit came from the Dorjong, estimated a scene, and told it all to Gu Han. And the evil spirit is still attacking the gate as if someone wants to come out of the demon god palace. Hearing this, Gu Han was stunned again. What condition? He has already visited 3 of the several origin places of the Xianhuang world. After the war, he borrowed the power of the will of his predecessor, Empty, the ultimate hatching fairy of heaven egg. The point of the sky is also very special, like a different dimension of time and space that is completely different from the Xianhuang world. Except for the fact that it is filled with some kind of original heavenly power, there is no living thing, just pure energy quality. How come there is a living being in the last demon palace, or even something wants to come out of it? Gu Han. Is there something wrong with the demon god palace? Su Lengyuad, who also received Nian Shi's message, no longer had any intention of being jealous of Xiaobingli. He flew in front of Gu Han, worried and wanting to return to the demon world. But before Gu Han could speak, The voice of the former heavenly will suddenly sounded just as I guessed. The demon god palace is indeed hiding the unexpected. If you want to enter demon god palace, be careful and be prepared. The demon god palace may hiding the immortals who escaped from the fairyland one lineage. Chapter 568, Demon Palace opens Immortal Pulse Town. The sudden sound made Guhan slightly stunned. Even Su Lung Yue was a little surprised and shocked. The demon god palace is extremely special. Although these first-generation demon ancestors have special keys that can open the demon god palace. But out of respect for the demon god Gongmodo, they have never really explored this because of some fear. Now I heard from the former heavenly Dowell that the demon god palace surprisingly hiding the immortal. This makes I was also shocked. The former heavenly will did not think he concealed everything he knew. You also know that in a sense I am the first generation of the will of heaven. I have also experienced that ancient era and know some ancient smell. Countless epochs ago the fairyland once there was a great disaster. This catastrophe, I don't know what it is. But it seems that countless races in the fairyland have been affected. They have fled from their homeland to all over the heavens and the myriad worlds. For this reason many other races and civilizations have descended upon our Xianhuang world, including many immortals and celestial beings recorded in ancient books. But later the war intensified and eventually affected my Xianhuang world. Because of the laws of heaven and earth, due to the incomplete loss, many immortals fell silent one after another or left our Xianhuang world before the path to immortality was completely cut off. But those fairies, it seems that he possesses some special means, and through great supernatural powers he has opened up a palace independent of the times, and this palace is the demon god palace. These immortals, in exchange for sacrificing something, he merged with the demon god palace, and immerse yourself in it. I thought they had died long ago, but now it seems that they are still alive, waiting to wake up again in the era of revival of the laws. In fact, there is one thing that the previous will of heaven has not yet said. In the current demon world, some of the strong ones are actually those immortals, the next generation's offspring. The reason why the demon world he is the top overlord among the countless races in the Xianhuang world and even dominated the entire Xianhuang world for countless years. Thanks to these immortals' reason. When these first movers seal themselves in the demon god palace, they will occasionally emit energy she giving back to the entire demon world. No monster it is also relying on this endless energy sheet chain repair merit transformation, the real demon race. Although Su Lung Yue and others claim to be the ancestors of demons. But in fact these immortals, perhaps he is the true ancestor of all monsters in the monster world. Su Lung Yue has lived for many years after all. For many things I also have some understanding, and I am not stupid. Even if the former will of heaven did not say all the subsequent words. Also Joe guessed something. The demon god palace existed before the birth of the demon world. And also hidden immortals from ancient times. This also means that they are the true origin of the demon world. Instead of the 5 guys who claim to be the ancestors of demons. Booty don't care. The demon world was once leadership was truly glorious. No, the demon world is still a mess, not to mention the current situation. They are the most dominant race in the Xianhuang world. Su Lung Yue is still the ancestor of the demon world. After knowing that something strange happened in the demon god palace back, Guhan and Su Lung Yue did not stay in the human world any longer. Instead they once again led a group of powerful men to the demon god palace in the demon world. After all, no one knows the immortals in the demon god palace. What do you think about the current Xianhuang world? What if he also knows the position of the boss of Xianhuang world? Interest. Naturally Guhan had to take action immediately and kill it completely. The journey was smooth and Guhan and the others soon arrived at the territory of the demon god palace in the demon world. Even before they got close to the demon god palace, everyone was in the void-arrived invisible force. Especially the powerful demons arrived from the original pulse system. The closer you get to the demon palace, the pulse, the more concentrated the flavor. Until the end, many powerful demons I couldn't get close to this pulse. The force of control was so great that he fell to his knees. Among these powerful demon clans there are even some who are at the quasi-emperor level. You know, the demon god palace has not yet been fully opened, some immortals emanating from the power. Many powerful demon clan members felt inexplicably frightened. Demon palace, the existence of it has such a powerful deterrent spirit. If this situation really breaks out, is there anyone in their demon world who can contend with it? Can the demon ancestor contend? Can Su Lingyue, the first-generation demon ancestor, compete? Just when many powerful demon clan members had different thoughts, a sacred and magnificent shadow walked past all of them and headed towards the demon god palace without any hesitation. Return to Lord Demon Ancestor. Many powerful demons looked at Su Lunyuang's face was full of disbelief. The demon ancestor is totally different the Spolsism? How is this possible? Just when many powerful demons were shocked, they were even more shocked as scene appeared. A little black holding a giant egg with a gold background and white stripes. It's totally not astarable to the extreme pulse power impact. God, at this moment he walked past them calmly. He glanced at them with disdain. He held his head high. Weak. Please, you are really weak. Fuck you. The powerful demons who heard these words, especially the Star Demon Ancestor and the Heavenly Wolf Demon Ancestor, are about to collapse. They also knew that this little black man who looked a little bit wretched, he is their colleague, the former thunder-swallowing demon ancestor. But the opponent has not yet fully recovered, not even at full strength. Why is it completely impossible? This pulse the influence of the system. Their strength is still in the complete period, it's controlled tightly. They don't accept. Xiao Haizi was full of disdain and shook the three. Stay, what are you looking at? If you are not good enough, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't. Guhan didn't notice it for the time being. After Jing Shinxing was a little surprised and a little worried looking at Su Lunyue. Guhan thought that Su Lunyue was actually just pretending to be strong. Immortal pulse the appearance of the influence of the system. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Lingyue shook her head. I really don't topplesai. I feel this so-called fairy pulse, it really has no effect on me. No, you a fox, don't you also have a fairy pulse? Before Guhan could speak, Xiaobingli on the side suddenly exclaimed. After all, only those with the power of the pulse protects our pulse power impact. Like this pulse power for those pulse, then this way for some lower creatures power, the control is also absolute. Guhan nodded slightly. What Xiaobingli said made a lot of sense. The situation can explain what happened to Su Lingyue, the phenomenon above. There are immortals pulse? Su Lingyue was a little stunned. I didn't think about it that way. Exist in the memory of how can a demon creature who has always been born and raised here be related to a fairy? Are they related? You'll know if you try it. Guhan just happened to see the man holding the fairy eggs, no affecting the little black guy who was walking over. A big hand waved the invisible power, directly entrusted the immortal. The egg flew away from the little black boy. Almost in the fairy, the moment the egg flew away from the little black boy, he was still arrogant and looked the little black man who was affected. With a snap, he was invisible, force fall to the ground. After several attempts, Xiao Haizi stood up repeatedly and he lay on the ground, finally giving up completely, cursing Guhan in his heart for being a dog. Chapter 569, Second Bloom Falling at Birth Offering Trap. Could this egg in your hand be? Xiaobingli and Su Lunyue were both shocked, but they already had a guess in their minds. Immortal egg. This is definitely a fairy egg. And it may be a fairy with a very terrifying origin egg. Otherwise, how could a mere unhatched egg possibly resist the attack of the immortal way? It can even condense a certain domain barrier to help Xiao Haizi avoid the immortal's way influence? This is what the original demon ancestor gave me. What kind of fairy? I don't know either. Guhan briefly repeated what the original demon ancestor had said before. Without waiting for Xiaobingli ask in detail, Guhan spoke again. Okay, this matter we'll talk about it later. The most important thing now is how to deal with these living immortals. Open the demon god palace. These immortals, they will definitely run out, and we don't know whether they are friends or enemies. To be on the safe side, I think we should charge the Imperial soldiers in advance and condense a killing formation. If they do something bad to us, we can counterattack immediately. While speaking, Guhan also pain. Immortala. That's definitely the spirit, is far beyond that of the great emperor. I don't know if the 9 heavens binding spirit stone will work. I just earned 100,000 villain points and I'm afraid I'll have to use them again this time. No one opposed Guhan's proposal. The war had just ended not long ago and no one could withstand too much stress. To be on the safe side, we set up traps using old tricks in advance. If you really want to be their enemy, it is better to just kill them with tricks. Demon Palace. Several statues with obvious demon characteristic skin shadows are gathering in front of the gate issued from power onto the closed door burst open. Don't waste your energy. A voice suddenly sounded. The sound was made by rhinoceros-like tiger-like fairy. Jinling rhinoceros, although not a fairy the strongest race among them, but also possesses extremely powerful. After waking up it also he tried several times to force the door open but to no avail. Damn it! Those guys not only sealed the door but they even used their own original power to seal the door. Now that they are all dead we have lost the way to open the door from the inside. The other one exudes a faint golden but the green snake with a pair of large horns on its head spoke in an angry voice. Why are you in such a hurry? Before the phantom dragons were annihilated using the power of the god of life 5 keys were separated. Obviously there are other races in the outside world and my awakening soon means that the laws of this world have revived and become complete again. Perhaps a creature has obtained the 5 keys left by the phantom dragon and it won't be long before the closed door is opened. The immortal named Fuyun Kuanping after saying that. Head glancing around. Counted in the immortal who once fled to the Shenhuang world to seek refuge, now there are only 6 left. But it doesn't matter. They should have completely survived the catastrophe. Just absorb enough energy from the thing in your hand. They will have the opportunity to open a special passage again and return to their homeland in the fairyland. Outside the demon god palace. It took several days and nights to prepare. Gu Hankai had prepared everything. It can even be said that he gave his all. This time he also tricked a few projections of the will of the sleeping emperor into helping him with his work. Nearly 100 imperial weapons were gathered and hundreds of quasi-emperors from the 3 realms were summoned here. Half of the team was responsible for constructing the killing array while the other half was responsible for forming the defensive array. Large array limit the possibility of the scope of the war that broke out. After all, so many powerful people and even imperial soldiers gathered here with all their strength under the hair. The demon world will definitely be completely destroyed. Now the demon world is also an important territory of Guhan, so he naturally will not sit idly by and watch the demon world suffer such a disaster. After making all preparations, Guhan took a deep breath. Arrived it is in front of the demon god palace whose gate is hundreds of meters high. Get ready, I'm about to open the door. After giving some instructions, Guhan raised his hand and waved. 5 keys with different scents came from his storage fly out of space. In Guhan's mind, control it and fly towards the 5 corresponding keyholes. Click, click, click. 5 keys enter keyhole, slowly twist. The long silent bronze gate began to make the sound of some ancient mechanism operating. Buzz. The next moment something suddenly appeared on the dark bronze door, flowing it gradually became bright and dazzling, slowly outlining one ancient and vast inscription after another. With a dull sound of the door opening, everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding, eyes tight, not blinking, staring at the huge bronze door that opened. Boom! The overwhelming breath of power overflowing from it. The one in the air, invisible power, it became increasingly dense and even turned into substance. Even though the demons had already retreated countless miles away, they were all here at this moment under the impact of the breath. I can't help but want bow and surrender. Ha ha ha. I'd been waiting for so long. Finally someone opened this door. I'm alive. Accompanied by overwhelming power also sweeping out was a deep voice that did not sound like a human voice. Then, under the witness of many powerful people in the Shenhuang world, the bronze gate, which was hundreds of meters high, was suddenly full. A muddy head, it seemed to be covered by divine flames, its scales were flowing with brilliant fairy light and its head was as huge as a mountain. On the giant horn flows a huge stream of endless sharpness, took a step out of the bronze gate. Just a simple Bigfoot falling, the whole demon world is shaking. The Jinling rhinoceros subconsciously wanted to roar loudly to announce the appearance of its king. Let countless creatures in this world come here, worship its majesty. But the head had just appeared and the sight had just become clear. The Jinling rhinoceros suddenly became stagnant and fell into the thought was deep. Target and countless powerful people are suspended above the sky. Nearly 100 imperial weapons were hanging in the sky like the sun and they had all been fully charged. The killing array that covered the sky and the sun slowly rotated like a vortex of stars, flowing out billions of wisps of destruction. At this moment, Jinling Rhinoceros was the same as Yi Chan and others before. I even wondered if I had come to the wrong world or if there was something wrong with the way I was thinking. The previously powerful Jinling Rhinoceros seemed to have gone silent. He silently put his head back. "Stupid guy, what are you talking about? What's the situation? You were scrambling to be the first to go out, but now you don't want to go out, so stop blocking the door." There were scolding sounds coming from the bronze gate. "You are a fairy after all. Even if most of your strength has been lost, do you still need to be afraid of the indigenous creatures of this world?" Soon, a scaled Lo's Green Shinhui's huge snake head poked out of the portal again. Originally flashing violently, the majestic pupils suddenly became clear after seeing the same scene that the Jinling Rhinoceros saw. Then in silence he silently lowered his head again, went back. "Wrong. There is a problem. There is a big problem." Chapter 570, Advanced Demon Palace. "What are you two doing?" Another cursing voice sounded. A fairy with a whale-like head and some wings leaning out of the door. But he also silently raised his head, went back. This time the immortal in the bronze gate seems to understand what happened. Moreover, he said no more, made no sound, and dared not come out again. Gu Han was also shocked. They thought there were only one or two immortals at most. Now it seems that the immortals in the demon palace really not yet. Think there's some trouble. If these immortals, I really have a lot of hostility towards them, and I even want to. He is the ruler of the Xinhuang world. Then what's next? If a war breaks out, the impact will be huge. In fact, it is not just Gu Han and his group, the 6 surviving monsters. At this moment I feel a little palpitation and even a little confused. What is this condition? Drama. Why is the development different from what they imagined? Is it necessary for the creatures in this world to make such a big fuss? The great killing array that covered the sky and the sun and the nearly 100 semi-immortal. Kill these immortals who have not yet fully recovered their strength. It is more than enough. So what? They have just woken up. Big guy. Didn't you say you're the toughest? You go out first and use up the magical powers of those creatures. After that we will fight our way out and completely destroy their methods. Xingming Quetzalcoatl suddenly made a suggestion. You take me for an idiot. Go ahead if you want to. Don't even think about fooling me. Jinling Rhino would never take such a risk. Yes, it is for itself very confident. But that's nearly 100 semi-immortals. Is together the power released is enough to severely damage it. Although it will not be possible to possess immortal, it smashes the soul. But what if those half-immortals? There are means to target the soul and directly what to do if you are an idiot. Of course, this is not the most important thing. It is still floating in the sky above the countless powerful in the shadow. Several projections of semi-immortal wills were seen. There is even a true demigod among them. From the air, judging from the feedback of the power, he is not only extremely young. Even a demigod that is much more powerful than the countless demigods it has seen in its life. If it remembers correctly. The laws of the Xinhuang world during this period of time have just revived, but they are not yet completely complete in a certain Dharma-ending age. How could such a powerful demigod be born in this Dharma-ending age? Outside world. The demon god palace, which had previously exuded a terrifying aura, was now gone quiet. The door is clearly open. But no one dared to go in. No fairy either come out from inside. Suddenly many strong men looked at each other, some of them not knowing what to do. Sleep. They had no idea that it's going to go in such a weird direction. I thought they would be with the immortals next a great war began. Or these fairies, they are all stupid and can only talk nonsense, come and finally fall. The trap was easily killed by them. But I didn't expect that each one of them was very after seeing the trap. They said he hid inside and didn't come out. Doesn't history say? Immortal, he is extremely arrogant, looking down on humans and even ordinary races like them. Why has he become so cowardly when facing them now? Gu Han. It's not a good idea to continue like this. Su Ling Yue suddenly said, the Imperial soldiers cannot always maintain the extreme energy storage state, otherwise they will collapse on their own in a short time. Moreover, maintaining these top-level killing battles also requires a lot of energy. These guys kept dragging their feet and were very upset with us. Otherwise we will send attack, try to completely destroy the demon god palace. Otherwise go in and negotiate with them alone. Guhan remained silent. He also knew that what Su Lun Yue said was very reasonable. As for destroying the demon god palace, he really didn't want to do it. Let's not talk about whether if it fails the attack will have no effect on the demon god palace. They wasted their energy in vain and even angered the immortal no more. The chance of flow will be greater. Furthermore, if the demon god palace was really destroyed, he would not be able to enter to hatch immortals. It's over. All he needed was a place to hatch the eggs. If the fairy in this hand egg transformation, if he got a bad egg and even lost more than 100,000 villain point rewards, he would really cry and suffer a great loss. Let me in. Su Lun Yue saw what Guhan was thinking and said there should be fairy flowing pulse. Maybe those guys and I have a connection and even know my so-called ancestor. I should be able to go with them flow. No. Guhan decisively rejected it. Even if you really have the immortal pulse, but those immortals, we don't know what he is thinking. They may also covet the power of the pulse and even devour you as a tonic. I am the best candidate. And I am stronger than you now. Originally I had some. Su Lun Yue felt a little unhappy when she heard the last sentence. Didn't I protect you when you were weak? You are a little stronger than me now, but you keep saying I am weaker than you. When we were doing serious things I always sat on you. Is it bitter? Looking at Su Lun Yue with a somewhat resentful and meaningful look, Guhan cleared his throat. Why are you still driving at this time? And before that he hadn't broken through to the great emperor yet. Okay? Now he breaks through. The emperor quality achieves super transformation again. Not to mention Su Lun Yue, if there is another Xiaobingli or Hua Jieyu, triple the happiness will be no problem. Okay, I know my limits. Guhanjing, he said, at worst I can take this fairy with me. The eggs go in together. This fairy, the egg, is pregnant with a remarkable being, and there is a high probability that it is an immortal. The royal family among them. With it I have an immortal qualification to talk. And don't worry, I have other cards in my hand. Afterwards they turned against me and it became a matter of who would kill whom. He was not wrong. The funeral month is approaching. Before falling asleep he said that he had left some of his power to protect him and would exert his divine power at the critical moment. Those immortals, no matter how strong he is probably far inferior to Zhang Suyuyu in his peak period. Besides, he has now made a breakthrough. The emperor's strength has increased dramatically and it is most appropriate for him to go in. If he is immortal, he was killed and everyone else who went in would die too. The plan was set and Guhan said nothing more. He picked up the fairy and walked towards the gate of the demon god palace. At the same time, several immortals from the demon palace, also a little anxious. He couldn't get out and was blocked at the door. If they want to return to the fairyland, they must charge that thing. If they can't charge it, they can't go back, let alone restore their original strength. Is it possible? Am I going to be trapped here to death by these creatures from the lower world? Just a few immortals. I was in a dilemma as to whether I should force my way out or not. Jinling Rhino issued a warning. It seems that a human has come in. Chapter 571, The Eternal Kirin Clan, the source of the Immortal Realm's disaster. But in fact there is no need for Jinling Rhino to remind you. Several other immortals I have also seen the figure that suddenly appeared outside the demon god palace. That is A White. The young man exudes a powerful semi-immortal aura. It's him. Jinling Rhinoceros immediately recognized Guhan. The person who impressed it the most during its previous trip was Guhan. Now it is not just it, the other immortals. The more he looked at Guhan, the more nervous he became. Aren't the laws of this world yet to fully recover, and have they even lasted for countless epochs in the Dharma ending age? There actually exists such a powerful demigod. That's. Until then, several immortals. Only then did he realize that the fairy in Guhan's arm's egg. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked again. Find under the knowledge the life nurtured in the giant egg, even if it has not yet been born, emits a little. The pulse breath had a great effect on them. Pulse deterrence. How is this possible? Could it be that this fairy, the egg, is a fairy who is more powerful than them left behind offspring? But why does it appear in this world? It also appeared in the hands of a semi-immortal. Behave yourself. Guhan grabbed it hard. Immortal egg. The fairy at this moment the egg struggled violently for no apparent reason. I have always wanted to fly away from him and fly deep into the demon god palace, absorbing some energy quality. Although he also wanted to get the fairy as soon as possible the eggs are hatched. He is not with these immortals now negotiate the terms. Just in case cause conflict put this fairy beat the eggs if you don't get the bad guy it will be more trouble than gain. Old if I'm not mistaken it seems to be the egg of the eternal Kirin clan. An old voice suddenly sounded immediately attracting Guhan and several other immortals' purpose. From Guhan's perspective. A back-like glass jade shell the shape is tens of meters long the surface is surrounded by a faint fairy light and the 2 feet are walking fairy from several immortals then walk out. Longevity. Are you sure that is the egg of the eternal Kirin? Jinling Rhinoceros who was the first to come to his senses asked in disbelief. The eternal Qilin clan is well known to everyone in the fairyland. It's not because the Wanchur Qilin clan possesses any powerful combat power. It is because the eternal Qilin clan possesses an extremely abnormal racial talent, the Wind of Eternal Fortune. This racial talent of their clan involves the rules of fate and cause and effect and can be used to bless the luck of other cultivators and living beings. Luck is illusory and no one in the world can change it. But the Wanchur Qilin clan can do it. They can even use the Wind of Eternal Fortune to improve a living being's luck or even cause them to encounter great opportunities for no apparent reason. It was also because of this extraordinary racial talent that the Wanchur Qilin clan was targeted by countless powerful people during that disaster. I heard that the immortal emperor took action. Later several ancestors of the Wanchur Qilin clan used their great magical powers to carve out a passage allowing some of the Wanchur Qilin clan's descendants to escape. But I heard that they were surrounded and attacked along the way with heavy casualties and I heard that their entire clan was wiped out in the end. They never expected that they would encounter the eggs of the eternal Qilin clan in this world. It's probably true. Wancho he nodded. I almost died in that disaster but it was thanks to the help of a senior from the Wanchur Qilin clan. The Wanchur Qilin clan has done me a favor and I will never make a mistake in admitting my membership in their clan. Hearing this several immortals suddenly hot. They were also jealous of the luck and race supernatural powers of the Wanchur Qilin clan. If they were blessed perhaps they would be able to have greater at once. A few immortals it wasn't human language flow Guhanya I couldn't understand them and didn't know what they were saying. But he was not a fool. He found several immortals suddenly staring at the egg in his hand with great interest. Guhan also quickly realized that the fairy in his hand the egg must have a very ancient origin and even attracted several immortals' greed. I don't know if you can understand me. Guhan noodles be careful breath surge stir the surrounding void this time I'm going in alone here I want to talk to you it's best not to fight if you can avoid it. I got this egg by accident and I have been incubating it. If you want to take advantage of it. Guhan did not finish what he was going to say but the aura had become even more terrifying and his eyes suddenly became sharp and cold. The few immortals who had originally been filled with greed at this moment under Guhan's intimidating aura it was as if a basin of cold water was poured on him. Most of it has calmed down. It wasn't Guhan's behavior at this moment that scared them. After all even if they haven't recovered their original strength the strength is still comparable to that of a fairy. Guhan may not be able to kill them. What shocked and horrified them was that the aura Guhan was emitting at this moment was extremely similar to the source of the disaster they had experienced before. The dormant memory is awakened again. On that day billions of stars twinkled brightly and the magnificent fairyland universe suddenly disappeared without a warning. A great catastrophe occurred. The entire fairyland universe suddenly became dim and a strange black fog suddenly emerged at the end of the universe. The black fog was like a curtain covering the sky gradually spreading and engulfing the endless starry sky. Where the black fog spread the laws of the fairyland disappeared the stars collapsed and dissipated and countless lives turned into pieces. Everything is all the unknown power is annihilated. That day was also the prelude to the great catastrophe in the fairyland. This prelude also kicked off the fear of countless creatures in the fairyland universe. There are beings far beyond their imagination and a great war is unfolding in a certain cosmic dimension. The war spread wider and wider eventually affecting countless lives. Some strong men simply want to lead their own race and find a common goal in this catastrophe, a place to live. He had no choice but to join forces with other powerful races who wanted to protect their homeland, start a war. Some strong people go crazy just for the sake of being crazy and vent just for the sake of venting. Although until now they have not figured out why the catastrophe happened and who caused it. But this does not affect the fact that they regard the black fog that destroyed everything as the source of the great disaster. And now this human race, there actually exists the same aura above that can destroy all black fog. A few of them were originally greedy fiery fairy. My scalp suddenly went numb, slightly wilted, heading deep into the demon palace retreat. What's the situation? It's bad enough that I was blocked at the door just after I woke up. Now there is a human being related to the source of the previous disaster running in front of them. This life is really unbearable. If I had known this, it would be better to sleep for another few hundred or thousand years. Why did you wake up so quickly? Now that I've met a formidable guy, I'm in big trouble. Chapter 572, The Apostles of the Supreme God of Annihilation all deceived work to earn a living. This moment. A few immortals. My scalp suddenly felt numb and my heart was pounding. The greed and passion in his eyes disappeared completely, and what was left was only fear and dread of Guhan. Guhan, who took in the entire scene, was slightly stunned. I didn't expect these fairies. The face changes so quickly that I even begin to feel fear for myself. This made him a little confused. I even thought these fairies playing tricks. Guhan's probe took a step forward. The next moment, several immortals, just like a mouse seeing a cat, the huge suddenly, and they all took several steps back. For a moment, these huge, even the whole hall is filled with monsters. Exist in front of Guhan, who looked a little tiny. He even seemed extremely weak, pitiful, and helpless. Are these guys afraid of me? Guhan's doubts getting worse. Before he could see clearly, these fairies already flowed to him obvious greed. Now it has suddenly disappeared, even to myself, out of fear and dread. Guhan's mind was full of thoughts. Keep thinking about what you just did. Just now I seem to be because of a few immortals. The greed in his heart suddenly arose with murderous intent, and he couldn't help but exude his own aura. Great Emperor? Seed of the evil god? The meaning of burial path? Guhan's mind, in a flash, he immediately locked onto a possibility. The meaning of the burial path was passed down to him by Zhang Shuyue. And according to his understanding, before being sealed, Zhang Shuyue possessed extremely terrifying power and was even related to a remarkable existence in the fairyland. Combined with what the predecessor Tian Dao said to him, these immortals, he came to the Xianhuang world specifically to seek refuge. Plus these immortals sudden flow such a fearful god. It's better to expand your thinking and think about it. That disaster might be related to the burial ruins moon before it was completely sealed? The more I think about it, the more this seems possible. Guhan, the corners are slightly raised. It is really an unexpected gain. Maybe I can remember this matter and it will be master. Even these few immortals bluff my own wage earner. Guhan's shadow, his face was straight, his eyes were majestic and cold. Then he opened his palm and the strong meaning of burial gathered in his palm and suddenly turned into a dark energy ball. Energy, the ball is the center power, powerful enough to annihilate everything emanates from it. At the same time, a few immortals snoodle. Suddenly he headed towards the main hall again, retreat shivering. This scene also made Guhan more certain that this group of immortals, what I am afraid of, is the meaning of burial. And this, the power, may be related to the catastrophe in the fairyland. Do you know human language? Do you understand what I'm saying? Come out and talk to me, talk. Guhan was no longer intimidated, his voice was confident and majestic. Old know a little bit of the human language of this world. Wanshauser, where from several immortals come out. But it is not the main came out but was come out. Those guys said that they have lived long and have a lot of experience, so they are suitable to go with Guhan talk. Wansho, I know that these guys want to push me out as the first to take action. A bunch of bastards. I've always said that this old thing is useless, but now it's in big trouble. I'll just push it out to block the knife first. Guhan glanced at Wan. After a glance he continued, I don't care where you come from or what your intentions are for this world. But I tell you, I am the apostle appointed by the supreme god of extinction. This world is ruled by the supreme god of nirvana. If you dare come, the supreme god of annihilation will surely destroy you. Previously he have heard about the so-called supreme god of death from the deathworm in the forest, and he likes to call himself an apostle. I can take this opportunity to learn from it. A few immortals I can roughly understand Guhan's language. But I don't quite understand. Still relying on Wancho only after the indirect translation did I understand what Guhan meant. It suddenly became uglier. Without waiting for them to think about it, Guhan spoke again. The great calamity in the immortal realm back then was also caused by Lord Jaime Supreme God and several other supreme gods. The war that broke out. Lord Silent Supreme God did not want the aftermath of the war to spread to the immortal realm universe, but some things there is nothing we can do and nothing we can do to stop it. Destroy your homeland and make you flee here. The supreme god of extinction is also concerned about this. I regret. As soon as these words came out, Wancho he waved his hands hastily and said respectfully, Master Apostle of Silence, what are you talking about? The catastrophe back then cannot be blamed on the supreme gods. We can only blame ourselves for being too weak. Other immortals believe it or not. Wancho anyway, I really believed it completely. If Guhan was a kid who knew nothing, how could he possibly know about the great catastrophe that happened in the fairyland? How do we know that they came here specifically to seek refuge? In addition to the just like the end of the world can change all laws, energy that is the annihilation of all matter. This makes Wancho believe this fact. Guhan is definitely related to the so-called supreme god of nirvana. Although it was only the first time I'd heard of this great existence. But what virtue and ability does it have to deserve such an existence to apologize to it? Being weak is the original sin. Longevity you. The rest of the immortal snoodle constantly changing. Watching the sudden flow so amazing, Wancho, a bad feeling suddenly rose in my heart. Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, this old black very smart. Directly it's a joke, he even calls himself the apostle. But that's fine, I can take this opportunity to continue fooling a few immortals. Ahem. Guhan cleared his throat and continued, now Lord Silent Supreme God has further accumulated his strength and wants to return to the fairyland again, seize the first supreme throne and integrate everything. But now the Lord Supreme God of Nirvana has not been able to fully revive. As an apostle of the Supreme God of Nirvana, I have to share his worries. Let's put it this way, I like you guys and I feel destined to be with you. Give you an opportunity to be a general under my command, an opportunity to follow the Supreme God of Annihilation? Are you willing? Of course, as long as you are willing to dedicate everything to the Supreme God of Extinction, absolute no. Including the power and strength I have now, and even this special fairy, the eggs were all given to me by the Supreme God of Nirvana. As soon as this was said, 10,000 slightly stunned and then out of ecstasy. Anyway, it has believed Guhan's words for 9 times it's done. Except for that great existence that can destroy the fairyland at will. Who could save the Wancho Chilan clan, which was doomed to perish from such a disaster? The veins can be preserved or even given as a reward to a human race? Longevity you. Meet Wancho, suddenly a burst of excitement. The other immortals were delighted, suddenly suspect of. Ha ha ha. We didn't just wake up and get into trouble. We encountered a great opportunity. Wancho sound stimulation. This lord is the apostle of the legendary supreme god of Nirvana. Now he is kind-hearted and ready to wait for me to follow him, an opportunity for his generals. This is the great opportunity I've been waiting for. Chapter 573. Let you negotiate, take the immortal, everything changes, your own little brother? The supreme god of annihilation. Several other immortals looked at each other. They had never heard of this name. But combined with the terrifying power that Guhan just displayed. Furthermore, it is absolutely extraordinary that they dare to use the word supreme as their name, which carries such a huge amount of cause and effect. Although this may exist, Guhan may be deliberately fooling them. But just now, power they definitely don't have wrong. It has something to do with the disaster in the fairyland, an inseparable relationship. So your choice is. Guhan didn't give a few immortals. After thinking for a while, he changed the subject again. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. But the plan of the Lord Supreme God of Annihilation cannot afford to go wrong now that you all know of his existence. It seems like a choice has been given, but in fact it's the same as not giving it. Wancho speed and a few immortals flow, and then they all prostrated themselves on the ground to show their submission to Guhan. We are willing to submit to the apostle and serve you and serve the supreme god of extinction. Simple and direct truth. If you can't beat them, and well. So what if you lose your home and are forced to flee? Although this matter it was beyond Guhan's expectations and even a little outrageous. But it's still reasonable. After all, this matter just happened to be related to his burial idea and the great catastrophe in the fairyland. As for whether Zangshu Yu is the legendary supreme god of nirvana, who knows? He has control over this anyway. Strength, maybe I can. What about the future supreme god of nirvana? At the same time, outside the demon god palace, the entire hall was completely shrouded in hazy fairy light. Even though the main hall door was completely open, the sight was still through the hazy fairy light. Check out the demon palacio of condition. Ican has been in there for a while, except for something that happened at the beginning. Jing, why there has been no Jing? Will something happen? Su Long Yue and Xia Bingli both anxious and worried. I was afraid that something might happen to Guhan. Although rashly entering the demon god palace may cause some unexpected changes. But they are still worried and want to bring someone in. But just at this moment, the fairy light that completely enveloped the gate of the demon god palace. Then Guhan's shadow walked out of it. Tunudal, overjoyed, just about to step forward, Booty felt the earth suddenly shake. Then the old man who had been carrying the glass jade shell and walking on his 2 feet followed Guhan. Then they walked out one after another. Xian. Not only Xiaobingli and Su Lengyue but also the other strong men. He was alert, wanting to release his aura to intimidate and even waiting for Guhan's order to kill him as soon as possible. However, the next scene once again exceeded everyone's expectations. That's not necessary, we are all family. Guhan chuckled, signaling everyone not to be overly vigilant. As soon as these words were spoken, heaven and earth fell silent and everyone was stunned. What does Guhan mean? These immortals of unknown origin, you surrendered before the fight even started? This shouldn't be. Before anyone could react, the earth trembled again. The surface is filled with a faint golden glow. The enormous Jinling rhinoceros slowly walked out of the gate of the demon god palace. Then, when everyone was stunned and confused in the eyes of get out of it, Yotong exuding the fragrance of grass and trees, there are countless rare and precious fairy plants growing on the surface of the fairy deer. There are also strange creatures with heads like whales but with wings like huge wings. The head is as big as a mountain, stretching for thousands of miles, exuding a vast atmosphere of green giant snake. Although his cultivation is similar to theirs, but each of them exudes a different kind of immortal power from the Shenhuang world. Gas, the power is even stable. Guhan's head. However, these fairies, very honest, all stated Guhan after that at first glance it seems like following him's younger brother. But at this moment everyone was dumbfounded, his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets in shock. What's the situation? Didn't Guhan say he wanted to go in and meet these immortals, flowing? It's not that it's best not to no conflict, cause conflict. You go in flow, the result is that you now directly put a few immortals all change the younger brother under your command? You're definitely going in flow instead of fooling others? Also from Su Lengyue and Xiali in the eyes, I understand. Guhan was speechless at what they meant. He is the kind of person who can easily fool people and even immortals people? They are willing. Wish is it good for your younger brother? A few immortals, I dare not say anything or ask anything at this moment. The culprit that once destroyed their homeland is right here. They may even be able to be easily killed at any time. Dare you have any opinion? A few immortals, while being shocked. His attention was suddenly drawn to Su Lengyue again. After a careful identification, a few immortals shocked again. It's fine that Guhan has an egg from the eternal Qilin clan in his hand. He sighed, how can a person possess immortality, pulse? And it seems to be a top fairy ethnic pulse. My cold moon, is there something wrong with the pulse? Guhan noticed several immortals' purpose at this moment. He did not shy away from inquired. Wancho, he did not answer immediately, staring at Su Lengyue for a long time, even emitting breath. No, what? If I hadn't, if you know you are wrong, this girl that emanates the pulse aura is somewhat related to the innate fox clan. Guhan frowned slightly, he had never heard of this race. He gestured to Wancho, go on. Wanchoshan. After a moment he seemed to organize his words and spoke again. The Xiantian Fox clan is an extremely rare fairyland in my entire fairyland tribe. Before the great catastrophe of the fairyland came, its traces were very difficult to find. I don't know why there is something related to the Xiantian Fox clan here. Pulse. I guess this girl might be like us. She came here by accident because of the catastrophe the worlds. Hearing this, Guhan frowned again. Brow. Su Leng Yue is also with Xian, even the top immortals. Pulse related? How does He felt that my meeting with Su Leng Yue from the very beginning seemed to be arranged by the system. After all, if it weren't for the system reward, that special key would have allowed him to enter the demon locking tower is the deepest. He also had no way to see Su Leng Yue. And before that, he once in the reincarnation he also met Su Leng Yue. That time he also seemed like a head the same. Involuntarily before dying, the act of rescuing Su Leng Yue from the thunder tribulation. All of this seemed to have been calculated by someone. The man behind the scenes is also he used this to develop a relationship with Su Leng Yue. In other words, I borrowed Su Leng Yue's power to help myself complete some purpose. Now he has an egg of the eternal Qilin in his hand and cooperates with Su Leng Yue, who also has an extraordinary origin. Later he went to the fairyland. I'm afraid that he can use Su Leng Yue and Wancher Qilin to control fairy of the fairyland? But what's the point of all this? For him now, Gongtown, after Yi Qingyun destroyed the eternal Yi family, his life goal has been fulfilled and he can live freely in the world from now on. It doesn't matter whether you go to the fairyland or not. But now it seemed as if there was an invisible hand pushing him forward. The owner of this invisible hand. Guhan already had a guess in his mind. The source of all this may be related to the one who appeared in the Devil Emperor's abyss at that time, Godson. It seems that no contact. Chapter 574, Is it worth giving everything for the so-called good ending? Shaked his head. Guhan was too lazy to think about it anymore. The demon palace's time to come to an end. The egg of the eternal Kirin is now absorbing energy in the demon god palace. It will probably take some time for it to fully hatch. Su Leng Yue's this side of the world. He also had a guess. It is likely that it fell from the fairyland like the Wancher Qilin egg to the Shenhuang world. But Su Leng Yue's situation was better. She didn't fall in the form of an egg, the Shenhuang world. As for the truth, depends on Su Leng Yue and Wanshou. The discussion over there. This matter is over. Next we should find a way to contact the Eternal Yi family and the ancient Zheng family to see how much they can do to redeem our descendants' chips. Guhan stroking down. If one wants to contact the two great families in the immortal realm, it seems that one needs to borrow the power of heaven. I wonder if the former will of heaven can do this now that he has inherited the authority of heaven? It seems that the matter at the demon god palace eats over. Luckily not start a war. Deep Sky, the will of the predecessor of the heavenly Tao who had probably inherited the authority of the heavenly Tao was far away in the sky, the demon world. Seeing over there after Jing completely subsided, the former heavenly will felt a little more at ease. Now that he has inherited the authority of heaven, he also has a lot of messes to clean up. If Guhan gets involved with Xian again, the fight was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. That's true, it doesn't matter if he doesn't inherit the authority of the heavenly Tao, he is too lazy to clean up this mess. Chu Wei is about to break through and I'll need to trouble you, Lord Tian Dao, with her help next. Suddenly ripples appeared in the void. A graceful figure slowly walked out from it. It was Mu Binghuang, who had not appeared for a long time. Although only about half a year has passed. But Mu Binghuang, who was cultivating in the heavenly Tao space, had undergone earth-shaking changes. The long hair that was originally slightly ice blue has now completely changed pure white, even slightly yellowish, no longer as fair and smooth as before. Even the material is no longer as full as before. I feel like I have become younger in these few months. Son, gradually the ranks of the elderly. After all, the speed of time in the heavenly Tao space is completely different from that in the outside world. In proportion, 1 day spent inside is equivalent to a month spent in the outside world. Although Mu Binghuang could spend more time in there to repair her chain, the price was support lifespan and consume established vitality. It is equivalent to 1 day consume 1 month of your life. Previous majesty, the beautiful Mu Binghuang has disappeared. Now skin old enter in old age, but all the price paid is the cultivation of merit to the quasi-emperor. The former will of heaven had a face exactly like Mu Beiling's, eternally youthful as if it were yesterday. Mu Binghuang had already aged. Two sisters a basket, but it seems in two different the wrong time and space also symbolizes a boundary between life and death. As the way of heaven he originally had Noof. But perhaps because of the fusion with Mu Bailing he suddenly a thought came to my mind, complexity gave birth to a don't understand. Is it really worth it? The former heavenly Dowell sighed and said, after being in seclusion for so long you must be very clear about how difficult it is to cultivate to your current level. Are you sure you want to sacrifice everything for an illusory possibility even if there is a high probability of failure? Mu Bailing chose to die so that I could be reborn, and she had actually let it go. Now Yi Ching Yun was suppressed, I lost in eternal purgatory. Suffered, burned by the flames of eternal hell. That guy was also replaced by me. I have done everything that was told to me. I guess Mu Bailing doesn't want you go for do that. Mu Binghuangshan, after a moment he shook his head. The reason for making this choice is that there is no choice. I know Wafai can guess the most real thoughts. If there is really still room for choice, definitely not going down this road. Will still Noti still have the strength to save Guhan even if all scale injury. But in this life there is no chance anymore. Maybe there will be no chance for next life. But it doesn't matter, I will give it everything I have. Go to gamble on by Ling. In a past life I was able to achieve my off good future. The former heavenly will sighed and said, no more. If that's the case then it will be as you wish. Buzz. The runes of the heavenly Tao flickered, turning into a hazy. The brilliance enveloped Mu Binghuang. Just as the former heavenly Dowell was about to exert some kind of power and take Mu Binghuang away, etc. A slightly anxious voice suddenly sounded, I want to go too. I also want to contribute to my senior sister's final breakthrough. Suddenly a long rainbow appeared from the horizon. The dizziness dissipated. Angelica de Hurica, the shadow, slowly emerges and come out. Now it has also undergone tremendous changes, mainly in temperament. There is no such for the sword master's coolness. There was only haggardness and fatigue on his face. Ant's cultivation level has actually reached the quasi-emperor level. The former heavenly wolf frowned. Baiji's current cultivation level seems to have been forcibly improved. In the previous battle between humans and demons, drunken swordsman severely injured before dying, he gave his essence to Angelica de Hurica. That's why. It's not just because his origin will dissipate after his death. Furthermore, in the eyes of the drunken swordsman, Baiji is very similar to my younger self. For some reason he did something that he regretted. I missed a very important person. He hopes after my death I can let my apprentice complete a little bit of my own regret. And absorbed the essence of the drunken sword. Immortal Angelica de Hurica in essence is already half waste. I couldn't bear the drunken sword immortal, the powerful force of origin. Just like a balloon, able to accommodate limited. But at this moment Baiji, however, has been able to contain far more than her own limits. In such an overloaded state, just a little hair which may cause your body. That explosion completely destroyed both the soul and the body. Baiji Yu. Before the former heavenly will could finish his words, Baiji interrupted and said, I know what I am doing. Master is dead, junior sister is dead, and my senior brother in this life can never be saved. But I won't accept it, I really won't accept it. This is not the ending I wanted, nor is it what senior sister and master wanted. Now that senior sister has the ability, she has the opportunity to go back to the past, even if it's just a matter of not being with this life, weaving parallel time and space. But just once, a good ending, even just once, would make me die without regrets. The former will of heaven is trapped again. Silence. He really is finding it increasingly difficult to understand these humans. Obviously everything has settled, you can look forward and you can also not care about anything. Why are you so obsessed with the so-called good or bad ending? He was too lazy to think about it any further. This is also the reason why he and Shu Wei and Mu Binghuang made agreement. Now that we really want to gamble. He couldn't stop it either. The former will of heaven raised his hand and waved, and the power of heaven and earth swept in from all directions. He carried the two of them away and disappeared on the spot. When the haze that shrouds my vision after the dizziness subsided, Mu Binghuang and Baiji then discovered that the two of them appeared in a divine, the heavenly space, the center of heaven and earth. Shui floats half a foot in the air, the breath roars, there is even a majestic imperial aura emanating from it. But for some reason, I can never control myself back to Datarongo to the Dantian and transform it into the source of the great emperor. This also leads to his cultivation has been stuck at the quasi-emperor level, unable to truly break through to the great emperor level. If you are ready, I will begin. The former heavenly will a moment straight theme. Mu Binghuang and Angelica de Hirakahi took a deep breath and said okay. All they can do now is to sacrifice everything they have using this extreme method as a means of providing for Chu Wei breaks through the limit of quasi-emperor nourishment for the emperor. I only wish Wei can go back to the past and create a what we really want good ending. It's not about right or wrong. It has nothing to do with Gu Han in this life. We just want to open up a what we want to see good ending. Chapter 575 Chu Wei God let the past time and space again weaving. At the same time the two of them began to burn their own essence without reservation. With the blessing of some kind of heavenly law their original power was completely burned and released. Body because I can't bear this the release of excessively powerful forces. Like a porcelain doll one after another began to emerge shocking cracks. To pure power continues to surge to oneself. Chu who was meditating in seclusion Wei slowly opened her eyes. I just saw that the two of them used me as nourishment to help me break through the scene of the emperor. Master Binghuang Master Baiji Yu. Mu Binghuang and Baiji did not respond but just shook her head slightly. Things have come to this point. We all have our own choices and what we want to accomplish obsession. We are not able to complete. But Chu Wei does. All we can do now is to put everything on Kumikro Superior. Two people gradually began to melt, turning into the origin turned into some kind of nutrients slowly melting to Chu Wei. Although the cultivation levels of the two are quite high they are still quasi-emperors after all. To reintegration of power arrive the moment. Chu Wei be into the self the breath is rising and it seems to be about to break the last the emperor's shackles. I originally had a lot to say. But in the end it turned into a sigh. It's just like the obsession I had when I left the sect. Will prove the Wei emperor. Meaning this the power of return restarts the past and rewrites it as much as possible desired ending. Boom. The endless imperial wave we with dazzling the power of return turns into a sky-high column straight into the sky. The void buzzes mean countless rune condenses back pure white lotus flowers appeared and bloomed one after another in the sky illuminating the surrounding area for countless miles incomparable gorgeous and bright. This is. Countless cultivators and living beings in the Shenhuang world were attracted by the sudden power they all looked up God his face was full of disbelief. Emperor! In my Shenhuang world a new emperor has been born a strong man exclaimed in shock finding it extremely unbelievable. Not long ago Gu Han broke the rules and broke through to the great emperor before the laws of the Shenhuang world were completely revived creating an unprecedented miracle throughout history. How come another great emperor appears now? And the world is filled with rich the power of return. The power of return is the top law of the world. Being able to prove the truth with the power of such laws emperor his strength will definitely only get stronger and not weaker. The demon world. Same get here Gu Han with his majestic aura stood above the sky. At this moment the difference in the sky at the source a strange look appeared in his eyes. This breath seems to be Wei breakthrough emperor? From the original book for example Chu Wei is indeed have the posture of an emperor. First he came back to his reincarnation just to invest in Chu Wei one more in the future than emperor's backer. But I never expected it. In his view the most promising after him breakthrough than emperor's Xiaobingli now there is no as for the emperor it is Chu Wei for a generation emperor. That guy probably won't live long he's draining all his life potential and forcing a breakthrough emperor. Maybe he was the shortest lived emperor in history. I can feel there is no such endless source of power that only the great emperor has very weak. Su Ling US suddenly appeared out of nowhere also far away the sky I remember after you completely cut off the relationship with him he keeps nagging and wants to rely on you the power of return emperor restart the past and change the ending or something. What do you think, will it success or even truly rewrite the so-called ending? Nogong has nothing to do with me. Gu Han shook his head changing the history of the past is something that even the legendary immortals cannot do. What's more we are just half-footed a half-immortal on the threshold of immortality. World time and space there are countless things in the world but fate cannot be overlapped. Perhaps it can change the future of one of the established time and space, but it has nothing to do with me at the moment, nor can it affect me at the moment, let alone my future destiny. Ahem. Just as Su Lun Yue said. Breakthrough at this moment. Emperor, it can be said that he broke through by force. Emperor Chu Wei was very weak. She coughed up gold as soon as she broke through. Did a drop underfoot, it returned to the vast ocean and quickly disappeared. The situation is very bad. If you calm down, concentrate on practicing the chain and further refine and control yourself with the power of, perhaps he can live for hundreds of years or even longer. But if you still try, use your own strength. Even overloaded, if you use your own power to go back to the so-called past time and space, there is a high probability that you will die. Even if I really go back to a parallel time and space in the past, I definitely don't have enough energy to return to the present time and space. The former will of heaven spoke as a reminder. He also made it very clear. Chu Wei dared to carry out this reversal of the past back to will definitely pay the price of life. I know. Chu Wei severe cough, weak breath, gold constantly from, but I have waited for this day for too long, so long that I have even forgotten the meaning of my life. Especially in the heavenly Tao space where the flow of time slows down infinitely, it seemed as if I had been waiting for hundreds or thousands of years. During these lost hours I am always full torment. Now I finally have it. I can really restart back to the past. I don't want to wait any longer. Master, maybe you have been waiting for me for a long time. He looked at the former will of heaven, who had a face exactly like the master in his memory. Chu Wei shook her head. A self-deprecating smile appeared. For this time and space there's nothing left off. To say the only regret may be the elder brother, but there's nothing that can be done. From the very beginning he lost the qualifications to win back his senior brother. All kinds of thoughts pass by in a flash. Chu Wei flow in the eyes, a touch of determination. The originally slightly sluggish aura suddenly rose steadily, and the rolling law wave steered the sky. Thousands of eyes back to the rune flow by pure the power of return back to the river surrounded by weak bursting out return illuminating the heavens. Countless cultivators and living beings in the Xinhuang world were shocked. Crazy. Just broke through. Emperor Chu Wei is crazy. I have just condensed the source of the great emperor. I want to make my own source power sacrifice used to perform a certain return to the great supernatural power. Earthquake, thousands of laws buzzing brilliant return. It was as if it enveloped the entire world. Countless creatures can I know that at this moment time and space are buzzing crazily, as if being controlled by some unspeakable. The force of return is completely stirred. At the same time Chu Wei's the shape has become blurred. Just now the chain, the emperor's body, was actually melting slowly at this moment. However, at this moment I don't care about anything, not even that I'm melting away. My eyes are just staring at the door that is so close yet so far away, the portal to return breath. The closer the gate of return of, the more it disintegrates. Now as if in something irresistible taboo being judgment of the law. All about everything is annihilated, the soul is annihilated, the body is in annihilation. But forgot there is only the door of return. The fan carries everything back to the past, the gate of return. I am willing to give everything I have. I want to go back to the past and make our time and space again, we back to the beginning. The moment before the head disappears. Chu Wei used all her strength to move her hand, which had already lost most of its shape, in back to the door. Buzz. Whiz-a-menui brilliant endless, we suddenly burst out, swallowing up and submerging everything. Thousands return encircling Chu. The remaining consciousness of Wei turned into a broken peach blossom, falling alone deep in time and space. To all of you. This chapter is a foreshadowing, preparing for another early ending. The author intends to continue writing it later. If you guys ask the author to write a sequel, then just write it as a sequel. Fairyland drama, it will be a little longer, mainly because I'm afraid I'll forget it by then. After the protagonist goes to the fairyland, it takes a long time for him to return to his original position. At that time Chu Wei has already proved emperor. Whether according to the drama, logically speaking, it is best to lay the groundwork in advance at this time. Writing to now, Chu Wei Jiren's dramate's gone. Yi Qing Yun was suppressed, the heavenly Tao was also suppressed. All our tasks have been completed, so it also needs to be offline, and the subsequent extra drama appeared inside. The book's traffic is increasingly disappointing. Also, thank you for reading this. Thank you all for your continued support. Chapter 576, Blackmailing two major fairyland families. Deep sea of clouds. Guhan stood with his hands behind his back before it has reached its peak and has completely dimmed at this moment return. Guhan's expression suddenly became somewhat complicated. It's not just him. Stand on him Su Lungyua Huajiu Xiaobingli and others nearby all had shocked and complicated expressions. They also arrived there rich to the extreme the power of return. Very strong even stirred time and space the greatness of silence they are all clear got it. But we never expected that Emperor Chu Wei fell. This may be the emperor who fell the fastest in human history. He fell just after making a breakthrough. It seems that he sacrificed everything he had to push open the illusory door. The gate of return is only for returning to the illusory and unreachable past. Certainly perhaps he succeeded and returned a trace of his consciousness to a certain time and space in the past. Maybe I have failed completely. Even though I have given everything, I still can't complete it, my last wish. But no matter what, this kind of behavior of gambling everything and sacrificing everything is indeed regrettable. The former will of heaven stands tall above the firmament. There should be for no apparent reason a tear oozed out of the corner of his eye. Although it was strange, the former heavenly will did not seem surprised. Borrowing Mu Bailing's after his rebirth, he actually inherited Mu Bailing's. But this it just hasn't been able to affect him. Just now Chu Wei's after completely dissipating. Deposit in him the last one about Mu Bailing consciousness and completely dissipated at the same time. There is no sadness, only hope and relief. Seems to be the same to that peace back to the deep time. For what happens next? Guhan was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, since that day their time and space have no longer overlapped. Chu what Wei wants to do has nothing to do with him and has no impact on him. After letting the former will of heaven be prepared, Guhan raised his hand. The void suddenly split open. Several in a rowing was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. There were 7 figures in total, 5 men and 2 they are the geniuses of the eternal Yi family and the ancient Zheng family. Several of them no longer had the heroic and impressive appearance they had when they first arrived. At this moment each one was more embarrassed than the other, bound by special chains of law like a prisoner. What's even more tragic is that several people the power seems to be after walking most of the way. The original Dantian had already been broken, only a little bit of force was needed to completely shatter it, turning them into complete cripples. Guhan, you are such a despicable and shameless villain. Yi Chen's eyes were red and he roared, I thought you were still a human being before. I thought I could have a good time with you. But I didn't expect you to be such a despicable and shameless person. We had just come out of seclusion and you come and cheat. If you are a man, let me go if you have the guts and let's fight one-on-one. Idiot. Guhan looked at Yi Chen as if he was a fool. If you are not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. You are a fairy descending to the mortal world. It is also a bullying. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Now that you're in trouble, you're here to confront me, right? Little black man, go up and give him some. Let him know who is the boss. Xiao Haizi was speechless and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Why don't you go yourself? You only know how to order me around. I can curse in my heart. But who can blame him for not being able to beat Guhan now? Venting his dissatisfaction and anger on Yi Chen and others superior. Black ESA dance of wings and Yi Chen's eyes were immediately filled with stars. Yi Chen, it's so frustrating. He was the top genius of the eternal Yi family, but now he had fallen into the hands of someone from the lower realm. A little black continuation. Several big boy, this is really going too far. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk any more nonsense. Guhanji subject, I am a kind-hearted person. I can give you the opportunity to contact the strong men in your family. As long as the strong men in your family offer the right bargaining chips, I will naturally show mercy and let you go. As he spoke, Guhan took out a few jade pendants engraved with special patterns and emitting a desolate aura and shook them in front of them. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen and others were even more shocked. Sudden change. There's a jade pendant. Before the nether, the powerful man behind instilled a special aura into the jade pendant. Through the special breath they can even perform simple boundary flow. When they were unconscious, Guhan will the jade pendant was taken away. Guhan. Yi Chen's eyes were red and he suddenly became even more angry. You are wishful thinking, just give up on this idea. Even if we die, we will never use ourselves as bargaining chips for you to threaten us, the last family. Yi Chen was slapped in the face just as he finished speaking with a righteous and fearless voice. Gu Han. I can contact my family and you can also negotiate with the strong men in my family, but I only hope you can let me go after receiving the appropriate reward. The person who spoke was Yi Fengge. At this moment he was like a drowning man grabbing the last straw. He doesn't care about family honor or genius. You know, if you really die everything is gone. Yi Fengge, you are the pride of our eternal Yi family. Bon Yi Chen was immediately very angry. What do you mean by I? We came to this world to complete the task. The mission is not over now, and even risk your own life. Why? I don't want to. If you want to die, just go ahead and die, then my grandfather will use chips to save me. If you have the guts, don't make a sound. Yi Fengge said bluntly. Before going to the lower realm, you led the team with such a heroic manner. It looks like everything is under control. The results haven't started yet. The hand flipped over. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant in front of me? These words immediately left Yi Chen and the others speechless. After all, if the situation develops normally, the 7 of them will unite, not to mention Gu Han alone sweeping across the entire lower world will be a piece of cake. Who knows the drama? If we don't follow the routine, the will of heaven will be so useless. Gu Han subdued it in less than half a day, and even set up a dragnet at the door of their retreat. Kai is really colorful. Dog bites dog. Gu Han clapping and laughing. The argument was almost over. In the end, with the consent of several other people, Yi Fengge and Zhang Xian, as with the cooperation Gu Hangong, the eternal Yi family, and the ancient Zhang family, a jade pendant. But what a screen projection Gong projected in the Xianhuang world and connected with the strong men of the 2 families without the help of the power of heaven. A series of preparations completed back. 2 screen projection. The light flickered, rippling like water waves. After it calmed down completely, 2 anxious voices came out at the same time, sounded in the curtain. Xianer. Maple Song. Obviously, ever since they completely lost contact with the genius from the lower world, the strong men from the 2 families have been very anxious. Okay, the strong men of your family are all fine, but they are now in my hands. Gu Han suddenly appeared in the sight of the 2 powerful families. The corners of the mouth are smiling, and they are obviously smiling, but it gives people an ominous premonition. But it's okay, only now. If you can't give me some satisfactory compensation, then I can't guarantee what will happen to them. The strong men from the 2 families were slightly stunned. After coming to my senses, but he got angry. So brave. Gu Han, this lower world, the leader, actually dared to blackmail them. Chapter 577 Special Auction. Eating, do not eat. Are you Gu Han? After a brief silence, several angry and ferocious voices were heard from the projection screen. Do you know how foolish the choice you made now is? You have already committed suicide by offending my eternal Yi family. Gu Han. If my Wan Guwan's wet, I will go down to the underworld at all costs and kill you and everyone related to you. Gu Han. It's not too late to turn back now. If you make sure they are safe and sound and submit to us honestly, you can still live. Gu Han was speechless. Also a little irritable. He knew it would be this kind of show. Expand. I'll talk to you. You insist on threatening me with harsh words. He is really shameless. He completely ignored the threats and scolding from the 2 powerful families. Gu Han decided to proceed to the next step. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and he looked at Yi Chen and others with a smile. It seems that your elders are very unwilling to cooperate and are very I am willing to pay the price to redeem you. Gu Han stroking down. You all have good talents and strengths, and you all come from the fairyland and are fair-skinned. All the men are pleasing to the eye. But the real fairy, what a fairy man. For us barbarians from the lower world, the attraction is really huge. What do you want to do? Yi Chen and the others suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. What? Gu Han smiled and then stood up. The sound returns in the entire Xianhuang world. Today, the Emperor's heart. Okay, we're planning on having a special auction. The items in this auction are the 2 immortals from the legendary fairyland, 5 immortal men. You heard it right, it comes from the legendary fairyland. If you are interested, you can participate in the next auction. I swear to the heavens that I will keep my word as long as the price is high enough. You can get the immortal you dream of, ferryman. As soon as these words came out, The powerful men from the two families who were originally cursing and threatening Guhan suddenly widened their eyes and were completely speechless with shock. You know, these people are the top geniuses of their two major families. Now it is actually being auctioned by Guhan? Not to mention that there are two of them, son. If this is done by some old bot in bulk. They really don't know that the two prides of their family will beta that make people dare not even think about it. Guhan. You're looking for death. How dare you treat the geniuses of my two families like this? You want to completely break off relations with us. The strong men from the two families suddenly became even angrier, but they were only powerless to rage. They can only do so through special looking at the projection screen. There was nothing Ben could do. Guhan didn't care at all and ignored it. Hasn't he fallen out with the two major families yet? Turning around and giving a random order, the subordinates beside him said, "Go clean them and make them whiter." After these words came out, Yichen Zhangwana and others trembled. I think they are falling this time, the wolf's den. Guhan made a loud noise, and the power of the emperor is basically back in the entire Xianhuang world. This shout actually attracted a lot of the strong ones came here to watch. Guhan didn't hesitate. I plan to launch a grand event here, day auction. The entire Xianhuang world was completely shaken. No one expected that Guhan would be so bold that he dared to auction off a strong man from the fairyland in an instant. The entire Xianhuang world was completely shocked. You said this true or false? How did Guhan capture this group of powerful people from the fairyland? Now Mr. Gu has already just the emperor. How dare you call him by his name? You're looking for death. Standing on it, the cultivator beside him cursed and then continued, I heard from my ancestor that Emperor Gu called on countless heroes and heroes in our Xianhuang world some time ago and was very foresight to condense a killing formation. Gather the power of many powerful people and instantly suppress these powerful people from the immortal realm who have evil intentions. Although this is ridiculous, it is absolutely true. My ancestor is ready to participate in this auction. Guhan is now extremely famous. In addition, the weak will subconsciously admire and worship the strong. No one doubted Guhan's words, and some even showed great interest in this very special auction. As for whether this would incur the wrath of the two great immortal realm families and ultimately lead to them bearing the consequences, it had nothing to do with them. The two major families will go to find the organizer Guhan. What does it have to do with them, the buyers? Countless people in the Xianhuang world are discussing this. But when the news reached the ears of the powerful people from the Eternal Yi family and the ancient Zheng family, it also caused a huge uproar. It also made countless powerful people from the two families, but he got angry. Guhan is a beast. How dare he treat the top geniuses of my two families like this? He even used this as a threat to blackmail us. How great is our Eternal Yi family? How can we allow this mere yellow from the lower world to the kid took advantage? Master, I am willing to sacrifice a portion of my cultivation and go down to the lower world to kill that arrogant kid. The strong man from the Eternal Yi family spoke up like this and immediately attracted a lot of attention and anger. Countless Eternal Yi family elders scrambled to go down to the mortal world to kill Guhan. In fact, it's not just the Eternal Yi family, the ancient Zheng family is in a similar situation. Guhan's behavior is considered when it came to the bottom line of the two major families. Many strong men were already a little crazy with anger. Even if it costs a huge price, they still want to go down to the lower world to take action. Guhan's behavior not only showed contempt for them but also put their family a step on the ground harder. However, the strong men from the two families were very angry. But Guhan had already anticipated this. Now the former heavenly Tao will is in cahoots with him, he dominates. If there is no master of the will of heaven in the Xianhuang world, cooperate, do not open the crack of the sky. No matter how much the strong men in the fairyland pay, there is no way they can go down to the mortal world. After figuring this out, the powerful men from the two fairyland families became even more furious. The will of heaven in Xianhuang world is really useless. It doesn't matter if you can't beat them, you won't run away. Even the authority of heaven was taken away. This means that no matter how angry they are, they can only stare blankly. Before the laws of the Xianhuang world are completely revived and the Feixian road appears again without the permission of the will of heaven, there is no way to go down to the lower world again. They never thought that their two big families which had stood for so many years would be played around by a junior between the palms. Guhan was too lazy to care so much. At this moment, under the attention of everyone, he looked around. Especially those who seemed to be smiling. The masters from the Mu and Xianyu families looked at each other for a while before they said loudly, "Then the auction will officially begin now." Chapter 578, Not Afraid of Death? Then I'll send you on your way. Guhan clapped his hands. Sevening was brought up quickly. After some cleaning, they all looked like they were normal. Zhang Wanji and Yi Linglong are beautiful to the peerless. At this moment tears flowed from my eyes. With unconcealed fear she looked people. However, when he saw Guhan, the pitiful look in his eyes disappeared and became boundless hatred and murderous intent. More than two, Yi Chen and the others also had red eyes at this moment, and they kept roaring and cursing at Guhan. It seems that he is venting his anger in this way. They are both top geniuses of the two families, but now they are being treated like this by Guhan. It's even harder to make them suffer than killing them. But no, the cultivators from the Shenhuang world who were attracted here were filled with excitement. Even some the old monster all slightly worried. It's not that I want to treat them as my slaves to satisfy my own preferences. The main reason is that these people come from various major forces and should have mastered some magical skills. If they can torture them out, it will be a great gain for them. We will auction them in order from now on. Gu Hanlie smiled to Zhang Wanji. Appearance and the like, I guess I don't need to introduce. 36D long skin, fair skin, appearance gorgeous. As for what kind of magic do you know? You will need to search my soul afterwards. Of course I can help you and provide after-sales service. Gentlemen, you can start bidding now. Hearing this, Zhang Wanya, who was originally extremely angry and had murderous intent in her eyes, suddenly won. The eyes are clear. Seeking help to the ancient Zhang family screen projection. The strong of the ancient Zhang family are strong with anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, Guhan, what do you want? You are young. Even if he is a half immortal, he is still a remarkable person. Do you have to do such a despicable thing? It won't do you any good to offend us completely. Now let them go quickly. We can still consider about you. That's right. The strong man of the Eternally family also agreed at this moment. We know that you are using this method. I am waiting for compromise. But you won't succeed. The powerful and brave men of my Yonghongyi family are fearless and will never submit to a despicable and shameless villain like you. If you know your time and turn back now, we may be able to spare you when we descend upon the Shenhuang world someday. The powerful men from the two fairyland families are still powerful until now. With just a few words, he indirectly praised the members of their family as heroes who were not afraid of death and compared Guhan to a dangerous and despicable person. I don't know what the other Eternally family geniuses think. Yi Finga was really about to cry. He is afraid of death. He is really afraid of death. He followed Yi Chen and others to the lower world, this time with his own little thoughts. I feel that this mission will not be too difficult. There are 7 great geniuses. Even if their cultivation is limited, they can still suppress. Can't you sweep through a mere netherworld? Who knew it would turn out so badly? He is a real immortal. Who wants to die in the underworld or even become a prisoner of other people in the underworld? That's right. There isn't a single coward in my Eternally family. Yi Chen responded immediately, his voice full of righteousness and fearlessness. Guhan, you can insult us however you want today. When the strong men from the Eternally family arrive, they will definitely avenge us. You will definitely pay 100 or even 1,000 times the price for what you did today. Hee, is that so? Guhan smiled. Have you always been so brave and fearless? Swish. No one understood what was going on. Suddenly a long sword appeared in Guhan's hand. Everyone suddenly saw a white light flashing in the void. Then suddenly a human head appeared and flew high into the sky. Yi Chen's eyes were wide open and his face still retained the righteousness he had in his lifetime, as well as a certain kind of disbelief. In the last moment before consciousness faded, I saw my headless it fell to the ground with a plop, gurgling continuously flowing out. Seeing Guhan's indifferent face, even if he tried to kill him, he would not nillily Tarobo face. How dare he kill himself? How dare you kill me in front of the powerful men of the Eternally family? Are you really not afraid that the strong men of the Eternally family will come one day and die without a burial? The place? The world is silent. Only a head fell to the ground with its eyes open, making a dull sound that echoed for a long time between heaven and earth. Not just Yi Chen. The remaining 6 geniuses, the strong men from the eternal Yi family and the ancient Zheng family, and even everyone in the Shenhuang world did not expect that Gu Han would suddenly take action and kill Yi Chen. Bite. It was detected that the master had killed Yi Chen, the eternal Yi family's genius from the lower world. Congratulations to the master for winning 15,000 villain points reward. Gu Han casually glanced at Yi Chen's head and raised his hand and waved. The breath is roaring, the storm of laws swept out, instantly engulfing the opponent as completely wiped out. These guys from the fairyland are really arrogant to the core. Even though already for the sake of the prisoners he still has an innate pride. I think I dare not do anything to them. Especially this Yi Chen. Don't be fooled by his righteous appearance, he is actually the most arrogant one. He really thought that he could defeat him just because he had the support of the eternal Yi family. Little did they know that the eternal Yi family's patriarch, he murdered his daughter Yi Zi. Yi Qingyun is also his town-off. Overtake, he was also the one who took away the source seed. He had already offended the Yonghun Yi family so much that there was no room for maneuver. Kill one more of him, what difference would it make if I killed him? Under everyone's dull and disbelieving gaze. Gu Han horn, a touch of gentleness. I'm sorry, I'm a coward. My hands start to shake when I'm threatened, and once they shake I can't control myself and draw my sword to kill people. What just happened? Don't worry, the auction will continue. Why? What a pity. I got one of them before they even started selling. I really lost a lot this time. Listening to Gu Han's mumbling, all the strong men present felt a sudden shock in their hearts. Especially the remaining Zhang Wanji and others. The one that still lingers on the tip of my nose. The smell is fishy and makes your scalp numb. Pale. Dead. Yi Chen, the strongest among them, suddenly died. Actually, they were the same before. He has the same kind of pride in his bones as Yi Chen. I even wondered why Gu Han organized such an auction. They didn't dare to do anything to them, let alone kill them. So they organized this auction to blackmail them. The family behind him can indirectly find a way out for himself. Not only them but also the strong men from the eternal Yi family and the ancient Zheng family thought so. So you were so strong before, and also to further deter Gu Han and make him afraid to act rashly. But I never expected that Gu Han, he doesn't play by the rules. Without any warning he killed Yi Chen directly. Chapter 579, Quasi-Lifeline Immortal Method Easy. Although the strong men from the eternal Yi family and the ancient Zheng family were shocked and angry at this moment, they did not threaten again. They now find it difficult to understand Gu Han's thoughts. What exactly does Gu Han mean? If the other party is really afraid of their two families, he would definitely not have tried to kill Yi Chen just now, and he would not have been so decisive. If not, why would they deliberately use these geniuses to threaten them? Gu Han just smiled indifferently. He also didn't want to guess what the powerful people from the two families were thinking now. He was just innocent and wanted to see if he could get some benefits from the two major fairyland families before killing Yi Chen and others. As for whether this will create a mortal enemy, there will be no room for maneuver in the future. From the moment the feud was formed, there was no room for maneuver between them, and it was a fight to the death. Now he also wants to take this opportunity to change the mentality of the two major families and dampen the fighting spirit of the two major families. Okay, now let's continue bidding. Gu Han's smiling voice continued to sound. But perhaps it was because he was really afraid of the two major fairyland families. Or maybe it was because of Gu Han's action just now scared. For a moment no one spoke. However, Gu Han had already figured all this out, so he just looked towards the northern area a moment. Soon Xiao Haizi, a professional, began his performance. A slightly old voice sounded. I have been practicing Taoism for many years, but this is the first time I have seen a so-called immortal or interesting. Bought it for my uncle slave. It would be very good for you to take care of my daily life in the future. How about this? I am willing to offer you 2 imperial weapons. Listening to this slightly old voice, Zhang Wanjup, and down my skin is covered with goosebumps. Although they are also very old, probably hundreds or even thousands of years old. But no matter how you look at it, it looks like. If this is bought by an old man in the underworld and then used for that, I really would rather die. How dare you? The strong man of the ancient Zheng family suddenly roared, his tone full of threats. If you dare to hit the pride of the ancient Zheng family, the idea is that he will make you unable to go to heaven one day. There is no road. Fuck you. Are you threatening me? The voice from the northern region said indifferently. Now the more fierce you are, the more I will destroy the so-called pride of the ancient Zheng family. After the auction I will train you harder. Zhang Wanji almost cried when she heard this. But the pride of the ancient Zheng family. No, a servant to an old man. Gu Han. Good. You are really good. I ruined my plan before Main seriously injured. Now you still dare to attack me, Master Idia. At this moment a young voice suddenly came from the ancient Zheng family. The sound was heard in the projection screen. This voice made Hua Jieyu feel a little confused. Isn't this the Red Dust Dao sect where my mother is the so-called immortal realm master that she believes in? He is actually from the so-called ancient Zheng family host? Hua Jieyu suddenly understood something. This time Guhan was targeted by the people of the ancient Zheng family. The ancient Zheng family even sent people to the lower world. It must be because of the incident that happened in the Red Dust Taoist sect, right? After all, I remember clearly that because of Guhan the ancient Zheng family, the main suspect was severely damaged. Guhan's opinion on the ancient Zheng family. The Lord's threats were ignored. Glancing around, are there any other bidders? Not long after, another voice sounded. 2 imperial weapons plus an ancient martial arts technique. As soon as these words came out, many powerful people in the Shenhuang world no longer Zhang also completely ignored the threats from the 2 powerful families and made bids one after another. In fact, almost all those who were bidding were hired by Guhan as agents, so even if there were those who really wanted to bid, they would not be able to win the auction. This was the trap he deliberately set for the 2 families. He wants to keep raising the price and squeeze as much as possible out of the 2 families. It doesn't matter if he can't squeeze them out, he will send these people to the human emperor banner to be workers of destiny anyway, and they will die anyway. You guys. Ancient Zheng family. The Lord was very angry, but he's still suppressing the anger in his heart. Guhan, what do you want? Even if we want to bid for it and redeem the people from our 2 families, how can we get the treasure and resources into your hands? The lower world is now completely blocked from our fairyland. How about this? You open a small hole and we will send someone to fight you. How easy? Guhan rolled his eyes. This guy really treated him like a fool. These 2 families are already mad at him. Maybe they will fight each other. Ye's disguise, but actually playing some other tricks on him. Guhan, you asked us to pay a ransom to redeem our clan's genius, but you didn't give us a way. Toyi's channel. Do you think you are funny and hypocritical? An elder from the Eternal Yi family also sneered at this moment. Or do you have the guts to blackmail us but don't have the guts to open the passage for us to enter easy envoy with you? Easy? Ha ha ha. I thought you were so arrogant and capable before. Turns out you're just a coward. Previously the people of the 2 major families were all killed by Guhan. He was very angry, and now that he got the chance he naturally wanted to vent his anger through this kind of sarcastic way. Don't provoke me, it's useless. Guhan smiled and said, and if you really piss me off I'll kill them all in front of you. This auction can also end early. You. The people from the 2 major families met again, livid. They are all powerful people in the fairyland, but now it is being repeatedly attacked by an ordinary person. It's so frustrating that I don't even have any means of counterattack. It's so frustrating. As for Easy Way and Easy Roam, I don't need you to give me any chain repair resources. Guhan, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. As long as you can give me a fairyland magic that satisfies me, it will be fine. Things like the exercises can also be taught through text. The projection screen will teach you, and I can just use the jade runes to make rubbings here. The powerful men from the 2 fairyland families were stunned again. I never expected that Guhan would make such a request. Immortal magic? This kid Guhan actually wants to learn immortal magic? After they came to their senses, they found it even more funny. Ha ha ha. Interesting. You are not from my fairyland. You are not even a fairy. You are just a half fairy, and you want to learn fairy magic. Ancient Zheng family. The master laughed loudly and said, it's okay to teach you, but can you ordinary people understand immortal writing? Just because a half immortal can read the immortal law is like an ant peeking at the heavenly book. You are overestimating your own abilities. Guhan was too lazy to pay attention. He just raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Old, you should be able to understand Xianwen. Can you help translate it? Chapter 580, The Great Tao Vows to Stay Away 7 Immortal Techniques. Everyone was laughing. Thinking about whether to agree to Guhan or not, he even tried some tricks on this occasion. Nonsense, create a magic method to fool the two families of Guhan, and their smiles suddenly stopped. I couldn't help but open my eyes slightly. This is... In the eyes of the crowd watching Guhan, the space behind him suddenly began to ripple. A huge old man walking on 2 feet carrying a glazed jade shell with ancient inscriptions on it slowly emerging from the space vortex. Huge old, he bowed to Guhan and swore, "Don't worry, Master Apostle, I have been in the fairyland for countless years and I am very familiar with fairy writing." He is a master of the art of immortality and has also dabbled in immortal arts. No matter how these guys cheat, they can't escape my sharp eyes. Xian. After a brief stagnation, the two powerful families who came to their senses belatedly exclaimed in disbelief, "And it's Wanshou. But didn't this group disappear many years ago? How could it appear in the underworld and mingle with this kid Guhan?" The powerful men from the two fairyland families were suddenly stunned. For Wanshou, they also understood it. These immortals, the lifespan is indeed longer than that of their ancestors, especially the Wanshou. The longer you live, the more experience you gain. I heard that some immortal realms have longevity like a living history book. I still don't know. The strong men in their family had tried their best to look for him, but they could never find any trace of him. Unexpectedly, they saw a Wanshou here at Guhan whom they hated the most. Damn! They really feel that the world is unfair. How could a wicked person like Guhan actually get such a fairy? Help! Okay, you can start teaching me magic now, but don't try to fool me. I don't want any rubbish. As he spoke, Guhan's smile faded. "If you still want to play tricks on me, I will kill all the remaining guys in front of you." Two fairyland families ugly. I originally wanted to agree to Guhan's blackmail, and I also wanted to take advantage of when things got tough. He used special means to descend upon the Shenhuang world again to suppress it. Guhan, this arrogant boy. They didn't expect that they were being led by Guhan from the beginning to the end. I didn't expect Guhan to ask them to use their magic to carry out easy. Originally they had a chance to fool Guhan with his magic, but the other party turned around and brought out a Wanshou. Didn't the Eternal Yi family say that their offspring in the Shenhuang world is the son of the plane? Then what is Guhan? If you are not a son of the plane, how can your luck be this good? I can promise you. Shen. After a while, representatives from the two major families spoke. But his voice was still a little exasperated. "But how can we guarantee that after you obtain our magic you will not continue to attack the younger generations of our family?" "It's simple," Guhan said nonchalantly. "I can swear a great oath. If I break the oath, I will be punished by heaven and earth, and I will breed great evil in the future, and my inner demon will not die well. The oath of the great Tao is a top-level oath that is several levels higher than the oath of the heavenly Tao. Generally, monks will take this kind of oath easy. If you violate it, you will be punished. The great way backfires. But find out about the Undertaker's favor. Not any avenue backlash, no any avenue influence. With this special blessing buff, the oath of the great Tao has little effect on him and is completely useless. This is also as big involving the system involving the burial ruins month. Originally, the two major families in the immortal realm naturally did not know about it. They only know Guhan. Behind him stood a person who was suspected to be the successor of the Undertaker. But the other party is not a true Undertaker, and there is absolutely no way he can withstand the backlash of the oath of the great Tao. As for Guhan, it is even more impossible. Do you really think that you can rely on the so-called burial rules to resist the backlash of the great Tao oath? It would be almost impossible unless you have the blessing of a true Undertaker. But how is this possible? Can the two great families of the fairyland ponder, consider, finally fall Guhan's trap? After all, I didn't know that Guhan had a very pure burial method, and also the power was refined into an even more terrifying force. On the side, the former heavenly will who guessed something was just a side note. This guy Guhan is here to cheat honest people again. He had said before that he had sworn to heaven, and now he is in cahoots with Guhan. If Guhan breaks his oath, there is nothing he can do. Now he suddenly made a so-called great oath. He must have a backup plan. It feels weird. He was once plotted against by the two great immortal families, and even his authority over the heavenly Tao was taken away from him. Now that the two great immortal realm families have fallen into Guhan's hands, it seems that they have been endowed with some kind of intelligence reduction, like a ring it is constantly take it again. Of course, the main reason is that Guhan is so weird. He also thought that Guhan and several great immortals, what conditions were discussed, temporary, never appear in the demon god palace. Together with several immortals all ready for the sake of Guhan's subordinates. This method is a treasured immortal method of my eternally family called the art of inducing immortals. We will teach you this method, but you must swear a great oath to ensure the safety of my family members. The family leaders pondered. After careful discussion, the eternally family took the lead in bringing out a fairy to plan to cooperate with Guhan. Easy. Sir, the people of the eternally family are definitely not kind. Yes, if I am not mistaken, this method is just the lowest level of basic chain repairing method in the fairyland. Wancho, he put forward his own opinion very wisely, but these guys under the control of Lord Guhan, and even because he has deep resentment towards Lord Guhan, he will not come up with anything too good. I think we can ask them to come up with a few more magic skills. Maybe the old man can take it, remove the dross and compile the most suitable immortal method for you. Oh. You can also write your own magic. Guhan was interested, but not much, just a little bit. He asked for the immortal technique from the eternally family, not for his own practice, but to use it first for some of his subordinates to practice. For example, those powerful people who have recently joined him. After all, if I go to the fairyland in the future, I want to develop the Xianhuang world as my base camp. As the eldest brother, I can't be too stingy. It's better to take out some decent things, stabilize this group and add the loyalty of my younger brother. No matter what kind of magic he wants to practice, it is very simple. He can just redeem it from the system mall. He now has more than 100,000 villain points, which can be exchanged for some good magic. Although he can also exchange for some basic magic that also requires the consumption of villain points, so it is better to save if possible. As for forces like Piaomiao Fairy Island that are absolutely loyal to him, he naturally has to use better fairy magic and exchange it directly from the system mall. I know a little bit, he smiled modestly. Su Yan nodded slightly and towards screen projection. Don't try to fool me, I also know that the magic you use is only the lowest level. Well, I'm not a big shot, do it to the extreme. There are still 6 people left. Your 2 major families should each take out 3 magic techniques, which is equivalent to exchanging 1 magic technique for 1 person. Afterwards I'll find a time to put them back. But during this period you must give me a magic spell as their resettlement fee. After all, they also need people to take care of their eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, right? Therefore you need to give me 7 magic skills in total. You won't suffer a loss or be cheated. We may have cooperation in the future, so let's just treat it as a regular visit. After hearing these words, all the powerful men from the 2 families all trembling. Who wants to be with you in this matter? Come here often. This kid finally stops pretending. Previously they used a nice name to call it an auction, but it turned out to be blackmailing them. Now they even mentioned the name of protection money. Now they and Guhan are mortal enemies. Now we have to use 7 magical skills to help the enemy. Is there any law left? Chapter 581. 3 years destroy 2 major fairyland families. Guhan. Don't go too far, you are so shameless. The elders of the 2 families who had been in charge of the red-faced people shouted again. We have already made enough concessions. You are blackmailing me like this, do it to the extreme. It's cutting off your own future. Now you are young as a half-immortal. He will definitely find a way to come to the salted fish immortal realm in the future, right? Now that things have come to this, I'm going to be frank with you. Before her death, my 3rd young lady has already intercepted a wisp of your original aura. As long as you come to the fairyland, we will be able to sense it. At that time, as long as you dare to come to the fairyland, we will make you spit out whatever you ate. It's impossible for you to hide in the Xianhuang world for your whole life. In no more than 100 years, the Xianhuang world will be completely connected with the fairyland. If strong men like us come, you will only have a dead end. Well, it starts again. Guhan picked his ears nonchalantly. So the road to immortality will not reappear until about 100 years later? He preached in less than 4 years emperor. 100 years he might have already. In order to become the strongest person in the fairyland, he had already destroyed the 2 major families. In no more than 3 years he would definitely wipe out these 2 major families. Bite. New villain main quest detected. Mission 1, ask the master to destroy the Eternally family and get the villain point reward, 1 million points. Special rewards, unknown, depending on the owner's completion after the mission. The advanced stage is randomly determined. Mission 2, ask the master to destroy the ancient Zhang family and get the villain point reward, 1 million points. Special rewards, unknown, depending on the owner's completion after the mission. The current cultivation stage is randomly determined. Time limit, starting from today. 3 years over efficient. The sudden system broadcast made Guhan slightly stunned. No, he had just said this and the system task came? 3 years destroy 2 major fairyland families. Although he is confident enough, the force is still quite strong. Never mind. No, there is no power force. Although Yi Qingyun was suppressed by himself. But the matter, it's not over yet. The Eternally family has not been completely destroyed. It is also necessary to do. Anyway, this is what I ask for. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Guhan sneered. Next, I will also put on a good show for you. For example, I could kill a few strong men from your family right in front of you to cheer you up. As soon as these words came out, the people from the remaining 2 families immediately looked. He looked pale and trembling with fear, completely lacking the majestic presence he had when he first came down to the mortal world. Devil! This guy Guhan is a devil. The 2 great families' geniuses all headed towards the projection on the screen cast a look of help and resentment. Please don't provoke this devil anymore. This madman Guhan will really kill them. Guhan didn't care about the fearful looks of the crowd. After all, it was impossible for him to show mercy to his enemies. If you dare to go down to the mortal world and plot against him, and now you are in his hands, you have to consider the consequences. The people from the 2 major families outside the projection screen had red eyes and were so angry that their teeth were about to break. We must rush in now and tear Guhan apart fragments. But after a period of helplessness and rage, they still agreed to Guhan's request. Anyway, if they are going to give you anything, they will only give you the most basic magic. These immortal techniques are also the kind of useless techniques that are somewhat useful but not much, so just give them away. But they also remembered what Guhan did today, and they will fight to the death. Guhan! We have given you all the magic you wanted. The 2 powerful families who had already given Guhan 7 magics as requested threatened again. 7 days, you'd better get the people from my 2 major families out of the Shenhuang world. If they won, if there is any mishap, we will make sure. Without waiting for the 2 major families to finish their words, Guhan immediately released his aura and directly the projection screen shattered. Good, it's already in your hands, yet you still dare to threaten him? Get out! The auction was a cover-up. The threat and blackmail against the 2 great immortal realm families was real. The other powerful ones also knew this very well. After seeing Guhan get what he wanted, 7 magic techniques, many of them were a little jealous. If it were anyone else, they would have joined forces to snatch it together long ago. But Guhan is now so powerful that even the heavenly Tao is on his side. Even some sleeping emperors have to avoid him, and they all respect Guhan openly or secretly. Trying to snatch the treasure from Guhan is a way to seek death. You are all gathered here today, so I will take this opportunity to announce something. Guhan suddenly spoke loudly, his voice echoing in the entire Shenhuang world. I believe that after this world, everyone knows that there is a fairyland above my Shenhuang world, and the strong ones in the fairyland are also jealous of our Shenhuang world. For example, the people from the 2 major families just now, although they were talking to me, although they didn't intend to start a dispute, the meaning of their words was filled with disdain for those of us who lived in the lower world. In the future, if the fairyland and the Shenhuang world are connected one day, these guys will definitely treat the creatures of my Shenhuang world like pigs and dogs. So today I will take the lead and plan to establish the Shenhuang Alliance. I will be the leader and take the lead in discussing future matters. After these words were spoken, many powerful men were shocked again and looked at each other in bewilderment. Shenhuang Alliance? Guhan is the leader? Are you sure that Guhan is not trying to gather their strength and turn all of them into with his own thugs? Is he himself a true dictatorial leader? Although there is something in my heart wish, but Guhan's strength is indeed the strongest in the entire Shenhuang world today, and he has the most affiliated forces. If anyone among them said that they were unwilling and was the first to speak out, they would definitely die a miserable death. Everyone, I think Guhan's proposal is not only very good but also righteous. The voice of the former heavenly will suddenly sounded. There was no way out. He was threatened by Gu Han and had to say something against his conscience. It is inevitable that my Xianhuang world will be connected to the immortal realm. Moreover, my Xianhuang world will also, under the influence of the laws of the fairyland, the world's status will be elevated and the spiritual energy will further revive. At that time, the people of my Xianhuang world will inevitably come into conflict with the people of the immortal realm. In addition, in the near future, the laws of my Xianhuang world will become more complete and the world will usher in a brand new process with many powerful people emerging. We also need the strongest person at this moment as a leader. Gu Hanbin, also with the approval of the first three emperors, I think there is absolutely no problem for him to establish the Xianhuan alliance and become its leader. The words of heavens will had just fallen. Gu Han's voice sounded again. Of course, since I want to sit in this position and be the boss of the entire world, I certainly won't let my subordinates work for nothing. But Banda Xuanhuan alliance, those who obey my orders can watch the 2 immortal techniques I acquired before. Of course, if you perform well enough to satisfy me, you can all watch these 7 immortal techniques. Moreover, I will let the immortal Wancho help translate to explain the things you don't understand in the chain repair. Gu Han's words were a complete and decisive blow, causing countless powerful people in the entire Xianhuang world to completely boil with excitement. Immortal magic. Gu Han was so generous that he would share the magical skills he had acquired with all of them. Compared to the shock of the people in the Xianhuang world, Zhang Wanya and other people from the remaining 2 major families were a little stunned and even confused at this moment. What does it mean? Gu Han threatened them. The family behind came to threaten and extort the immortal law. After threatening and extorting the magic skills, he took out a few more magic skills to win people's hearts. So Gu Han didn't do anything and easily borrowed their power to help him unify the Xianhuang world? So they not only aided the enemy and helped the enemy build a more powerful force? Can we still play like this? Zhang Wanji and others were horrified. Crack. Gu Han, please be a human being. Chapter 582, Taichu Immortal Realm. Tianyan Immortal Venerable. Compared to the people from the 2 major families whose mentality was broken by Gu Han. From beginning to end in this matter, I see it very clearly. The former will of heaven at this moment feels more and more that Gu Han's heart amazing. Immortal techniques, that is the method that only true immortals can practice in the legend. It has a fatal attraction for these humanitarian monks. Who in their right mind would think of taking it out for others to learn from? As for the people from the 2 major families, they would never think of doing so. Since ancient times, there has been a distinction between immortals and mortals. The people of the 2 families considered themselves to be high and mighty. Mortal worshipped the immortal. How could someone be so merciful as to allow the mortals whom he looked down upon to comprehend his own cultivation methods? Even those like Gu Han who have broken through to the great emperor, even the existence of a demigod is still a mortal not worth mentioning in their eyes. Their self-righteous arrogance naturally limits their cognition and thinking. On the other hand, Gu Han has the courage and bravery far beyond those of the 2 major families. It can only be said that the 2 families were taken advantage of by Gu Han. The loss is not unfair. At the same time, Eternal Yi Family Hall. This arrogant kid is going too far in bullying our Eternal Yi family. An elder of the Eternal Yi family was furious and slammed the glazed jade table in front of him. Minced meat. But even so, it seemed difficult to vent the hatred in his heart. His eyes were red and he was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Master, are we just going to let this matter go? An old woman in luxurious clothes had red eyes as if she had just cried. Chenner is still the top genius of our Eternal Yi family. This time I came to the mortal world to run around for family affairs. But now that little evil beast killed Chenner in front of the old woman. In the early years, my son, he fought for his family and died in the Sea of Ruins. Just leave me such a grandson. Now my grandson died tragically in front of this old woman. The old woman is unwilling to give in. Please understand, head of the family. As she said this, the old woman stood up. Bang, bang, bang. They kowtowed towards the top position. The water mixed with the turbid tears and flowed down. Jade Elder. Calm down. Other elders of the Eternal Yi family rushed forward to help. Other elders also spoke up again. Master, Gu Han must die. Guhan, this yellow-mouthed brat ruined my Eternal Yi family's 1,000-year plan. He took away Super, the source of seeds. That is my Eternal Yi family. Countless strong men have survived 9 deaths and 9 deaths brought it back. My purpose was to have a true immortal emperor appear in my Eternal Yi family, but now everything has been destroyed by that brat Guhan. How can the strong men of my Yonghong Yi family who have fought in the Jeshu Sea for countless years be willing to accept such an ending? Yes, Patriarch. And Guhan is a vengeful guy. Now that I have such a big grudge against my Eternal Yi family, what will happen in the future? Yes, there will be revenge. I won't be at peace until this child dies. Many of the Eternal Yi family elders spoke one after another. Almost all of them, they felt that Guhan was a threat and that they could not keep a tiger to become a threat, so they needed to quickly and completely eradicate him. Yi Tian, as the eternal head of the Yi family, just sat on the top glazed throne. The hazy fairy mist obscured his face and it was impossible to see his expression. God. The fingers that kept tapping on the glass armrests were telling his feelings at the moment, ups and downs. If you forcefully break through the barrier of the Xianhuang world, my family will bear the backlash and consequences from the original rules. Shen, after a moment, Yi Tiankai said, such a huge cause and effect and backlash is not something that my Eternal Yi family can easily bear. But what you said makes a lot of sense. Guhan has been as for the position of half-immortal. He can be said to be an unprecedented genius. If you wait 100 years, give him enough time, long definitely later he is the archenemy of our Eternal Yi family. In this case, I will head to Shinshu Mountain and ask the immortal Venerable Tianyan to help me deduce and predict for the Yonghong Yi family to find the weakest point in the boundary wall of the Xianhuang world. Help us break through the boundary wall ahead of time and descend into the Xianhuang world. When these words were spoken, many powerful men of the Eternal Yi family were shocked. Shinshu Mountain is the top force in their Taichu immortal realm, and its founder Tianyan Immortal Venerable is one of the top powerhouses in Taichu immortal realm. In the entire fairy world, the realm of cultivation can be roughly divided into immortal, quasi-emperor, half-immortal, emperor, mortal, immortal, true immortal, immortal king, immortal master, quasi-immortal emperor, immortal emperor. Most people in the fairyland are actually immortal or half-immortal. But unlike the half-immortals in the lower realms, the half-immortals in the fairyland absorb immortal energy all year round. It is much more powerful and far beyond the reach of the semi-immortals in the lower realm. 1,000 years, when one reaches the realm of red dust immortal, one can be called a genius. A true immortal is qualified to serve as a deacon or elder of each major force. The immortal king can be considered a qualitative change. An immortal king can easily kill dozens or even more true immortals. They are the key to the fairyland in terms of combat power. The strongest person in some forces is the immortal king. The immortal lord can be regarded as the strongest person in the fairyland. As for the quasi-immortal emperor, it will never come out in the world. And they have almost endless lifespans. I don't want to get involved in worldly affairs, I just want to find the path of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor, many people in the immortal realm have forgotten him. Before the catastrophe happened, the immortal emperor could often be seen in the immortal realm film. But after that catastrophe, the immortal emperor disappeared completely, just like in the myths and legends. Perhaps the entire fairyland is no longer without an immortal emperor. The strongest person in their Eternal Yi family has only reached the realm of immortal king. For example, their patriarch Yi Tian was also the young immortal king who was less than 5,000 years old, is also a rare young immortal king in the entire fairyland. I was lucky enough to be a disciple of Tianyan Xianzuan. There is a little bit of master-disciple relationship divide in. That's great. Then I'll trouble the head of the family. Hearing that Yi Tian was going to Shinshu Mountain to ask for help from Tianyan Immortal Venerable, many of the Eternal Yi family elders were filled with worry, became down. With the help of an immortal, the barrier to the lower realm is not a big problem. Hope the remaining Eternal Yi family geniuses should not give up, be able to wait for their rescue. As the strongest person in Xianhuang world, Guhan doesn't need to consider many things. Will do leave it all to your subordinates. During this time, he began to interrogate the two families' geniuses about what they knew. Report. Master Guhan, I have really told you everything I know. Please spare my life. Yi Fengge burst into tears with the pride of the so-called immortals. Because he was already scared to death after seeing Guhan kill Yi Chen with a sword. God collapsed. This guy Guhan is really crazy. They were not afraid of offending their Eternal Yi family to death. He even suspected that the so-called great oath made by Guhan might be false. Maybe I'll have a heart later. No, kill him too. Chapter 583. The road ahead is long and arduous. He transforms into a free immortal method. He ignored Yifinga, who was crying bitterly beside him. Guhan is currently deep in thought, thinking and digesting the information just obtained. He also had a general idea of the realm divisions in the fairyland. He also knew which realm of the fairyland he was currently in. He has already overestimated the Eternal Yi family enough. But I didn't expect it to be underestimated. There is actually an immortal king in the Eternal Yi family. The ancient Zheng family also has it. Especially the Eternal Yi family, except for its head Yi Tian, who is the immortal king. There are actually two ancestors who are also immortal kings. And he wanted to cultivate to the realm of immortal king. You also need to surpass the mortal immortals and the true immortals. 3 years cultivate the chain to become the immortal king. And it's the kind that a top-level immortal king who never loses no matter how many opponents he fights. This is really difficult. Moreover, what gave him a headache was not the current incident but the heartache. Super distressed the source of seeds. I heard that this was brought back from the Jeshu Sea by the Yonghong Yi family at great cost. For this reason the Eternal Yi family consumed the accumulation of countless years. Even Leda, the immortal venerable's ancestor, died because of this. In addition, Yi Tian and two immortal king ancestors were seriously injured and dying, and they were in seclusion for many years before they gradually recovered. A treasure that even a top family like the Eternal Yi family would spend so much effort to obtain. It is absolutely extraordinary stuff. But because of the breakthrough, he was targeted by other unknown beings. Overtake the source seeds have been consumed. His heart is dripping. If you can absorb super with the power of the source seed, he might have the opportunity to quickly ascend to the realm of immortal king or even a higher realm. As a result, it was gone after just one breakthrough. It made him more suspicious. Shocking. Could those beings who attacked him in that unknown and distant place back then be the legendary immortal emperors? But didn't Yifinga say that in the entire fairyland the immortal emperor had long since disappeared without a trace? How did I lock onto him, superior? More and more doubts growing in the heart. The more Guhan thought about it, the more his head hurt as if it was about to explode. Thoughts returned when Guhan's eyes fell to a few people again on time. Yifinga and Zhang Wanga, 6 persons. Once again an ominous premonition suddenly arose in my heart. Don't worry, I'm kind-hearted and a good person. Your elders have paid the ransom, so I won't do anything to you. Guhan, a touch of gentleness' smile made several people feel a little cold. This place is a simple place not worthy of you. It's a bit cold here. I'll move you to a better and warmer place. Actually, you don't have to. I was about to refuse. But what he wanted to say next was directly choked back by Guhan's cold look. How can that be? You are all my honored guests. I have to bring out the best to entertain you. As he spoke, Guhan raised his hand. The Human Emperor banner immediately flew out from the void. This is the Human Emperor banner leading to a blessed land with abundant spiritual energy and complete laws. You can live a carefree life in it. Believe me, there are definitely more novelties than you can imagine. Test. As soon as these words came out, Yifinga and others were immediately white. Do you really think they are fools? They would never believe it. The flag with black air coming out of it was connected to a paradise. The kind inside a cold and ominous breath. If it overflows a little, it will turn into substance. However, Guhan didn't give them a chance to refuse. With a powerful wave of the Human Emperor banner, the overwhelming black fog was swept up and quickly swept towards the few people. Already Yifinga and the others who sensed something was wrong let out a shrill roar. Guhan, you don't keep your word. You clearly swore an oath not to attack us. Aren't you afraid of being the great way backfiring? Can you please stop slandering me? I invited you to my house. Did I say I was going to kill you? Guhan chuckled. You guys are making me, a good person, feel really disappointed when you say that. Guhan, you don't keep your word. You will die a miserable death. My family will never let you go and will tear you to pieces, thousands of pieces. Soon several shrill and unwilling roars disappeared in the depths of the Human Emperor banner. At the same time, the system's announcement sounded. Bite. Congratulations to the owner. The villain's main mission is to kill a total of 6 powerful people from the Eternal Yi family and the ancient Zhang family in the lower world and obtain the remaining 90,000 villain point rewards. Guhan, his corners curled up slightly with this reward plus the points he had accumulated before. He now had more than 200,000 villain points. It can be used to exchange for some good skills. As for whether his behavior would be, there is no need to worry about the backlash from the Great Tao. The meaning of the burial Tao will help him solve it. As for whether one is honest or not and whether one keeps promises or not, it depends on who he is dealing with. After all, even if he was merciful and really let these guys go, they would motivate yourself? I will only keep today's hatred in mind, and once I have the chance I will give myself a fatal blow. From the moment they become their own enemies, they are mortal. There is no mercy to the enemy. Guhan's thoughts. The system mall panel soon unfolded before your eyes. Originally he wanted to find the magic. But he was attracted by 2 special skills. The laws of life of heaven and earth. Bathing in the great road of life, the wounds will be healed and even the seriously injured and dying can be reborn. This is the top level of healing. Virtual villain point exchange, 50,000 points. Previous word: understand the creation of heaven and earth. Transform into a heaven-defying primordial spirit and use your soul to peek into the secrets of heaven and predict the future. Your soul is immortal and your life is endless. This is the top level soul. Requires villain points to redeem, 50,000 points. Seeing these 2 skills, Guhan's eyes suddenly lit up. He already had 3 other skills in his hands: line, soldier, all words. These 3 skills are very good and helped him a lot at the critical moment. Busy. Now 2 new techniques with similar names have appeared, which makes him very worried. And it fits his current condition. He also used some of the laws of life to prove his truth. Emperor can drive the great way of life. If combined with the above word, that means I don't have to be afraid anymore. Wounded to death. And his soul is also his weak point now. The quality is very strong now, but the spirit is lacking. Previous word: it is obviously a very good spiritual practice. But the total required is 100,000 villain points, which is really getting more and more expensive. The sum of his previous skills did not exceed 100,000 points. However, after thinking for a moment, Guhan still chose to exchange it directly. His eyes continued to wander around the system mall, and Guhan was soon attracted by another magical technique. The immortal method of transformation, Part 1. In the distant ancient times, an eternal emperor created the method of transformation. Whenever any traces left by the long river can be evolved by this method, if cultivated to the extreme, it can even become a great road. Villain points required to be exchanged, 100,000 points. Chapter 584, transformed into an immortal and targeted by great terror. Although 100,000 villain points can only be exchanged for the first part, and it is very expensive. But this technique is truly heaven-defying. Not only can it transform into anything in the long river of time and space, you can also use this transform into the great road. In a sense, the path to immortality can also be considered a great path. If he could master this method, he could turn himself into an immortal. Even if it's just a little bit, his speed in repairing the chain will definitely be far faster than others. 3 years. As for the immortal king, perhaps reaching a higher level is not a difficult task. Things about the Xianhuang world already, the logic is similar. Even if something really happened now, almost all the people in Xianhuang world are his, and the situation can be quelled without him taking any action. With this in mind, Guhan no longer hesitated and chose to go into seclusion to repair his chain. Buzz. Instantly a hazy and brilliant fairy light lingered and turned into a long river of laws. Guhan sat cross-legged, bathing in the endless divine light of the laws, and his whole body began to undergo further transformation. At the same time, Taichu Immortal Realm, Shinshu Mountain. The most prosperous and ancient center. The endless stretch of magnificent pavilions and towers seem to be built above the stars. The huge fairy city has the starry sky as its background, reflecting the 9 heavens and the universe at all times. And in the very center of the field of vision there is a magnificent fairy palace standing tall in the sky. The fairy palace was built in an extremely magnificent manner with flawless white jade as tiles, immortal fairy wood as eaves, and blue fairy jade as paving roads. A huge golden there is a plaque with 3 big characters written on it, Shinshu Temple. At this time, Shinshu Temple. In the rolling fairy mist there stood, the shadow is slightly blurred film. At this moment he was bowing and clasping his fists as if he was begging for something. Master, this is my last request for your help. If this person doesn't die, I will be restless. One day in the future it will bring disaster to our Eternally family. As the head of the Eternally family, I cannot watch such a great threat to the family. I have enough time grow up. As the patriarch of the Eternally family and a powerful immortal king, he bowed deeply at this moment, his voice filled with earnestness. At the top of the hall there is a huge Taoist platform made of divine gold and engraved with countless Taoist patterns. On the platform sat a statue wearing a wide robe. From the outside he looks like an old man with a Taoist look. But the old man's face was shrouded in wisps of immortal aura. It is difficult for people to see his true appearance. And in him at the back there is a huge Tai Chi Bagua pattern that rises and falls as if it can project the heavens and myriad worlds. The hall remained silent. It was not until a long while later that immortal venerable Tianyan let out a long sigh. Yi Tian, you are too greedy. You want everything to be perfect, and it is foolproof, but in the end it will definitely not be worth the loss. Yi Tian, an immortal king, is like a real disciple at this moment. Keep your head down and be humble. Teach. He also knew what immortal Tianyan was talking about. After all, he is a very outstanding disciple of the immortal master Tianyan. I often receive care from my master. At that time the strong men of the Eternally family went to the Sea of Boundary ruins to look for the source seed. In fact, it also indirectly benefited from the help of immortal venerable Tianyan. That's it, this is the last time, I won't do it again. Thank you, Master. Yi Tian's eyes lit up and he bowed again to express his gratitude. Excitement. Buzz. The immortal venerable Tianyan held the whisk in his hand and waved it casually. Countless runes of laws flowing in the hall brilliant each other, the two of them shine together, turning into a brilliant divine scene star map. Thousands of stars flow in the bronze and the power of heaven gathers to form an extremely huge Tai Chi Bagua diagram. Immortal venerable Tianyan was pinching ancient magic formulas in his hands, seeming to be deducing something. According to normal drama develop, the Xianhuang world is just an insignificant underworld. Even though currently the restrictions and protection of the original law. But he is a great immortal. Using some special means we can still find some original laws. It can even be used to open a gap allowing people from the fairyland to descend into the Xianhuang world. Of course the people who descended still could not exceed the boundaries of the Xianhuang world, and at most they could only control it to descend below the level of a semi-immortal. But that's not what he's considering. At this moment the consciousness of immortal venerable Tianyan sank into the sea of stars and his eyes moved across the heavens and myriad worlds. Final, according to the clues provided by Yi Tian, his consciousness finally locked onto an extremely inconspicuous cosmic world. Is this the Xianhuang world that caused Yi Tian to suffer losses time and time again? Immortal Tianyan also showed some interest. Although his apprentice is very ambitious. But he is indeed a very smart person. Because the fact that he had formulated the plan alone and it even hid it from him in the initial stage was a good proof. Moreover, Yi Tian is also a cautious person who plans 3 steps before taking 1 step. He could have suffered such a great loss. It can only be said that the young man who appeared in the Xianhuang world is either more skilled than his disciple Yi Tian. Or what big pregnancy, there is some unknown great being helping. He may even be an investment target of a powerful person in the immortal realm. The consciousness of the immortal venerable Tianyan continued to explore the barrier of original rules covering the surface of the Xianhuang world. It went smoothly too, and he found 1 or 2 weak spots. As long as some great means are spent, this be diluting the weak points, a passage to the lower world can be temporarily opened up. However, after achieving this goal, immortal venerable Tianyan did not choose to return his consciousness. Instead, he exerted his strength again, making his consciousness after the original rules arrived at the Xianhuang world. He wanted to see that what is the origin of the Sky Guhan that he could make his disciples suffer such a big loss. Just pure curiosity. After all, his apprentice did this kind of thing. Even if it is a case of the big bullying the small, some have no morals. If this old guy still helps his apprentice, he the immortal will also be a dog in the dog's way went up. Immortal Tianyan didn't know where Guhan was. But his consciousness to the one related to Yi Tian pulse breath. That is the one who was previously controlled by Guhan Yi Thinga and others from the Eternal Yi family. Following this faintpulse breath Tianyan immortal venerable difference Ron they found the place where Guhan was in seclusion. Oh? Could this young fellow be the Guhan? Tianyan Xianzun became a little interested in just when he wanted to concentrate as God further investigated. The next moment something unexpected happened. His consciousness was attacked by another. The supreme power invades. During this process he didn't even have the room to resist. The whole person was arrived in a dark and empty world. All this happened too suddenly and without any warning. Even he, an immortal, didn't react. What the hell is going on here? For countless epochs no idea the immortal venerable Tianyan who was in a state of uncertainty panicked for the first time. This Xianhuang world no it should be said that Guhan superior there is a great terror hidden. And now he is being targeted by this great terror. Chapter 585, Yi Tian becomes a chess piece. Death is inevitable. Although he was separated by an endless distance. Throw a little of your consciousness at this point the breath is very weak. But no matter what this wisp of consciousness is also connected to him the immortal Lord. But he didn't even have time to react. My consciousness was dragged by some force arrived in unknown space. Snap. The dark and empty world suddenly split open. A pair of eyes that were even more dead and deep than this dark and empty world split open without any warning appeared in. Those eyes seemed to be filled with an incomparable power of annihilation capable of annihilating everything in the world. Returned to the abyss of silence. Immortal Tianyan's scalp tingled. He is a dignified immortal. There was no power to resist in front of these eyes. Even only the trace of his consciousness was being wiped out inch by the other party's casual glances. Immortal Tianyan wanted to speak and say that it was all a misunderstanding. But he doesn't even have the qualifications to speak. If it happens a second time, even if you are the immortal lord of Shinshu Mountain, I will kill you. Get out. A distant voice emerged, not like a man's. The pupils of immortal Tianyan exploded again. What condition? All the aura that existed in his consciousness was wiped out by him and there was no longer anything related to him. How did the other party instantly determine his? For your reference, immortal Tianyan was truly terrified. For the first time in countless years to fear. No matter who is the owner of these eyes or who is speaking, their origins are definitely extremely terrifying, even far beyond his imagination. Quasi-immortal emperor. Even the legendary immortal emperor. This trace of consciousness of immortal Tianyan was gradually erased. Everything he had just seen was erased at the same time. Only this time of fear remains endless fear. Why don't you let me wipe him out completely? Although I am weak now I can still do it after breaking the seal. Zhang Shuyu's voice sounded seeming a little dissatisfied. Hazy Sacred the Sun just chuckled and said no need. Don't forget our original plan. Not to mention if you act now you might get hurt. Your current this will cause a lot of unnecessary troubles and affect subsequent plans. Besides that guy was not involved in the original causal situation. Yi Tian of the Eternal Yi family is only a part of his 9-life calamity or even one of the most important parts. Yi Qingyun is one of them but the Eternal Yi family and Yi Tian are the source of them. All this requires let him solve it himself. What we have to ensure is that before he can solve all this himself we can prevent other guys from into this dispute. Of course don't worry if this guy doesn't appreciate it, I will take action. Sacred in the eyes of the child the light flows. As if for example an immortal can be wiped out with ease. At the same time. Shinshu Temple. Originally upright the immortal Tianyan who had his eyes closed suddenly opened them. The mood suddenly seemed to fluctuate violently and the immortal laws that originally enveloped the hall and flowed quietly also quickly became chaotic, boiling sinking into a state of frenzy. Master! What's wrong with you? Yi Tian who was waiting respectfully for the result was suddenly shocked. I didn't understand why my master suddenly changed so. Immortal Tianyan did not respond immediately. My mind is in a state of ups and downs, my brain is confused. Peace. What on earth just happened? I clearly cast a wisp of my consciousness arrived at the so-called Shenhuang world. But what happened next? Why don't I remember anything? The more immortal Tianyan thought about it the more frightened he became. He definitely saw something in the Shenhuang world. Because even at this moment his heart was still filled with deep fear of escaping death. Although I forgot what I saw inside. But he still remembered clearly what the unknown voice said at that time. The immortal Tianyan is not stupid. Now some things have been guessed. If he guessed correctly. His disciple Yi Tian seemed part of a plan and some ineffable being even for the Xinhuang world. Guhan is the whetstone for the youngster. The immortal venerable Tianyan became more and more terrified as he thought about it. Head somewhat complicated to his disciple Yi Tian. God is good, come on, who can escape from the fate? Yi Tian calculated everything, but from beginning to end he seemed to be just a pawn in someone's plan. But as his master he could only pretend he didn't know hand. Otherwise this great cause and effect will also affect him and he will die without a burial place. He also really wanted to tell his apprentice to hurry up, stop it. Guhan is a teacher, no one can afford to offend those who come after me. However, everything has its own cause and effect, and this is the path his apprentice chose himself. Myself an outsider, if you step into it you will die miserably. What on earth does master mean? Did he see something but won't tell me? After leaving the Shinshu palace Yi Tian frowned. He frowned, still not understanding what his master had just meant. The immortal master Tianyan only gave himself a special star map for deduction. Not to mention helping him break through the boundary of the Xinhuang world. Even the weak points of the Xinhuang world's boundary Wally didn't tell him at all. Let him guess and calculate everything by himself. How much time will it take to figure it out? Time. Why can't master just tell him directly? Yi Tian became more and more confused. But he didn't think much about it. Perhaps the master did this intentionally to test him. Time passes. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Guhan, bathed in the brilliant fairy light, slowly opened his eyes at this moment and the breath gradually calmed down. When he opened his eyes again his pupils were deep. Avenue the light flows, the laws rise and fall, and the whole person is complete in indescribable transformation. Where the magnificent energy of the avenue. Guhan, my horns are slightly curled up and I feel extremely happy. The Dharma of transmutation is indeed mysterious enough. The 5 different principles of the Tao seem to fit me better. If before I could only exert 7 of the 5 great principles, now I can fully exert my. Originally Guhan wanted to test his current abilities and strengths. But now he is the strongest in the Xinhuang world and cannot find a suitable opponent, so he can only give up this idea temporarily. Guhan. Can. Guhan, who had just come out of seclusion, had not had time to ask anyone if anything important had happened recently. Then I heard a few shouts. 3 beautiful figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and ran towards Guhan. But halfway through they stopped and looked at each other with extreme vigilance. They were Su Lungyue, Xia Bingli, Hua Jieyu and others. However, Hua Jieyu was the weakest, and after a few glances at us the neck couldn't help but move back. So it was left to Su Lungyue and Xia Bingli to compete for the position of queen. As far as Nian Shi on the other hand was too timid to speak. Weak and pitiful, nothing can be done. Chapter 586, The Eternal Kirin is born, the portal to the fairyland. See this scene. Guhan had a slight headache. We may have to live under one roof in the future. Such hostility towards each other is not conducive to future family unity. Maybe we can play some multiplayer games later to improve our skills. Boom. But just at this moment. In the direction of the demon god palace and the demon realm, a huge golden column rises into the sky. The luck and fortune of the entire world are roaring and boiling. Guhan was stunned for a moment, then very happy. After waiting for so long he tried his best to find energy incubation of absorbed immortal. The egg finally cracked. Guhan's strength has become even more terrifying after his retreat. You can tear space apart at will. One step can thousands of miles away. When the figure appeared again, it had already arrived above the demon god palace. I've met Master Guhan. To Guhan's breath with longevity, the many powerful demon clan leaders who were leading the group hurriedly bowed and saluted. Guhan nodded slightly, staring at the huge thing rising into the sky with great enthusiasm. Column. Such a strong power of destiny. In fact, its degree is already comparable to the power of destiny in the ancestral sea. You know, the power of destiny gathered in the ancestral sea is the result of countless years of accumulation of human race. The eternal Kirin had just hatched from its shell, yet it possessed such a strong power of destiny. In time, the eternal unicorn, when it grows up, maybe it can be adjusted, rise up the power of destiny of the entire universe. By then maybe he could also become a person of true destiny and luck and have a good time. As a villain cannon fodder, he actually wants to experience the luck that belongs only to the protagonist. Wherever you go, great opportunities will appear and fall into your hands. Although it is a bit old-fashioned if it happens to you, yes, it's really cool. Gold off the column lasted for a long time before it gradually sank calm. Oh. Soon the eggshell was slowly pushed open. A strange creature emerged from it. It has a deer-like body but lighter and more slender. Light read off on the body there is part of the gold pattern condensation like clouds. Fa presents the image of wind. It was completely different from the Qilin that Guhan had in mind, even less than one resemblance. The Qilin was more elegant than he had imagined. The whole the body is like the wind, the head is not fierce and looks particularly smalland. Gently crawl out of the eggshell, tread lightly on the ground, and there is gold. The wind swirls around and the head is as elegant as gold, and white like satin hair dances with the wind. Stand up. Even Guhan, who was known as a demon who killed people without blinking, and I looked at and got together. Heart too good to be true, it is too rare. Guhan glanced at Xiao He beside him, raised his foot and kicked him away. What the hell? Dark and vulgar. The more I look at it, the more I dislike it. Fuck you. The little black guy who was kicked cursed. Guhan is also dead, dog. When he just broke out of the eggshell, he was also very cute. Is it good? Why can't I see Guhan? Why is he looking at me with such a gentle fatherly look? Now see, such a weak, his fighting ability is like a scumbag unexpectedly. What does it mean to look like that? Okay. Xiaobingli and others also forgot about being jealous. At this moment, Wancher Qilin the cub attracted the attention. I rushed to hug him and held him in my arms for a long time. At the same time, the system's announcement sounded. Bite. Congratulations to the owner. Villain main quest, earn 120,000 villain points. Obtain special rewards, the source of the eternal luck, the feedback of luck gained by the eternal Qilin clan by blessing countless worlds. Make it absorbed by the Wancher Qilin clan. The future will surely, he is the supreme king of the Qilin clan for all eternity. Guhan's eyes lit up slightly. This special reward was really a good thing. Is this a variant of the Wancher Kirin? It's different from what I remembered. At this time, Wancho staring at the eternal Kirin in front of him in amazement. Boy, the more you look at it, the more unbelievable it becomes. What's so unusual? Guhan raised his eyebrows and asked. He didn't know much about the Wancher Qilin clan, so he naturally knew even less about the so-called mutants. My impression of the appearance of the Wancher Qilin shows the tone is blue and white, but this one is gold and red. Wancho, he murmured, moreover this eternal Kirin cub's the power of destiny is extremely strong, far stronger than that of an ordinary Qilin cub. Didn't you say earlier that the eternal Kirin had disappeared due to the catastrophe which was equivalent to the genocide? Guhanchan, after a moment, he said, as the last remaining Qilin of the Wancha cub. Maybe this little guy inherited all the luck of the Qilin clan for the king of race? There is no basis for this speculation though. But I felt that what Guhan said made a lot of sense. The Wancher Qilin clan is a rare race in the fairyland. It is not surprising that they can control the power of luck and gather the power of luck for the clan. Guhan did not speak again, looking at the eternal Kirin. The cubs are playing together suddenly became uncomfortable. In his previous lives he had been struggling in the quagmire of pain. In this life he had everything he wanted. Such a day is really good, and it is what he has always dreamed of. His extravagant demands were not great return. He actually didn't want to explore it anymore. I have been in the Shenhuang world just like this. It is enough to live a carefree life. But the trite's quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. Whether it is the eternal Yi family, or maybe he was breaking through Emperor, those eyes that were cast towards him. All of these made it impossible for him to continue to live the comfortable life he wanted. He has to get stronger and stronger. Now he has, in order to become the strongest in the Shenhuang world, there is little point in staying here. Want to become stronger quickly, even in 3 years, the immortal king, or even above the immortal king? We must put the journey to the fairyland on the agenda. Why? But after thinking of something, Guhan couldn't help but sigh. If I leave Shenhuang world now, those bastards from the Eternal Yi family will definitely be attracted here. They might have already sent strong men to block me outside Shenhuang world. How can I avoid their sight and attention? What about the fairyland? Guhan felt a little embarrassed and had a headache. Now the road to immortality has not yet been opened, and he wants to enter the fairyland must rely on the power of the previous will of heaven. And it may not be possible achievement. Do we have to find a way to recreate the fairyland? Let's not talk about whether it can be done. If you want to find it, it will definitely take a lot of manpower force and even time force. Guhan was really distressed, so much so that he subconsciously expressed his worries. Master Guhan, do you want to go to the fairyland? I might be able to help you. Seeing Guhan's gaze falling on him, Wancho, he waved his hands hastily. I didn't mean to do that. Listen to Master Guhan. It's just that when we fled the fairyland, we brought a special ferry, a very special space teleportation ferry. This immortal, as long as the charge is sufficient, no matter in any world, this ferry can be past teleport, and the teleportation location must be within the fairyland. Chapter 587, Immortal Gate activated. The meaning of burial is comparable to the power of the world. Hearing this, Guhan was slightly stunned and then bright. It's really like giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy. This is not the solution to his current the best thing in the world. Through this special space the immortal is transmitted. Perhaps he doesn't even need to go through the immortal flying road or rely on the will of the previous heavenly Tao to reach the immortal realm directly. This why? Take me to see it. Guhan couldn't wait any longer and asked Wancho, take yourself to check it out. Not long. Wancho bringing Guhan to the depths of the demon god palace. By performing special method to unlock a layer after making. A doorframe made of unknown material emerged from the ripples in space. This is the ferry you mentioned that can teleport. Guhan was a little surprised. This doorframe style looks very old though. But it was just an ordinary mahogany doorframe. He had no idea about it to the slightest breath of power. If it weren't for Wancho said this is a ferry, he would just treat the doorframe as an ordinary piece of broken wood. Reporting to Master Guhan, this is Shenman, its Maya clan and several other top immortals, a treasure created by all races. Wancho explained, however, I want to use this door. You must absorb enough power and continuously convergence shape a true portal. The immortal gate is truly complete. But you should also know that if you want tossing such a portal and opening up a passage to the fairyland is a matter of subverting the rules. The energy required is enormous, and it is even possible to absorb the power of a world and still not be able to toss immortal gate. And even if the immortal gate was achievement used, the exit of the fairyland is also random and uncertain. It may even appear in some spacetime storms in the fairyland. I originally thought Guhan, who was extremely extraordinary in the immortal sect, suddenly felt that this so-called sum of the immortal gate rib. Even if the whole world's power is used up, it may not be able to open it. Moreover, the coordinates of the teleportation to the fairyland are also random and uncertain. It may even be possible to teleport there and land directly. Fierce place landing box. This kind of ferry still needs luck. It is really extremely unfriendly to someone like him who has bad luck. However, even if this so-called immortal gate rib pull, he still has to try to use it. Does it require the so-called world power? Guhan stepped forward. The doorframe still not on Ito. Any wave can the power of the great Tao law condensed by the cultivators be used as an energy supply? The power of the world involves the origin of a world. If you are too far away, it will cause the collapse of the world. If it is the power of the law of the great way, there is more room for creation. Wancho, after a slight pause, he spoke with some uncertainty. It is possible, but the power of the law of the great way is far less pure than the power of the world. If converted, the power of the law of the great way provides energy, and the power consumed will only be greater. If this method is adopted, it may be more. But Wancho, before I finished speaking, the rest of the words got stuck throat. The surface of the face all completely frozen. Solidification. Buzz. Because at this moment the immortal gate was buzzing as if it was activated by some force. Ming long silent. The control rules were actually gradually revived under the stimulation of some force. I saw an illusory doorway beginning to emerge above the original doorframe. The space gradually became distorted and was gradually connecting with a certain area. Compared to Wancho, if Guhan is overjoyed, it actually works. After hearing Wancho, after hearing these words Guhan, I tried with my own strength. The laws of time, space, life, etc. that he mastered have some effect, but not much. Until he finally filled the funeral among them, the long silent but immortal gate has completely revived. He understood the meaning of the burial path. The immortal gate is useful and has a huge effect. Just a little bit has already awakened immortal gate. Longevity. What happened? Several other immortals also attracted. But when I saw the buzzing gradually becoming brighter and brighter when the immortal gate, several immortals, they were all completely stunned. What condition? The immortal gate was reopened? But to fully activate the immortal gate requires a massive amount of world power. Their original plan was to leave the demon god palace and directly take the world power of Xianhuang world to activate immortal gate and then return to the fairyland. But I didn't expect, since he couldn't beat Guhan in the first place, he became his little brother, and this plan completely failed. But now the immortal gate was actually activated by Guhan. Moreover, Guhan hasn't even how did he take the power of the world. Continue to instill the meaning of the funeral path. Immortal Gateites getting more and more powerful, and the portal between reality and illusion is becoming more and more solid. But Guhan did not completely solidify this portal. I have already figured out how to go to the fairyland. I will officially start in a few days. There is no rush in the fairyland either. To also want to be with Su Lingyu. After we discussed, you can't just leave without saying goodbye. What, you want to go to the fairyland? Main hall. Guhan, all the people of the world gathered here. Su Lingyu, Xiaobingli, Huaji Yunyan, Shihan Mengyao, and Xiao Haizi. This is also the first time Guhan has fought against the person who got beaten the most. It's only been a short while. Are you in such a hurry to go to the fairyland? Although he knew that the guys from the Eternal Yi family were still harboring evil intentions and had ideas about Guhan, they even wanted to descend to the Xianhuang world and attack Guhan. But Guhan set off for the fairyland soon after, which really made we are a little reluctant. We also want to go, but our strength is really not enough, and going with them may just cause trouble. I want to go with you. My family also has people in the fairyland, Xiaobingli suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of several other. The resentful look. But Xiaobingli didn't care about that. If she could go to the fairyland with Guhan, it would really be a world for two. Just thinking about it makes me sweet so happy. The main palace position is definitely off. Su Lingyu, that scumbag fox, has to sit in the back row. Bingli, you can't go with me either. Guhan shook his head. Or rejected Xiaobingli's idea. In the original play in the story, Xiaobingli failed in her fight against Yi Qingyun, and finally the Feixian Tower at Xianhuang world was destroyed by Yi Qingyun and others. No, but when he escaped, he was picked up by the people of this fairyland family, the fairyland. But that was the original play hundreds of years of. But because of his appearance, all this was brought forward. The drama originally took hundreds of years to complete. He was 4 years hit all directly and created a play he wanted direction. In the original play and the novel, several hundred years later, the immortal road descended again, and the two great immortal domain families descended didn't show up either. Although Xiaobingli is working hard to cultivate the chain, her cultivation level has only barely reached the quasi-emperor level. Before reaching the great emperor, it is difficult to return to the original main branch of the family. Besides, it's his own business. I don't want to. They all came in. Chapter 588. Jump out, return to the game, and head to the fairyland. Don't worry, once I have a firm foothold in the fairyland, I will take you there. Seeing Xiaobingli and others who were rejected by Himalo God, Guhan shook his head and said, besides, I decided to set off to the fairyland because I have confidence in myself. I'm not going to die, so don't make it seem like a life and death separation. No matter what, I can't let you be wronged as a widow. Hearing this, God Su Lingyu and others who were still a little worried immediately looked red. Han Mengyao, this little girl is still here saying this, isn't this making it hard for us? Well, Han Mengyao, who was standing by, was slightly stunned and was greatly shocked. So will I really have several more mistresses in the future? But he looks about the same age as me. Nian Shi, who was not even as tall as herself, was trapped by Han Mengyao. The thought was deep. Nearly 4 years have passed, nor the title of emperor's appearance. Before he was 18, he was already a powerful saint. It can even be said that it broke Gu Han's record at this stage. There were some injuries. The moment of separation inexplicably changed multiplayer minigames. Han Mengyao and Xiao Haizi was thrown out. Watching then suddenly a barrier that could block all detection was opened out of nowhere. One looking at each other even more confused. It's done. Aren't we going to say goodbye? What is this condition? The same thing happened in the next few days. From early morning to noon and then to dusk. Until the fifth day the control suddenly disappeared. The door slowly opened and Gu Han Shadow walked out of it. Obviously already. As for the Emperor, he has almost infinite energy. Although he had the power, Gu Han still looked a little weak at this moment. For 5 days he never stopped kind of the flow into the battle or work in pairs with no time to rest. Good news through this multiplayer game. They have always disliked each other, especially Su Lunyue and Xiaobingli. Finally we have achieved the initial running in. Bad news this time, the consumption is too much even to make a few. In order to achieve a better breakthrough he also used some special dual cultivation methods to separate many origins. In order to replenish these sources I have to stay in seclusion for a few days to rest. As expected there are no fields that cannot be plowed, only cows that are worked to death. He originally thought that by breaking through to the great Emperor he would be able to regain his glory, but now it seems that he was overthinking. Going to the fairyland is a foregone conclusion. Gu Han changed his plans slightly. I plan to spend a month accompanying Su Lingyue and others. They traveled together through mountains and rivers of the world and experienced many ups and downs. Even difference. He returned to the sword questioning sect by mistake and saw the sword questioning sect in complete ruin and collapse site. I saw the demon locking tower where I first met Su Lunyue. Gu Han stood on the sky looking at the ruins of Shi. I seemed to see scenes from the past. Those are nothing to him, a good, even painful picture. Just at this moment. The hand suddenly held him, turning slightly. Su Lingyue and others' peerless appearance had appeared before my eyes. The smiles on their faces are warm and it is also reassuring and desirable. There is no need to say anything else. The past cannot be changed and there is no need to mention it again. In this life you have us by your side. In a trance Gu Han suddenly had an obsession in his heart. Everything is not over yet. The crisis of the Eternally family has not been resolved. They hate themselves. Eat your own, drink your own. Whether it is his own 9 reincarnations or become stronger, hunt all enemies and better protect people on the edge. It's time to set off for the fairyland. 2 days later. Gu Han came to the Demon God Palace. Su Lunyue and others followed Gu Han back. Although Gu Han has been spending time with we. But this time Gu Han went to the fairyland and I don't know when we can meet again. Don't worry, I'll take you over once I've established myself in the fairyland. Gu Han smiled and said, feel that I have been staying with Su Lingyue and others for too long and have become intoxicated with the comfort there. Now I don't want to go to the fairyland. You come. Xiaobingli broke the silence with a stern voice. We naturally believe in your ability, but we are afraid that you don't have the willpower without us side again having an affair outside. Gu Han was so upset. What are you talking about? What? Am I that kind of person? Xiaobingli, Su Lunyue and others did not say anything, but their eyes said, yes. You are that kind of person. Okay, take these jade pendants with you. They contain a trace of our aura and divine thoughts, although I don't know if they are still useful in the immortal realm. I hope you can help me. You can also have a thought. While speaking, Xiaobingli also placed a piece of gold with the 4 characters Shen Yuan Xia family engraved on it. The jade token was handed to Gu Han again. If you run into trouble in the future, you can try to find the Shen Yuan Xia family. My ancestor was a high-ranking member of the Shen Yuan Xia family. He may be able to help you. Instructing, I feel a little reluctant again. Oi! We've been together for over a month, isn't that enough? That's enough. Are you going to the fairyland or not? The little black boy at the side made a dissatisfied sound. This time we go to the fairyland. He insisted on going with us. Although he has recovered his strength, he still hasn't recovered his original strength because of the severe loss of his original Source Phoenix heroic figure. This made Xiao Haizi to become the laughingstock of the entire demon world. Even the past admire his. The demons all looked at him as a wretched old man, which dealt a heavy blow to Xiao Haizi's self-esteem. Therefore he will also go to the fairyland this time. Fairy Phoenix, I swear I will never return. Pour enough burial meaning into. After reaching the immortal gate, Guhan did not set off directly but instead asked the eternal Kirin to bless him with the power of luck again. The eternal Kirin, who has already absorbed the source of the eternal fortune, is only cub but also possesses the power to bestow blessings. There are still some dogs in Xianmen. The location of landing in the fairyland is random and uncertain. It is also very necessary to use the power of blessing to improve your luck. As for the eternal Kirin, the cub is involved in too many things and is still too young. Taking him to the fairyland will easily arouse jealousy, so he can only leave him in the Xianhuang world temporarily. Buzz. The portal of the immortal gate is completely solidified in one. The push of invisible force slowly down open. Countless spacetime runes rise up as if leading to an unknown place. After I leave, you will all obey Lang Yu's orders. Guys, everything I said before is valid and I will take you to the fairyland later. Thank you, sir. Wait for some immortals. I hurried to say thank you. Not to mention that Guhan had already left behind some countermeasures and they also had to rely on Guhan if they wanted to go to the fairyland. As long as Guhan can find another immortal gate and resonate through the transmission of immortal crystals between each other. Two doors. The immortal gate can be constructed a steady channel even back and forth. Once Guhan is found, he can come back at any time and they dare not do anything during this period. Angry Guhan. He looked at Su Lingyue and others again. Guhan no longer hesitated and walked into the immortal gate. The next moment, one by one, complete all of them are strong in time and space, wrapped in light. It gradually disappeared into the Xianhuang world. End of the story. Next chapter, 9th generation articles. Extra chapter, Zhuwei restart back to a parallel time and space, and the past way's perspective unfolds the drama. It can be roughly divided into these three parts. Let's do it. Chapter 589, Fairyland Yaoqi Palace. At the same time, Guhan set out for the fairyland. For Piaomiao Fairy Island, the burial place of immortals, most of the chains of order on the body had been broken. Zhang Shuyu slowly opened his dark eyes and looked at the direction Guhan left. Brother, are you going to the fairyland? I have waited for so long, through 9 lifetimes. All this is finally about to begin. I don't know how much time passed. A fairyland universe. A green in the huge star. There is an emerald green. Suddenly a crack appeared in the sky. The space-time storm rolled and the shadow spun and fell from the sky. One after the other they hit the ground like meteorites, directly creating 2 huge deep pits on the earth. Looking closely, the deep pit just shows a person and a film outline. After climbing out of the pit with some effort, a whole new world appeared the eyes. The sky is green, but however he could see countless huge stars in the deep sky shine. Similar to Tai, there were no less than 10 huge stars in the sky at just a glance. In some directions on the horizon there are even strange phenomena that look like a waterfall of stars flowing. It seems that the law of nature here is too strong, so it condenses the essence to form the galaxy. Waterfall phenomenon is like this today. Guhan's heart while feeling sad. I don't know where this place is. After all, the 9th in return, he just wandered around in the Xianhuang world. The only thing I know about the fairyland is the eternal Yi family and the ancient Zhang family. We have no idea about the distribution of forces or their range of distribution. Not long ago, through Wanshou, understand some general things. What the hell, where did that broken door come from? Is this really a fairyland? The little black guy cursed it as his aching bones. He felt that this was different from the fairyland he had imagined. He also listened to Wanshou. It is said that the fairyland is vast and boundless and is inhabited by countless trillions of lives. Even though they experienced a horrific catastrophe, they are still alive. Now the place where he and Guhan fell is completely deserted. Not to mention any living people, there was not even any trace of life. Guhan didn't care about these, on the contrary, it is quite good. Because after breaking through to the realm of the Great Emperor, which is the realm of half-immortal in the Xianhuang world, it will be clear to some unspeakable rules control his long. Under this restriction, it is difficult for him to surpass the realm of half-immortal for the real immortal. But after arriving in the fairyland, this state made the feeling seem to have disappeared completely. In this place he can definitely break through easily, a true immortal. This place is filled with rich fairy air, and any living being with sufficient talent and qualifications can come here. Even without the so-called massive natural resources and treasures, one can achieve success by relying on natural resources at once. Guhan, he felt that he might be able to do something big in this place. But the most important thing is that he must first find some immortal creatures, learn some basic knowledge, and wear. Moreover, the old man of the eternal Yi family said before that Yi Zi obeyed me, the uppercut took away the original breath. When I come to the fairyland one day, the people of the eternal Yi family will notice it. Although he didn't care much about it, Guhan still felt a little uneasy. After all, once he arrived at the fairyland, it would be his territory. If this is done by the people of the eternal Yi family and the ancient Zhang family, if he did, he would probably have to turn. Developing in secret will only waste too much time. So now he must collect as much as possible, formulate the most suitable long route. At the same time, Eternal Yi Family Hall. Are you serious? That little bastard has really come to the fairyland. Many powerful men from the Eternal Yi family gathered here after hearing the report from the powerful men from the Tianji palace of the family. They were all shocked. Yi Tian is a disciple of Tianyan, immortal venerable of Xinshu Mountain, and is also good at divination. After returning from Xinshu Mountain, he spent a lot of effort to teach in the family and established the Tianji Hall. While deducing the major events of the divination immortal realm, it is also used to deduce the plans of some of the Eternal Yi family's enemies' condition. It's absolutely true. The third lady once intercepted the original aura, produced a certain resonance at this moment. The old man below bowed and said with certainty, therefore I have concluded that the little bastard Guhan should have arrived in the fairyland. Many of the Eternal Yi family's powerful men had no doubt that there would be problems with their Tianji palace. I was just shocked. Where on earth did Guhan get the means and ability to enter the immortal realm before the immortal realm was opened, arrived at the fairyland? This child may be more than they imagined. This thought emerged in the minds of many Eternal Yi family strongmen, and their hearts became more and more eager and greedy. There is no door to hell. Guhan broke in by himself. Now that this little beast has come to the fairyland, to their home ground, if they catch him, they can take him at will share. Previously, Guhan was in Xianhuang world. The scene of him yelling at them and making them red in the face is still fresh in their memory. These days I hate do not eat it trinkets. Now it seems that they won't have to wait too long before they can make Guhan pay the price. Pass the order. Let the experts of Tianji Palace deduce and locate Guhan at all costs. Yi Tian immediately gave an order. Also notify the ancient Zhang family and send them some of Guhan's origin aura so that they can work together to search. After the trip to Xinshu Mountain ended, although his master immortal Tian Yan did not say anything, but with Qin he knew that something was wrong. Guhan superior, there is a huge cause and effect hidden inside. Even his master is afraid of it. However, there is a saying, to achieve wealth and honor one must take risks. Let's not talk about Guhan first. Superior hidden big. Furthermore, Guhan destroyed his Eternal Yi family's countless years of plan and took away the hatred for the source of the seeds is irreconcilable. To be on the safe side, dragging the ancient Zhang family into the water is also the best option. At the same time, Sky Fairyland Yaoqi Palace is deep. This piece of heaven and earth is showing a slight golden float. The power of the laws between heaven and earth is extremely strong. The purity is even beyond the fairyland dozens of times that of heaven and blessed land. A huge and magnificent palace stood in the center of heaven and earth like a towering sacred mountain, shining with golden light, releasing positive and invisible power of the heavens. I'm afraid that if a powerful immortal comes here, my heart was pounding as if I was carrying a heavy weight. Behind the temple is an extremely huge garden, even comparable to a small world. There are countless rare and precious immortal medicines, fairy fruits and fairy flowers planted in the garden. If any one of them is taken out, it will probably attract countless people in the fairyland to fight for it. Looking through the endless sea of flowers in the center of the garden stood a sacred, the beautiful figure of the child. Even if it's just a blurry line outline. But if Guhan was here, he would definitely recognize it. This is what he did when he was in the Demon Emperor Yuan of Xianhuang world, the one you saw, God, the virtual shadow. Her name is Ji Yao, the fairy lord of Yaoqi Fairy Palace. Chapter 590, Location disappears, betting on the other party, no support behind. According to rumors, the Yaoqi Fairy Palace was built before the disaster era occurred. But no one knows when it was built. It seems to have appeared out of thin air. Yaoqi Fairy Palace only recruits external students. Each the disciples are all extremely beautiful and talented. They are all top-notch geniuses in the fairyland. As the lord of Yaoqi Palace, Ji Yao's strength is unfathomable. I heard that there was once a quasi-immortal emperor who wanted to do something bad to Ji Yao, but he disappeared inexplicably and no trace of him was ever found since. It is also because the Yao Qi Fairy Palace is rare in the fairyland and is a top-level Taoist tradition that has been preserved from the catastrophe era. Its status is also extremely transcendent and there are almost no strong people in the fairyland who would provoke it at will. The view continues to zoom in. Ji Yao wearing a palace dress with a golden headlong hair. Chief of the palace, although slightly wide under if the lines, the silhouette is still maddening and dizzying. Just standing there looking at the sky, I don't know what he is looking at or thinking about. There are thousands of rules shapes a piece of gold, the long river surrounds weak will it makes it look more sacred and majestic. Even this endless sea of gorgeous flowers and the billions of stars suspended above our heads are all because and become eclipsed. After a while finally something was confirmed. Ji Yaohong slightly outlined a touch of absolute a flawless smile. He's finally back. The celestial realm will once again welcome the sixth supreme throne. At this time a fragrant breeze came from the southern area. A person with a cool temperament, White Guangxi Xianfeng, came from nowhere, landed on Ji Yao. After that he bowed respectfully, not daring to look directly at Ji Yao film. Disciple Fu Hua, I pay my respects to the palace master. There is something you need to do. Ji Yao did not turn around. And the back of the beautiful goddess is completely different voice with a coldness and an innate majesty of a superior. Now take a few of my Yaoqi palace. Disciple Rui set off for the East Star Sea realm. As soon as these words came out, the boy was slightly stunned. The Star Sea realm is roughly divided into 4 regions, east, west, south and north. The entire Taichu immortal realm is enveloped within it. Star Sea realm, there are also other small worlds, countless in number. Recently a big event happened in the Star Sea realm that is countless geniuses from other small worlds ascended to the fairyland. Among them are some young and powerful people with outstanding talents. Could it be that the palace master is preparing to bring people to select some young and powerful people to replenish the Yaoqi palace with fresh? Then I will take a breath of his. Here you go, you can use it to lock onto his location. You don't need to bring him back, you just need to stay in the dark and try not to be discovered. Ensure his safety and ensure that he enters smoothly. The fairyland will do. Originally thinking that I had guessed all of it, Fu Hua was slightly stunned after hearing these words and his pupils suddenly shrank. The palace master leading the sect. Disciple Rui protects one person? He? Or a man? But doesn't the palace master hate men the most? Yes, disciple, obey your command. Although all kinds of thoughts were running through my mind, I was also shocked. But Fu Hua was tactful enough to not ask any more questions. Also afraid, that angry palace master hurriedly took people to prepare to take charge of this matter. Although he has to go through all of this and face it. But he has gone through 9 lifetimes of calamity and it has been hard enough now. I will help him a little as long as he is not exposed for the time being. It shouldn't be a big problem. Said Ji Yao. She tapped the air with her slender jade finger and an invisible ripple suddenly spread out layer by layer, heading towards the distant. The void spread away. Along with this the power spread and a certain causal aura was blocked, starting to become blurred and difficult to find. Damn it! What the hell is going on? At the same time, a strong man from the Eternal Yi family exclaimed in disbelief. What happened? Many Eternal Yi family masters were shocked, descended to the Tianji palace from all directions. Even Yi Tian, the current patriarch of the Eternal Yi family, came over with a questioning look in his eyes. The elders of Tianji palace dare not. He concealed the truth and hurriedly confessed all the strange events that had happened before. Patriarch elders, I have just preliminarily locked onto the location of that little beast Guhan. I originally wanted to further expend my strength to locate myself. An unknown force appeared and interfered with my divination. Now I can't even initially locate Guhan's position. It seemed that an unknown strong man took action and blocked Guhan's location. This cannot be detected. The elders of the Tianji palace were shocked and frightened and even felt a sense of disbelief. No matter what, he is still a true immortal. It can easily and directly put an end to his divination. Only a top-level immortal king can conceal the causal aura of Guhan, a half-immortal, without any sound. This shows that Guhan behind him, there may be a being comparable to a top-level immortal king. Seeing the elder of Tianji palace coming towards him, Yi Tian knew that the other party was Shigo and investigate again yourself. This matter is quite strange, although Yi Tian is puzzled and suspicious. But still subconsciously use your own strength to try to deduce the location of Gu Han the fortune teller. However, how could that be? The result of the divination made Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim. His pupils shrank like a needle. He also couldn't figure out Gu Han by divination. The other party's causal aura seemed to disappear in an instant. Not at all, he explores. This only means that the person who took action is probably much more powerful than just the immortal king. He has definitely reached the level of immortal lord or even stronger. But how is this possible? Gu Han afterwards, is there a being hidden who is more powerful than him? If there really is one, he would have already taken action to destroy his eternal Yi family, right? Various thoughts emerged in Yi Tian's mind. He thought about the days before when he wanted to ask his master to help him deal with Gu Han indirectly, but it was a scene that ended in nothing. Master, could it be that you have known something for a long time? But since he knew it, why didn't you tell him or even remind him? If Gu Han there really was an extremely terrifying existence standing behind. After all, he and Tianyan Xianzun have a master and disciple relationship. It should be impossible to just watch him die, right? If Gu Han, if there is a big terror later, master will definitely remind me. I believe in Master. Yi Tian felt certain in his heart. If immortal Tianyan knew all this, he would probably be speechless. Disciple, you really got everything wrong. Your teacher also wants to remind you, but I dare not. Yi Tian didn't know all this. At this moment his thoughts were fluctuating, his eyes were flickering, and he seemed to be struggling. After a lot of analysis and hesitation, I finally made the stupidest and most useless choice. Gu Han destroyed his eternal Yi family and spent countless years, and the great plan made by the power also took away the source seed. This hatred is irreconcilable. And he bet on Gu Han. There is no unknown strong man after that. If he was really there, he would have died long ago. How could he have had the chance to attack Gu Han? Chapter 591, Replacement. Shanghai City. Where is the approximate location of Gu Han that you finally locked on? Yi Tian straightened his mind and asked the elder of Tianji Hall again. Return home. The last place Gu Han appeared was in the East Star Sea Realm. Eastern Star Sea Realm. I heard that there will be a conferred immortal competition soon. The geniuses who have ascended from the lower realms or the geniuses from the East Star Sea Realm will all participate. The winner will receive countless resources and unimaginable benefits. Yi Tian, he murmured. Gu Han is new to the fairyland and wants to win. You grow up. If he can't accumulate resources, he will definitely go to this competition. While my eternal Yi family also wants to absorb the genius of the lower world as a new ideas. This time he will go to the Dongxing Sea Realm to kill Gu Han, his great threat. When the Yanhong Yi family had already started discussions and sent people to the Dongxing Sea Realm to kill Gu Han. Perhaps it is thanks to the Wanshi Qilin the luck of the cub is blessed. Gu Han's luck was better, and it didn't take long for him to meet his destined person. And got everything he wanted from him. Report. I didn't expect the magical power of God's guidance is also applicable in the fairyland, and it has helped me a lot. There was a group of people standing in front of Gu Han. The leader looked young, dressed Chinese clothes, looks very noble. He was also followed by several servants, all of whom were at the top quasi-emperor level, and some were even half immortals, that is, emperors of the Xinhuang world. Digestion finished. Gu Han only then obtained the information from the young man's soul. To a few people a playful smile appeared on his face. It's really hard to find. It comes without any effort. This brocade in front of meth person in gorgeous clothes is actually related to the Eternal Yi family. They are from the Xingqian sect, a subsidiary force that the Yanhong Yi family conquered in the East Star Sea Realm. The man in front of him is the holy son of the Xingqian sect, Xin Changfei. Today I came to this area called Xingheilin to train and look for some rare treasures, and I was lucky enough to meet him. Although he had never met the other party before, he had no grudges against him. But on the road of the great truth, what is right and wrong, evil and righteousness? Gu Han raised his hand and directly wiped out Xin Changfei's consciousness, and his soul was collected to the human emperor banner. And he gradually covered with a layer of Skarltov flames, and when the flames gradually disappeared, he turned into the appearance of a young man. In addition, he had already acquired the young man's memory and replaced him. It's not a difficult task. As for the young man's servants, in order to avoid suspicion from others after they were all wiped out, Gu Han simply erased their memories of that period and made them follow him even more wholeheartedly. The only thing that's a bit difficult is you. Guhan towards the little black guy next to him. Can you change your form? The Eternal Yi family and the ancient Zheng family have considerable influence in the immortal realm, and they may have noticed some of my traces. I can ensure that I will not be discovered, but if you are discovered, don't blame me for not saving you. Xiao Haizi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, if I could change my form I would have done it long ago. Why would I be in this mess now? Do you really think that he, the great thunder-swallowing demon ancestor, has no face? Wearing a head, what a loser. Forget it, I don't think those people from the Eternal Yi family will notice you. Just pretend casually. Guhan didn't care and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Originally a few eyes were empty, the dull people of the fairyland. Suddenly his eyes gradually regained clarity. Lord Changfei. Guhan nodded slightly. There's nothing to explore in this Xinghai forest. Let's go back to Xinghai City. Several people looked at each other with some suspicion. Didn't Lord Changfei say before that he wanted to come to Xinghailan to hunt for treasure? You've only been here for less than half an hour. Why are you going back again? Moreover, why is there a little black cat standing on Lord Changfei's shoulder? Some people doubt, however, because there was a piece of memory missing in his brain and his consciousness was changed by Guhan. He did not doubt it or care about it. The laws of the fairyland are far more complex than those of the Xinhuang world. Want to walking in the air, cultivating to the highest level, we must also reach the paradise on earth. The strong ones below the red dusty mortal can only travel by relying on special empty or immortal mount. As for crossing the boundless universe on a large scale and achieving some kind of space shuttle, all of them require the cultivation level of Immortal King. Because you break through the void and travel in the fairyland, it is easy to encounter time and space storms. Even the Immortal King who is not careful enough can be easily swept away by the space-time storm. Among them thoroughly death is gone. Xin Changfei, who was replaced by Guhan, was the Holy Sun and just had a special floating fairy palace as a means of transportation. The huge fairy palace or the starry sky sped all the way and soon arrived at a starry universe. Master Changfei, we have arrived at Xinghai City. Following the reports of the followers, Guhan walked out of the immortal palace. A huge city eye. The whole city showing jade white. It seems to be engraved with a special. The rules are in place. Runes rise and light and darkness flash. The huge city gate arch bridge is hundreds of feet high. All kinds of creatures in strange costumes and different shapes are entering in an orderly manner in the city. However, the Xingqian sect had a good status in this city, so no one came forward to check their smooth journey. Greetings, Master Changfei. After leaving the immortal palace, there are ordinary strong men who are responsible for greetings. Guhan ignored these people. Take a look. Again towards the horizon outside the north of the city. Over there the stars are brilliant. The laws of time and space are endless, radiating each other like a shape. It created an endless ocean of time and space. Occasionally there is a roar of sudden storms in space and time, shaking void universe. That is the Star Sea. It enveloped the entire fairyland and isolated countless lower realms. If a powerful being like him from the lower realm wants to ascend to the fairyland, he must first cross the Sea of Stars. The astral sea is filled with countless dangers. There are countless vicious people who have offended the great powers of the immortal realm. Tibet often uses those geniuses who ascended from the lower realm as sheep slaughtered. There are also countless starry sky giants multiply in the astral sea, form one after another fairyland district. If you don't know the ascended genius of the situation mistakenly among them, basically there is only 10 deaths and no chance of survival. Originally he would have to fight for his life in the Starsea realm like other geniuses in the lower realm, and only after crossing the Starsea realm could he come to the fairyland. As a result, because of a few immortals through the special portal, he bypassed this obstacle directly. There is no over people with scale injuries, all have weak auras. Don't think too much. It should be not long ago a person from the lower realm who has crossed the Starsea realm. At this moment these people are burning with a look of longing on yourself. Guhan felt a little embarrassed. Others are still risking their lives to establish a presence in the fairyland, the time to gain a foothold. He was lucky he replaced someone right after he arrived and established himself in the fairyland. Success. Chapter 592, New Sign-In Location System Upgrade. Retrieval. Guhan looked at Xinghai City again. Take a quick look and see clearly. There are many quasi-emperor realm masters, among whom there are also many powerful emperor realm masters. He even saw several beings beyond the realm of the Great Emperor, which should be the Red Dust Immortals. Deeper in Shanghai City, he also smelled an even more terrifying aura. The strongest person in charge of this place should be the true immortal. Although he was pretending to have great confidence, but I still worry that I might. After all, the phantom demon, the grade is not high. In the Xianhuang world, we can only ensure that no one below the Great Emperor can detect his original aura. Although combined with the guidance of God can also prevent the demigods from spying on him. But the possibility of becoming a mortal immortal or even a true immortal is uncertain. There is a high probability that you will be discovered or even exposed. Not only that, although he obtained Shen Changfei's memory, but he doesn't recognize or speak some of the more ancient fairyland languages which even predate written language. Previously he thought he could replace Shen Changfei and directly enemy the ministry, was very happy, and now he is completely no longer laughing. According to this, if you are unlucky when you reach the true immortal level, you will most likely off. But at this moment the system's voice suddenly sounded. Byte. Detected that the owner has come to the fairyland Shanghai City and unlock a new sign-in location, Xinghaya. System sign-in location? Gu Han was a little shocked. He hadn't seen the system refresh new check-in locations for a long time. Now finally a new refresh area has appeared. He still has about 130,000 villain points in his hand, so he can continue to reward critical hits. Maybe the system has heard his distress and will give him the complete solution: camouflage the treasure that hides your breath. But this check-in location was a bit unfriendly to him. Xinghaya, this is the top of the East Star Sea realm. It is a blessed land and also the place of enlightenment in the ancient times of immortals. Those with sufficient qualifications can enter. Among them, enlightenment can break through the world of immortals and even a top-level immortal in the mortal world. But want to go in? We must be among the top 100 in the upcoming Shanghai competition performance. Gu Han is very confident in his abilities. Combined with the meaning of the burial path and several top, he is in the semi-fairyland. It's just invincible. He even has the confidence to be with some ordinary earthly immortals, hands steady confidence in the victory. But the main thing is that the Star Ocean competition will start in more than a month. He can't get in sign in. How to get the system rewards you want? Isn't this deliberately giving him a difficult problem? Byte. It has been detected that the master has arrived in the fairyland. The system has been fully upgraded and new system products have been put on the shelves. Warm tips, there may be somewhat the master needs. Gu Han almost cried. The one who knows me is the system. Gu Han's thoughts, a system panel that only he could see, immediately unfolded in front of him. Gu Han searched the new system panel and saw many system products that he had never seen before. Source of the Great Tao. The power of the Great Tao has accumulated for countless years and condensed a necessity for opening up the Immortal King's road for travel. 300,000 villain points /1 group. Daodian Xianju. In the ancient times, the top immortal emperor exhausted his life's enlightenment and the Great Tao returns to oneness and creates the top-level magic. 200,000 villain points. World Tao Fruit. The first divine tree in the heavens. The World Tao tree spent countless years using its own. The energy of life condenses the original fruit. After use, it can greatly improve the potential of the Great Tao and randomly comprehend and penetrate a Great Tao. 500,000 villain points. Gu Han was so thirsty that his mouth was dry. Each one is more precious and rarer than the other, but they are also really expensive. As for the villain missions issued by the system, the villain points of a few melons and 2 dates. If you want to buy them, hey, can't afford it. Gu Han will keep searching. Find what you are looking for quickly. Fantasy Pearl. Once consumption road after use will form a special isolation barrier that can be completely customized according to the user's wishes. Camouflage someone who wants to pretend. Please note, the cultivation level of the disguised object cannot exceed your own, at most the same level as yourself. Effect duration, 15 Fairyland days. Villain points required to be exchanged, 10,000 points. Xianyulu. Once consumption road after use, learn all the ancient languages of the fairyland, write all the ancient texts of the fairyland. Villain points required to be exchanged, 15,000 points. He found everything he was looking for. But the price is also damn expensive. Once consumption road and it has to be 10,000. But these are also necessities for him. Guhan gritted his teeth and exchanged for 2 fairy beads and a book of fairy quotes. Now there are 500 villain points left. System. The things you sell are getting more and more expensive, and the villain missions you issued are also. I can't afford this. Guhan said something to the system as if complaining. Originally I was just complaining. But unexpectedly the system voice sounded again. Bite. Since the master has arrived in the fairyland, the previous system version is no longer suitable for the current master. The system is automatically upgrading. Time required for upgrading, about 15 fairyland days. Hearing this, Guhan looked at slightly bright. Okay. Tonzi is really becoming more and more sensible. Lord Changfei. Just when Guhan had just learned the language of the fairyland through the fairy words. At the side, the leader of the 7 followers of Xin Changfei, a man named Xin Feng, who was a 7th level semi-immortal, whispered, "This Xinghai competition is amazing. No, the forces are not only the other saints of our Xinghai sect will come to participate. There are also saints from other sects, even the geniuses from aristocratic families, and even the descendants of true immortals would come here. Lord Changfei, dignity also, my lord, please be more careful. The implication is be low-key and don't be too flashy." Although Xin Changfei is the holy son of the Xingqian sect, his cultivation level has improved. But its strength is not that strong. Just his grandfather, he is a very powerful person. He is the grand elder of their Xingqian sect and a true immortal. Guhan didn't care. The hard training in the Shenhuang world is not for show. Now he has the strength to fight against the mortal immortals. Why should he be afraid of these so-called geniuses in the fairyland? Furthermore, there is someone behind Xin Changfei, the person he pretended to replace, and he has a grandfather who is a real fairyland. In addition, the Xingqian sect is a subsidiary force of the Eternal Yi family. If I'm lucky, I might be able to make a big deal out of this and indirectly influence the Eternal Yi family. Chen Feng said this but was afraid that Guhan would blame him, so he added, "But Master Changfei, when you come here no one will dare to provoke you." Guhan thought so too. This is the good thing about being noble. Especially here in the frontier of the fairyland, there are not many strong circumstances. They just finished talking. On the street behind there are 8 huge dragons with dragon heads and Tiger the huge fairy pulling an extremely luxurious palace-style carriage galloping towards him. Outside the carriage, a semi-immortal master was driving several immortal beasts, rushing all the way. Even when he saw Guhan, he shouted coldly, "Get out of the way! The son of heavenly fire's carriage, everyone else please get out of the way." Chapter 593, comparable to the immortals of the red dust, instant killing of immortals. Holy son of heavenly fire. This is the top genius of the Yanhuang sect in the East Star Sea realm. And the portion is also very good. He is the nephew of the Yanhuang sect master Fancy. Exceptional talent and unparalleled background. Naturally, it also created the proud grid. At this moment the car passed by, stirring up. It's no exaggeration to say that the situation is very chaotic. Of course, his strength is also very impressive. He has already reached the 9th level of semi-immortal and is very close to being immortal. This time I came to participate in the Xinghai competition. I also wanted to get a place in the Xinghai's quota, prove the truth to be immortal. The main thing is that the Xingqian sect and the Yanhuang sect have always been at odds with each other. Many years ago there was a great war. Although there were forces acting as peacemakers to temporarily mediate the situation, the people from each sect still disliked each other. The character he played, Xin Changfei, was also an opponent of the son of Skyfire, and they even had a great hatred for each other. Just as Guhan was recalling information about the son of Skyfire through Xin Changfei's memory, Xin Feng's face he changed slightly and quickly sent a voice message, "Master Changfei, why don't you get out of the way?" If the saints of other sects did not avoid it, not everything would have happened. But the son of heavenly fire was extremely hostile to their Xingqian sect and would definitely start a war. Although their Xingqian sect's foundation is comparable to that of Yanhuang sect. But now the son of heavenly fire has more capital to be more arrogant than them. The 8-headed immortal pulling a cart, they are all above the 7th level of semi-immortal realm. The coachman pulling the carriage was also at the 7th level of the semi-immortal realm. There were no less than 6 semi-immortal masters on both sides of the carriage, 5 of whom were top masters, a powerful immortal. Moreover, the carriage there are still a few breath exhibitions. Including Guhan, there are only 8 people on his side and there are only 4 semi-immortals. If a conflict really happens, they may not be opponents. Guhan Noodles Indifferent didn't think too much about it. At this moment there were also some powerful people from other immortal sects flying around. Xingchenya is the top heaven and earth. No, everyone in the Immortal Gate wants to get a place in. No, people have also recognized Guhan. It's the Changfei saint of the Xingchen sect. Now we're going to have something interesting to watch. The saint of Changfei actually happened to meet the saint of Tianhua. These two have always been at odds with each other. If it were a few years ago, Saint Changfei might still be able to compete with Saint Tianhua. But in recent years the strength of the heavenly fire saint has improved by leaps and bounds. It has been a long time since he reached the 9th level of semi-immortal, and it is even rumored that he has become half-immortal. On the other hand, Changfei Shangzi seems to have just appeared not long ago, signs of the 9th level of semi-immortal. If a conflict breaks out, he will definitely suffer a great loss at the hands of the son of Skyfire. TSK. Not only did the Skyfire Saint's carriage not slow down, it accelerated. Skyfire Saint definitely did this on purpose. People were talking about it everywhere at this moment. Some people openly gloated over other people's misfortune and even mentioned it deliberately, obviously wanting to watch a good show. They have long known that the Xingchen sect and the Yanhuang sect are not on good terms. I just happened to be bored recently. It would be interesting if the two of them really fought. The carriage of the son of Skyfire was getting closer and closer. Guhan still had no intention of retreating and even turned around with cold eyes. Xinfeng and others on the side were a little zhang, but he did not dare to mention the main retreat. At this moment he could only grit his teeth and signal to others to prepare for the upcoming battle. Lord Changfei is the holy son of their Xingchen sect after all, so he naturally has to maintain his reputation. Being bullied in broad daylight, it is normal to want to fight back when being insulted. It's a pity that he didn't bring many people with him when he left the sect this time, otherwise he wouldn't be afraid of the people from Yanhuang sect. White Jade Chariot. With the outside world, that atmosphere is different. Chariot, they were extremely leisurely and even had a big banquet. The chariot had a very large space, and not only was there the holy son of Skyfire, but there were also several other descendants of immortal sects or aristocratic families. They were all young men, 3 men and 2. The symbol of the son of heavenly fire is very obvious, with red hair. Long hair, pupils are fiery red. There seems to be a flame burning. At this moment the son of heavenly fire was slowly drinking the immortal wine. Screen projection looking at Guhan in the middle of the road, the corner of his face curled up in an arc that seemed like a smile. Sighed one beautiful figure, stunning appearance. Offsi chuckled and said, Tianhua, the guy in front is Xin Changfei, right? You seem to have fought with him before. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect that he also wants to participate in the next competition. Why don't we stop and chat for a few minutes? The son of Skyfire sneered. What can I talk about with him? As for him, his cultivation level hasn't been improved yet, but his courage has increased. After seeing my car, you actually dared to intercept it. Do you really think that you have the support of a grandfather who was a great elder of the sect, so you are qualified to be in front of me? Arrogant? Did he forget that his grandfather was just Ace? He really an immortal? Although his status is the same as Xin Changfei's. But his current level of cultivation is stronger than the other party. What qualifications does Xin Changfei have to be compared with him now? How dare you pretend in front of me? I'm so angry. He really doesn't know how to live or die. The other few people laughed and stopped trying to dissuade him, as they also thought it was a good show. Xin Changfei's grandfather is a true immortal and he loves his only grandson very much. A plus. Even if the son of heavenly fire hated Xin Changfei, he would not dare to make things overdoing it. Good boy, you still haven't avoided it yet. The son of Skyfire smiled more and more disdainfully. If he didn't want to avoid it, then he would just turn around. The huge chariot not only did not stop, but its speed was getting faster and faster. Xinfeng and other Zhang had even taken out his own troops and was ready to intercept. Although they might get seriously injured if they tried to stop him, it would be better than letting him. That adult behind is lost. On the other hand, even if it brings disaster to your entire clan. At this moment Guhan took a step forward without warning. At the same time a long sword appeared in his hand. Guhanfeng was calm and collected. He raised his hand and swung out the sword casually. No, there was no leakage of sword energy at all, as if he had just casually swung the sword. But in the eyes of the many monks and masters who were watching the space, suddenly the impact caused ripples like water waves, 9 layers in total. This means that Guhan's strength is already comparable to the 9th level of the semi-immortal realm. But the opponent just randomly provoked him to produce this effect. How is this possible? Many monks looked in disbelief. Shin Chanfei hasn't officially the 9th level of semi-immortal? How the power emitted is even far beyond that of an ordinary 9th level semi-immortal. In countless horror absolute sight watching, the sword that Guhan swung out looked slow, but its speed was frighteningly fast. A few Immortal 7 I didn't see clearly. The sword that Guhan swung out, the trajectory continues to move forward. Guhan the shadow was ethereal and it moved like a dragon and a tiger passing by, several fairy beasts pulling carts. She tapped the air with her toes and landed in front of the driver, incredibly lightly, looking down at him with indifferent eyes. The driver's pupils were constricted, with a look of horror. Absolutely. Silence. Boundless silence. Almost in Guhan the moment when the figure landed lightly on the chariot. The few semi-fairyland fairies behind, and at the same time it was like being cut by a sword, exploded directly. Water is flying. Chapter 594. Fanning the flames and sweeping away the eternal ye family, the quagmire of war. Damn it! One sword severely injured 8 half-immortals. You told me that his cultivation has not yet reached the 9th level of the semi-immortal realm? Who would believe that? This power, there is no doubt about it, he is definitely at the 9th level of the semi-immortal realm and is even very close to becoming immortal. There was shock in all directions, with faces full of disbelief. Already prepared to arrive, Shin Feng and the others who were hit by the chariot also had their pupils shrunken at this moment, standing still. Half a step to becoming an immortal in the mortal world. At that moment just now, the strength Guhan displayed was definitely comparable to that of a half-step mortal immortal. The so-called half-step red dust immortal is an attack that can not only create ripples in the 9-layer space but can also cause spaceming. The laws of the fairyland are far superior to those of the lower world and the space is extremely stable. Want to cause spaceming must be the strength has changed qualitatively. You also have to reach the paradise on earth. As for breaking space or even opening up a channel through the void of the universe that is, you also need the strength of an immortal king. But Guhan just strolled in the garden and easily killed 8 half-immortals. This is definitely infinitely close to the fairyland in the mortal world. Perhaps all of them underestimated each other. How dare you! Chariot the son of heavenly fire banged. He broke the jade cup in his hand, his eyes as cold as a knife. Several other descendants of immortal sects and aristocratic families also met, extremely solemn one after another, no longer as calm and peaceful as before. Shin Chanfei is so strong. Has this kid been lying in wait? In front of Guhan the driver was sweating profusely, pale. I thought I being the charioteer of the holy son of Skyfire that can be considered as attaining enlightenment. Besides, being a coachman is a safe job and doesn't involve fighting or anything. How could something like this happen on my first day in office? At the same time, the 11 followers of the son of heavenly fire on both sides of the roller Zhang was uneasy and surrounded Guhan. Driver, several semi-immortal warriors also quickly came to the car door, locking onto Guhan with extremely vigilant auras. Guhan the corners are slightly raised, standing with hands behind the back, looking down from a high position. The holy son of Skyfire. Skyfire, you provoking me like this, do you wanna die? Fire Saint's son livid. He miscalculated. He never expected that Shin Chanfei would be so powerful beyond his imagination. In terms of strength he is even stronger than him. This guy has even gone further than him on the road to semi-fairyland and is even closer to the mortal fairyland than him. The extreme resentment in the eyes of the son of heavenly fire flashed by. If it wasn't for the great battle with the Xingqian sect that year he was injured and his foundation was unstable, he had already broken through. Read, it's amazing. Where I don't know how much smaller this is, the year-old Shin Chanfei was so unbridled in front of him. Just as he was feeling angry, he saw Guhan shouting again, even if you are not weaker than me, but a weak person must have the awareness of a weak person. I didn't provoke you, but you came here today to deliberately provoke me. I am not someone you can easily mess with. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake today and I'll spare your life. Quiet. After the dead silence there was a boiling uproar. Countless onlookers were in complete uproar. At this moment the city garrison had just arrived and the leader, a powerful warrior in golden armor, was also dramatic changes. Damn! Shin Changfei asked the son of heavenly fire to kneel down? This not only makes it difficult for the other party to accept it's a shame and we still have to fight to the death with each other. It may even be derived again. The war between Yanhuang sect and Xingqian sect caused the consequences are immeasurable. Guhan naturally knew this, but he did it on purpose. Star sect behind them stood the Eternal Yi family. Yanhuang sect. There was also an unkind Eternal Yi Jiadhua, the force of the time Tai immortal sect. In fact, to put it bluntly, this is also the two major sects the future master, the Eternal Yi family and the Tai immortal sect, forward. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to fan the flames, the Eternal Yi family and the Tai immortal sect would conflict. If dozens or hundreds of powerful people from the Eternal Yi family die, it will indirectly weaken the strength of the Eternal Yi family and he will make a lot of money. Shen Changfei. Fire Saint Sonus, dark as a cloud, he took a step forward. The breath surged. You dare to make this saint's son kneel down? Good. Guhan said with a smile, kneel down and admit your mistakes and I will spare your life. My patience is limited. Kneel down or die. The words fell. Guhan grabbed it with one hand. No. The driver had no choice but to let out a cry of despair, the howling. Why are you killing me? I'm not the strongest. And I also follow the orders of that guy Tianhua. Control the chariot. I am innocent. With a click, the laws flowed and gathered on Guhan's palm, a huge golden palm directly to the driver's grasp, among them the moment fragments all over the sky. The power of this palm, even the divine power, was completely destroyed and even the soul could not escape. So strong. This once again shocked the four powerful men. Change. There is no doubt about it, the opponent's strength is definitely comparable to that of a half-step mortal immortal. I was going to talk about those immortals before being killed can also be said to be a sudden attack by Shin Changfei, and the other party had no way to retreat and no defense. But now the driver was extremely vigilant and even fought back in the end, but he was still killed easily. This is enough to show how terrifying Guhan is. Besides, a semi-immortal warrior is not so easy to kill. All the strong men present, who were stronger than the coachman, did not dare to say that they could kill the other party as easily as Guhan. Looking at the face, already shadow changes more, the sunken son of Skyfire. Everyone felt that the son of Skyfire was in big trouble this time. Could it be that Shin Changfei really had to make the son of heavenly fire kneel in public before he would be willing to let the other party go? But this is obviously impossible. The son of heavenly fire is also the person who has the share. Could it be that Shin Changfei wanted to take advantage of this matter to kill the other party directly? At this time in the chariot, white appearance Z wanted to speak to ease the atmosphere. Changfei, we just haven't seen each other for a long time. Tianhua just wanted to say hello to you. You shouldn't. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the energy released by Guhan. Killing intent locked. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you tell me this? Kneel down too. If you don't, you'll die too. The world was silent again and everyone was stunned again. The domineering one is really too domineering. Sun same, he is of good status and is the saint of Qingyue sect, Xingxian. This sect can be regarded as one of the top sects in the East Star Sea realm. Not to mention my master is the leader of Qingyue sect. But Shin Changfei didn't. Even if you don't even give them any face, aren't you afraid of offending the other party to death? Guhan still didn't care. He just wants to be arrogant and domineering. Offend all these guys to death, and then if the situation gets out of hand, it would be best if the Yanhuang Yi family is also involved. In the past, the Eternal Yi family sent strong men to chase him, and it was a great pleasure. Now it's time for him to provoke enemies and teach those bastards of the Yanhuang Yi family a lesson. Chapter 595. Thoroughly, it's better to get up. Qing Shen Sheng slightly stunned. Then a look of anger flashed across his face. Despite his kind words of persuasion, Shin Changfeng was so arrogant and domineering that he didn't even care about take it seriously. Do you really think that you are as invincible as your peers in the mortal world? His cultivation strength is also not weak. It is also the 9th level of the semi-immortal realm. If you don't have the strength and share, how can I be in a chariot, chatting and laughing with the son of Skyfire and others? Guhan was still calm and composed, but his tone was still overbearing. Even aggressive person, My patience is limited. If I don't kneel, you will all die. He just wanted to offend these people to carry out his tyranny and arrogance to the end, to tie the Shinshin sect to his chariot and to drag the eternal Yi family into it as well. See, several people all the time ugly, but not Guhan immediately stood up and said, "Shame on you. Chen Feng, kill them." He was referring to the guards of the Son of Skyfire and others. First give a warning, then let's make it bigger first. Everyone follow me and kill them. Chen Feng was slightly stunned, and without saying a word he led his men to charge forward. Although their number at a disadvantage. But Xian, they can also fight, and the several immortals on the side of the heavenly fire sainted has been killed, but they still have the 8-headed immortal. With the 8 of them plus Guhan, there are 17 strong men around the little black man. In addition, Guhan's strong performance greatly boosted their morale. He is not afraid at all, and his every move is a top-notch killing move. This is too much. The many powerful men under the command of the Son of Skyfire seem to have received some orders at this moment. What happened with Shou Guhan rushed out instantly and fought with 17 powerful men including Shin Feng. In a flash, dozens of semi-immortal realm masters appeared here. A great war broke out, and the terrible aftermath of the law spread, razing countless shops and buildings around to the ground. The powerful people watching exclaimed again and again, "God, change and retreat." Guhan still doesn't care about the people around him, quiet, smiling but not smiling the Son of Skyfire and others. These sects and families, afterwards it seems that there are other powerful forces supporting them. If I take this opportunity to kill all the descendants of these clans and families, will it make them all hostile to the Star Sect or even to the Eternal Yi family behind the Star Sect? As for violence or not, he doesn't care about the status. Really violent at worst, I can just change my alias and continue surfing. But at this moment there were a few. A breath rose up, and it turned out to be a strong man from the city defenders. The leader, the powerful golden armored warrior, looked embarrassed, fell in front of Guhan and others. "My lords, this is Shanghai City." Roll. Guhanshin, the cold breath suddenly hair. The terrifying storm of laws turned into a big hand and directly blew away the powerful man in golden armor. "Who the hell are you? Earlier I was deliberately bumped by that dog Tianhua, but you didn't even take action. Now you dare to meddle in other people's business. I seriously doubt whether you, for the sake of Tianhua's dog, you want to mess with my business. Today I don't mind killing you." As soon as these words came out, the golden armored strong man sudden change. Although their Shanghai City garrison was under the jurisdiction of the City Lord's Mansion, they also had top Eastern Star Sea realm forces like the Shinshin sect and the Yenhuang sect. The strong one will be the commander-in-chief. If this offends Shin Changfei, if the personal grudge between the two of them is satisfied, he will definitely die without a burial place. He was just afraid the fight got out of hand and the parties were fighting. Want more lobbyists? Go up and persuade, just a few words. But I never thought that Shin Changfei would be so domineering. The Saint of Changfei is really overbearing today. The murderous aura he released was truly intended to kill the golden armored commander. What's wrong with being domineering? The fighting power he just displayed is comparable to that of a half-step mortal immortal. If I had his strength, I would be more domineering than him. Besides, it was the Son of Heavenly Fire who provoked me first, and now I have hit a wall and am reaping the consequences. That's true. The Son of Heavenly Fire is also extremely domineering. I'm not looking for trouble today, but was at this point, if I don't die today, I'm afraid ill a layer of skin. Many other monks in all directions were discussing in whispers. At this moment, several powerful semi-immortals have already fallen. It is actually not easy for a semi-immortal to die, and if you cannot defeat him, you can just escape. But now they serve as servants. I didn't dare to escape and could only fight to the death. Guhan watched the fighting around him with great interest. Again, the smile on the Son of Skyfire instantly faded. "Skyfire, since you were shameless, even though I gave you the chance, you refused to kneel when I asked you to." Boom. The terrifying breath moment, it locked onto the Son of Skyfire. The next moment, Guhan held the sword in his hand and slashed out. Before the sword energy even landed, the terrifying power it unleashed had already shattered the luxurious chariot. Qin Xiansheng, the other descendants of the sects and families, were shocked, as a bird scattered. Not only them but also the Son of Heavenly Fire. No one expected that Guhan would actually dare to take action. "Shen Changfei, you are really looking for death. I can't stand it any longer." The pupils of the son of heavenly fire are deep rage. He raised his hand and grabbed a fiery red's halberd. With arms waving, a halberd dances out the void, buzzes. It even turned into a firestorm and instantly rushed towards the sword energy that Guhan had slashed out. Halberd, it rolled and roared in the air, transforming into an extremely huge fire dragon trying to directly swallow and destroy Guhan's sword energy. How could this happen? However, in the next moment, the eyes of the holy son of Skyfire are unbelievable. His cultivation level is even higher than Shin Changfei's. The energy of the halberd when wielded is even more domineering and powerful. Even if this halberd cannot break Guhan's sword energy, it should be able to easily repel him. But now it was beyond his imagination. The sword energy easily tore through his halberd. The aftermath of the wave appeared in the void and its power remained undiminished, slashing towards him across the air. My cultivation level is higher than yours. How could I be inferior to you? I don't believe it. The son of heavenly fire roared. The breath rose again. Without dodging or evading, he swung out the halberd again, trying to tear apart Guhan's sword energy head-on. Idiot! But the next moment there was a sneer from the side. Guhanzing had already fallen asleep and his sword energy came like a shadow. Do you really think this is a turn-based game? I'll strike out with my sword and wait until you break it before I strike again? Boom! Guhan swung his sword again. But the son of heavenly fire, there was no opportunity to block and he was hit directly. A crackling sound like metal breaking was heard. The left arm of the son of heavenly fire was cut off, also cut off. Gina flowing out like a kite with its string cut off fall down. Oh my god! Many powerful men exclaimed again. How long is the hand? The son of heavenly fire was so easily made. But it's not over yet. At the same time, a sword cut down the son of Skyfire. Guhan clenched his left fist and punched out again. It hit the son of Skyfire directly and hard on the face. His face was broken, all depression. The powerful force knocked him out again and he somersaulted dozens of times and fell hard on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, completely lost quiet. Chapter 596, Extremely Domineering. The show is happening to yourself. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Hitting someone and hitting their face, hurting high insult, it's high too. Shin Changfei is really too cruel. Guhan took advantage of the situation and his aura rose again. With one sword he slashed the holy son of Skyfire, who had just climbed up. The sword energy roared and flashed in the sky like thunder. The heirs of several sect families who had been chatting and laughing with the son of Skyfire Saint earlier now had flickering eyes and seemed as if they wanted to take action. Who dares hand? Who dies? Guhan slashed out with sword energy while threatening coldly. This is stupid. The few people were suddenly as if a bucket of cold water was poured on them and they hesitated completely. And, in their opinion, Shin Changfei might not dare to kill the son of heavenly fire. The two have equal status and are in each other's sects. All deep it is heavy, and there are also powerful younger generations to testify. Now if he is killed by Shin Changfei, the two sects will definitely start a war, and in the end it may just end in nothing. If they get involved and get killed, there is a high probability that their death will be in vain. Without their assistance. Although the son of heavenly fire is also very strong, his strength is comparable to Guhanjan's. The power is equivalent, but quality in terms of force and even the technique, they are far behind. Guhan is beating him now just like it's a game. Up to now it can even be said that our hands are tied. After all, he of the power of the hair is too strong even without use words like this kind of exercise. But once if he uses it, he will most likely be suspected and his performance will fail. It was barely even a minute. The son of heavenly fire has been slain. Scale injury. There was a big hole in his stomach and his jade-like internal organs were exposed if present. There was even a gap on the neck and gold was gurgling flowing out. After cultivating to their level, even being destroyed is not easy to die. Although the injuries looked serious, they were far from fatal. Shin Changfei, are you really going to tell me? Are you going to do it to the extreme? You dare to kill me today? The son of Skyfire's eyes were red and he hadn't finished speaking. Guhan swung his sword in mid-air again. The son of heavenly fire hair want to resist. But the injury was too severe or caused him a step slower. Swish! A sword chopped down from the air and the head of the son of Skyfire was chopped off. But even so, he is not dead yet. When you reach the realm of semi-immortal, even if your head falls off, your heart will be where it can still maintain its function for a long time. I heard that in the legend, even if the origin of the soul was wiped out, as long as one immortality God's mark, one day I will even be able to back again. The son of heavenly fire wanted to regenerate his head, but was the terrifying sword energy that was emitted intimidated the town. It is difficult to do. And his head, which had been chopped off, was stepped on by Guhan. Since you don't want to kneel, I will mercifully help you kneel. Then Guhan kicked with his left foot, breaking the heavenly fire saint's legs, making him fall to his knees with a thud. At this moment everyone saw a shocking scene. Guhan stepped on the head of the son of Skyfire. Shin Changfei, whose bones were broken by the kick, fell to his knees in an extremely humiliating manner. And Guhan, the horns are smiling, show an arrogant look that looks down on everyone, and no one can compete with it. Shocking everyone at the same time, I felt so frightened that my scalp was numb. So strong. Shin Changfei was stronger than they had imagined. You know, in terms of cultivation level, the son of heavenly fire is one level higher than him. But now he was easily suppressed like a dead dog. Not only that, but he also knelt down in public in an extremely humiliating manner. If this is converted to them, this is even harder than killing them. Lord, holy son of Skyfire. Seeing their master being insulted in public, many followers of the son of heavenly fire were extremely angry. I felt that my faith had completely collapsed. The strongest saint of their Yenuang sect, has the top genius of the red dust immortal, was now suppressed like a stray dog. He can't even regenerate his head. As for Shin Feng and the others, their momentum surged and they were awakened. The stronger the boss they follow, the better they will get in the future, the more there are. How dare you disrespect Lord Changfei? Kill! Kill! These guys! At the same time, Shanghai City, in the tea house. Several noble temperaments wearing a Taoist robe. He looks like an immortal. The old men are gathering here to drink the fairy tea. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more impetuous. They are always so impatient over trivial matters. It's so quiet and noisy. One of the old men towards the city gate a hint of dissatisfaction. Because Shanghai City has a special by creating a large formation while consolidating the stability of the laws here, it can also block the leakage of certain auras. The old men didn't know what was going on over there or which young warriors were there cause conflict. After all, the Starsea competition is coming soon. The geniuses from all over the eastern Starsea will gather here. If they are not young and energetic, how can they win? A genius? An old man smiled and continued, by the way, the heavenly fire saint son of your Yenuang sect should be very close to becoming a red dust immortal, right? If you can enter Starsea and enlightenment will be able to. As for the red dust immortal, by then your sect will have another top genius. I would like to congratulate your sect in advance. Skyfire still has a long way to go. Thank you for your congratulations, brother Dao. The old man in the red robe, very good. His name is Taoist Chihua, a powerful true immortal, and he is the protector of the son of heavenly fire this time. By the way, it seems that your Xingqian sect's Changfei saint has broken through to the 9th level of the semi-immortal realm not long ago. I wonder if he can break through to the red dust fairyland this time? Should we find an opportunity for him to spar with my sect's heavenly fire saint? Hearing these provocative words, Elder Tianqing of the Xingqian sect snorted coldly a few weird words. Suddenly there was a shout from outside. Big news, big news. The city gate. The heavenly fire saint of the Yenuang sect wanted to pick a fight with the Changfei saint of the Xingqian sect but ended up hitting a wall. Many powerful men under the command of the son of Skyfire were killed. The Changfei saint's sword cut off the head of the Skyfire saint, kneeling on the ground feeling extremely humiliated. He is now on the verge of death. As soon as these words reached the tea house, several old men who had been chatting and laughing before were all stunned for a moment, and then they were suddenly in an uproar with faces full of disbelief. They regarded him as a man who was about to preach. The son of heavenly fire, who was a red dust immortal, was actually suppressed by Shin Changfei, and was beaten almost to death? Holy son of heavenly fire! Elder Chihua, after coming to his senses, shouted loudly and rushed towards the city gate with all his might. Damn it! He was leisurely drinking tea and eating melon here, thinking that someone had met with an accident at the city gate, but he ended up eating the melon on his head. If word got back that his own saint's son was beaten to death and he was still eating melons and drinking tea in a tea house, he would definitely be tendon so naughty. Chapter 597 Divert the trouble to others and drag everyone into the water. Shanghai City also has special means of transmitting messages. What happened at the city gates soon it spread to the entire Shanghai City like a storm. Countless strong men were shocked. No, the breath even came from the depths of Shanghai City. Soaring into the air, he rushed towards the city gate. The Holy Sun Changfei killed the Holy Sun Tianhua with his sword. This is a big deal. If we are not careful, this might lead to a war between the two top sects in the East Star Sea realm. At the same time, at the city gate, Guhan stepped on. He chopped off the head of the Son of Heavenly Fire and slashed out several more sword energies, directly hitting the Son of Heavenly Fire. Collapse. A divine thought that wanted to escape in panic had just flown out when Guhan reached out and grabbed it directly in his hand. Tianhua, weren't you very arrogant before? Did you want to bump into me and pick a fight with me on purpose? Although Guhan's smile seemed, but it made the Son of Skyfire's scalp tingle. Why aren't you crazy now? I gave you a chance before and asked you to kneel down in exchange for your life, but you refused. Now that you are going to die, you are afraid? Many other powerful men were also silent, their faces full of disbelief. No way? Does Shin Changfei really want to kill the Son of Skyfire? Aren't you really afraid of making this a big deal? How dare you, little brat? At this moment a voice filled with boundless anger came from the depths of Shanghai City. This many powerful people breathed a sigh of relief at the terrifying and majestic aura. Very good. Son of Heavenly Fire, the last protector Elder Chihua has finally arrived. If the other party had been a step later, the Son of Heavenly Fire would really have been killed by Shin Changfei. He deliberately picked a fight with me. Now he is inferior to me and I suppressed him. And then the old ones came out without martial ethics and wanted to bully others by taking advantage of their power. The Yanhuang sect is really so powerful. Guhan sneered. The palm of the hand holding the remnant soul of the Holy Son of Skyfire exerted slight force. The remaining soul of the Heavenly Fire Saint Sun suddenly let out a painful wail, gradually collapsing. It seems to be about to be wiped out. Chihua! You old dog, don't you take me seriously? The elder Tianqing of the Xingqian sect who followed him shouted loudly. Send out breath to calm Elder Red Fire. Elder Chihua is very anxious now, fearing that the Son of Skyfire will die just like that. He was completely insane at this moment, and when he saw Elder Tianqing trying to stop him, he became even more furious. Tianqing! You are trying to stop me. Two immortal moments cause conflict. Although the two had just arrived at the true fairyland not long ago, at this moment the energy emitted is still amazing land. Let not all the monks and creatures in Shanghai City were affected and instantly shattered fog. While dealing with Elder Tianqing, Elder Chihua said in a deep voice, "You can't kill Tianhua. Deep Fire, I am the leader of Yanhuang sect. Heavy. You killed him. Even if our sect does not want to have any more dealings with your Xingqian sect, we may cause a conflict, but we will also have to go into full-scale war with your Xingqian sect. The Holy Son of Skyfire is proud and arrogant. Please forgive me if he has offended the Holy Son of Changfei. We can discuss any compensation you want." Elder Tianqing, who was also furious and wanted to stop Elder Chihua, became hesitant after hearing these words. If Xingqian sect and Yanhuang sect in all-out war would be a big deal. If he accidentally promotes in this situation, there is a high probability that to be punished by the suzerain. What? Kill the useless Son of Heavenly Fire? It is possible that the two major sects cause conflict? Originally I really didn't want to kill the Son of Heavenly Fire, I just wanted to use him as a tool. People deter all parties to better stand firm and gain some goods. Guhan. At this moment I suddenly felt. What is his purpose? It is to cause conflicts between the two parties. It is best to let them or the Master Yonghengyi family and Yanhuang sect, the later Master Tai Xianzong, cause conflict. Isn't the opportunity here? Humph. Now you know how to obey? Guhan sneered. I gave him a chance before, but he insisted on going against me from now on. If anyone wants to provoke me or even wants to kill me, all we need to do is pay some compensation and the matter can be put behind us. Do you still take my star sect and my star sect's Holy Son seriously? You can kill me, but I can't kill you? Upon hearing this, the Holy Son of Heavenly Fire was about to vomit. Slander! You are slandering me. Can this big hat be worn? I didn't intend to kill Shin Changfei. Elder Tianqing once again shake. Yes. Their Xingqian sect has always had a bad relationship with the Yanhuang sect. If the Heavenly Fire Saint's son kills Shen Changfei today, what should he do? Generation? When I think of the great elder's violent temper, Elder Tianqing couldn't help but shudder. Their Xingqian sect is not weak either. I am not afraid of the Yanhuang sect. Tianhua wants to kill Shen Changfei if he wants to. Shen Changfei wanted them to stop him from killing Tianhua. Wouldn't this undermine the star sect's momentum? If it gets out, it will also bring shame to the Xingqian sect. After Gu Han said this, the situation that had been somewhat stable became open. But the two elders hesitated for a moment. Gu Hanhunchi, suddenly the rolling laws gushed out from his big hands, directly the remaining soul of the son of Skyfire. No. Absolutely, there was a roar. At the last moment, the son of Heavenly Fire regretted and felt a little resentful. I resent Elder Chihua, this idiot, for not taking action earlier and why he came so late. The world is silent. Elder Chihua was stunned. Elder Tianqing was also stunned. Countless powerful people who were watching were all stunned. They never expected that Gu Han would be so decisive and actually kill the son of Skyfire. In front of countless people's shocked and stunned eyes, Gu Han Lai, he smiled and shook off the gold left over from the previous battle, raised his head. Sorry, after thinking about it, I am still afraid of this useless will retaliate. Killing him would make me feel more at ease. Shen Changfei. How dare you? Elder Chihua was very angry. They are all trembling, their eyes are bloodshot crack. He really didn't expect that after his arrival Gu Han would still dare to be so arrogant and kill the son of Skyfire in front of him. He is now the protector of the Heavenly Fire Saint. Now that the Heavenly Fire Saint has died in front of him, how can he tell the sect master? Generation. Fear and anger immediately overwhelmed reason. Shen Changfei, you are looking for death. Boom. Red fire elder breath. The whole person suddenly turned into a huge flaming giant, illuminating the starry sky, a piece of red. This was also the first time that Gu Han saw a true immortal take action. This power far exceeds that of the Emperor. It is conceivable that if such a being were to take action in the Xianhuang world, he would not even need to take action. Just by emitting a breath, the entire Xianhuang world can be ignited and burned. Chihua. Do you want to die, old dog? Elder Tianqing, then he was furious, transform the stars and even attract the sound resonates with thousands of stars in the sea of stars. Endless stars like a gathering, an endless river stretched out and covered the world. However, he was still a beat slow to react. Elder Chihua has already clapped his hands and is suppressing Gu Han and go. Damn it! Gu Han cursed in his heart. He tried his best, although he could fight back a little. His disguise would definitely arouse great suspicion. There is absolutely no way Shen Changfei could display such strong combat power. But if I don't fight back, I will definitely be slapped. Being seriously injured is too shameful and too much of a loss. Gu Han's thoughts turned and finally saw the heirs of several sects and families who had been chatting and laughing with the son of Skyfire Saint before, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. The trouble was diverted to the east, making the situation even worse. Drag more people into the water and let everyone join in a melee. Chapter 598, no one in the conflict died, but all the onlookers died. There were too many reversals. Even the true immortals took action and this world was completely in chaos. Xing Xiansheng, everyone was so frightened that they subconsciously wanted to leave the place. However, what happened next was something they would never forget. Old dog. You actually took advantage of your power to attack this saint's son. The huge flaming hand had not yet fallen, but the aftermath was as violent as a storm, and directly knocked Gu Han away. Gu Han flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and it was unclear whether it was intentional or unintentional. Xing Xiansheng, finally they discovered with horror that Gu Han was flying towards them. Moreover, the giant flaming hand seemed to have identified Gu Han and followed him back. Follow the shooting. You don't come over here. Xing Xiansheng, everyone's dead souls are emerging. Why are you flying towards us? You rush, get out. However, all this happened too suddenly and they were no match for Gu Han the old man. Gu Han pretended to fly backwards and deliberately fell in front of them. And the giant flaming palm that followed also covered it with a loud bang. The flame storm that came out immediately engulfed Xing Xiansheng, waiting for others to be wrapped in it. Few of them are as powerful as Gu Han, and was immediately affected by the flames and screamed heartbreakingly. Everyone meets again sudden change. Crazy all crazy. The true immortal is in the city. Not only did he attack but he also affected Qin Xianqing waiting for someone. They are all descendants of famous clans and aristocratic families. The later sects and families will also be affected. The originally furious elder Chihua's eyes became clear at this moment, somewhat unbelievable. I launched a strike myself and deliberately avoided Qin Xianqing waiting for others. Why would they be involved? While the firestorm raged, stangled the chi of heaven and earth. Gu Han was wrapped in it. The corners are slightly tilted. Do you want to know about the burning technique that can control all the fires in the heavens? Elder Chihua, this old dog, actually used his firepower, so don't blame him for killing someone with a borrowed knife. Go! Gu Han silently recited the ancient magic formula in his heart and suddenly controlled a firestorm and draw most of it to King Xuanqing while waiting for others. Return in the dark. He increased the power and burning intensity of the firestorm. Of course, in order to perform better and even without any flaws, he also kept some fire on his side. But Qin Xianqing in the firestorm, strengthened by the burning technique, waiting for others, they are really suffering now. Almost being burned by the flames, it was gradually charred and even its soul was inexplicably ignited. The pain was unbearable born. But it all happened almost in an instant. There, and the soul was instantly ignited. To prevent the strong from capturing some spiders' later horse tracks, Gu Han even directly introduced the flames were set on fire, causing them to violent explosion affecting everyone. And he also pretended to spit out a mouthful of fresh towards the far fly out backwards. The shocking local boom. Even Elder Chihua was a little confused. Although he was extremely furious, the palm he delivered was well controlled. How could it be so powerful? Could it be that my strength has improved during this period of time? Bang! The slightly charred Gu Han fell out of the firestorm, spitting out a mouthful of fresh. At this moment his eyes, he roared in grief, Chihua, you old dog. You are a true immortal after all. It's okay to attack. He even killed Qin Xianqing. Wait for others to get involved. I was the one who killed the holy son of Skyfire. I take responsibility for my actions. When you take action now and affect Qin Xian Saint, wait for others and let them die because of it. Old dog, do you really think you are invincible? Wait for death. Phil Shin Changfei. Elder Tianqing, who was seriously injured, was furious and wanted to. After hearing these words, Fa was stunned and forgot to take action. Not just him. Including Elder Chihua, everyone was also stunned. What's the meaning? Elder Chihua did not kill Shin Changfei with one palm, but instead Qin Xianqing. Watching the show, was he caught in the act and killed? Two strong men hand. The result is that the audience is affected, died? What's this? What's the situation? Some people with sharp reactions were so scared that they turned around and ran away. They would never watch a play again because watching a play could kill people. How? How is this possible? Elder Chihua, who had come to his senses, had a somewhat. I was shaking, not sure if it was out of shock or fear. This shouldn't happen. He restrained his strength when he attacked and was very measured. Even if Gu Han was hit head-on, the most he would do was to be seriously injured and have to lie at home for a few months. How could Qin Xianqing be inexplicably wait for others to be involved and even die? He subconsciously wanted to send out his divine sense to investigate. But Gu Han had already taken a step ahead and wiped out all traces while the firestorm was rolling. There is no evidence to prove it. Don't care. What is so strange? Qin Xianqing, the death of others has something to do with Elder Chihua, not a relationship. Slander. This is absolutely slander. Maybe it was Shin Changfei who killed him and put the blame on me. Superior Elder Chihua was also panicked. How could he admit that it was his fault that caused the deaths of several people? Including Qin Xianqing. There are 4 geniuses. They all have great power. If his guilt is proven, he will definitely die. Red fire, old dog, you come slandering. Everyone saw it was you who did it. Kill Qin Xianqing, holy son of Tankuan Li Wendao Imo Guixian and others. Gu Han roared very loudly this time, as if he wanted to let certain people know on purpose. This roar also worked. Several true immortals who had nothing to do with the matter and were aloof were slightly stunned after hearing these words. Who died? Previously they were all intimidated by the furious Elder Chihuahua, and for a moment Guhan naturally refused to admit it. The palm you just used, keep it? He clearly came here to kill me. And there is no control, it was stirred up and the aftermath blew me away. Qin Xiansheng, waiting for someone's death is like you two no relation. As he spoke, Guhan spit out a mouthful of fresh. But in the eyes of outsiders Guhan at this moment the wound was severe, even the internal organs might be ruptured. Tianqing Elder Noodles Inc. Although he also felt strange. But the Son of God, even though he was so seriously injured, this old dog Chihuahua still threw dirty water on his own holy son. He really didn't take him seriously. My fellow Taoists, this old dog Chihuahua has no moral principles. He bullies the weak, and you can tell what kind of person he is. Please follow me and kill this old dog together. Chapter 599. On the first day in the fairyland a true immortal was killed. As soon as the voice fell, Elder Tianqing took the lead. Send out your hand. Several large star shadows condensed and smashed directly towards Elder Chihuahua in the air. As for whether the aftermath would be too great to destroy the entire Shanghai city? What does that have to do with him? It's all the fault of that old dog Elder Chihuahua who took action first. Qin Xiansheng, even the true immortals who came after him felt something was amiss. I even suspect that Xin Chanfei may have done it on purpose to kill Qin Xiansheng. But this possibility relatively small. Qin Xiansheng, the main reason why people died was Elder Chihuahua. If this old dog hadn't acted without any moral principles, how could it possibly have come to this? Chihuahua. You won't wait for me today, generation, don't think about it and retreat. At this moment the four true immortal realm masters on the other side were all angry, released the breath and attack. 6 true immortals suddenly appeared in Shanghai City. War. The aftermath even caused the entire Shanghai City to countless buildings are collapsing. The residents with little cultivation died tragically in an instant. The body of the Chihuahua elder collapsed after being beaten. Recover. After reaching the realm of true immortal, it is actually very difficult to die. You can also recover by absorbing spiritual energy. But now 5 true immortals attacked the red fire elder alone. They had no power to resist and could only get beaten. The immortal body was beaten continuously, crack hot gold drops and splashes, and instantly fell in a dying state. Please ask Elder Tianqing to avenge Chang Fei and beat this bastard to death. He is really going too far. Guhan was still fanning the flames, coughing up fresh blood with pieces of internal organs from time to time. Guhan pretended to be weak to win the support of others, clear the suspicion. But Elder Tianqing was really angry and really wanted to kill him. Boom! Big stars kept crashing into Elder Chihuahua, crash again and again. I'm afraid if this happens a few more times I'll be beaten to death. Seeing this scene, Guhan wanted to laugh in his heart. Get up, all of you, get up. It's my first day in the fairyland. He is going to kill a true immortal. And you can also bring the Eternal Yi family along with you, the quagmire of war. If you can. It would be better to involve other sects as well and attack the Eternal Yi family together. That's enough. You are fighting like this in Shanghai City. Do you want to destroy the entire Shanghai City? You don't even take me, the city lord, seriously. Until then a roar came from the depths of Shanghai City, a terrible breath. Open it. Make several powerful hands a stagnation, stiff, stayed where you are. Several true immortals hand. The silence was too great in Shanghai City. The city lord was shocked. It's done. The lord of Shanghai City has just arrived. Guhan didn't give him a chance to finish his words and took the initiative. Fuck you, old thing. This old dog tried to kill me earlier and you didn't intervene. This old dog killed Qin Xiansheng, waiting for someone. Why don't you intervene? Now several seniors personally he wanted to teach that old dog Chihuahua a lesson, but you tried to stop him. Is it possible? In Shanghai City the Yanhuang sect has the final say? And hasn't the Shanghai City Lord's mansion also already defected to the Yanhuang sect? There were several people who originally thought that they might have gone too far and that killing Elder Chihuahua here might bring them even greater trouble. After hearing Guhan's words he suddenly realized it again. Yes. The old dog Chihuahua, when I sent out my aura, no one from Shanghai City Lord's mansion came out hand. Now that the conflict has come to this point when they want to personally kill Chihuahua, the Lord of Shanghai City comes out to mediate. Shanghai City also has the power distribution of their major sects and families, and they often allocate funds to Shanghai City. Now the Lord of Shanghai City is obviously showing favoritism here. The Shanghai City Lord, who was originally furious, suddenly choked. He was in seclusion before. When I walked out of the exit, I wanted to stop it immediately. It has developed to this point. You can't just put on this big hat casually, it could kill people. Elder Tianxing. Let's go all out today and just kill that old dog Chihua. I have killed the son of heavenly fire, but he still dares to attack me. What if I kill him today? Is it possible? Would it affect the reputation of our sect if we let him go? Gu Han continued to fan the flames. Elder Tianxing also thought it made sense. If he takes the lead in the attack and cooperates with the other 4 true immortals, it will not be difficult to kill Elder Chihua. Humph. Shen Shanghai, since you wanted to turn a blind eye to this matter before, you'd better not care about it now. I will kill this guy Chihua. Boom. Elder Tianxing also became completely furious. Thousands of stars gathered in him. Finally, a huge phantom like a star condensed. Released from the start on the world is buzzing Ming. Everyone. This old dog Chihua is arrogant and will kill you all. The pride of the future. If this guy doesn't die today, I'm sure you Taoist friends will find it difficult to generation. Elder Tianxing was not stupid either and quickly sent a message to the other true immortals. You just need to act secretly to restrict the town. I will kill him. After these words were spoken, the other 4 true immortals hesitated for a moment and finally decided to agree. What happened today? Too big. I want a good one. In this case, Chihua must die. Tianxing. You must me. Trap. The desperate Elder Chihua also went a little crazy and even wanted to as a threat. Then in the next moment, the 4 true immortals simultaneously breathing calming lock onto Elder Chihua. I was just stunned for a moment. Boom. The huge shadow of a star fell down with a loud bang, enveloping Chihua completely. Strong. The battle only takes a moment. Not to mention that the red fire is completely in being. A true immortal who was considered to be a top powerhouse in the entire East Star Sea realm, but at this moment he was annihilation. Boom. The next moment everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. The entire sea of stars, boundless clouds are coming erode as cloud depth. The top collapsed with a loud bang. The rain rolls down, illuminating the whole world. Peace red. In the fairyland, those who have cultivated to the level of true immortal are considered powerful people. They have gone a long way on the road of the Great Way. Once they die, the Great Way they have walked will collapse and eventually present such a strange phenomenon. A vision from heaven. The rain was pouring down and countless stars suddenly became dim. Countless powerful people watching opened their eyes wide, pupils dilated and about to fall out of his eyeballs. They didn't take any chances. It will develop to this point. I originally thought that Xin Changfei had killed the son of Skyfire and the matter was over. But unexpectedly a true immortal died because of this. In their eyes it was a small matter, but it turned out to be. That's it. Everyone subconsciously moved away from Xin Changfei, played by Gu Han. This guy is definitely a ruthless person, a very tough guy who is not easy to mess with. For the people around, Gu Han didn't care. It's just that a true immortal died. How can this be possible? If I can get the Eternal Yi family role, come in and kill an immortal king of their family, that's the real make money. Chapter 600, getting more confused. The situation the 19 true immortals confronted. Xiao Haizi on the side was already stunned. I silently gave Gu Han a thumbs up in my heart. Ox! You are really awesome. On the first day of arriving in the fairyland, he directly killed a true immortal. Main facade of Shanghai City white. It's over. No matter what, Elder Chihua is still an elder of the Yanhuang sect, and even more so a true immortal. Now that the Shanghai competition has not even started, he has died in his Shanghai City. How should he report to the Yanhuang sect? Generation? You guys are so brave. But at this moment, starry sky, a sound shook the sky. The earth rolled in like an overwhelming tidal wave. Master Yanhuang. Feel this, the terrifying aura of many monks. Crazy change. The strength of the Yanhuang sect master is so great that he has already reached the peak of the true immortal realm. He may be only one step away from becoming the legendary immortal king. Looking at the entire fairyland, they are all extremely powerful beings. Full strength, even the starry sky destroying countless stars. Especially at this moment he was filled with rage. If he was blinded by rage and attacked, the entire Shanghai city would be destroyed in an instant fragments. As early as when Elder Chihua was besieged, Sect Master Yanhuang had already received the news and was even rushing here at his best. But he was still a step slow. Elder Chihua has fallen. After all, he is a true immortal. There were not many true immortals in their sect to begin with, only 9. It would be difficult for another one to appear in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Now I am going out to protect the way. The Holy Sun is dead and the true immortal elder is also dead. Sect Master Yanhuang was so furious. An existence that is infinitely close to the immortal king. Even though the Yanhuang sect is still very far away from here, that the majestic aura made Guhan feel a little nervous. He really underestimated the horror of the immortals. If he was a true immortal king, or even the most powerful one among the immortal kings, how terrifying would he be? Snort. Yanfei, you old dog, are still as shameless as ever. You are not as skilled as others and you are willing to admit defeat. Do you really think that our Xingqian sect is easy to bully? A cold snort sounded. There are thousands of stars on the other side of the starry sky, flashing. A man who is all-pervading, made of pure stars, cohesion. The shining giant world comes. The aura emitted by this star giant is also infinitely close to that of the immortal king. It's the leader of the Xingqian sect. Xingmi. The people under your command killed our sect elders. If you don't give me a generation, then there will be another war. The words fell. Yanhuang sect master backspace buzzing. 8 statues exuding a majestic aura shadows emerged from the void, and they were none other than the 8 true immortal elders of the Yanhuang sect. That useless Chihua, he bullied our sect's holy son and took advantage of his power to bully the weak. Now he deserves to be killed. Do you really think I'm afraid? You won't. If you want to fight, then fight. The star sect master did not give in either. There were also waves of spatial ripples. 9 true immortals appeared one after another. The star sect master was not weak either. The other side just lost a true immortal. They had an extra one, which was an advantage. They were also afraid that the other side would not. Crazy. Everyone is crazy. Countless monks and creatures gathered in Shanghai City were frightened. Crack. How could something good change? Is that so? They just want to participate in the star competition. Now the 2 major sects in their Dongxing Sea realm are about to start a war here. So what should they do? Once you are affected, you will definitely die. Shan Fei. Are you okay? Take this elixir and quickly take your people away from here. The farther the better. Along with an old voice, a brocade box containing a special elixir appeared from the depths of the starry sky. It floated over and landed in Guhan's hand. Guhan subconsciously raised his eyes. When I went there, I saw a material rickets, an old man. The other party's aura was extremely terrifying, like an abyss or a prison unfathomable. It should be Shen Changfei's grandfather, Shen Wentian, the great elder of Xingqian sect. Now seeing this old man, Guhan felt a little uncomfortable. But the thought quickly faded. From the moment he was hunted by the Eternal Yi family. From the moment the entire Xingqian sect became a subsidiary force of the Eternal Yi family, they have been considered mortal enemies. Even if he didn't cheat the Star Sect today, the Star Sect would respond to the call of the Eternal Yi family in the future and even target him. Boom! 19 true immortals confronted each other in the starry sky, and the auras they exuded attracted this void is violently shake. War 1 coming soon. Guhan didn't want to leave. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity and wanted to continue fanning the flames. As long as these 2 major sects fight, the Eternal Yi family will definitely be swept up in. Brother Han. Let's go. Stop fanning the flames and don't get yourself involved. Xiao Haizi felt like crying. He felt a little regretful, regretting following Guhan to the fairyland. This kid Guhan is even crazier in the fairyland than in the Xianhuang world. You, a half-immortal, have to get involved in the dispute between more than a dozen true immortals. If this is affected by a slight impact, I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Master, this matter, basically I am to blame. Guhan pretended to be extremely weak. The corners still lose freshness. If I be patient and restrained, maybe things won't go wrong. It's all my fault that things have come to this. I don't want to be. Because of my sect, I will not be able to get over this hurdle in my heart. As he spoke, Guhan looked up to the Yanhuang sect master. The shadow stands upright, giving people a sense of dignity and courage. Sleep. This matter, it's essentially my fault. If sect master Yanhuang wants to get angry and vent his anger, then just come find me. The star sect master also learned from the star elder the whole story. In fact, there is also a sense of blaming Guhan for being too harsh, too reckless. But now, after hearing what Guhan said, the blame in my heart disappeared completely at once. Instead, I felt like I owed it to Guhan. Their Xingqian sect is not weaker than Yanhuang's sect. This matter, in essence, he is also the Holy Son of Skyfire. He provoked them first. If the Holy Son of Skyfire can kill the Holy Son of their Xingqian sect, why can't they kill the Holy Son of Yanhuang's sect? In addition, Shen Changfei's grandfather is the great elder of their Xingqian sect, second only to the being with the strongest cultivation. If the great elder's heart is chilled, it will also be detrimental to the future development of the sect. Chang Fei, this matter I don't blame you. The star sect master spoke in a dignified voice. I will reason. If Yan Fei wants to fight, let him fight over there. My Xingqian sect is not afraid of him. You. Originally, I just wanted to intimidate the Xingqian sect and didn't want to make the matter. The leader of the Yanhuang sect, who had caused a big fuss and even started an all-out war, could not step down because the leader of the Xingqian sect was so powerful. It is neither right to fight nor not to fight this battle. The leader of Yanhuang sect looked at Guhan deeply. Awareness, what a coincidence. As soon as this guy spoke, why does it always spread in a larger direction? He suspected that this guy was deliberately fanning the flames, but he couldn't find any evidence. Just as the atmosphere in the two major sects became increasingly tense, Guhan was becoming more and more excited, looking forward to the time when the two major sects would go to war completely. That's enough. That is the end of this matter. Chapter 601. A strange reversal being noticed by the Immortal King. Even if the chi here is turbulent, the space is boiling. This sound seems particularly clear in everyone's ears. It can even be said that deep in my mind sounded. The people from the two sects who were on the verge of a fight suddenly froze, and then the pupil contracts as if he had just come to his senses and hurriedly restrained his breath. Meet the Star Sea Realm Master. The two major sects that were previously on the verge of a fight now moved towards one. Shangfang bowed. At some point, a star appeared in the sky, a middle-aged man in a luxurious golden robe. It was different from the terrifying aura created when the two major sect leaders arrived. The middle-aged man seemed to have returned to nature. Or maybe he controlled his breath very well. No, without any leaking of aura, he stood in the air like an ordinary mortal. But Guhan knew. Over there is the strongest person in the East Star Sea realm today, the East Star Immortal King. In charge of the entire East Star Sea, all forces in the East Star Sea must give him face, otherwise only catastrophic disaster awaits them. The power of the Immortal King cannot be offended. The leaders of the two major sects did not expect that the Immortal King of East Star would intervene. Once upon a time, their two major sects, when the war broke out, the Immortal King Dongxing maintained a neutral attitude. As long as it doesn't affect the entire East Star Sea, they can fight however they want. Why did you suddenly appear today? However, after seeing the Eastern Star Immortal King, the next one, if the immortal boat appears, everyone understood everything. This ease of formidable existence descended upon the East Star Sea. The reason why the Immortal King Dongxing took action to dissuade him at this moment. They were also afraid that a fight between their two major sects would affect this descending adult, and that finding out what this adult was up to would bring disaster to the entire East Star Sea realm. Could it be that someone from the Yanghanyi family or the Taiyi Immortal sect has arrived? This thought emerged in the minds of the two major sect leaders at the same time. Things like the war between their two major sects, the first thing to report is yourself. The later masters are the Yanghanyi family and the Taiyi Immortal sect. But the people from these two major forces seem to have not arrived yet and are still on their way. But the next scene once again made everyone, including the leaders of the two major sects, dumbfounded and full of disbelief. I'm sorry for my poor management, sir. The Immortal King of Dongxing bowed in the direction of the immortal boat with a very respectful attitude. You must know that even if the strong men from Taiyi Immortal sect and Yanghanyi family come, it is impossible to make the Immortal King Dongxing so respectful. After all, the strongest person in this big family and sect is the Immortal King. The Eastern Star Immortal King is also an Immortal King, so there is no need to appear too humble. but now the flow such an expression. All we can say is that the origins of the people in this ferry boat are beyond imagination. The ancestors definitely had an immortal lord or even a legendary quasi-immortal emperor. But this kind of existence usually stays in the most core and prosperous areas of the fairyland. Why did you run to this desolate area of their Dongxing Sea realm? Is it also to recruit some geniuses who ascended from the lower realm? But how could a super sect in that kind of place come to a place like this to recruit some geniuses from the barbaric land? The immortal boat is extremely special. A special barrier engraved with an extremely ancient system. People from the outside world cannot spy on the immortal boat department scene. But Xianzhou people can see clearly outside the ferry boat. Fu Hua sat upright on the glazed throne of the immortal boat. Head search outside. When his sight finally locked onto a person, a special jade pendant in his hand began to buzz Ming among them. Immortal flow gradually change a pattern of revelation. Fu Hua was slightly stunned. His sight was completely fixed on Gu Han's disguised Shin Changfei superior. Is he the person the palace master is looking for? Fu Hua was a little stunned. The palace master said that the man ascended from the lower realm. That guy is now staying with a group of powerful people from the Star Sect, and it is obvious that he is not from the lower realm. Could it be that there is something wrong with the origin jade in my hand? But this is impossible. The palace master is such a powerful being, how could there be any problem with the origin jade that I made myself? The flashy eyes narrowed slightly. Ju Guhan, maybe there is something unknown. But I didn't think much about it. Now we just need to further confirm whether Guhan is the person the palace master wants to find. After intimidating all four directions, the Eastern Star Immortal King was about to speak. It's like a call for something. The figure flashed and disappeared from the spot as if entering arrived at the illusory ferry boat. Including the two major sect leaders, all the monks didn't dare to ask, didn't dare to say more, and didn't dare to leave the place. They could only wait patiently where they were. Until a long while. The Eastern Star Immortal King had just emerged from the immortal boat with a puzzled look on his face. Trance. Final goal fell on Guhan Superior. Fu Hua gave him a task. Very simple task. Let him monitor in real time Guhan play Xincheng Fiquiet. When encountering any danger in the East Star Sea, we must take action to protect it. The Immortal King Dongxing was very confused. I have no idea why this disciple from Yaoqi Palace would be so concerned about a sect disciple from the East Star Sea realm. Could this person be the fairy from Yaoqi Palace's fiancé, or her lover, or her younger brother? But no matter what, this kid in front of me has a great background. I might be able to, well, even investing, you'll get a big return someday in the future. What condition? Guhan, who didn't know the truth, was a little confused and felt even more bewildered. His perception was very sharp, although he could not see the scene in the ferry boat. But always there is a Taoist in the immortal boat, always going to him, looking up as if testing something. There is also the immortal king of the East Star, who had previously looked high and mighty. After coming out of the ferry boat, he seemed to have become a different person. The most important thing was that he would always go to his own place, glancing up. A loving father seeing his son, which made him want to beat up the East Star Immortal King. Is it your own violence? Have some clues been discovered? The leaders of the two major sects are also smart people. I caught some details from the eyes of the East Star Immortal King and looked in the direction he was looking. They all fell on Guhan Superior. The two of them were suddenly struck by lightning and their minds exploded. What's the meaning? Was Shin Changfei favored by the East Star Immortal King? This development is a bit confusing. Let's stop here for today. The Eastern Star Immortal King did not seem to want the people present to delve too deeply into the matter and said again in a loud voice, I don't care what grudges you have. Before the Shanghai Grand Competition begins, you are not allowed to act on your own, cause conflict. If there is anything, wait until the Shanghai competition is over before resolving it. Everyone was a little confused as they listened to the words of the Eastern Star Immortal King. But the two major sects leaders, but he looked at Guhan vaguely, glance up. There seems to be something wrong with this kid. It seems that he has been noticed by the Immortal King of East Star. Chapter 602, Immortal Realm Super Dao Sect Attracting Wolves Room. Guhan, do you have someone in the fairyland? The little black guy appeared out of nowhere, head face full of shock, looking at Guhan. There are people, but they seem to be from the Shen Yuan Xia family, from the Xiaobingli family, but this is obviously not the case. Guhan was even more confused. He also didn't understand at all how will it develop so? Does the immortal king of East Star like me? Or is it pretending to be matter of violence he knew his? No matter what, you have to be careful. There is also that immortal boat of unknown origin, there must be someone on it who has noticed me. However, Guhan still has some doubts. Who is that person in the ferry boat? No one expected that this incident, which had caused the two major sects to be about to go to war, would end with the East Star immortal King Han declared the end. The name of Xin Changfei, played by Guhan, also became completely famous throughout the entire Dongxing Sea realm. Killed the holy son of Skyfire. He was hit by Elder Chihua but survived. This is a record that has already made the pride of heaven in fear. Of course, except for his, regardless of the powerful strength. He also became famous as a disaster star. After all, he, the main person who provoked the dispute, did not die, but Qing Xincheng, all the geniuses who were watching the show were dead. It also began to spread outside, and later you must stay away from Xin Changfei and never watch the rumors about his excitement near him. It's just nonsense, make. They actually said that I was a disaster star. I think those people are destined to die. This rumor also reached Guhan. He was a little annoyed at first. But when he thought about the fact that he was playing the role of Xin Changfei, what did Guhan have to do with him? Afterwards, I quickly let it go. His trip, although a bit reckless. But the harvest is good, but it's far greater than the risk. It's not just about establishing your own reputation and consolidating your own position. It also makes the people of the Star sect pay more attention to themselves. During his recovery period, Xingqian sect sent him precious. That is a peerless treasure that far exceeds the so-called top-level natural treasures in the Shenhuang world. Any one of them can have a great effect on him now. If he hadn't been deliberately, he was afraid that he would be able to break through the realm during his rest period, the immortal in the mortal world. Not only that, he also received a message while recovering from his injury. Someone from the Yang Hongyi family is coming. It seems that the person who came is the eldest son of the Yang Hongyi family. Guhan stroking down. Originally I was thinking, since I have the means to disguise my appearance, should I just the Eternal Yi family, but couldn't find an opportunity. Isn't this opportunity coming? In fact, before he replaced Xin Changfei, the Xingqian sect has always wanted him to follow a direct descendant of the Eternal Yi family, which would also bring greater benefits to the sect. But now maybe he is too strong, or maybe the East Star Immortal King values it. The people of the Star sect were very interested in keeping him in the Star sect and letting him develop in the East Star Sea realm. After all, with the help and favor of the East Star Immortal King, the Xingqian sect would definitely grow and develop rapidly in the entire East Star Sea realm. This made Guhan even more confused. Why did the East Star Immortal King value him so much? These days I also gave myself top treasure that can heal injuries. Could it be the order from the person on the immortal boat? At the same time, Dongxing Sea Realm King's Palace. A magnificent palace as huge as the stars. Don't worry, sir, I have already delivered the things you asked me to deliver to Master Shen. In the eyes of the world, the East Star Immortal King, who was of extremely high status and powerful, bowed and reported like a respectful servant. At the top of the hall there is a Fuhua sat upright on the glazed throne. Thank you, senior. This person is very important to my Yaoqi palace, but I don't want to show off in front of him mine. I'll be sorry to trouble Senior Dongxing Immortal King to take care of me during this period of time. I heard that the senior I've always wanted to get in Yaoqi Fairy Palace. I can't let enter Yaoqi Palace, but I may be able to give you some advice during this time. 1-2 Let have more energy and opportunity to practice in seclusion in the Yaoqi Fairy Palace. As soon as these words came out, the Eastern Star Immortal King, suddenly overjoyed, he bowed deeply again and said, "Thank you, Master Fuhua." The Yaoqi Fairy Palace is a super Taoist sect in the core area of the Taichu Fairyland. I heard that the palace master seemed to have surpassed the level of Immortal Lord and reached the legendary quasi-immortal Emperor realm, which is even stronger. Asgard, there are 8 hall masters, each of whom has reached the level of Immortal Venerable. The guardians of the 36 Immortal Palaces, top-level Immortal Kings. The 72 elders of the Immortal Palace also have the cultivation level of Immortal King. There are also countless other true immortal deacons. It can be said that there are countless prides in the fairyland all enter this transcendent force. After all, even though he was the lord of the East Star Sea realm, he was at most just an ordinary elder in the Yao Qi Fairy Palace. Be happy with yourself in the future. There may be. While practicing in Yao Qi Fairy Palace, he was also extremely shocked. He had previously thought that Shen Changfei was someone that Fu Hua admired or someone else. I didn't expect that he was still so narrow-minded. This person, actually our entire Yao Qi Fairy Palace, is extremely important. Does this mean that this person may be the same as the god in the legend? Is it related to the palace master of Yao Qi Fairy Palace? Why does Shen Changfei, who has such a great background, want to stay in Xingchen sect? Why didn't the people of Yao Qi Fairy Palace take him directly to the core area of the fairyland? This thought comes and goes quickly. The idea of the existence of the Yao Qi Palace Master is not something that someone like him can easily guess. Yes, it's easy to commit taboos. But in any case, this little-known Shen Changfei has a great background. At the same time, a ship with countless special, a huge immortal boat that breaks through the starry sky department. Xingchen sect Shen Changfei. Interesting, my Eternal Yi family's affiliated forces actually produced such an interesting guy. Not bad, he is qualified based my follower. On the throne of the immortal boat, a young man was listening to the report from his subordinates. The corners are slightly tilted. His name is Yi Changqing, the fourth son of the Eternal Yi family. This time he received an order from the family and led 3 top true immortal powerhouses and dozens of other Eternal Yi family powerhouses to the East Star Sea realm to look for clues about Guhan. However, this matter Yi Changqing didn't take it too seriously. The Dongxing Sea is vast and boundless. Even if their family elders calculated Guhan's approximate location, finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Compared to looking for Guhan, he wanted to select some talented and gifted geniuses from the East Star Sea realm as his followers and then the Lord's battle. As for Guhan, just let his father and ancestors worry about it. At least there are tall people to hold up the sky if it falls. And now he has found the first follower who suits his heart best. But what Yi Changqing didn't know was that he would be the cause of the wolves that were rising up. The thoughts in the room, how much regret arises. Absolutely thread. Chapter 603, Exemption from the Test. Different treatment of the immortal king. Changfei, the sect master, still wants you stay in the sect. We will use all our sect's resources to train you. Then it's up to you what you want to do. There is a saying, do it, rather do it head, not doing tail. And the world they see is completely different, so the choice is up to you. After Shen Wentian spoke earnestly. Then get up, leave. When the door of the hall closed, the pupils were deep. A strange god flashed by. I feel that this grandson of mine is somewhat different from the grandson in my memory, as if he has been possessed by another spirit. Although his grandson is usually arrogant and domineering. But it was not as arrogant as it was recently, and it almost caused a great battle between the 2 major sects. But he had just checked through a special method, and his grandson, the original breath, still makes me. It is understood that nothing unusual has occurred. Shen Wentian sighed. I don't know whether it is good or bad that my grandson has suddenly changed so much. Main hall. Guhan pondered for a moment. Not that I care about what Shen asked. He must go to the Yongheng Yi family. If this is still possible for someone from the Eternal Yi family, followers of the Lord effortless among them, this was more what he wanted. He would not stay in a small place like Xingchen sect. He sank. What's surprising is that Shen Wentian seemed to have seen something. Did you doubt my share? Guhan was very perceptive and had already noticed something. But he didn't think too much about it. With the system's fantasy fairy pearl, the chances of him being discovered are not high. Even if I get discovered, it doesn't matter. At worst, I can just change my alias and continue wandering around. Not long after, a majestic immortal boat broke through the starry sky and landed on the central square of the Star Sect. The leader of the Xingchen sect, as well as many elders and disciples, have already arrived, and tens of thousands of people have gathered there. At this moment, all of these people without exception are waiting respectfully. We sincerely welcome the 4th son of the Eternal Yi family. Come. As the ferry boat landed, countless voices converged. The rolling torrents, the earthquake, the sky. Although the Taichu immortal realm is far superior to the lower realm cultivation civilizations such as the Xianhuang world, its class levels are extremely distinct. The Eternal Yi family is the master of the star sect. Even if it's just their clan, a mere direct descendant of welcome with a bowing gesture. Although Guhan also came. But he did not kneel down like the others. Such a scene was particularly eye-catching among the entire crowd. How dare you? Meet the Eternal Yi family, for how dare you not kneel? A true immortal from the Eternal Yi family was immediately enraged, releasing a terrifying aura towards Guhanjin and Go. Sir, please calm down. Shen Wendian hurriedly spoke out to stop him and released his aura to resist. My grandson Changfei was seriously injured not long ago and has not recovered yet. He was just lying in bed recovering from his injuries. Originally we wanted him to continue recuperating and meet the fourth young master at another time. But Changfei was afraid that being absent would indirectly disrespect the fourth young master, so he came to the audience despite his injuries. Please don't blame me, sir. Guhan glanced. It was obviously you guys who insisted on dragging me to see him, okay? Add drama to yourself. It was impossible for him to kneel down. Even facing the King of Heaven he would not kneel. Not to mention the people from the Eternal Yi family who had a deep hatred for him. The Yangheng Yi family elder frowned and was about to continue speaking. Okay, Changfei's previous matter, I've heard that there's no need to embarrass him anymore. I'm already very satisfied that he can come to see me despite being seriously injured. A hearty laugh rang out from the ferry boat. Several appearances later they walked out one after another and lifted the jade curtain. With bursts of fairy mist it diffused out from the ferry boat. One with exquisite workmanship, a man in gorgeous clothes with a dignified bearing and heroic eyes, walked out. That let him know by the power of the pulse. Guhan instantly guessed the young man's share. The eternal fourth son of the Yi family, Yi Changqing. Thank you, fourth master, for your magnanimity. Guhan bowed slightly. Maybe I have to borrow his hand to fight Eternal Yi family department, directly fanning the flames in the Yangheng Yi family. Now some superficial efforts still need to do a little bit. Brother Changfei, there's no need to be so polite. Yi Changqing with a smile on his face. On the way here I had already heard of Brother Changfei's reputation and how he killed the son of heavenly fire whose cultivation was one level higher than mine. To be able to survive a single blow from a powerful true immortal people like Brother Changfei definitely have great luck. And I also like to play with people who have great luck road. I'm not the type to beat around the bush, and I'll get straight to the point. I'd like to take Brother Changfei with me to join us in our great cause so that we can reach the top of the world together one day. I wonder if Brother Changfei is interested? Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly. Yi Changqing said it very nicely, something like, we will walk to the top of the road together. To put it bluntly, he wants me to be his dog. And don't be fooled by his polite appearance, he is actually extremely domineering. He showed his true intentions right from the start by asking him to be his follower and didn't even put him on the same level as him from the beginning. But it made sense, as the other party was the fourth son of the Eternal Yi family. He had already been a powerful immortal in the mortal world and had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Shen Changfei is just a genius under his affiliated forces. In his eyes they were no different from the puppies born to his own dog. Master Changfei has this intention, but Changfei still needs to continue to become stronger. He needs to repair his injuries for a period of time before entering the enlightenment at the end of the Starry Sea. After all, even if Changfei wanted to follow, if he was stronger he could help the young master more, right? No one expected Guhan to say this, shocked. Especially the high-ranking people of Xingqian sect ugly. They already wanted to keep Guhan in the sect for training, but the other party still wanted to follow the Eternal Yi family's eldest son. Yi Changqing was slightly stunned and finally laughed out loud. I didn't expect that Brother Changfei would think so highly of me, and have had this intention for a long time. Well, as long as you are willing to follow me, you don't have to participate in this star competition. I will give you a free entrance. What are Xinghai's qualifications for enlightenment? When these words came out, other people, especially many Tianjia, were shocked. Jealousy, envy. Xinghai is the holy land of their entire Dongxinghai realm. If people like them want to get in, they can usually only participate in the star competition. Only those sects that have several immortal kings in charge and have made great contributions to their Dongxingxi realm can obtain 1 or 2 exemptions from the test. As the eldest son of the Eternal Yi family, Yi Changqing naturally has it in his hands. But at this moment it was directly given to Shen Changfei, which really made them envious and jealous. However, the next scene shattered everyone again and broke their defenses. "Thank you for your kindness, sir." Gu Hanqi smiled and said, "Not long ago the Eastern Star Immortal King also gave Chang Fei a chance to enter without taking an exam, the quota for Xinghaya's enlightenment." The world is silent. The eyes of many geniuses, even some of the proud sons of the eternal Yi family, widened. His face was full of astonishment. What condition? They have been following Yi Changqing for so many years but have not been given the opportunity to be exempted from the exam. How come these exemption quotas are like rotten cabbages nowadays? Yi Changqing was also slightly dazed. Immortal King of East Star? It turned out to be that old guy. This old guy is notoriously old-fashioned. No matter how powerful his family is prophet, this guy won't give their eternal Yi family any face. Why not now? Use your own authority to give Shen Chanfei a place on Xinghaya that is exempt from the test? I want good Shen Chanfei? Or Shen Chanfei? What is there that he doesn't know? Guhan is very good at judging people's facial expressions. Analyze what the other person is thinking. By Yi Changqing some facial expressions he probably guessed something. Obviously the eternal Yi family might have suffered a setback at the hands of the East Star Immortal King. In his opinion, the Immortal King of East Star was definitely not the so-called stubborn old man who would not listen to anything. The reason for performance: this only shows that the eternal Yi family's power is not enough. It is not enough to make the East Star Immortal King wary or even afraid. But the existence in the previous immortal boat. When I think of the East Star Immortal Kings, the respect shown was like that of a grandson. Guhan became more and more curious about who was in the ferry boat. Chapter 604, Xinghaya the Undertaker Keep. I see. Yi Changqing quickly recovered and smiled. Brother Chanfei is indeed a man of great luck. Even the Eastern Star Immortal King made an exception to invest good. Brother Chanfei wants to follow me. I am really lucky. Seeing that Shen Chanfei had him in his grasp, he even regarded him as a follower. Guhan wanted to laugh in his heart. Just feel happy and proud. When I get to the eternal Yi family, I killed people and set fire to teach you a lesson. You want to drive me out, but I won't go out. I originally thought that I had received a good follower when I first arrived, feeling lucky. Yi Changqing in the shed saw Shen Chanfei suddenly burst into tears when a smile appears. An inexplicable chill emerged in my heart. Ominous prediction. But I can't tell this. Where does the feeling come from? At the same time, Yanhuang sect. A majestic atmosphere with countless flame runes condensed. The bright lights swirl around the hall. Shen Chanfei? That's interesting. In the center of the hall, a huge bronze mirror reflects the divine light, outlining a clear picture. One in the picture, the man in the white robe with red gold cloud pattern. At this moment he had a smile on his face as if thinking about something. He is the son of God of Taiyi Immortal Sect, Qin Sanyu. The son of Skyfire, who was killed by Guhan before could be considered his follower. Sir, son of God, I heard that the fourth son of the eternal Yi family intends to take Shen Chanfei as his follower. Shen Chanfei is a bit evil. Do you want to? The young man from the Yanhuang sect below asked in a low voice, but his tone at the end was mixed with a strong murderous intent. Those who dare to kill my followers must be taught a lesson, otherwise I will not be able to follow my people generation. Not to mention that he is the one favored by that guy Yi Changqing, so he cannot be allowed to live well. There was obvious arrogance in Qin Sanyu's tone. In his eyes, Guhan, the prominent figure of the entire Xinghai city, seemed like an ant who could be killed at will. Let's put this little thing aside for now. I've received gossip that someone from Yaoqi Palace seems to have come to the East Star Sea realm. They seem to be looking for someone. You all should gather as much information as possible and tell me the person Yaoqi Fairy Palace is looking for. Remember, do not communicate with this person evil. Otherwise this son of God will kill you. As soon as these words came out, the young man below was suddenly shocked. Yaoqi Fairy Palace? That is the true legendary superpower in their fairyland. This superpower actually came to the desolate land of the East Star Sea to look for someone? If I can help even connect with the other party or even form a relationship with him, isn't that developed? But before that he must find a way to kill Shen Chanfei. Yan Huang was his younger brother. Now that he was killed, how could he as his elder brother? We also need to find our place back. Furthermore, according to Shenfei's current combat power and talent, even the Red Dust Immortal is inevitable. Over the years, the major sects and families in the East Star Sea realm have been fighting openly and secretly. Neither there is a genius who is too powerful on the opposing side. Xin Changfei's performance was so strong that it was not only their Yanhuang sect but also the sects and families don't want to see each other prove their truth, the immortal in the mortal world. Perhaps he could unite with people from other sects and families to attack Xinghai. Together death is gone. Time passes by. The Xinghai competition is only a few days away. However, for people like Gu Han who already have a place exempt from the exam, it doesn't matter whether they take part in the competition or not. They have been constantly improving their cultivation level these days. You can enter today enlightenment at the end of the Starry Sea. Not many people from Xingqian's sect were granted exemption from the examination. In addition to Gu Han, 2 other people obtained it. One is another follower that Yi Changqing has taken a fancy to, the holy son Tianyun and the great-grandson of the sect master Shaozi. They are both geniuses. Those who are over 400 years old have already reached the 9th level of the semi-immortal realm. However, in Gu Han's eyes, the other party was really too old, more than 400 years old. In his previous understanding, she was just an old witch. But Shaozi still looked innocent at this moment appearance. Brother Changfei, I'll trouble Brother Changqing to give me some guidance on this trip to Xinghai. Gu Han was even more speechless after hearing these words, putting aside his actual age of 24. The character he plays, Xin Changfei, is considered to be Shaozi's grandfather. Now this people call him Big Brother. What people mean is so obvious. Even the meaning of the Star Sect's leader was too obvious. However, he came to the fairyland to do important things, not to talk explain of. People will only affect the speed at which he draws the sword. Chu. At the same time, Su Lingyue and others who were far away in the Xinhuang world sneezed almost at the same time. Our current, the quality is far beyond the scope of ordinary people. You won't sneeze in this case. Could it be that Gu Han went to the fairyland and missed our you guys here? It must be like this. We must repair the chain as soon as possible, strive to improve our strength as quickly as possible, and ascend to the fairyland earlier. The future stands in Gu Han's side. Fight side by side with him again. Xinghai is located in the central area of the East Star Sea realm, bustling area. Because of the existence of Xinghai, even if ordinary cultivators cannot go there, they will still stay in the nearby area. Life gradually takes shape a city. Rumor has it that Xinghai has a small world every 500 years. Send energy once tide. Energy tide, when it is sent, all the people nearby will be more or less get the opportunity. Gu Han and his group walked on the busy streets surrounded by various. The selling continues. A treasure from the Star Sea. Selling it at a low price. The legendary immortal emperor is in seclusion group. Buy it and gain enlightenment. You will definitely gain a lot. Interview spotted Xinghai starting from 10,000 origin immortal crystals. The highest bidder wins, limited to 1 person. Listening to the busy streets selling voice. Gu Han originally didn't take it seriously. I was a little dumbfounded at this moment. Immortal Emperor, even if the group is not able to sell Xinghai's exemption from examination? Then what is the Xinghai competition? Shaozi, who was standing by, seemed to be used to it and explained with a smile, Xinghai is very ancient and existed before the Taichu immortal realm was completely opened up. It has been opened up many times over the years, and some people can always difference wrong to get something good. As for the exemption places that these people are selling, they are most likely from some of the top families in my Dongqing Sea realm. The young geniuses under their command may not have made it. The intention of the Xinghai trial was to entrust someone to sell it. There are basically no geniuses who have ascended from the lower world who can gather in this area, but many people can afford it. Gu Han nodded but was still a little speechless. But this immortal emperor is in seclusion group. Isn't it a bit outrageous these people really dare to say that? He just complained casually but saw Shaozi. It may not be false according to the ancient books of our Dongqing Sea realm. When Xinghai was just being developed, there were indeed immortal kings and even immortal emperors who came here, and some even meditated here to attain enlightenment. Heard the undertaker who caused the great destruction in my fairyland had also been to Star Sea End and seemed to have left something here. Gu Han, who originally didn't care much, was slightly stunned when he heard this. Undertaker. The month of burial. Chapter 605, Immortal Emperor. Spacetime projection far beyond the Immortal Emperor. This was the first time that Gu Han heard someone say the three words Undertaker, even in the immortal realm. His guess turned out to be correct. The Zhangshu moon is really related to the fairyland. And I've been here before. This gave Gu Han another idea. Could it be? The system announced a new sign-in location at Xinghaya also to allow him to come here to obtain the things left behind by Zhang Suyu? This is most likely the case, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. He was increasingly looking forward to what rewards he would get when he signed in at Xinghaya. The journey was smooth. Gu Han and the other two soon arrived system entrance area and directly into among them. But Gu Han and others disappeared just as they arrived. There was a sudden commotion from behind sound. In the direction where Gu Han came from there were more than a dozen ferry boat frames of different styles. Even if there is still some distance between us. Gu Han also heard the exclamations from the crowd. That is the strongest saint of Yanhuang sect, the sun's vehicle. Ice god sect Saint Gu Qingxing, he's here too. Isn't that the symbol of the Xinghai Wang family? Is the Wang family here too? Countless people exclaimed at this moment. More than 10 powerful descendants from the sects and families came at once. There is a sect Saint's son, there are also family, the main, each of them is powerful, they are all distinguished and have the opportunity to be exempted from the test. Although the exemption quota is very precious. But it has been issued over the years. With the exemption quota you can enter anytime and anywhere, the end of the Sea of Stars. But why did all these people come together? Isn't the Xinghai competition over yet? These people came with great force, even bringing servants with them, and they were breaking through the air at this moment. Immortal roar ki hair. No, the weak in the town, when the breath hit he was paralyzed on the ground. Those with bad luck may even die directly. The small starry sky town suddenly got up. Although there are strong people in this town, they can only protect the town from being destroyed and can hardly take care of the deaths of some people. Standing at the barrier system in front of the gate, the middle-aged leader who was responsible for maintaining order. Sudden change. I never expected that all these people would come here together. But when I think of the front foot after Gu Han, he suddenly understood everything. These days Xin Changfei's reputation has become well known and everyone in the entire Dongxing Sea realm knows him. And now the leader of the menacing group seems to be the Tian of Yanhuang sect, the sun. Plus the son of Skyfire is his younger brother. The middle-aged commander understood instantly. This is the Sky, the son of God, has brought people to take revenge. You stay outside and seal off this place. Sky, the son of God, ordered. We will go in among them. They encircled and suppressed Xin Changfei. Wait until he escapes seriously injured. You guys should attack them immediately and kill them. After arranging everything, Sky eyes of the sun, a murderous intent flashed in his mind. With the helpers I hired at great expense, follow Xinghai, prepare to surround and kill Gu Han. Sky, the son of God, just left. One, the figure is graceful and elegant with a cool white veil. The child appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged commander was slightly stunned and prepared to stop it. Sky, although the Holy Sun and his companions acted arrogantly, they were exempted from the examination of. He couldn't say anything. But this Whiteson. But White Z didn't even look at him and just made a move. A golden coin exuding a vast and boundless atmosphere, the token appeared immediately. The Order of the Lord of the Realm. Seeing this order is like seeing the East Star Immortal King himself. The middle-aged leader was shocked. He was not sure why the child possessed the Realm Lord's order, but he did not dare to delve into it. He hurriedly bowed his hands and lowered his head deeply to show his respect. Everyone get out. At this time by the child is stepping before the passage. He glanced sideways and was the Holy Sun arranged for strong men to ambush and kill Gu Han and others outside the passage. As soon as the words fell, everyone was frightened and turned into birds scattered. Although I don't know this, what is the sun? Share. But they know the Realm Lord's order. At this point, what is the heaven to follow? The sun's command? Run away first. Vanity has some headaches. Didn't the palace master say that the man just ascended from the lower world? Why did it change so suddenly? He not only defeated Xin Changfei of the Xingqian sect but also indirectly provoked so many powerful enemies? Original just want hidden in the dark. but now it caused quite a big commotion. Anyway, don't let anything happen to Guhan. The other side. After a dizzy spell, Guhan's vision gradually became clear again. As far as the eye can see is a vast expanse of countless stars, the vast starry world. And in the most central area of the field of vision, countless stars and galaxies surround and gather together, a scene like a cliff. Looking at the cliff suspended in the starry sky, Guhan knew that this should be the largest treasure land in the East Star Sea, Xinghaya. Space teleportation. The mouth seems to be random. Guhan is the only one in this area for now. Guhan had no intention of joining up with Xiaozi and Tian Yun. Head directly towards Xinghaya. Although I don't know what effect the legendary Star Sea has. But you will know if you try it. Guhan was extremely fast and soon arrived at the edge of the Sea of Stars. He had just set foot on the edge of the Sea of Stars. The vision in front of me suddenly became distorted. Suddenly there were several more stars on the plain Sea of Stars film. Them film the outline is vague, as if it is just a projection in historical time and space. But each of them exuded an aura that far exceeded Guhan's cognition. From near to far there are about 9 film. The closest to Guhan's shadow is also extremely terrifying, but it is considered the weakest. But he had the experience of meeting the East Star Immortal King before. Guhan instantly it came out that this was the projection of the laws left behind by an immortal king. Guhan felt as if struck by lightning. The one closest to him's shadow is the immortal king. The remaining few were very far away from him and their auras were even more powerful. Could he be a quasi-immortal emperor or even the legendary immortal emperor? These vague. The shadow seems to carry a strong law of power, even if it was just a projection. Guhan wanted to see it clearly and even his eyes were hurt under great load. It can't help but leak out water. That is. Guhan ignored the stinging pain in his eyes and tried to see as clearly as possible the figure standing at the end of the Sea of Stars film. That road, the more I look at him the more all. That is a she has waist-length black hair, the ancient and solemn dark palace. Just standing there, it seemed as if there was a sense of silence turning the area into a dead place. Even the billions of stars, none of them can shine. The child seems to be looking up that endless sea of stars. Wanna go what? But even if it's just a back view. But Guhan still recognized it. The month of burial. It is the projection of time and space left by the Zhangshu moon. Standing at the end of the Sea of Stars looking up the endless sea of stars. It is even closer than the 2 projections that seem to be the immortal emperor. This means that Zhangshu Yu during this period is even stronger than the legendary immortal emperor in the immortal realm. Time and space. There are countless different time and space, but similar flowers of time and space will always bloom. The Zhangshu moon seemed to be whispering. This voice came back in Guhan's ear. Are you the similar flower of time and space or the one I'm waiting for? Chapter 606 Xinghaya Sign in 3 True Immortal Guards. Without waiting for Guhan to think about it carefully, the system's voice suddenly rang in my ears. Bite. It is detected that the owner has arrived at Xinghaya. Do you want to sign in? Guhan decisively chose to sign in and consumed 20,000 villain points to reward a critical hit. He was feeling somewhat excited as this was his first time signing in at the Fairyland and he didn't know what rewards he would receive. Master consumes 20,000 villain points to crit. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the immortal pill in the mortal world. During the heyday of the immortal realm, a powerful immortal who had pushed the art of alchemy to the extreme tempered his skills. After taking it, it can help the cultivators below the level of Red Dust Immortal. There is even a certain probability of breaking through to the Red Dust Immortal to become the supreme immortal in the mortal world. The source of the Sea of Stars, the East Star Sea, has been condensed for countless epochs. The law after fusion and unification, it can be completed. Borrow the power of the starry universe. Note, the power of the starry sea universe is one of the supreme laws of the Fairyland and it is in line with the aura of all things. Integrated into the origin, and you can also it can replace and disguise thousands of auras, making it difficult for the immortal emperor to detect. The higher the master's cultivation level, the more power of the starry sea and universe is used, the stronger the aura of the myriad of camouflage and replacement will be. Star Crusher, forged by absorbing the power of endless stars, can be enlarged to the size of stars by the user's thoughts, and the grade is True Immortal. Xinghaya X3 True Immortal can be repaired to improve cultivation. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the special reward, Funeral Road Classic, Burial of Immortals. In the mythological era of the fairyland, it was created by the sixth supreme throne of the heavens who pioneered the great way of evolution and extinction. The meaning of the burial path can be further transformed into a force targeting the immortal path of extinction. Note, immortals with a lower cultivation level than the user will not be able to resist this. The erosion of power, traces of time and space, cultivation of Tao fruit, etc., all come from its own power, will be annihilated. Immortals whose cultivation level is higher than the user will only to some extent affected. Seeing this, Guhan's pupils shrank slightly. This technique is too overbearing. For those whose cultivation level is lower than his, it is a complete and utter kill. One day in the future, is the immortal emperor. Can't he destroy anyone he wants? Even those immortal kings and quasi-immortal emperors who claim to be immortal, are you powerless in the face of power? The system announcement continued. Congratulations to the owner for receiving a special reward, 1 fragment of the divine burial coffin, unknown rank. If you collect all 6 fragments, you can restore the divine burial coffin to its original state. The divine burial coffin, born in the deep of the void source, the meaning of its birth is to serve as a gap in the abyss of the heavens, the extinction of 1,000 ways off the right track. Function, unknown for now, will be analyzed after integration is complete. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining Xinghai Xiandan X10, can quickly restore the lost immortal energy. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining 100 Xinghai immortal crystals, special immortal crystals of great value, one of which is equivalent to 10,000 immortal crystals of origin. Guhan was too lazy to check other system rewards. For him, the biggest rewards from this sign-in were the immortal burial technique and the divine burial coffin. The characteristics of these two special rewards are too obvious. In his opinion, this is definitely related to the burial ruins moon no contact. The month of burial. Guhan came to his senses after realizing it and looked up towards the end of the sea of stars. Zhang Suyuyu, who was standing there before, had disappeared at some point. This scene suddenly made Guhan feel a strange sleep. It seemed as if the projection of the Zangshu moon appeared there just to give him a reward. He originally wanted to try to flow. Unexpectedly, the other party disappeared without a word, which made Guhan a little regret. Guhan was too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, I will know everything in the future, so there is no need to rush. But just as he was about to swallow the red dust immortal pill and try to become a red dust immortal, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Shin Chanfei is there. Guhan was slightly stunned because it wasn't his own name that was called, and he was stunned for a moment. Until there were several murderous auras rapidly heading towards him close. Only then did he remember that he was playing the role of Shin Chanfei. Guhan was a little confused. Why was he being targeted again out of the blue? Chen Chanfei. You killed my brother. This hatred should be irreconcilable. But for the sake of Lord Dongxing, Immortal King, as long as you give up your cultivation and kowtow to me to apologize, I will not kill you. Sky the Sun come from the void. Later he also brought with him several heirs of clan families. Sky, although the Holy Sun wanted to kill Shin Chanfei and avenge his brother. But he also received some gossip that the Immortal King of East Star seemed to think highly of Shin Chanfei. Killing it directly might cause displeasure to the Immortal King of East Star. It would be better to just cripple Shin Chanfei, make him a useless person from now on, and make his life worse than death, which would better relieve the hatred in my heart. Guhan was speechless. It's the same old drama again, killing the younger brother to replace the older brother. You also want hands on this matter? Guhan's gaze once again seeing the descendants of several other sects and families. A few people flashing silent. Although they had no conflicts with Shin Chanfei, they had fought Tao. Their sects are also competitors. The once ordinary Shin Chanfei is now famous and even about to become a saint, the immortal in the mortal world. This made them fearful and jealous at the same time. After all, human inferiority, that's it. I don't hope in myself people who started at the same starting line are doing better than you. Plus this time the Sun wants the Lord. If he takes the lead, he will bear all the consequences. They are also happy to act as thugs and kill future competitors in advance. Guhan sneered in his heart and naturally guessed what these guys were thinking. Why do you all have to die? What an arrogant fellow. Going to great lengths to spend a lot of money invited these direct descendants of the clan families to come. The Holy Sun naturally felt that he could defeat Guhan. Seeing Guhanlu at this moment, he wanted to take the initiative. Hands kill their watches. Sky the son of God sneered in his heart. Shame on you. Together kill him. At the same time. Same follow the Sky Shingzi et al. Backward to this world's flashy eyes flashing. Count the sky the sun is there are 11 of them. Not only are they all clear the 9th level of the semi-fairyland like the sky, a top genius like the Holy Sun has already reached the realm of a half-step mortal immortal. Exist of it is known that Guhan's cultivation level is only half immortal realm. Facing an attack from 11 geniuses of the same realm. Fuwa doesn't know if Guhan can make it through, but it will probably be very difficult. Fuwa was a little hesitant as to whether he should take action. Palace Master, the order is to let secretly protect Guhan's safety until he leaves the Dongxing Sea. If you act now you may get hurt own. Never mind. Fuwa gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart to kill these cats and dogs first. A long sword instantly appeared in Fuwa's hand and Fuwa drew his sword as fast as thunder. Swish. In an instant. In the dark and empty starry universe, a bright and sharp sword energy crossed the universe, coming from the direction from which Guhan and others came. The sword energy came too suddenly. Except for Guhan, who reacted Shingzi et al., it is impossible to detect it at the first time. Guhan originally wanted to take action. But he discovered that the direction of the sword energy was not coming towards him but towards the sky after slashing in the direction of the Holy Sun and others. Guhan was a little confused. Is this an unknown powerful person coming to help me? Could it be someone from the Star Sect? Not good. Already get there, the terrifying sword, the souls of the dead sons all appear. I never expected that there was someone behind this. Several people hurriedly tried to turn around and stop the sword energy that is coming towards them. But Guhan is not a dead man. Since they dare to attack him, he will send all these people to death. Cut. Guhan let out a low shout and also slashed out with sword energy. Boom boom. Instantly 2 sword energies appeared like crescent moons rising into the dark starry sky. We instantly entangled together, they transformed into a boiling world of sword energy. Sky the son of God and others had just appeared and had not even had time to attack Guhan. With shock and doubt, another strong feeling of unwillingness disappeared in the boiling sword energy. They just died like that? Chapter 607 Violence? He is definitely Guhan in disguise. The sword roars, the starry sky shake. Sky the Holy Sun plus 10 top geniuses from other sects and families were completely enveloped by the sword energy and were completely destroyed both physically and spiritually. No one expected that the sudden conflict would end with such an incredible result. Even Guhan didn't expect that there was a person hiding who worked with him to kill these extras. That's right, the top genius in the eyes of others is just a supporting role in his eyes. It would have been difficult for him to solve it before. But don't forget, he just received a system reward, which is extremely rich system rewards. That one real fairy, the star-breaking gun, was enough to help him kill the group of guys easily. The killing sky after the Holy Sun and the others arrived, Guhan did not relax his vigilance and spoke loudly. I wonder which Taoist friend helped you? Can you come out and see me? Chang Fei wants to thank you in person. While speaking, Guhan continued to emit his divine thoughts. Be aware of the changes in the surrounding starry sky. However, the surrounding starry sky was unusually calm, no difference. Even the divine sense he sent out did not detect any unusual aura. Guhan frowned more and more. According to the rules he had previously understood, he could enter no matter how powerful the person who attained enlightenment at Xinghaya is. He cannot be stronger than the immortal in the mortal world. Otherwise they will be stopped by the Shanghai commander stationed outside. If it was a powerful immortal in the mortal world, he would definitely be able to capture the other party's breath. But now I can't catch it, Millie. In any case, senior, if you can help me, Chang Fei, so exciting. After speaking a few more times and still getting no response, Guhan was too lazy to delve further into the matter. The other party should not be hostile to you. Otherwise they won't help. Moreover, he must break through and become an immortal in the mortal world today. We can't give up today's breakthrough just because of such a small risk. whether it works or not. Guhan still set up a special defense barrier. 3 true immortal Star Sea guards hide in the dark and be ready to strike at any time. The whole person sits cross-legged on the defensive barrier. After swallowing the red dust immortal pill, he began to directly break through the red dust immortal realm. Always Vanity, hiding in the dark, just looked at Guhan quietly. Seeing the slight aura emanating from Guhan, Fuwa was also slightly stunned. Evidently he has not yet broken through to the level of a red dust immortal, but the aura he exudes is already comparable to that of a few powerful mortal immortals. Perhaps even if I didn't take action earlier, he would have been able to deal with those people. Fuwa also inexplicably developed a curiosity about Guhan. According to the palace master, the other party simply ascended from the lower realm. Even if the Dongqing Sea realm is compared with the entire Taichu immortal realm, it is just a desolate borderland. But he is also a local genius of their fairyland. The lower world ascended to the heavenly pride but could easily crush. This is the first time in history that a local genius has appeared in the fairyland. Vanity glanced Xiaozi and Tian Yun, who lost consciousness. After thinking about it, I decided to avoid affecting Guhan's possible future plans. I still didn't kill these 2 fish and just threw them out, while Guhan was in seclusion at Xinghaya to make a breakthrough. There was also an uproar in the outside world. The top geniuses from the major sects and families in the East Star Sea realm. At the same time, it completely fell and disappeared. The most important thing is that this news was deliberately released by someone with ulterior motives through the grapevine. The death of their own descendants was such a major event, but the major sects and families did not mention it much. Instead, they tacitly avoided talking about it and even directly announced their seclusion from the world for hundreds of years. Never again the disputes in the Eastern Star Sea realm. But this cannot conceal the speculation and discussion among many monks. I heard that the geniuses of these major sects and families they fell and died together after reaching the end of the Star Sea. Before that, the Changfei saint of the Xingqian sect entered the Starry Sea. But I heard from the grapevine that the holy son Changfei didn't seem to have arrived. No danger in seclusion at the edge of the Starry Sea. This scene clearly shows that were the holy son and others killed by the holy son Changfei? How did the holy son Changfei kill so many geniuses by himself? The major sects and families have suffered such a huge loss. I'm sure they will try every possible means to retaliate. Right, someone else spoke up. Revenge? I heard that Changfei Xingzi, the immortal king of East Star, values it. Several major sects and families did not give the immortal king face, which angered him. Now he is still racking his brains over how to give a reasonable explanation. Do they have the guts to retaliate? Now everyone chooses to avoid the world. In the next few days, the name Shin Changfei was pushed to the forefront. Even it has spread to the outside of the East Star Sea. Everyone knows Ashen Changfei's extraordinary genius. Star Sect. Congratulations to Brother Changfei for achieving the status of a red dust immortal. From today on, Brother Changfei can be considered a true prodigy in our immortal realm. Sitting upright, Yi Changqing laughed heartily as if he was sincerely happy for Guhan's breakthrough. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. Guhan bowed slightly. But he sneered in his heart. This guy is also a typical smiling tiger. He can even in this guy's eyes about jealousy of oneself. Although it was very small, he still captured it. This guy is also the kind of find capable people. Not hope a capable person, a petty-minded person who is superior to his master. Moreover, the character Shin Changfei played by him has been too popular recently. Maybe it has already aroused the suspicion of the people in the Xingqian sect. He preached not long ago the mortal immortal returns from the Sea of Stars. It will be obvious when he saw Shin Changfei's grandfather Shin Wentian occasionally cast suspicious eyes on him. Maybe Shin Wentian has already guessed that he is not his grandson. Moreover, he also found out some information about why Yi Changqing came to Dongqing Sea realm. It seemed like she was looking for him. Not long after he arrived in the fairyland, he was smelled by the dog nose of the eternal Yi family. But fortunately, these guys don't seem to be able to position yourself accurately. After Guhan said goodbye and left, Yi Changqing, who had always had a gentle smile on his face, suddenly stopped smiling and became cold. Elder Beiming, I think there's something wrong with this guy Shin Changfei. It's even possible that he's someone else pretending to be him. I suspect the person pretending to be Shin Changfei might be Guhan. Yi Changqing, the space behind was slightly distorted. An old man with an aura as deep as the abyss and as powerful as hell walked out from there. Yi Changqing didn't pay much attention and continued. I have read the detailed information about Guhan sent back by Sister Z before she died report. Although most of them according to Yi Qingyun that waste summary, but it can indeed help us better understand Guhan. Guhan is not only good at playing with people's hearts but also good at using plot as scheme. And also has the ability to disguise, the ability to completely change the aura of others. I have also learned about Shen Changfei. He is essentially a second-generation immortal. Although he is a playboy in many in this situation, they don't have the courage and guts they should have. Not to mention having the guts to kill the son of heavenly fire and people like the son of God. But if it was the daring Guhan who was pretending, if so, then all this makes sense. Yi Changqing eyes deeply. He finally said with certainty, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The real Shen Changfei may be dead. The current Shen Changfei is Guhan pretending to be him. Chapter 608, already anticipated. Until then, Shen Elder Beiming paused for a moment before speaking. I have this guess in my mind, and now that young master has said so, there is a high probability that Shen Changfei is Guhan in disguise of Guhan. This yellow children are very cunning. If he senses something strange, he might lurk again. In order to avoid more trouble at night, why not design a plan to suppress this guy today? How? Can. Yi Changqing agreed without thinking. This was what he wanted to say. Now that the suspect has been identified, there is no need to play along with him. It doesn't matter whether it is true or false as long as the suspicion is strong enough. Then take action first and suppress it besides. At the same time, Guhan did not return to his own palace after walking out of the hall. Instead, he had a relationship with an ordinary disciple of the Eternal Yi family. Want to give good with the purpose of bribing this ordinary member of the Yonghong Yi family. Taking this ordinary disciple of the Yonghong Yi family, he walked towards his own palace. Haha, the holy son of Changfei is a dragon among men, but being strong doesn't mean anything after all. If you can follow Master Changqing, well, you will definitely be able to. I just took the good. The ordinary disciple of the Eternal Yi family with a smile on his face had not yet finished his words. But all I saw was a sudden blur in front of my eyes. I didn't even know what was going on, and my consciousness was instantly the darkness. Guhan plays Shen Changfei indifferent. Raise your hand, and scarlet flames burst out from his palms. Soon the soul consciousness of this ordinary disciple of the Eternal Yi family come out and directly imprisoned in the human emperor banner. His very keen knowledge. Previously he seemed to be having a normal conversation with Yi Changqing. But the room has already smelled of the smell of danger. Recently Shen Changfei, he has been too much in the spotlight and his combat power is too strong, which even goes against his character setting. In addition, the Eternal Yi family has control over themselves reported. Even including the ability to disguise oneself, others, even the original breath report. This made Guhan think more. Even doubt that there may have been a violent risk. Now he is merged with the source of the Sea of Stars and can, using the power of the Sea of Stars, to disguise and replace certain auras of the Great Tao. Even the immortal emperor would find it difficult to detect. This means he can disguise himself at will. Others, even Ben, the aura of the Avenue, can be disguised. No need to worry about being exposed. Since there is violence, to be on the safe side, we should find a way to replace him. For example, to replace this ordinary disciple of the Eternal Yi family servings, direct mixing to Yi Changqing and others. Of course, Shen Changfei, he won't give up directly. It can also continue to be used to confuse the audience. Or it could be used to test the Eternal Yi family, or even take advantage of their own tricks. It seems that perhaps because of the ease I felt some time ago, I subconsciously underestimated Yi Changqing and even the entire Eternal Yi family. While chuckling in my heart, Guhan stripped off a wisp of his consciousness and used it as a puppet soul, then merged it into the arrived in Shen Changfei's body. Soon Shen Changfei, who had been standing there like a puppet, regained his consciousness. The corner of his mouth slowly curled up into a smile, and Guhan Ben camouflaged how smiled at each other. Everything was said without words. At the same time, Xingshan's sect hall. Leaf, although my grandson's recent behavior is indeed somewhat unexpected, and I have also noticed that something is wrong, I have been investigating it all this time. My son Shen Changfei's chi and even the origin wave, none. There is no problem at all. I can guarantee this with my life. Furthermore, Chang Fei's life card also remained intact and was not broken. How could it be Yi The one in the mouth. What about Guhan's thief in disguise? Main Hall. It gathers powerful men from the Eternal Yi family headed by Yi Changqing as well as high-ranking members of the star sect like Chen Wenyan. Compared to the arrogance and indifference of the Eternal Yi family strongmen, the top leaders of Xingqian's sect are facing ugly. I don't want to say any more unnecessary nonsense. Yi Changqing was a little impatient. Guhan is extremely cunning and he also has the ability to disguise the aura of others, making him very difficult to detect. I believe you know better than me how strong and capable Shen Changfei is. To put it bluntly, Shen Changfei's performance since childhood can be regarded as mediocre or even useless. But more than a month ago he seemed like a different person with unparalleled fighting power and extreme dominance. Do you think this is normal? Xin Wentian's face suddenly it became even uglier, but was somewhat powerless to refute. Yes, no matter how many excuses he made, all this was too abnormal. Okay, I don't want to hear any more nonsense. I have already sent out orders to bring Shen Changfei here for investigation. Yi Changqing waved his hand indicating that the matter was settled. If there is nothing wrong with him, I will not make it difficult for him and I will even compensate him. Not long after, Shen Changfei was brought up by several strong men from the Eternal Yi family. Greetings to Master Yi and to all the seniors. Although at this moment in Shen Changfei it was just Guhan's sole consciousness. But due to China Unicom's Guhan Ben, Guhan himself can everything that happened up to this moment. Even able to controlling Shen Changfei's body make the God you want performance. When several powerful men from the Eternal Yi family came to him and wanted to take him to this palace, Guhan had already guessed his high probability of explosion. Fortunately he had already replaced it in advance. Otherwise you can only start a life and death battle royale. Yi Changqing sat on the throne at the top with a half-smile on his face. At this point we don't need to talk in secret anymore. This is also the fairyland. After all the territory of my Eternal Yi family, you come to my territory. Not saying hello, but isn't it too rude to replace and pretend to be someone I am? Don't you think so, Guhan? The hall was silent. Only Yi Changqing's words echoed for a long time. Open it. But in Guhan's under control, Shen Changfei is just right of a hint of doubt, a confused expression. Who is Guhan? I don't understand what Mr. Yi means. Please explain it to me. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shen Changfei from beginning to end. Superior. After seeing this very normal performance, the people of the Xingqian sect breathed a sigh of relief. They all thought that Shen Changfei was normal at the moment situation. Yi Changqing still kept smiling, but his eyes were slightly narrowed, his pupils were deep, flashing cold. At this point you're still pretending with me. You won't cry until you see the coffin. After the words fell, Yi Changqing glanced at several Eternal Yi family strongmen beside him. The few of them no longer hesitated, took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Guhan's side. Holding a special dharma in hand where the fairy light flows, it exudes some kind of supreme aura. At the same time, Star Sect Void Deep, no one noticed a Zizheng hidden here. Vanity Deep, eyes unblinking, staring at what was happening below. Anything that happens afterwards condition. Or the Eternal Yi family does anything that is detrimental to Guhan, they will take action at the first opportunity. Chapter 609, Conflicts Aroused. Golden Cicada Shell. Master Yi. What do you mean? Gu Hanzhou guessed something. But now this with only a soul puppet that can dissipate at any time, he can just give up on any impact. If the other person likes to play, he will play with him. You can even use this opportunity to turn the tables and teach Yi Changqing a good lesson. Humph. Guhan, now that things have come to this, you don't have to keep pretending here. I've already seen your share. You really think you are a good pretender? None. There is a road on the ground, but you don't walk on it. There is no door to hell, but you break in. You tried to kill my sister Zi in the Xin Huang world someday, but now that you have fallen into my hands today, I will make sure you live a life worse than death. Yi Changqing Zhou, the aura became terrifying and the faces became hideous. Different from Yi Qingyun. In Yi Changqing's heart, Yi Zi is the best sister in the world. In the past he did not have obvious talent and was almost exiled by the Eternal Yi family. It was Yi Zi who stood up for him and fought for the chain repair resources for him. If it weren't for Yi Zi, he wouldn't have said the fourth son who now controls the Eternal Yi family might have been expelled from the Eternal Yi family long ago, depriving the Eternal Yi family of their powerful share. However, Yi Zi went down to the mortal world just once and she didn't expect to be separated from him forever, not even a complete statue. No one is left. After hearing that Guhan appeared in the fairyland, he was even more volunteer. He doesn't care whether it is a family plan or not. If Guhan kills his sister, he will destroy Guhan even if he has to sacrifice everything. He has 10,000 sections. Several Eternal Yi family masters held different magic weapons. A special aura gushed out from it and soon above the hall create a brilliant star map. This star map of laws is connected to a ray of Guhan's original breath that Yi Zi brought back from the lower realm. Even if Guhan is good at disguising and acting, Duo can be with resonate with the original breath. As long as Shin Changfei shows some signs of being able to resonate with this original aura, he will undoubtedly be Guhan. Guhanmo flashing. I didn't expect that the Eternal Yi family would. This move is hidden. But it doesn't matter, he had expected it. Master Yi, I don't know who the Guhan you are talking about is. Could it be that because my recent performance has been too outstanding I have been possessed by someone else? Fortunately special, make a magic circle that can affect people's souls, control thereby indirectly backlash. Guhan could make a fuss about it, or in the eyes of someone as high and mighty as Mr. Yi, people like me should be mediocre and useless. Mr. Ye's behavior is just like looking down on others. How dare you speak to me like that? Several Eternal Yi family masters were furious and even emitted auras of might. Further deterrence control Guhan. This scene just happened to suit Guhan's wishes, so Guhan took advantage of the situation and forced control. Shin Changfei spit out a mouthful of fresh long fly. Xinwen Tianmu, distressed with a slightly pleading look to Yi Changqing, Master Changqing. There must be a misunderstanding. Our Changfei is definitely not Guhan in disguise of. If this continues, Changfei may suffer backlash. I only have this one grandson, I can't just stand by and watch him get into trouble. Yi Changqing frowned but did not order to stop. Instead, he sent a message to have people continue to increase their strength and forcibly explore Shin Changfei's origin. Guhan, who had seen the whole scene, complex. To be honest, he and Shin Wendian have no grudges against each other. Just theirs the situation is different. If his a true exposure, even if he didn't provoke Shin Changfei or the Xingqian sect. However, as the Xingqian sect is a subsidiary force of the Eternal Yi family and Shan Wendian is an elder of the Xingqian sect, he will still confront him. Therefore there is no holding back and no necessity. Ignoring Shin Wendian's pleas, several Eternal Yi family warriors continued to increase their control, the energy trying to break through Shin Changfei's origin exploration. The time has come. After a moment of silence, Guhan suddenly will won. The hidden meaning of the burial path is directly integrated to the law in the system. The laws exerted by several Eternal Yi family masters, although the system is special, it also has great disadvantages. Once there is a defect, the energy gathered in it will be lost, controlled violence. And here Shin Changfei from the energy center will directly to the violence. The influence of the energy law can even lead to the destruction of both body and soul. Boom boom. Something unexpected happened. The law that tends to be stable controls sudden violence. Stand up. Not good. Several Eternal Yi family strongmen. Sudden change. I didn't expect this sudden change condition. Several strongmen subconsciously wanted to increase their energy to stabilize the law, the stability of the system. However, the burial intention that Guhan secretly sent out was like a virus that corroded everything and had completely eroded this law. The system created a huge vacuum gap. No matter how they try to consolidate their strength, it will be of no avail. Grandpa, save me. But at this time Guhan wanted to fan the flames again, thereby indirectly causing the Xingqian sect to be hostile to the Eternal Yi family. After giving up his bottom line and calling out Grandpa, Guhan completely attracted mixed in the rules, the meaning of burial in the system. No one had time to stop it. Accompanied by a loud bang, the magic in the hands of several Eternal Yi family masters suddenly backlash fry. The endless storm of laws suddenly fried open it. Shin Changfei, who was in the middle of it, only had time to let out a wail before the energy of the law spread and both the soul and body were completely destroyed. Long fly. Shin Wendian let out a shrill howl and subconsciously looked rushing towards the center of the exploding energy storm. But the energy was so terrifying that it caused the entire huge fairy palace to shake and even collapse layer by layer. When Shenwendian rushed halfway, he was suddenly bombarded by the terrible law storm and instantly spat out a large mouthful of fresh and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The whole palace, the people are completely mixed up a ball. I never expected that the investigation would end up causing the situation is out of control. Final Shin Changfei was caught in the storm of laws and was completely reduced to ashes. What on earth is going on? Always hidden deep in the void, observing all this splendor, originally wanted to take action as soon as possible. But suddenly I realized that the palace master had the aura of the person being protected has not disappeared yet and seems to be still there. Can Mingming, I witnessed with my own eyes that the man had been swallowed up by the boundless storm of laws and both his soul and body were destroyed. But that the breath still exists, which proves the person to be protected is still alive and well. Vanity is a little confused inexplicably, it makes I don't understand. Chapter 610 Give the Eternally family a big gift. No one noticed. Among the panicked crowd at the edge of the hall, Guhan, an ordinary disciple of the Eternally family, had a slight smile on his face at this moment. He really didn't expect that there was such a person in the Eternally family special method of exploring the origin of monk's system. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, otherwise he would have really crashed. But since he had already cracked it, he could just take advantage of the situation and turn the tables on the opponent. Long fly. After the rolling storm of laws gradually subsided, Shenwendian Icanthus crack, regardless of the rush in the center of the collapsed ruins, he was frantically trying to move the collapsed ruins and dig out his grandson. But in fact, under Gu Haney in law mixing, causing it to occur violently the first time it exploded. Guhan has already been detained in the human emperor banner. Shin Changfei's soul was truly obliterated. Taking advantage of the coincidental time difference, a kind of Shin Changfei is ruled by the law mixing, a scene of death due to the impact. Of course, to those who don't know the truth, this is the truth. The laws constructed by the Eternally family strongmen, there is a disorder in the system. Eventually it collapsed and Shin Changfei, who was involved in it, died as a result. What on earth are you doing? Why is the law the system will get out of control? Yi Changqing noodles, it was ugly, and at this moment he was also sternly questioning a few of his subordinates who were covered in dust and dirt. My lord, what just happened? I also don't understand the originally stable law system. Suddenly there is inexplicable confusion. Yes, I'll wait, it's simply out of control. These powerful men from the Eternally family are naturally not stupid. Even if it is their own fault, they will definitely not admit it. Anyway, I don't know if I'll die. It's the law. The inexplicable problems have nothing to do with them. You are the Eternally family, one of the top families in our fairyland. Is this how you bully others? Shenwendian Icanthus, I said before that there is nothing wrong with my grandson, but you keep saying that my grandson is that Guhan in disguise. I trust my grandson. I have investigated for you, but you have failed to do your job well. Law mixing let my son die tragically in public. Now you culprits are still blaming each other. This is really too much. Master Yi, as the initiator of this world, are you going to give me a generation? Presumptuous. A true immortal elder from the Eternally family. Suddenly he was furious with a terrifying aura. Let the ruined hall buzz again. Ming, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being given generation? The pain of losing his grandson had driven Shenwendian a little crazy. His eyes were red, the breath is also expanding. Ha ha ha. How dare you? As the great elder of the Xingqian sect, I have done a lot for the Eternally family over the years. Things have happened force. Now that my grandson has died because of your Eternally family, don't I even have the right to seek justice? Are you from the Eternally family so overbearing even to your own people? Are you not a member of your Eternally family? Even if they are working for you, even if they are on your side, you can kill them at any time and sacrifice them at any time. You are so unworthy of being called the top family in the fairyland because you treat us like non-human beings. It was very quiet. Everyone's eyes widened. Especially the people of Xingqian sect change. Instead of shocking their great elder, he directly mocked the Eternally family in front of so many powerful people from the Eternally family. Also because of the words of their own elder, to the point of chilling worry. Their Xingqian sect is a subsidiary force of the Eternally family, and in a sense they are also members of the Eternally family. Now the only grandson of their great elder, the second in command of the Star sect, had died indirectly at the hands of the Eternal Yi family. But the strong men from the Eternal Yi family showed no guilt at all and even tried to shirk responsibility as if it had nothing to do with them. This makes them to fear to the point of chilling. I work diligently and responsibly for the Eternal Yi family. Will I end up with a miserable ending and be unpopular with everyone? Chan Wentian. You are so brave. How dare you do this? Changing the concept, slandering our Eternal Yi family. Do you really want to die? The Eternal Yi family elders became even more angry and lingered around. The aura became more and more violent, as if he wanted to kill Chan Wentian on the spot. But he still exercised some restraint. What happened here, once it gets out, it will damage the reputation of their Eternal Yi family, make great impact. If some people with ulterior motives deliberately make a big fuss about this matter, it may even cause the affiliated forces of their Yonghan Yi family to be completely divided and even betray their family in secret. That's enough. This is my fault. I will give Elder Wentian a satisfactory answer later generation. Yi Changqing also knew about this. If not handled properly, it may cause impact. Xin Changfei's death was too sudden and without any warning. Although he suspected that there was something fishy about this matter. But Xin Changfei's at this moment everything has been completely destroyed. There is no way to investigate. This phenomenon gave Yi Changqing a headache. Could it be that Xin Changfei is really not Guhan? Is everything just my wrong guess? Or... Yi Changqing frowned wrinkle-eyed. He glanced at the crowd below and muttered to himself, Guhan must have noticed something in advance and even changed to once again hiding? If this is true, then it would be troublesome and even more terrifying when you think about it carefully. If Guhan could disguise himself as someone else at will, how could he possibly find him? As an ordinary disciple of the Eternal Yi family, Guhan mixed in the crowd. The smile on Zhao's face became wider and wider. He had just used a special jade stone to record everything that had just happened in the hall. Especially after Chan Wentian lost his grandson, he loudly questioned the strong man of the Eternal Yi family but was threatened and scolded by the strong man of the Eternal Yi family. This scene can be regarded as a scene of color drama. If he could find a way to make the image captured in the jade public and spread it and then add a little bit of hype to it, could cause some public opinion. Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted. The Eternal Yi family still wants to stay out of trouble? When the time is right, he will tell you what happened today. Go out in the open. Give the Eternal Yi family a big gift. I'm sorry, the previous 2 volumes were mixed up. The second volume was sent to the first volume. Now I have sorted it all out and everything is correct. You can start reading from chapter 606. It was my birthday yesterday, and since I sent the manuscript on time, I didn't notice any mistakes. Now I have corrected them all. Chapter 611, System Upgrade completed. 5 ultimate missions. The storm was temporarily calmed. Xin Changfei's death was also intentional by the Eternal Yi family controlled. Guhan was not in a hurry either. He returned to the bedroom of Yi Hao, the Eternal Yi family disciple. He just sat cross-legged preparing to sort out Yi Hao's memory. Byte. System upgrade completed. New system templates have been unlocked and can be used in a short time. Quickly help the master become stronger. Suddenly a system voice sounded which made Guhan slightly startled, very happy. Finally upgraded, it's done. This system upgrade took a little longer than expected. Guhan's thought slightly. I couldn't wait to open the system panel. New system tasks or system templates appear in the bottom column. Hunting template. Final system mission 1, kill the High Priest of the Cult of Life, the Supreme God of the Heavens. You can obtain the source of the complete life rules plus 10 million villain points. Final system mission 2, kill the ruler of the Kingdom of Death, the Supreme God and the Lord of the Heavens. You can obtain the source of the complete Avenue of Death rules plus 10 million villain points. Final system task 3, kill the owner of the Time God Island, the Supreme God of the Heavens. You can obtain the source of the complete time rules plus 10 million villain points. Final system mission 4, kill the Lord of the Space God Island, Supreme God of the Heavens. You will get the source of the complete space rules plus 10 million villain points. Final system mission 5, kill the Lord of Chaos Space, Supreme God Lord of the Heavens. You can obtain the source of the complete chaos rules plus 10 million villain points. Tip 1, this task can be completed with external help. Assist in killing still considered mission completed. Tip 2, Every missionary of the Supreme God has successors. Killing or controlling their successors will indirectly greatly weaken several missionaries of the Supreme God. After successfully controlling or killing their descendants, you will also receive a large number of villain points or the source of the Great Way as rewards. Tip 3. Be the master when there are descendants of the Supreme God's preacher of the heavens. The system will mark them as reminders. Guhan saw the system panel Horntwitch. 5 Supreme Gods? He went hunting? It seemed that each of these 5 guys was extremely stronger than he had imagined. If he had the ability to hunt, he wouldn't have to be in such a hurry to become stronger. Just go to the Harvest Fairyland and you can get everything you want. But then again, the rewards for this final system task are really one after another thick. 10 million villain points. If he could get lucky enough to hunt one of them, the benefits he will gain afterwards will grow like a snowball. The speed at which he becomes stronger will be unimaginable. There is no need to settle down for hundreds, thousands, or even longer times like other cultivators in the fairyland. As long as he hunts these guys, he will have a huge harvest account. Although it is a bit dangerous. But I want to even shorter time to achieve all his goals. He can only take this extreme approach. Guhan took a deep breath and didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, the sooner you become stronger and retire early, just treat it as the last charge for your life. So what you mean is that Shin Changfei was Guhan before, but Guhan noticed something and gave up this idea in advance, instead hiding in the dark? The palace where Yi Changqing is located. Several elders of the Eternal Yi family and Yi Changqing gathered here to discuss the previous events. It's possible, and the probability is not small. Yi Changqing nodded slightly. Although his speculation is just empty talk without any evidence, the wind is coming. But he always felt that this was most likely the truth. Shin Changfei's death was too sudden and it was too coincidental. According to the people under his command control law, this is what the strong say. Law: the system suddenly went out of control without any warning, most likely due to someone doing it in secret. The person involved in the case could only be Shin Changfei. Because the law the system is from department was forced. Wrapped in the law, the only one who was in the system was Shin Changfei. But now Shin Changfei is dead and there is no evidence. Even if they have this guess, they have no way to verify it. Yi Changqing felt a little angry and a little aggrieved. I thought I saw he had thought of everything and even had everything under control, but the situation suddenly went astray for unknown reasons and even went beyond his control. But he couldn't find Guhan at all now. Even his previous analysis may have been nonsense from beginning to end, just guessing. Maybe Guhan, he wasn't here in the first place, but he was always fighting wits with the air. Time passes by. The Yonghengyi family did not find any clues about Guhan's whereabouts here, so they had no interest in staying here any longer, let alone watching the upcoming Starsea competition. Under the leadership of Yi Changqing, a large group of Eternal Yi family warriors quickly left the Dongqing Sea realm. Previously in the East Starsea, Shin Changfei, who had caused a lot of trouble, disappeared silently without even causing any ripples. However, among the group of people from the Yonghengyi family who left, there was one more person: Guhan. The Eternal Yi family just left this starry sky not long ago. One hidden deep in the void, the ferry boat if present. Flashy the Shadow walked out slowly, complex and suspicious eyes of looking at the direction where Yi Changqing and others left. When exactly did this guy replace an Eternal Yi family disciple? Mixed to which? The resonance feedback coming from the special jade in my hand. The vanity is becoming more and more overwhelming. The Palace Master, are you sure you are serious about protecting such people? First he replaced Shin Changfei without anyone noticing and stirred up chaos in the entire East Starsea. Fengyun killed countless people, a child of destiny. The most important thing is that the other party was only a half immortal before. He has just descended to the fairyland and in less than a month he has become a mortal immortal. Now he has quietly joined the group of powerful people of the Eternal Yi family. Flashy eyes, deep rare flow, a touch of sameness of. Bring such a dishonest guy home. The Eternal Yi family is inviting Wolves room. You're looking for death. I phoned the direction you are heading doesn't seem to be back to the Yonghengyi family, right? Where is he going? On the Xianzhou Splint Guhan. According to Yi Hao's memory, I found the Eternal Yi family disciples chatted with each other on the internet and naturally asked the question in their hearts. Yi Baifeng smiled meaningfully. You finally asked the right person. I have walked this road with Miss San before. If I am not mistaken, you are going to Taiyuan God's religion. After all, you also know that the second wife who gave birth to 4 daughters and sons is the queen, the second daughter of the divine religion. The lady had been with the head of the family some time ago. I feel awkward now. The religion of God is angry. The son probably wants to go to Tai divine religion. Please invite the lady back to the family. 2. Religion. Guhan, according to the memory of this disciple, he recalled information about this force. This is the marriage partner of the young Han Yi family. Moreover, Yi Tian played very well. There are 2 young ladies in the divine religion, and both the elder and younger sisters were married home by this guy Yi Tian. But in his memory, the current matriarch of the family is Tai, the second lady of the cult. I don't know where the eldest daughter of the divine religion has gone. At this time, Yi Baifeng on the side spoke up as if gossiping. Hey, I heard from my father that the original eldest lady was the mistress of our eternal Yi family. But the eldest lady had difficulty in giving birth. Once she gave birth to a son with great difficulty. He seemed to have been sent to the underworld by the head of the family. I heard that he died there not long ago in the hands of Guhan's thieves. The eldest lady's my mental state is not good to begin with. If people knew about this. Guhan was slightly stunned. Sent to the netherworld? Killed by him? Could it be that the eldest lady's only son is Yi Qingyun? Chapter 6:12, Husband and wife turn against each other. Isn't revenge fun? Yi Qingyun's fiancé. Guhan had a slight headache. Yi Qingyun is actually the fairyland, the only child of the eldest daughter of the divine cult. The pain of losing a son plus the fact that he was her only son. Once this matter gets out, there's no telling how hostile the eldest daughter of the cult is to him. But the young Hung Yi family seemed a little guilty. He did not immediately inform the lady of Yi Qingyun's death, the eldest daughter of the cult. As for the reason why they felt guilty, Guhan also had some guesses. After all, Yi Qingyun can be regarded as the eternal Yi family, a project of your own people. It is also a simple breeding super, the source of the seed. Until Yi Qingyun's death, he will always be in the Yi family's heart. Yi Qingyun is far inferior to Chao. The source of seeds is important. They might also be afraid of using Yi Qingyun as a tool. Human affairs. It was passed to this lady in the years of the eldest lady of the divine religion, eventually causing the other party to go crazy, so intentionally conceal. But this gave him an opportunity to make. If he will, he told the young lady the whole story using both true and false methods. Will this crazy young lady turn against Yi Tian? Revenge, or even revenge on Yi Tian? A quarrel between husband and wife, hatred. Even a fight broke out. Isn't this the drama he wants to see? The divine cult is close to the southern star sea. Even though Yi Changqing had a special starry sky ferry boat, it still took him more than a month to reach the place near the sun, the territory of the religion. Are we finally here? Guhan stood on the deck of the immortal boat. At the end of the sight, countless huge planets, the stars shine together. The river of stars flows rapidly, stretching across the sky and penetrating the universe. Look up, go. The entire starry universe looks extremely gorgeous and dazzling. Of course, he has not been idle for more than a month. While further understanding the basic knowledge of the fairyland, I also learned some things about the eternal Yi family smell. Even his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the red dust immortal. Compared with in the Xianhuang world, his breakthrough speed in the fairyland is faster. But this is inevitable. After all, the laws of the Xianhuang world in its incomplete state, it is equivalent to the Dharma ending age within the Dharma ending age in the eyes of the people in the immortal realm. But the fairyland not only has complete laws but also has a fairy spirit that is several levels higher than the laws of the Xianhuang world. In this world, Guhan was like a fish in water, and his cultivation level increased rapidly. Before coming to the fairyland, Guhan felt that 3 years breaking through to the immortal king level is extremely difficult, even a bit out of reach. But now he feels that with his talent and qualifications he can, there is a great hope, reach the realm of immortal king. Guhan, your current strength seems to be better than that. Yi Changqing's guy is not much weaker. Bar? Why be his younger brother? Just kill him and replace him and you become the 4th young master. Wouldn't that be great? Xiao Haizi suddenly came from Guhan, came out from the collar. In terms of talent and aptitude, he is far inferior to Guhan. But after more than a month of hard training plus the help of Guhan, His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the semi-immortal realm. This guy has a trump card in his hand, he won't be so easy to kill. Guhan directly hit Xiao Haizi on the head and bounced him back. Besides, the timing now is not very good. If there is a suitable opportunity later, I will take action. In his opinion, Yi Changqing is much more dangerous than that guy Yi Qingyun. Let's not talk about intelligence and military strength for now. Yi Changqing's intuition is really scary. It wasn't just that he had noticed in Xinghai City that Shen Changfei was his substitute in disguise. Moreover, for more than a month he has been testing his group of followers on this ferry boat. Obviously he suspected that he was mixed. Once you are among them, you can investigate and search in your own way. This kid is dangerous, we can't keep him here for long. Bite. A person suspected to be the true successor chosen by the Supreme God of Life has been detected. Suspected location, Tai God's religion. Guhan was slightly stunned when he heard the sudden system broadcast. As mentioned in the final missions of the previous systems, each of the 5 Supreme Gods has chosen a true successor. As long as he can kill or dominate him, he can obtain a huge amount of villain points or the source of the avenue of rules. I didn't expect to meet one so soon. And it's still too, the divine religion really comes without any effort. However, who exactly is this person who was suspected to be the true successor chosen by the Supreme God of Life? What, Li Shui is also here in Tai religion? Yes, this is the news I just received. It seems that His Highness Li Shui has come to the divine cult, is here to meet Madame Bei Gongyu. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Yi Changqing's brows furrowed more and more, eyes deep a flash of jealousy. Li Shui, the princess of the Life dynasty, the noble status is extremely high, and it is rumored at the end there is also a remarkable person who serves as a backer. In terms of influence and power, even they are the eternal Yi family two-god religion. Logically speaking, it is impossible for such a princess of a super-immortal dynasty to be with their eternal Yi family and tates related to religion. But the dog, the one is Bei Gongyu, Yi Qingyun's biological mother. When she was young, she was with the mother who gave birth to Li Shui friends. There was even one time when he paid a heavy price to help Li Shui's mother ward off disaster and was left with serious injuries. Li Shui's mother, the only princess of the current Life Immortal dynasty, has always been grateful to her. Keep it in mind. He even made the decision to arrange a marriage before Li Shui was born. And the person he despised the most, Yi Qingyun, was Li Shui's fiancé. Even if this guy is useless to can also the immortal dynasty of life. Argument, his status even far exceeds that of him, the 4th son of the eternal Yi family. It was also because of this reason that Bei Gongyu could no longer have children. There are problems with my mental state. Eternal Yi family and Tai, the divine religion, did not dare to say anything. At most it just temporarily locked in sleeping palace. If it were someone else, even his mother, besides, I'm afraid he would have been divorced long ago. Even though Bei Gongyu has been away from worldly affairs for many years, she is still the true and nominal mistress of the Yonghang Yi family. There are even rumors outside that his mother Bei Gongyan is just a second wife who wants to occupy the position of the boss. Although this is true, Yi Changqing is very unhappy. If Li Shui could for his fiancée, he indirectly received help from the Life Immortal dynasty. His future will, he is the true head of the eternal Yi family. Even the eldest brother can't be compared with him. But Li Shui is such a big flower on this pile of cow dung of Yi Qingyun. But it doesn't matter. That guy Yi Qingyun is dead. This may be his chance to good opportunity. Life Immortal dynasty, Li Shui, the fiancé of the son of the eldest lady Bei Gongyu. On the other side, Guhan also found out about the relevant report. Is this so-called Li Shui Yi Qingyun's fiancé in the fairyland? Could it be? Chapter 613, Unknown Statue, Hole in the Avenue. Guhan has a very good memory and has remembered some things. In the 9th and the life back in the middle. Yi Qingyun, he is the strongest person in the Xianwang world and is also known as the second monster after Yi Tian, who can create a legend in the fairyland. This is different from Yi Qingyun's miserable ending in this life. In that life, Yi Qingyun gained it is huge and attracts everyone's attention. The strong men of the eternal Yi family also showed enough respect and personally sent strong men to come and receive them. At that time, among the group of strong men who were responsible for guiding Yi Qingyun, he saw a man named Bai who had a noble temperament and was extremely cold son. The other party, he didn't see her face clearly at the time, nor did he remember her appearance. Anyway, I only know that the other party's status is very impressive. Even those the extremely arrogant and powerful eternally family in front of the sun also flow. It showed respect from the bottom of my heart. And that it seemed that Z had come to see Yi Ching Yun specifically along with the powerful men brought by the eternally family. Now let's combine the information we have now. It is most likely Li Shui from the Life Immortal dynasty. You are truly the child of destiny. Not only does he have an incredible family, but he also has an equally incredible fiancée. Even though Yi Ching Yun has been completely suppressed by him in the hopeless situation, Guhan still felt, alas, he is truly destined to be the protagonist. If the original play, there is Super Yi Ching Yun who has the source seed, will definitely surpass the source of the seed, his own things. Even with his help he rose to the top, and even the immortal emperor. During this period he had countless read a close friend and a background with a great fiancé as a helper. After returning to the fairyland he once again staged a drama that slapped countless people in the face. Strong will be because the mental state is not right. The indifferent mother, the religion was taken back. Afterwards he was furious for his mother and treat him and his mother as a worker human nothing. His father is performing. After the slapping scene he forcefully took over the entire eternally family. Finally, under his leadership the eternally family fought against gods and Buddhas, and after going through untold hardships it is the largest and most powerful family in the fairyland, and Yi Ching Yun to be the strongest person in the fairyland heavens. Although all this is just his imagination. But if he hadn't appeared, Yi Ching Yun wouldn't have fallen into his hands, and the subsequent plot would have been this is likely to be the case. Old-fashioned but reasonable. But now because of his appearance the drama it has completely changed. Those who regard Yi Ching Yun as a worker, those who were secretly investing in Yi Ching Yun, probably had murderous intentions towards him at this moment. You must not kill him immediately. After all, Yi Ching Yun's death changed so many things. Throw everything out of your mind. I'm too lazy to care about that. Since Yi Ching Yun's mother and fiancé are both threats to him, he should find a way to kill them all or turn them into use it to deal with your enemies and to deal with the Eternal Yi family's pawns. At the same time, Eternal Yi family unknown to anyone in the earth. Through the layers unparalleled, after building a barrier and being inspected by many powerful guards, a huge bronze door was finally opened. Yi Tian, the contemporary head of the Eternal Yi family, came here, the center of the hall. In front of him 5 enormous figures, their faces blurred due to some unspeakable rules, stood tall. Grown-ups. In front of this huge statue, Yi Tian below the shadow seemed extremely small, like an ant. Accompanied by Yi Tian's call. 5 huge statues humming as if awakening some kind of god. The laws of the entire space began to become chaotic, boiling. In a trance, there are 5 eyes as if passing through a distant land. The perspective of the statue towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you really let us down. We helped you get what you wanted most, and you promised solemnly that your offspring would be able to kill the anomaly we least wanted to see, but what was the result? Now that he has arrived in the fairyland, his road to recovery can no longer be blocked. Do you know your sin? Boom boom. Not just this palace. Even the starry sky universe where the Eternal Yi family is located is buzzing because of this scent. Big forces with a little background like the immortal realm truly regard a piece of starry universe as their territory. The Taichu immortal realm is vast and boundless, constructed from several starry universes, and the will of the fairyland is the convergence of countless wills of the starry sky universe. Galaxies like the blue star universe are just a drop in the ocean and are extremely small in the entire Taichu immortal realm. Because the Taichu immortal realm is so vast and boundless, it is rumored that even the legendary immortal emperor would not be able to explore the entire Taichu immortal realm in his entire lifetime. Some people also say that there may be other fairylands outside the Taichu fairyland. But this is not something Guhan can think about right now. The religion of God is said to be a force, but in reality it is more like a country. The city where the cult is located is magnificent and huge, with streets crisscrossing wrong. There are all kinds of infrastructure such as medicine shops. There are all kinds of shops in the market. Walking on the busy streets, Guhan sees open as if looking for something. His current, although he is a member of the Eternal Yi family, he is just an ordinary member of the family. The core area of the cult is not open to ordinary members of the Eternal Yi family like him. The people he wanted to find, Li Shui and Yi Ching Yun's biological mother Bei Gongyu, were both in the core area of the religion. He can't even enter the core area now. How can he finish your own plans and goals? I still miss the days when I could call the wind and rain in the Shenhuang world. There's no need to think about diving, not diving. A ethereal fairy island was summoned down, hundreds or thousands of strong men came out and the opponent was directly defeated. I feel much more comfortable. Pity. He's moving too fast, preaching emperor. Now he is already an immortal in the mortal world. The group of followers I once had are no longer able to keep up with me. Now the only things he could show off were the 3 true immortal Starcy guards who had signed in at Tsinghaya before. To deal with ordinary forces in the immortal realm, he might be able to rely on these 3 people to defeat them, but it is too. God's religion is indeed difficult. Just as Guhan was thinking about how to sneak to at the core area of the religion, there was a sudden noise of commotion from the crowd ahead. It's Miss Yuga. I heard that the second young lady returned from Pluto not long ago and gained a lot. Gong proves the truth for the immortal in the mortal world. The second Mrs. Talent is truly amazing. She is all ready for the immortal in the mortal world. Looking at the entire fairyland, it can be considered rare. Ignore all the flattery and praise from the people around you. Guhan kept searching for information about this person in his mind. Baigong Yuga, to the second miss of the cult, a noble person. It is considered to the core members of the religion. Guhan's brain spirit burst. Baigong Yuga's cultivation level is also red dust immortal and he has just entered soon. You can change the other party's consciousness and awareness for your own use. Got it, and use it as your own work, people. Not only can you enter to the core area of the cult, can even provide you with an additional layer of insurance. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 6:15, Take Action. Chaos in the City of Gods. Miss, there are many people in the outer city and there are many things in the outer city. The city also has them, miss. How about close? No, wait. When the young commander finished speaking, Baigong Yuga shouted angrily, "You are just my servant guard. Do I still need you to teach me what to do?" Baigong Yu Jackson, it seems very bad. Even the surrounding the breath is a little disordered, a trend of running wild. Not scared, the monks and residents in the surrounding area all moved away, fearing that they would be affected and die. Although the city, you can't just hurt people casually. But for the rule makers, this is not a problem. The young leader did not dare to say much. He lowered his head and just followed Baigong Yuga silently back. He also knew why his young lady was upset today. That's not good. It's because not long ago Yi Changqing came with a group of people from the Eternal Yi family. Although the Eternal Yi family and they are too the religion of God has a family relationship. But in fact they are too. Theology has always been divided into 2 factions. One faction is led by Baigong Yu, the eldest lady of the Yongheng Yi family. The other faction is led by Baigong Yen, the second wife of the Yongheng Yi family. But many years ago the eldest lady had a big quarrel with Yi Tian, the head of the Eternal Yi family, and the 2 parted on bad terms. Many years ago I returned to Tai after the teaching of God there is no more. He never even fights with the people of the Eternal Yi family road. Perhaps the Eternal Yi family is deliberately hiding something. This matter afterwards it was also spread Baigong Yu because she was in a bad mental state. Yi Tian sent her back to her parents' home and the 2 sides broke up completely. The second young lady lost her mother at a young age and was raised by Baigong Yu. In a sense he even regarded Baigong Yu as his own mother. Now that Baigong Yu has neglected, the people of the Eternal Yi family who confuse right and wrong have come to tie the divine religion also made Baigong Yuga very unhappy. I don't even want to stay city. He was afraid that he would see those guys from the Eternal Yi family and would want to beat them to death. Baigong Yuga noodles sinking in, people rushing around making everyone see people all avoid it. Follow the young commander behind was also somewhat helpless. Even though it is an outer city, it is still in Tai, the sphere of influence of the religion. He was not worried that Baigong Yuga would be in any danger. I just followed silently. Kill. But in the next moment something unexpected happened. Several monks mixed in the crowd. Suddenly he started an attack and immediately used his magical powers to attack the young commander and others. At the same time, Baigong Yuga was also attacked and killed by several monks. Miss, be careful. You guys are looking for death. Thing, although it came suddenly. But the young commander is a true immortal and his reaction speed is also very fast. He didn't care whether it would affect the passers-by monks around him, and his first move was a killing move. The overwhelming storm of laws one by one the swords flashed with sharp cold the long sword finally whistled and rolled up a sword energy storm directly several monks and a large number of passers-by rolled up the sword storm as deep. But those who first the cultivator was just an ordinary puppet that Guhan exchanged for the villain points reward and he was just an ordinary mortal immortal. Naturally they could not withstand the attack of the young leader. But this is just a cover. The real attack came from the Shanghai guard from another direction who had the cultivation level of a true immortal. Star destruction. The Star Sea guard of the true fairyland held the star-crushing spear, swung his arm and swept out a beam of destructive light that covered the sky. The spear light was like a river falling from the sky and the whole outer city was buzzing. Countless pavilions and towers were destroyed and turned into ruins. The person died tragically in an instant. Go protect the young lady. Young commander and Star Sea guard while fighting together. He hurriedly ordered his remaining subordinates to protect Baigong Yuga. As to the second lady of the divine cult, if anything happens to her they will all be finished. Humph. A bunch of trash. Are you worthy enough to attack and kill me? Baigong Yuga didn't care. After all, rushing towards there are only a few cultivators who have barely reached the level of mortal immortals. The talent is not bad, maybe there are two. The top inheritance of the divine religion is considered extremely powerful in the same realm. How could a few mortal immortals possibly kill him? Baigong Yuga held a long and exquisite sword. His posture is like a fantasy and his sword is like a dragon. Several swords wrong in an instant, countless swords containing the ultimate, the power of sword energy. Before the sword energy fell, several red dust immortal puppets attacked him. There was already frost on the surface. They are all cracking layer by layer. Unworthy. Baigong Yuga sneered. But the smile on his face soon froze. Solidification. One a huge crisis. Like water flooding complete. I turned my head subconsciously and saw a man in a black robe falling from the sky. The aura exuded was clearly that of a mortal immortal, but it feels extremely dangerous. Moreover, the opponent's speed was extremely fast, far exceeding the speed that the eyes caught came in an instant in front of. Baigong Yuga was shocked and subconsciously it's a jade pendant on the top of the head, overwhelming Tainerji Shisi open. Boom! Accompanied by the shocking with the sound of explosion, Guhan, who had just appeared, was immediately energy tied in layers open, revealing the crystal bones like jade. However, Guhan, I don't care at all, even if half of my face has been blown up. The skeleton still raised a smile. Have you had enough fun? Character. Suddenly the law of life is like water flooding over him. The injury was enough to seriously injure a mortal immortal and make him near death in front of Baigong Yuga's unbelievable eyes as he watched. Guhan actually recovered instantly. Who are you? For the first time Baigong Yuga felt a sense of fear. That was a protective shield left to him by a top-level true immortal. The precious jade contains the aura of this top-level true immortal and can kill any strong person below the true immortal. Even severely injured the true immortal, but now there is no way for this earthly immortal, no impact at all. How is this possible? But Guhan was too lazy to say any more nonsense. While speaking, the big hand had already seen it. Not warm at all, he grabbed Baigong Yuga's neck. Scarlet, the ominous flame spread out from his palm, instantly enveloping Baigong Yuga, and began to reconstruct and reshape conscious soul. He got lucky this time. Because too, the religion is very confident that no one dares to take action on the territory of the divine religion, even if it is the outer city. Therefore Baigong Yuga no special protective gear was worn, magic weapon. The soul consciousness is also completely defenseless. In addition, his current strength far exceeded Baigong Yuga's, so it was easy for him to invade the opponent's soul and even transform it. However, no matter how you look at it, is too the territory of the religion. Even if his attack was sudden and swift, even within a dozen breaths over. But there are already several terrifying auras spreading from all directions. Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant in my place? The divine religion is making trouble. Really looking for death. Quickly seal off the outer city. Don't let this thief get in. An extremely angry voice came along with a terrifying aura, and the peaceful tie. The city of God is in complete chaos at this moment. It's done. Chapter 6:16. The immortal king awakens and seals the divine city. At the same time, the void is deep. With special treasure escaped everyone's detection, even Tai the splendor explored by the ancestor of the divine religion. Looking at the complete chaos below, a piece of Tu Xingxing suddenly felt a headache. Just say it. If Guhan follows Yi Changqing, the other party will definitely be in big trouble. I haven't reached Yang Hongye's house yet. I just came for a while. The religion of God has been peaceful and stable for a long time. The 1,000-year-old Tai, the city of God, is completely prosperous. Today it's done. Previously always felt that. Palace Master, the task arranged was very simple. Even felt that the Palace Master looked down on only give arrange a task that is not difficult at all. But now it seems. Really, I misunderstood the Palace Master. This task, maybe none of them are capable of doing the job. The Palace Master protect Guhan secretly. But this guy Guhan seems to be extremely powerful and is obviously an uneasy person. Arrive fanning the flames wherever you go, start a war. Not long ago the entire Shanghai city was almost disturbed. Now I just came Holy City to Kamihomata. Afterwards we will go to the core area of Taichu Immortal Realm. I am afraid that the core area of the entire Taichu Immortal Realm will be turned upside down. Vanity Yo has imagined a picture of the future. It makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. But now I have a headache again. The foundation of the divine city is also not weak, with countless powerful people. There are also real immortal kings in charge. If they dare to cause trouble here, how can Guhan be safe? And retreat? If the other party, the boat, capsized, should I take action? Walk over after achieving your own purpose. Guhan threw Beigon Yuga, whose consciousness and soul had changed, to the ground and left him to rot like mud, fall to the ground. At this moment I felt a huge crisis. There are terrifying auras rushing towards this place from all directions, including some extremely terrifying true immortals. Xinxing. Star Tribe again. He emitted a terrifying aura, held the star-breaking spear in his hand and fired a shot. The huge shadow of the spear pierced through the void sky like a streak of lightning that reached the sky. The bundle fell to the earth, causing the entire outer layer to collapse for countless meters. Puff. Under such an offensive, Commander Ching could not resist. Under the impact of the terrible force, he was smashed deep into the ground, completely gone quiet. This scene also made many people who were not far away too late. The powerful members of the divine religion are even more furious. Crack. This attack might sink the entire outer city. This thief is really too rampant. Knowing that they were coming, he not only didn't run away but also took further action. He really didn't take them seriously. Xinghaiwei delivered the strongest blow, completely disrupting after the situation. Without staying for long, he restrained his breath and quickly fled with Guhan. On the way, Guhan once again used the villain points to exchange for a fairy bead to help the other party change his aura. The shape flashed and suddenly there was confusion to panic in the crowd. If I spend so many villain points and still can't get to the core area of the cult, then I have really suffered a huge loss. Guhan cursed inwardly. His heart was dripping. Including the puppets that were exchanged previously plus this fairy bead. He consumed nearly 60,000 villain points. There are only more than 40,000 villain points left. Ms. Yukata. This thief actually dared to attack Miss Yuga. We can't let him get away. The Tai that just came, the strong man of the god cult, looked at the trap. The unconscious Beigon Yuga was even more furious. While checking Beigon Yuga's injuries, he was also searching for the traces of Guhan and the other person. But the breath that they could clearly capture just now disappeared completely at this moment, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. This made them even more confused. How on earth did these two guys do it? The territory of the religion is blocked. Check and search for all suspicious persons. Dare to be in the city of God. I was attacked openly. If we let them escape and this gets out, I will be in big trouble. The face of the divine religion has been completely lost. The Tai that descended from all directions, the powerful members of the divine religion, went completely crazy. Why did these two people suddenly disappear for no reason? Such a big thing, if it gets out, they are too. It can be said that the Church of God has been completely disgraced. What happened? Why is there a suspected true immortal powerhouse taking action in the outer city? Posted here. Quiet is not small. Theism. The city is also in chaos. Come to Yi Changqing, who was visiting relatives in the divine sect, also received the news at this moment. A commander who was rushing towards the outer city stopped in his tracks and bowed. Reply to Lord Changqing, according to the information we received, there are a few crazy people sneaking in to the outer city area of the cult. Several red dust immortals were shot dead on the spot, but it seemed that the red dust immortal and the true immortal who were the masterminds used special means to confuse it. Is difficult for us to find its trace in the crowd. According to the speculation of several elders, this person should have the ability to disguise himself, the special ability to sense other people's aura, and it is difficult to be searched and detected. You have a special ability to change and disguise the aura of others. Original eyebrows. After hearing these words, Yi Changqing, who was frowning, felt as if struck by lightning and even had doubts in his heart. I suspect the person who did this might be Gu Han. The foundation of the divine religion is not weak. Not only does it have immortal kings but also top-level true immortals. Just happened the silence is so big too. The religion is definitely out several top-level immortals. But even so, they still lost any clues about this person. If Gu Han had not come to the fairyland, he would never have doubted it, but Gu Han came to the fairyland. Moreover, he had suspected that Gu Han might be among them. The city of God is inexplicably in chaos, which made him more certain of this guess. After asking for the information he wanted, Yi Changqing was trapped. The thought was deep. In addition to the death of several guards in Beigon Yuga's coma, the religion doesn't seem to have suffered much loss. If it is really Gu Han, what exactly does this guy want to do? Is it intentional? To the situation of the religion? Yi Changqing trapped, he was in deep thought, wondering what Gu Han wanted to do. Boom boom. But in the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the sky, deeply religious, rising up. The moment the aura appeared, the laws of the entire sky were when an inexplicable force disturbs. Violent roar. Originally, vanity can make people feel free. The empty and wandering void is all here. The air became heavy under the cover as if it was completely condensed ice. This is the power of the immortal king. Yi Changqing noodles big changes. Such a big change happened in the outer city of the divine city. In Tai Shenqingshan, the sleeping immortal king was awakened. Chapter 617. Add power mix. Divine city. How dare you, a mere ant, come to my place? The cult is outrageous. Since you dare to come, you will be killed today. The grand and ethereal voice echoed open. The sky roared violently. Countless law runes, they shine together and quickly condense a huge, and the law of the Ming dynasty barrier, the divine city, and even the area millions of miles in radius were completely enveloped by it. Damn it! The immortal king actually has such a method. Completely changed from breath, Gu Han, who was hiding in the crowd, felt his scalp tingling and his face filled with shock after seeing this scene. He didn't even see the shadow of the immortal king. The other party is just countless miles away. Issued a breath. The world was instantly turned to change. He realized that the space he was in had been completely blocked and there was absolutely no way he could get out without the permission of the immortal king. Everyone be quiet. At the same time, true immortals descended from all directions, their auras overwhelming the sky and stirring up the chaos quartet. Directly, a large group of people still in the divine city for panic run. The residents and monks were instantly shattered. Its water. Such a strong killing the monkey scare method also makes other people panic. The crowd was stunned in fear. Sure, say dare not be in the forerun. From now on, the whole city is under martial law. There are thieves sneaking into you. Now you all have to take check. Anyone who disobeys or rejects us will be killed. The voice of a powerful immortal spread in all directions in everyone's ears. At the same time, a team of both the soldiers of the fairyland were armed with various spears and swords exuding a murderous aura. They rushed towards this place from all directions. Further blockade of the entire city of God. Many teams of soldiers also rushed to the outside of the city to check for suspicious people. The method of investigation by the cult is also very simple. Directly allow monks to display his own immortal source was for them to directly explore. The source of immortals involving the immortal realm. Monks, even if it can be disguised, its essence cannot be completely disguised. Just need to explore carefully, you can find the abnormal. Moreover, they focused on investigating the mortal immortals and the true immortals. The existence of these two realms can be seen in the entire Tai. The religion is not weak. Especially the true immortals, basically they are the top leaders of the religion. If there are other unfamiliar true immortal strongmen here, they must be the thieves who attacked earlier. The surrounding space has been completely blocked and there are many true immortals standing in the air, and even the will of the immortal king is everywhere inspection. At this moment Guhan is completely wings can't escape. Guhan also had a headache, he had taken everything for granted before. But this cannot be blamed on him, after all he has never seen the immortal king. Who knew the immortal king possessed such great abilities? Although the use of the immortal magic pearl can make the existence below the immortal emperor unable to success detection. But if the Lord exhibition is for one's own immortal source, that is another matter. My lord, I will buy you a chance and you will find a chance to escape. Follow Guhan. The Xinghiwei beside him gritted his teeth and spoke. Decide to attract to the purpose of the powerful strive for Guhan opportunity of hardship. That's not necessary. Guhan rejected it directly. Let's not talk about it, this is not necessary. So what if Xinghiwei ran out and attracted attention? He still couldn't run away. Theism was also promoted by him, he was also completely enraged, and now he has set a tight net to find him. Rather than looking for an opportunity to run, it is better to make the situation worse, in order to delay the time longer. After all, he had already the skill has changed Beigon Yuga's soul consciousness, now the other party only obeys his orders and is loyal to him. Moreover, he can also communicate with the other party through special means pass. It's just that guy is too weak, like a flower god raises flowers in a hothouse. I just slightly changed the other party's ideology and he fell into a coma for a long time and he hasn't woken up yet. Otherwise he could have borrowed Beigon Yuga's the power of I'm sleepy. There is no other way now, I can only buy time and wait for that guy to wake up to create an opportunity for myself. Just in time, as many powerful members of the divine religion conducted further investigations. Boom. The next moment. To every divine city sudden onset fry. Countless pavilions and towers were reduced to ruins in the flying flames and were completely destroyed. Not even in this too, the sergeant who was investigating the suspect in the city of God also, when it was affected, there were heavy casualties. Guhan is not a fool. Uncertain things he would never do it, and if he did he would definitely be well prepared. He had already been in every divine city, planted a special making jade talismans. Can his divine thoughts control can be controlled even if it is countless meters away. It was relatively stable. The city of God becomes chaotic again, incomparable even close. There were flames and fireworks rising everywhere in the city and roars were heard. Court death. Without waiting for the many true immortals to take action. Too deeply religious, there were more angry voices. The rolling law torrent surges, enforcing source will be exploding rune control and destroy. Although the immortal king's speed of attack was fast enough. But Guhan is also causing. The first time I brought the Xinghai guards on the side, killed several soldiers who were maintaining order and quietly among them. If they want to investigate, let them investigate. He is one of us now. Isn't it just about screening people? He helped to find it. Not long after. To a core area of the religion temple. Beigon Yuga's eyelashes are slightly despite the awareness of pain. He slowly opened his eyes. Miss is awake. At any time there's there several servants serving. Seeing this scene, overjoyed someone rushed to the gate exclaiming as he ran. Soon several old men with extraordinary temperament and elegant clothes came in one after another. Further investigation confirmed that Beigon Yuga did not show any. After seeing the abnormality, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, you consumed a lot of energy before. Too much shock. There is a little damage, but it will be fine after a little rest. In order to avoid disturbing Beigon Yuga's rest, everyone left the hall again. The hall soon became silent and only Beigon Yuga and a few servants were left. Beigon Yuga just sat quietly on the bed and his originally slightly confused thoughts became clear. It seems that there is a very important person in my heart, a person I will be loyal to and work hard for even if I sacrifice my life. Half a while it was like mumbling to himself, a voice that only he could hear. Guhan Master. Just as Beigon Yuga was muttering, a voice suddenly sounded in the mind. Beigon Yuga's eyes suddenly widened. Miss. But a few waiters surprised watch. Beigon Yujiki just walk out of the hall. I'm fine. I'm going to the outer city. Chapter 6:18, everything is under control. Silently sleepy. Finally woke up. Finally, after successfully contacting Baekgon Yuga, Guhan breathed a sigh of relief. Too, the people of the cult can be said to be completely crazy and completely angry. Because now they not only have to check a large number of residents, they even began to check many soldiers to prevent them from mixing up in. Made the one who deserved this result was that damned guy Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing came not long ago and said his name directly, saying that all this it's him. And it also makes too, the gods taught us to be vigilant, to beware that he did not follow common sense. He quietly mixed in with the group of soldiers who were conducting inspections and took advantage of the situation. Everyone. Although I didn't say much about this Guhan's guy hit, but this person is also famous, dangerous and cunning. You must be careful and vigilant and don't be fooled by him. He could very well be you comrades and fellow soldiers beside me. So don't be careless. Listening to Yi Chongqing still chattering in the air, he looked like he was giving orders. Guhan just wanted to rush out and kill him. His original plan was successful. But who knew that Yi Chongqing's brain was so quick that he actually thought of this? However, after all, the one with superior skills always outperforms the other. Fortunately, he also expected that there would be violence risk. During this period, I kept trying to contact Baekgon Yuga. Now that he has contacted Baekgon Yuga, he is not very worried. The investigation continues. Soon they arrived at the team where Guhan was. The true immortal commander who led this team was about to step forward. Ms. Yuga. Why are you here? You were attacked by thieves before. You should rest well now, just solve it for us. Not far, Baekgon Yuga brought several servants to serve coming from the horizon. Many too, seeing this, the elders of the divine religion hurried forward to persuade. I'm fine. Baekgon Yuga shook his head to indicate that he was fine. The voice turned to anger and said, how dare that thief do this to me? If you attack me, I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge. This lady will also go and investigate personally and cut that guy into pieces. Just you follow me. Baekgon Yuga pointed casually. The city guard team next to them happened to be the team that Guhan was in. Cousin Yuga, this team is receiving. Check it out. You should take them away now. What if Guhan the thief? If you hide in there, not only will you be in danger, but you will also. Yi Chongqing frowned slightly but didn't finish his words. Humph. You don't need to interfere with what I do. This city guard team was originally trained by my lineage. I don't trust them, but do I trust you? You cunning guy, don't think I don't know that you have always been planning on targeting Sister Li Shui. I heard Sister Li Shui come to visit me a few days ago. God, you also follow the rules like a dog. He ran over here trying to show off his presence. It's done. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? How could Sister Li Shui be interested in someone like you? What a despicable person. Baekgon Yuga. Yi Chongqing was furious. After all, he is the legitimate son of the Eternal Yi family. But Baekgon Yuga spoke to him with a disdainful attitude and didn't take him seriously at all. This was really too much. Do you still take his nominal cousin seriously? What? Are you worthy of calling me by my name? It makes me very like. Baekgon Yuga didn't care at all and started to retort. Alright. Since Miss wants to find it herself, that's a good thing. We've almost finished the investigation anyway, so we don't need another team. A lady, the elders of the divine religion hurried out to smooth things over. One is that they are too the second young lady of the divine religion, and the other is their relative-in-law, the fourth son of the Eternal Yi family. If these two people were here, if disputes or even fights are reported, it will be laughed at and will not be conducive to the harmony between the two major forces. Humph. I'm not that bad as a kid. Children care about things. Yi Chongqing snorted coldly, no longer wanting to continue investigating, and left in a huff. Baekgon Yuga sneered but didn't care. He raised his eyes and signaled the team that Guhan was in. Follow me. The whole to the city of God and the millions of miles around it are still blocked and no one is allowed to enter. To the strong men of the divine religion are still coming search. But Guhan seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. There was no trace of him at all. And they never expected it. My second daughter for taking Guhan and others outside to symbolize after a few laps. Now it has been brought back to the core area of the religion. Others too, the strong men of the divine religion, are still outside running around looking for it. And the Guhan they were looking for was now the resources of the divine religion's treasury can be used to further improve your chain and enhance your own strength. Baegon Yuga's exclusive chain repair hall. Guhan slowly opened his eyes where the overwhelming breath the corners are curved upward. To the divine cult is indeed a powerful force in the immortal realm, and the spiritual energy contained in the resources in the treasure house is beyond imagination. In just less than a week his cultivation has now risen to the 5th level of the Red Dust Immortal. Everyone said that after a cultivator reached the immortal realm his progress would become slower and slower. But when it comes to Guhan everything seems to be turned upside down. Guhan is like a fish finally returning to the sea, able to swim freely and truly realize his potential. After all, the Xianhuang world is just a lower realm. After all, the laws of spiritual energy exhaustion are incomplete and there are realm restrictions, so it is still too difficult to improve. But in the fairyland not only are the laws complete, there is also fairy energy that is several times denser than spiritual energy, and all kinds of natural treasures are beyond imagination. Cooperate with him. There are also various innate skills. His cultivation level is rising rapidly. According to this increase in cultivation, he might be able to complete the task in less than a year. Just the immortal king. Yuga now outside. How's the situation? Yi Changqing and Li Shuashan's recent tell me about it too. These days I have been in the hall acting as a servant. Upon hearing this, Baegon Yuga hurried forward respectfully. His eyes were full of enthusiasm and respect. After all, Baegon Yuga's ideology has been completely changed and he is absolutely loyal to Guhan. Guhan has been the face repair chain, there is no conceal. Powerful talent fully displayed undoubtedly. In Baegon Yuga's eyes Guhan was even more godlike than ever before. In 6 days he broke through 4 small realms in succession. Even with the help of chain repair resources, such qualifications can be regarded as a natural talent. It can even be said that he has the potential to become an immortal emperor. How lucky we are to be able to follow such a being. Replying to the Lord. They are still continuing to search for the Lord's traces, but there is still no clue. Baegon Yuga was respectful and told all the information he knew. In a moment I got what I wanted. Guhan stroking down trap, thinking. To the strong men of the divine religion like to do useless work, so just let them do it. As for Yi Changqing, we've let him run around for so long, it's time to deal with him. Moreover, he will go to the Yanghanyi family to stir up a stir in the city. If we can capture Yi Changqing, your own work people, stir it yourself, the Eternal Yi family's plan will become more successful. Chapter 619. A family must be in good order. However, Yi Changqing's story, there's no rush. That guy is also at the 5th level of Red Dust Immortal and may have even reached the 6th level. Although he was sure to suppress it. But Yi Changqing, there may be a backup plan left by the powerful men of the Eternal Yi family. Unless he relies on his absolute strength to crush him instantly, leaving him completely unable to use this backup plan. This requires him to improve his realm a little. But if you want to further improve your realm, you need more treasures. Baegon Yuga seems to be the current queen, the second young lady of the cult. But in fact there is still room for improvement in terms of status. Zong's authority is far inferior to Baegon Yan's Sun Tu, the eldest daughter of the divine religion Baegon Qiushui. Want to rely on Baegon Yuga from Tai? It is already a bit difficult to get more chain repair resources from the divine cult. Besides, compared to Baegon Yuga, Yi Changqing seems to have a better relationship with Baegon Qiushui. Guhan tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers, the corners slowly curved up. As his thoughts turned, he already had a plan in his mind. Baegon Yuga has a very good relationship with Yi Changqing's mother Baegon Yu. Want to pick up Baegon Yu must rely on Baegon Yuga's help. But he wanted to dominate and make Yi Changqing his own tool people. Then it is best to start from Baegon Qiushui hand. Rather than being entangled, it is better to have them all and turn them all into your own work people. You can even buy more and get more free and get Li Shui at the same time. As the saying goes, a family should be neat and tidy. Guhan smiled and shook his head. When I think about how much effort I'll have to put in to turn you all into my work people, to feel like I'm such a good person. At the same time, to another palace courtyard. The water flows gently and the bamboos grow lushly. Just in the pavilion, a man was talking to Yi Changqing. Z suddenly frowned and a bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. Cousin Qiushui. Yi Changqing, who was sitting opposite, was shocked when he saw this scene. A hint of doubt of nothing, I just thought of something, slightly distracted. Beigong Qiushui did not. The bad Jew took it to heart and smiled again. Changqing, I know you came here not only to see your aunt but also for Li Shui. Don't worry, cousin also hopes I saw it was you and Li Shui show positive result. Rather than that Yi Qingyun's waste. Don't worry, I will also help you and Li Shui during this period say a few words. But whether you can seize the opportunity depends on you. That's natural. Changqing is here first. Thanks, cousin. Yi Changqing was overjoyed and got up immediately. Bow. Until Beigong Qiushui left. The smile on Yi Changqing's face suddenly disappeared and he looked a little cold and indifferent. Snort. She seems to be on good terms with him, but she is still not on good terms with him. Not good, it doesn't work at all. And that bitch Li Shui. Although his cultivation level is not as high as that of his elder and second brothers, he is the youngest and the most talented. His eldest and second brothers were several dozen years older than him and had just entered True Immortal. He is only 150 years old now, but he has already reached the 6th level of the Mortal Immortal. Such aptitude can be considered outstanding in the entire fairyland. How could he be compared to Yi Qingyun, who was thrown into a wild place like the Xianhuang world since childhood? If it weren't for the family's order, the news that Yi Qingyun had already died. He had already told Li Shui, the fiancée for the souls who died under Guhan's sword. Yi Changqing's eyes sparkled with confidence. Mang, but it doesn't matter, Li Shui, I will definitely win. At the same time, I got a lot of good things from Yi Changqing. Beigong Qiushui's excellent. Just ready to take my own servant. Return to your own palace. Far waiter, I hurried over and bowed. Report, Miss Qiushui, the second lady invites you to Baisin Forest, saying that there is something important. I'd like to discuss this with you. That guy Beigong Yuga wants to see me. Beigong Qiushui frowned slightly. To be honest, the relationship with Beigong Yuga is not good. Even I also look down on Beigong Yuga. After all, my mother and Beigong Yan have a good relationship. They were very good sisters when they were young. Beigong Yuga's mother died of complications during childbirth when Beigong Yuga was born. Since childhood, Be yourself, Beigong Yu, who was being taken care of by her son, had also been staying in the Deep Palace at the moment. Beigong Yuga had the second lady of the cult is nothing, but this lady there is no comparison. Original, I don't want to go. But waiter, then he said, the second lady said that as long as you can negotiate the terms, we will give you what you want most directly. Oh, Beigong Qiushui became interested again. To say to Beigong Yuga's superior interesting things are that cheap mother left before she died of one hasta. My mother also said that the jade hairpin is a good thing. It is most likely made by a certain immortal, the rhyme of Taoism of the immortal lord. If possible, it is best to start from Beigong Yuga. Cheat on. Then go and have a look, my dear. What is your cousin planning again? Beigong Qiushui smiled and led his men directly towards the slightly remote Baisin Forest. Although I also have some doubts that Beigong Yuga might have ulterior motives in settling in such a remote place. But this is to theism. There are countless strong men in the department. Beigong Yuga dares to fight, take action? Sir, my informant reported that Beigong Qiushui is heading here. Baixinlin, Beigong Yuga reported to Guhan respectfully. Guhan sat cross-legged, floating half a foot in the air, surrounded by immortals. The air is lingering and majestic. Okay, got it. After responding, Guhan did not open his eyes but continued to concentrate his aura. To avoid any trouble, what will happen in the end? He planned to end the battle quickly. Taking advantage of Beigong Qiushui's arrival at the 100 Immortals Forest, he immediately took action to suppress him. There wasn't even time to react. Beigong Qiushui's cultivation seems to be around the 8th level of Red Dust Immortal. If I try my best now, the hair can be comparable to the 7th level of the Red Dust Immortal, and combined with quality Gungfa, there are a few more words. Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted. Below the true immortals, he is invincible. Not long. Outside the Baisin Forest, several long rainbows fell here. Beigong Qiushui, the leader, led a group of people along the extended path towards the depths of Baisin Forest. Enter. Pay attention, that bitch Beigong Yuga might have set up an ambush here. Although he seemed not to care, but he was still alert at this moment. After all, over the years he also often had disputes with Beigong Yuga. Of course Bagon Yuga would affect him and even the fate of keep it in mind. Cousin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Just then a crisp sound suddenly came from the front. Bagon Xiaoshui subconsciously raised his head towards the source of the sound. Go. I just saw Bagon Yuga. A huge crisis. Suddenly it came to my mind. Miss. Several guards big changes, but the words are not finished. The terrifying aura came crashing down like the sky, shocking them completely to the ground and making them faint. Bagon Xiaoshui, who has the strongest cultivation ability, is completely lost in consciousness coma. I only saw a huge hand covering and firmly grasping face. Chapter 620, Instant Town. Maybe I'll never meet him. From Bagon Yuga's perspective. Guhan's shadow is like a phantom, the eyes could not catch his whereabouts. After a residual image disappeared at the spot, the void twisted and a harsh sound came voice. But in the blink of an eye, Guhan appeared in front of Bagon Yuga and others. Boom! Spiritual power banged the hair. The town in an instant. Bagon Xiaoshui, several guards on the side. The few of them didn't even have time to react and fell to the ground like straw in a wheat field. But it's not over yet. The look in Guhan's eyes, the golden lines on the avenue flowed, and he suddenly a huge image comparable to a god or demon appeared. Zion, where a water like out once again lived in Bagon Xiaoshui. Take advantage of God while being shocked and still not able to recover. Guhan grabbed Bagon Xiaoshui's head with one hand. Boom! Scarlet in the palm flame, it instantly wrapped Bagon Xiaoshui and it completely turned into a Red the Fireman. The scarlet flames burned fiercely. This flame pair not much influence, but it is constantly burning and eroding Bagon Xiaoshui's soul consciousness. Just like Bagon Yuga before. Because this is two-god religion, we subconsciously feel that it is safe here and no one can be so bold as to do this here. They took action. Therefore I didn't wear any special protective gear, magic weapon. This also made it difficult for Guhan to deal with. Guys, don't make it too simple. Of course there are also certain silence came out. But many too, the strong men of the divine religion don't care. Everyone knows they are two. The eldest and second daughters of the cult often have disputes and sometimes even fight. In their eyes the dispute between the two was just a minor one and would not kill anyone in order to avoid being involved. This is a bit dog things in the middle. They also pretended to turn a blind eye and simply ignored it. Bakshinlun. As the scarlet flames gradually faded away, Bagon Xiaoshui collapsed to the ground with a thud and completely lost consciousness. Grown-ups, is this dead? Or listen, a copy of Bien Bagon Yuga die or we will bury Tone. Guhan couldn't help but frown. After all, she is still your cousin. He just fainted, not really dead. Do you want to bury him directly? What condition? How come Bakshinlin has disappeared since the beginning? Jing, could something have happened? Always in the dark, observing with divine mind, the powerful members of the divine religion suddenly became worried when they saw that the 100 Immortals forest had become extremely quiet. The palms and backs of the hands are. They were afraid that the two young ladies would get into a fight inside and even kill one of them. If this really happens, they're all not well generation. These few people are considering whether to break in Bakshinlin, exploring the situation. The two teams came out of Baisan Forest, one after the other walked out. Snort. Before leaving, Bagon Xiaoshui glanced at Bagon Yuga, snorted and walked away without looking back. In the eyes of others, Bagon Yugilia so amazing, quite normal. The two of them were not on good terms with each other and they were competing openly and covertly. It is normal to have such an attitude. But not everyone knows. At this moment, Bagon Xiaoshui and Bagon Yuga disliked each other, and it was no longer because of the so-called power and status. It depends on who can help Guhan and better poke tie the divine cult stabs the Eternal Yi family with a knife. After arranging the follow-up plans, Guhan followed Bagon Yuga to tie deeply religious in front of a bedroom. With Bagon Yuga's share, no one made things difficult for them and they traveled smoothly along the way in the bedroom. Finally stopped at the bedroom outside the door of a private room. Without waiting for Bagon Yuga to speak. Private room, then a faint and cold sound came voice. Is Yuga here? As the sound rang out, Guhan could clearly feel one divine thoughts vaguely coming from him. It scanned the sky as if it was exploring something, but the divine thought quickly disappeared. Guhan was slightly surprised. Top-level true immortal. And it seems that he is not far from the legendary immortal king. I didn't expect that Yi Qingyun's mother Beigong was so powerful. And Beigong Yuga wanted to speak but was struggling slightly, pleading to Guhan. Guhan knew that Beigong Yuga had an obsession with Beigong Yu that was beyond imagination. Even though his consciousness and soul form were changed by him, his subconscious mind still did not want to hurt him or even do anything that was not good for Beigong Yu. On the way to the palace, Beigong Yuga did not pray for Beigong Yu. Hope don't hurt yourself. Who are you? But before Guhan could speak, private room, Beigong Yu seemed to have noticed something, and the aura he exuded suddenly became dangerous. With a loud bang, the main hall door suddenly opened. Close, some kind of seal the system automatically turns on. An extremely dangerous aura immediately locked onto Guhan. In fact, when Guhan and Beigong Yuga had just entered in the main hall, Beigong Yu's attention has been attracted. This scene is very strange. Because in the past, when Beigong Yuga came to see him, he never brought anyone with him. But this time Beigong Yuga brought a stranger. This made Beigong Yu extremely alert. Is it because I was a parent since I was a child? My nephew, who was being taken care of by my son, betrayed yourself too. Facing the overwhelming force of the breath, Guhan just smiled indifferently. His voice was calm and neither humble nor senior. Beigong Yu, there is no need to do this. I came here to tell you a piece of news and hope you will seniors can cooperate with me. He also learned from Beigong Yuga that information about Beigong Yu. She is famous for her stubborn temper and her only obsession is Yi Qingyun. But now Yi Qingyun has been suppressed by him. Only a remnant soul was left, still experiencing torture in the human emperor banner. The two of them can be said to be basically it's a fight to the death. But unfortunately, Beigong Yu's relationship with the Yanghanyi family is extremely bad, and she even fell out with Yi Tian many years ago. This made him feel that there was room to be exploited. After all, it is better than spending a lot of effort and cost to target the eternal Yi family. Wouldn't it be more interesting and in your own interest to let them fight each other? Who on earth are you? Beigong Yu's voice was cold and the atmosphere around him became even more. Let's not talk about your current weak strength. Even what do you think you are? You don't even dare to tell me your identity. How can you be qualified to cooperate with me? Boom! An extremely terrifying breath roared. It transformed into a strong wind of law and rushed towards Guhan. Obviously, Beigong Yu is also a domineering person, and at this moment he wants to give Guhan a warning. But in the next moment, Beigong Yuga exclaimed and dodged. Use your own, standing in front of Guhan. Beigong Yu frowned slightly ugly. The law of the wind is when it came to Beigong Yuga, it seemed that he was still reluctant to force to dissipate. Yuga! I have taken care of you since you were a child. I treat you as my own son. Are you going to betray me and become my enemy today too? Senior Beigong Yu, why do you have to do this? What about anger? Guhan smiled indifferently. Although I like to help others, other people's wishes. But the senior is so big. If Gonga frightens me and I change my mind, I am afraid that you will never get any news about Yi Qingyun in this life, let alone meet him again. Chapter 621, Cooperation, Endless Hatred. As soon as these words came out. Previously I was confused by the storm of laws. The palace collapsed in an instant. It was dead silent and everything that happened before seemed like an illusion. But after the silence, an even more terrifying aura emanated from deep within the private room. Send out. How do you know this name? Who are you? At this moment the voice was no longer weak and cold as before. Instead it is filled with anger, a violent. The majestic and vast law is like a mountain falling down regardless of the town. Even Beigong Yuga was involved. Argument strength and in terms of force of matter, Beigong Yuga is far inferior to Guhan. Here at this moment town of power there was a muffled groan from below. I couldn't help but bend and was almost suppressed, prostrate on the ground. Guhan frowned slightly, but he was in good condition at the moment. I can barely resist this law of power, the erosion. In the midst of the boiling law in the storm, Guhan still stood straight, smiling as always, and said to himself, I know Yi Qingyun is the child of Senior and Yi Tian. I even know that many years ago Yi Qingyun was thrown into the underworld by her husband Yi Tian. It is called training in the lower realm, allowing him to return to the fairyland. But you know, your son Yi Qingyun met with an accident not long ago and he may be dead at this moment. As soon as these words came out. Don't talk about Baigongyu. Baigongyuga is in my heart, big in heart, not good. The only obsession of this aunt now is her only remaining son Yi Qingyun. This is also the support over the years keep going. My aunt is paranoid to begin with now that she knows that her son Yi Qingyun may have after death. That. Boom. As expected. After hearing this, Baigongyu was completely shocked, sent infinitely close to the breath and majesty of the immortal King Banghair. Most of it, the religion of God, is shrouded in it. Universe, the law roars here, law of power, the countless, the strongest cultist shivering. It's like facing the doomsday scene. This direction is Baigongyu's palace. What on earth happened? Why Baigongyu has such an angry breath? This people are crazy. This is to make the whole is the religion of God destroyed? Countless the powerful members of the divine religion were shocked. They all sent out their divine thoughts and headed towards the palace where Baigongyu was to investigate. Meanwhile, waiting here, the strong men near the palace also came to the area where Baigongyu was. Madam! What happened? Are you okay? Many servants, the servants resisted the power of the law god, he asked in fear and anxiety. Just as they were thinking about whether to ignore the rules and force their way in to investigate the strange when. The next moment. The abyss and the prison that were originally like this have all turned into the might of the law, like it dissipated quickly like water as if nothing had happened. Nothing, I just reached a bottleneck while repairing the chain. There was some deviation in my mood which caused the breath to leak out. Don't disturb me. Baigongyu's cold voice echoed back. This also makes waiter. The servant breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time I was amazed. The lady is already fast forward the realm of immortal king. If that incident had not happened, the eldest lady would have become an immortal king long ago, right? At the same time. Palace. The door of the private room where Baigongyu was located had been shattered. The walls of the system collapsed. There was a big hole. At this moment, a man with a cold and noble temperament but somewhat sickly and pale, the woman, slowly came out from the private room. Get out. In terms of expression and appearance, he is indeed somewhat similar to Yi Qingyun. While Guhan was looking at Baigongyu, Baigongyu was also looking at Guhan. Although the breath is already contained. But there was still a cold, murderous intent flashing in his pupils. Today, if you don't explain yourself clearly, I will kill you. Hearing this, Guhan still shrugged indifferently. He thought he didn't take it. Baigongyu was so distracted that she almost thought she had to change her plans. But fortunately, in the end, Baigongyu seemed to be the kind of person who seemed strong, but there is a great rib man. He just released the news about Yi Qingyun, the other party. I have to say, Baigongyu might be a good mother. But unfortunately, they are enemies after all, and enemies with no wiggle room. It doesn't matter who I am. Guhan smiled and continued, the important thing is that I can help the seniors, and I can also let the seniors get what they need. And everything I said is not empty. Come on, wind, that's right. As he spoke, Guhan casually threw out a piece of jade fragment. Baigongyu frowned but still subconsciously catch it with your hand. After a quick inspection, Baigongyu's pupils suddenly shrank. This jade pendant is the gift to Yi Qingyun jade pendant. It contains an extremely special power that can help Yi Qingyun withstand several life-threatening disasters. But at this moment the jade pendant was broken. It goes without saying what his son Yi Qingyun has experienced at this moment. Qingyun. Baigongyu's hands holding the jade fragments were slightly. His eyes suddenly turned red and a few hot tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes uncontrollably. I have been waiting all these years, waiting for my son to finish the so-called ridiculous plan, was truly returned from the underworld. Finally it rose strongly, bringing this mother went home and let no longer suffering like this humiliation from all sides. But looking at the broken jade fragments in front of me. All the fantasies in my heart, everything, well, it's all broken. Maybe it's really as this person said, his son Yi Qingyun has met with an accident and has even death is gone. Where did you get this fragment? Did you harm my Qingyun? Baigongyu's voice is everywhere trembling, mixed with strong sadness and extreme anger. The terrifying aura once again, there are even signs of getting out of control. This made many people who were already paying attention to this place, the powerful members of the divine religion, panicked again. What happened out of the blue? Baekgon Yuga was also a little frightened. Even Dushi Guhan lied, don't let things it develop to the worst point. However, Guhan remained calm and smiled. It's me. Baekgon Yu was slightly stunned and even her mind remained blank for a moment. Because Guhan said before that he was looking for collaborative. He also didn't expect that Guhan would directly choose to admit that he had killed his son Yi Qingyun. How dare you? You killed my son and yet you still come to me for cooperation. You are looking for death. Baekgon Yu was completely furious. Not only was she angry, feeling that it's not worth humiliating your own son. The aura is getting more and more terrifying. Even the seal set in the outside world, the system is already showing signs of breaking down. But Guhan still looked indifferent, not caring at all. If I don't kill your son will kill me. Senior, you can cultivate to this level many things. It should be clear that the road to greatness is about struggle, and if your son wants to be true to me, I must also struggle. If I don't fight, I will die. Your son and I don't even know each other. Do I have to exchange my life for your son's life? This idea is naive and childish. Baekgon Yu knows this truth, but now I just can't listen. The enemy who killed my son was right in front of me and even run to him. Shouldn't I kill myself? But you should know more than me. The culprit who killed your son should not be me but your husband Yi Tian. Your husband has no. You have to use your son as a chess piece sent to the nether. Its name is let him rise long, but actually complete one's own selfish desires. Even if I don't kill him, someone similar to me will kill him. Because from him for your husband, from you for work. From the day he married someone else's wife, Yi Qingyun had been sentenced to death. Your husband betrayed you and killed your son, but you don't dare to seek revenge on him. But I am the one who is helpless person. Does it make sense? Chapter 622, The hatred is overwhelming, all under control. Guhan's voice seemed particularly clear in the rolling storm of laws. Let Baekgon Yu, who was in boundless rage, was slightly stunned. Not stupid. I also know that what Guhan said is right. If there is anything more hateful, the one who deserves to be killed is husband Yi Tian.